I was fired by the company I had worked for 3 years. Just when I was feeling depressed, my girlfriend of many years also broke up with me. I remember that day. She had just broken up with me and got into a BMW M4 owned by a rich second-generation man. I was in a bad mood, so I went out for a drink with my friends that night. When I got home at night, I had a dream in a daze. In my dream, I met a god who said he could fulfill my wish of becoming the richest man in the world. However, if I were suddenly given trillions of cash, it would probably cause the world's financial system to collapse. So the gods made a system for me. This system will give me 100 million pocket money every day, which I can spend on myself or use for investment. The system will assist me and allow me to see the returns of these investments. At the same time, when I make money, every time I earn 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, 100 million and other nodes, the system will give me additional special rewards. I originally thought it was just a dream, but when I woke up, I found that there was actually an extra 100 million in cash in my phone. My first reaction was to tell my ex-girlfriend Lucy that we no longer needed to compromise with reality. However, before I could explain to her, her decision to break up once again shattered my hopes. Looking back now, I do feel a little reluctant, but more of a sense of relief. If I become rich in the future and still have to endure the bullying from Lucy's mother and her best friend, I will probably collapse. After calming down, I started thinking about what to do next. Since God has blessed me with this cash and given me a chance for revenge, this time, I must take back my lost dignity. Watch out. Those who look down on me because of poverty, be careful. I turned on my phone and started searching for the best community in Longi City. Soon, I locked on a community called Longting Jiayuan, which is the top community in the city. The housing price here used to be as high as 120,000 yuan per square meter, but now it has been halved to 60,000 yuan, but it still has a river view, excellent greenery, and supporting facilities. For me now, housing prices are obviously no longer a problem. After making the decision, I called a car and headed straight to the community. 40 minutes later, a taxi slowly stopped outside the Longting Jiayuan sales center. I got out of the car and glanced at this luxurious sales center. Who would have thought that Lucy's new job was to be a saleswoman here? However, I didn't know this at the time. My only purpose in coming here was to buy a house. As soon as I walked into the sales hall, I immediately felt some people's gazes. Although many people looked at me, there was not much expectation in their eyes. After all, I was dressed casually and looked like just an ordinary guy. They probably thought I was just here to ask for directions or just look around. No one believed that I could afford to buy a house here. Just then, a sales lady who looked to be in her early 20s came over with a bottle of mineral water in her hand, appearing particularly polite. "Sir, are you here to see the house?" said the sales lady. "Yes, I'm here to look at the house. What room types do you have here?" I took the water she handed over and responded with a smile. The sales lady is very pretty, with short hair that makes her look neat and tidy. Her eyes are particularly big and watery, revealing a bit of spirituality. When she heard that I confirmed that I wanted to see the house, she breathed a sigh of relief and said enthusiastically, "Sir, please drink some water first. It doesn't matter whether you buy it or not. I will introduce it to you first." She took me to the sand table and began to introduce the property. The salesperson's base salary plus commission mechanism makes her attach great importance to every potential customer. Although she may also think that I will not be a big customer, she still does her best. However, the moment I walked in front of the sand table, my attention was suddenly attracted. A tiny upward arrow appeared above the sand table. 62% in 3 years. My eyes suddenly lit up. It seems that the gods in my dream did not deceive me. It is the system that is working. I don't need to know the specific reasons for the rise in housing prices. Whether it is the opening of a new subway or the planning of a school district, I believe in the system's prompts. So I interrupted the sales lady's introduction and asked, "Which is the most expensive house here?" "The most expensive one? That must be building number 7. The sales lady seemed a little excited and quickly pointed her laser pen at building number 7 on the sand table. "This building is the best in our community. It has a 270-degree view of the river. The top 3 floors are a large 520 square meter flat. It is fully furnished and comes with a full set of home appliances. It's simply a perfect dream home," the sales lady said excitedly. After listening to this, I did a quick calculation in my mind. 520 square meters, the first floor would cost about 31.2 million, and the 3 floors combined would cost less than 100 million, just right for my budget today. "Okay, I'll take all 3 sets," I said casually. "Ah." The sales lady obviously didn't react and stared at me blankly. I said I want all three. Has anyone bought this house yet? The sales lady was so frightened by my words that she began to stutter. This, I have to ask the manager. She hurriedly ran to find the manager, while I smiled, unscrewed the water bottle, drank a sip of water leisurely, and waited for her to come back. Just as I was about to continue browsing the sandbox, a familiar voice suddenly sounded coldly. You are really capable. You actually found this place. I was stunned and looked up, and saw Lu Shi standing in front of me with a complicated and cold look in his eyes. She lowered her voice, her tone a little annoyed. I have made it very clear, Okai. We are over. No matter whose fault it is, it doesn't matter now. We are broken up, understand? I looked at her in astonishment. I never expected to meet Lu Shi here. Shouldn't she be working in a cosmetics store? When did she come to the sales center? Lu Shi's eyes flashed with complex emotions, and he was obviously a little at a loss. On the one hand, she was annoyed that I found her. On the other hand, she seemed to be subtly happy, as if I followed her because I couldn't let her go. But she quickly adjusted her mood and continued in a cold voice. Don't pretend. Why didn't I realize that you have such good acting skills before? Hurry up and leave, or I will call security. Before I could react, the sales lady from the distance was already leading the manager over. Seeing this, Lu Shi became even more anxious and hurriedly stepped forward to stop the manager. I'm sorry, manager. He is my friend, and he knew I worked here, so he came to see me. I will let him leave immediately. The manager's smile froze, and he turned to look at the girl who was leading the way, obviously at a loss. The girl looked at me blankly, as if asking, Is this gentleman kidding? I couldn't help but smile and broke the silence between them. Okay, I'm not familiar with her. I'm just here to buy a house, a large flat on the top floor of Building 7. I'll buy all 3 units in full. Is there a problem? If not, then let's quickly sign the contract. As soon as I finished speaking, the sales center suddenly became quiet. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at me in surprise. I could see Lu Shi's expression become complicated in an instant. She stood in front of me, her lips trembling slightly, obviously not knowing how to deal with this sudden situation. No problem, no problem. Although the apartment on the top floor has been sold, the buyer recently encountered some financial problems and asked us to sell it on his behalf. We will be fully responsible. The sales manager rubbed his hands with a smile on his face, as if he saw a mountain of gold standing in front of him. Now, if you buy these 2 houses in full, I can give you a 95% discount, including the property tax and stamp duty, he added enthusiastically. Full payment. In today's tight real estate market, full payment customers are simply kings. The entire real estate industry is facing a tight capital chain and everyone is in danger. A generous customer like me who pays in full is simply a rare god of wealth. Actually, I didn't expect there would be an extra discount, but since there is a discount, I certainly shouldn't miss it. I nodded, calculating the total cost in my mind. For the consignment apartment on the top floor, the manager said he could help me negotiate it down to $29.5 million, which is slightly lower than the price of a new house. In addition, these 3 apartments come with 15 parking spaces. I will arrange all the parking spaces together. The manager smiled even more brightly, obviously hoping to finalize this big deal as soon as possible. I nodded with satisfaction and responded directly, Okay, these are the 3 sets. Go and open the order. After hearing my confirmation, the manager turned to look at the sales lady who first received me. Sure. She obviously didn't expect to get such a big order, and her breathing became a little rapid. According to her commission rate, she will earn more than 200,000 this time. 200,000 yuan was simply a windfall for an ordinary salesperson like her. Why are you still standing there? Go and get the order, the manager urged with a smile, his eyes full of envy. Sure finally reacted, with a look of disbelief on her face, and quickly ran to the finance office to prepare the contract and the card machine. Soon, she came out holding the contract and the credit card machine. At this moment, Lu Shi finally reacted and rushed to me, his face full of anger. Have you had enough of the trouble? I couldn't help but laugh at her frustrated look. She obviously thought I was joking and pretending. Making a fuss? Do you think I'm joking? I smiled indifferently and handed the bank card to Sure without further explanation. With a ding sound from the card machine, the deduction was successful. At that moment, everyone stopped moving and the air seemed to freeze. It was the first time for me to spend so much money, and I couldn't help but feel an unprecedented sense of pleasure. This feeling of spending money like water was really intoxicating. The manager was shaking with excitement. With tens of millions in hand, he would not only get a generous bonus, but also make great contributions to the company. Sure was even more stunned, her little face full of excitement and disbelief. Only Lu Shi stood there, his pupils dilated and his face full of shock and confusion. She watched as the nearly 90 million yuan for the house was easily swiped away, and she seemed to be in a state of collapse. No, impossible. This money, where did you get it from? Did you rob a bank? She was almost screaming, her voice trembling, and her throat seemed to be blocked by something. I looked at her and couldn't help shaking my head and laughing. Do you know how big a pile of 100 million is? Can anyone carry it on their backs? Besides, we have known each other for so many years. When have I ever said that I have no money? I said helplessly. I originally just wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but what was the result? What I got in return was alienation and disgust. I said calmly, I was planning to tell you the truth today, but you didn't give me the chance. Forget it. I'm tired and I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to reveal my cards. I'm a billionaire. Lu Shi's face turned paler and paler, and he stood there as if all his strength had been drained away, completely at a loss as to what to do. She simply couldn't comprehend what was happening before her eyes, and almost all of her cognition was overturned by this scene. The contract signing process was very quick. Sure helped me sign the contracts for the 2 new houses. As for the top floor consignment, we still need to wait for the original owner to come over. When signing, I noticed the name on the sales lady's name tag. Sure, what a poetic name. When the contract was signed, the manager came over with a smile on his face and said to Sure, take Mr. O to see the house. I will contact the owner of the top floor. Okay, Mr. O, please follow me. We have a sightseeing bus, and I will take you to see the house. Sure's face was full of smiles, and he was extremely respectful. I nodded, without even looking at Lu Shi, and followed Sure out the door. Lu Shi stood there, dazed, as if his whole body had been hollowed out. The manager walked up to her and asked with concern, Boyfriend? Lu Shi shook her head dully, her voice hoarse, Boyfriend. Her throat felt like it had been cut by a razor blade, and it hurt every time she breathed. The manager smiled, patted her on the shoulder, and said with a hint of amusement, Look at it more positively. These rich people like to pretend to be poor to test others. In fact, what should be tested is the human heart, not the dirty money. He paused and continued, Think about it from another angle. You didn't break up with him because he had no money, but because he cheated on you, right? Would it make you feel better if you think this way? Lu Shi suppressed his inner anger, forced a smile, and turned to walk towards the lounge. Even if she knew, she couldn't let me affect her work anymore. But her heart ached so much that she could hardly breathe, as if everything had lost its meaning. No matter how complicated Lu Shi's mood was at this moment, I was in a particularly good mood at this moment. I sat in the small sightseeing car of the sales office and took a leisurely tour around Longting Jiayuan community. I have to say that this is indeed a top-level residential area with all kinds of facilities. The greening rate in the community is extremely high, almost reaching over 75%. The precious flowers, trees, fountains, benches, playgrounds, and other facilities are arranged in an orderly manner, revealing exquisiteness and taste everywhere. In addition, there are leisure and entertainment facilities such as fitness centers, swimming pools, tennis courts, basketball courts, and even small supermarkets are placed very considerately, as if providing residents with a self-sufficient small city within a city. When I arrived at building number 7 and saw the magnificent lobby, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart that all this is indeed worthy of its high housing price. Sure introduced that there are 4 elevators in building number 7, and residents can choose different apartment types according to their needs. 130 square meter apartment with 4 households on the first floor and a 260 square meter apartment with 2 households on the first floor downstairs. The one that attracted my attention the most was still the top-level large apartment that I bought. I took the elevator to the 31st floor. When the elevator door opened, I saw an independent door. This feeling of having one floor to myself is really extraordinary. I pushed open the door and was greeted by a spacious apartment with 8 bedrooms and 4 living rooms. The floor, ceiling, and electrical appliances were all top brands, making the entire space look luxurious and grand. The most important thing is that the place has been cleaned thoroughly, and it is not a problem to move in with just your luggage. The decoration of the 32nd floor is basically the same as that of the 31st floor. After all, they are all decorated uniformly by the developer. But when Sure and I arrived at the 33rd floor, the atmosphere suddenly became a little different. The 33rd floor had obviously been renovated. When I pushed the door open, I couldn't help but be stunned, while Sure's eyes were full of surprise. The whole house is dominated by pink, and the walls and ceiling are covered with various shiny decorations. Crystal clear crystal chandeliers hang from the ceiling, giving off a dreamy glow. There are mirrors everywhere in the house, and the dressing room has been expanded to 100 square meters to store clothes, bags, and shoes. I raised my eyebrows, feeling a little conflicted. This decoration style is too girly and totally inconsistent with my aesthetic taste. I began to consider whether to renovate it. While I was thinking, Sure received a call from the manager, telling me that the owner of the 33rd floor had arrived. I asked, "Can you help me find a construction team?" "Of course. Are you dissatisfied with anything? I can help you get in touch." Sure seemed very professional and took over the conversation immediately. "Please help me connect these 3 floors, and then I will consider whether to reinstall the 33rd floor." I said thoughtfully. Heard that I wanted to redecorate the 33rd floor. She showed a trace of regret on her face. "Such a beautiful decoration. Do you really want to redecorate it? I think your future wife will definitely like it." Beautiful? I couldn't believe it. Women's aesthetics are sometimes really confusing. Looking at Sure's serious and solemn expression, I could only shake my head and said, "Okay, I won't pretend for now. I'll get through first." I thought to myself, after all, I am not in a hurry to find a girlfriend, so I should wait until later. So we took the sightseeing bus back to the sales center. Lucy had disappeared, probably avoiding me on purpose. I was too lazy to go out of my way to look for her. After entering the reception room, I met the owner of the 33rd floor. Unexpectedly, it was an old acquaintance, Feng Yu, my former boss. "Ms. Feng?" I called out her name with some surprise. Feng Yu raised his head, took off his sunglasses, and looked at me in confusion. "Who are you?" "Hello, Mr. Feng. My name is Okai, and I was just fired by you yesterday." I introduced myself with a smile. Feng Yu was stunned for a moment in embarrassment, obviously not expecting to see me here. She finally remembered who I was, and her expression became unnatural. Feng Yu is 1 year older than me. He is a rich second generation and comes from a very well-off family. Unfortunately, her business venture was not very successful, and now she has to sell her house. I can see that Feng Yu is a person who pursues beauty. Her obsession with a refined life can be seen from the girlish decoration style of her 33rd floor. But at this time, she looked very haggard, without even putting on makeup, and looked a little tired. Just as we were chatting, the manager came in with 2 contracts. He smiled and said, "Ms. Feng, Mr. O has bought floors 31 and 32, and now he wants to buy your floor 33. The money has been deposited into the security account, and you can sign the contract now." Feng Yu looked at the contract, suddenly smiled, and said to me, "Your hobby is quite unique. I thought people like you would start a business, but I didn't expect that you would like to work in other people's companies." She obviously misunderstood and thought I was a hidden rich second generation. I spread my hands helplessly. Of course, I couldn't tell anyone about the system. Since the title of rich second generation could explain everything, I was too lazy to deny it. Seeing that I didn't say anything, Feng Yu moved closer and asked in a low voice, "Since we are old acquaintances and you know the situation of my company, can you increase the price a little more? I am really short of money now." I couldn't help but roll my eyes and whispered back, "Big sister, I'm buying a house at a 5% discount, 29.64 million, and your second-hand house is 29.5 million, and you want to raise the price?" Feng Yu smiled awkwardly, looking a little embarrassed. Obviously, she also understood that the current market conditions did not allow her to make a random offer. We signed the contract, and she left with a bit of emotion and helplessness. After the transaction was completed, I breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly felt that everything in the future seemed to become more interesting. Feng Yu was obviously a little anxious. Seeing that I was going to tear down her decoration, she quickly said, "The house is worthless now, but I have renovated it. I replaced the dressing room, bed, and bathtub with new ones. It's meaningless for you to deduct money like this. Sister, I really can't praise your decoration style. I'm ready to tear it down and redecorate it." I smiled and said half-jokingly. Feng Yu suddenly became anxious and said hurriedly, No. You know I'm in urgent need of money recently. After the company compensates you, it can't even pay your wages. Just 29.5 million. I smiled in my heart. This was just to scare her. The contract had already been signed, so why would they deduct money? As she took out the property certificate, we signed the contract, and the sales center staff was responsible for handling the transfer procedures for me. After the transaction was completed, we left. Feng Yu said he was going back to the company, while I was going home to pack my things. Now that I have a new house, I certainly won't continue to live in that old rental house. As we walked through the sales hall together, Feng Yu suddenly bumped into me and whispered, "Hey, since you have so much cash, Why don't you invest some in my company? You know my situation, so I can sell you more shares. She took off her sunglasses and raised an eyebrow at me. I have to say that Feng Yu is really beautiful. Even without makeup, she is still naturally beautiful. With a height of over 1.70 meters and a good figure, she looks very attractive. But there was no way I would fall into the trap so easily, as she was clearly trying to get something for nothing. Moreover, at this moment, the prompt given by the system emerged in my mind. Yuyan Technology, Feng Yu's company, has negative assets of 247 million. If there is no capital injection within 3 months, it will file for bankruptcy. If capital is injected, it will lose 37% every year. I couldn't help but laugh and thought to myself, this company is a bottomless pit. Forget it, Mr. Feng. I know the company's situation very well. My money doesn't come from the wind. I shook my head and rejected her suggestion. Feng Yu snorted angrily. You have no vision. If you don't want to invest, then don't invest. Wait until I get through the current crisis and get the company listed. Then you will regret it. She stepped on the accelerator and drove away in her Porsche Panamera. I looked at her back and couldn't help but smile. She must be rich. She drives so recklessly. It seems like I should consider buying a car, but there's no rush. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Afterwards, I called a taxi and went straight back to my rental house to pack my things. But I didn't expect that not long after I entered the house, the landlord, Aunt Lu, actually came to the door. Hey, are you planning to move? She stood at the door, her eyes flashing with something strange. I frowned, feeling a little unhappy. Aunt Lu is the landlord of the house I rent. After my original landlord, Grandma Li, passed away last year, Aunt Lu took over the house as her daughter-in-law. Compared with Grandma Li's gentleness, Aunt Lu's attitude is much worse, and she often makes things difficult for the tenants. Now that she suddenly comes to my house, I have no idea what her plan is. Yes, Aunt Lu, I moved to a new house. I answered calmly, but in my heart I was wondering why she came to see me today. Aunt Lu's eyes flashed with a gleam, and she sneered, moving, that's good. But you still owe 2 months' rent. When will you pay it off? I sneered in my heart, knowing that she was here to cause trouble. Oh, Aunt Lu, I'm planning to move. I answered with a smile, feeling a little helpless. Moving? Where to? I heard that you just lost your job recently. There was a hint of curiosity and inquiry in Aunt Lu's eyes, and she obviously wanted to get some information from me. In fact, her main purpose of coming here is to confirm whether I am unemployed or heartbroken. If that is true, she will probably take the opportunity to ask about the rent or ask about the rent issue. Although there are still 20 days left before I should pay the rent, and I have also paid a month's deposit in advance, these middle-aged women never care about these details. They like to feel superior and can even create topics to find fault with nothing. However, my words obviously made her a little panicked. After all, I have always been a good tenant, never defaulted on rent in 3 years, and I also kept the house very clean. Landlords like me prefer stable tenants, but before she could warn me, I was the one who asked to move out. This was not good news for her. Xiao Kai, she said in a superior manner, young man, losing your job is not a big deal. The key is to make progress. Your girlfriend probably left you because you don't make progress, right? Don't you think it's a pity for you to go back to your hometown like this? What can you do when you go back? Farming? Hearing these words, I couldn't help but frown. Her preaching made me feel very uncomfortable. She felt superior just because she rented a house. This condescending tone really made me angry. First, I am a local and don't need to go back to my hometown. Second, I don't think there is anything wrong with farming. Third, I am moving back to my own house, not a rented one. After hearing what I said, Aunt Lu was obviously stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, you have your own house? Then why did you rent a house before? Because my girlfriend likes this place, and it's close to where she works. Now that we've broken up, I have no reason to continue living here. Since you're here, you can help me inspect the house and return my deposit. Aunt Lu's face darkened instantly. She obviously didn't expect me to move out for this reason. She forced out an awkward smile, walked into the room, and began to inspect it. In fact, she was planning to find some reasons to withhold my deposit, but when she saw me take out my mobile phone and start recording, she didn't dare to play any tricks anymore. After all, if the video were to get out, she would not only be embarrassed, but might also be unable to rent out her house in the future. In the end, she had no choice but to return the deposit to me, but she did not refund the rent for the remaining 20 days of the month. This is in line with the rental rules. After all, rent is generally calculated on a full month basis. I was too lazy to argue with her about this. After all, I had more important things to deal with now. Shortly after I finished inspecting the house, The moving company I called arrived and started to help me move my things. Even when Aunt Lou saw that I had really moved out, she still found it hard to believe that I had a house. She obviously thought I was just moving to a more remote area to rent a cheaper house. So, while I was busy moving things, she approached the moving company workers and tried to find out my new address. "Hello, brother. I'm the landlord of this house. He has some things to send. Can you tell me where he moved to?" Aunt Lou pretended to be kind. The moving company worker didn't think much about it and answered directly. "I heard that they are moving to Longtingjia. You have to ask him for the specific address." Hearing this, Aunt Lou frowned, obviously a little bit unbelieving. Longtingjia Yuan is one of the most upscale residential areas in Longyi City. It was simply impossible for her to believe that I would move in there. However, no matter what she thinks, it's none of my business. I don't need to go out of my way to prove to her where I live. She's not worth wasting my time. After moving everything, I followed the movers to the 32nd floor of Building 7 of Longtingjia Yuan. As soon as I reached the door of my house, I saw Shir squatting in front of my house, seemingly hesitating about something. "Shir, did you leave something at my house?" I asked with some confusion. When Shir heard my voice, she looked up suddenly, obviously not noticing that I had come up. When she saw it was me, she smiled shyly and explained, "No, it's not. I heard you were moving today. I guess you're busy. I came to help." Seeing her slightly nervous expression, I smiled and thought that this girl was really kind. Although there was a hint of caution in her words, I didn't refuse. "Okay, I haven't found anyone to help me yet, so I'll trouble you. I'll treat you to a meal after we finish moving." "Forget about the meal. You've made me earn so much commission today, and you haven't asked me for a rebate yet. I'm already very grateful." Shir smiled and waved her hand. Shir continued, "Besides, our custom here is to cook the first meal at home after moving. If you don't mind, I can cook for you." As she spoke, she raised the bag in her hand, which contained the vegetables she had just bought. It seems that she came prepared and had already planned it out in her mind. I felt warm inside. I didn't expect her to be so thoughtful. So I nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll eat the meal you cooked today." As the workers from the moving company were busy moving things, Shir and I began to tidy up our new home, and I gradually felt a long-lost sense of security in my heart. Unexpectedly, a voice message suddenly popped up on my phone, and the voice was Lu Shi. She seemed to be emotionally broken, and you could tell she was very tired, as if she had experienced some major setback. She complained to me, "I never thought that you, Okai, are actually a rich man with a net worth of over 100 million. This is really unacceptable to me." Her voice was a mixture of anger and self-mockery. Seeing this, I could only sigh helplessly. Lu Shi and I used to have many good memories. After all, we have been together for 5 years. She pursued me for a year, and finally we were together. She was so sincere at that time, and I really loved her. We had a lot of fun during our college years, but after graduation, the pressure of reality began to change everything. Lu Shi's mentality gradually changed. I know that she is in the sales industry and has come into contact with many purposeful people. In her circle of friends, those so-called little sisters got brand name bags, cosmetics, and even sports cars by hooking up with rich men, all of which made her increasingly unbalanced. I had noticed her changes a long time ago, but I never said anything. Her mother and best friend have been dissatisfied with our relationship for a long time, especially her mother, who was not optimistic about me from the beginning. She thought I had no money and her daughter should marry a rich man. Money could solve everything, that was her logic. She has been forcing Lu Shi to break up with me, and Lu Shi's best friend has even taken the initiative to introduce her to rich second-generation guys. Despite this, Lu Shi still persisted. Until Zhao Yu appeared, she was completely shaken. Zhao Yu is the rich second-generation man who drove the BMW M4 after she broke up today. He met Lu Shi through her best friend, and after seeing Lu Shi, he began to pursue her. Although Lu Shi was hesitant, Zhao Yu quickly dealt with her mother. A few days ago, her mother even threatened Lu Shi with a bottle of pesticide filled with iced black tea, asking her to choose between me and her mother. Although she knew it was not poison, this incident gave her a reasonable excuse, so she finally decided to break up with me. When she learned yesterday that I lost my job, her heart was completely shaken. She moved back home and broke up with me early this morning. But I told her the truth when she thought I had nothing. She couldn't believe it. I was not poor, on the contrary, I had money, a lot of money. This huge contrast made her collapse internally, and she could not accept that she had misjudged me all along. Lu Shi's voice continued on the phone. "Oh Kai, you are actually rich, and you asked me to live with you in that shabby rental house. What on earth are you thinking? I could feel her anger. She felt cheated, that I shouldn't have kept it secret for so long, and even her worldview was shattered by it. The ordinary boyfriend, in her eyes, suddenly became a wealthy man beyond her imagination, which was naturally a big blow to her. Why did you come back so early? Didn't you go out to play with Xiao Zhao? Lu Shi's mother's voice suddenly came from the voice chat. Her tone was light, as if she was completely unaware of her daughter's mood at the moment. Lu Shi's emotions seemed to be completely ignited by her mother's words. She said with strong anger, "Why would I go out with him? I'm almost losing my mind." I could tell that Lu Shi's anger was not only directed at me, but also at her mother. She blamed me for hiding the truth and making her miss out on the life of a rich woman. She blamed her mother for forcing her to break up and making the wrong decision. She also blamed Zhao Yu for disrupting her originally peaceful life. "You haven't broken up with that poor guy Okai yet, have you?" her mother continued. Lu Shi was almost yelling. "First, I've broken up with him. Second, he's not poor. He has plenty of money. Today he paid in full for 3 large flats at the sales office where I work, for nearly 90 million. Hearing this, I can't imagine that Lu Shi's mother must have had an expression of shock and confusion. Sure enough, Lu Shi's mother's voice revealed a hint of disbelief. "Impossible. Okai is an orphan. Where does he get the money? If he really has money, would I let you break up with him?" Lu Shi's voice became calmer, but still full of bitterness. "If you don't believe it, you can check it. You can check the account flow of the group. He has paid more than 50 million in cash today." After saying this, I heard Lu Shi sigh deeply. She said she was tired and wanted to rest. Then, the sound of her mother's footsteps was heard in the voice, and she was obviously going to make a phone call to verify. I put down my phone helplessly and leaned back on the sofa. Lu Shi's reaction was expected, and her mother's questioning was not surprising. They are used to measuring all relationships with money and solving all problems with money. But they don't know that my wealth is not for showing off or proving anything. I looked at the river view outside the window, and my heart was still a little complicated. Although I have broken up with Lu Shi, I have indeed been truly committed to their relationship over the years. Perhaps this ending is good for all of us. Now that the breakup is a done deal, it's time for me to move on with my life. I was sitting in the restaurant, looking at the 3 dishes and a soup that Sure brought out, and my stomach suddenly felt empty. Indeed, I have hardly eaten anything since I was busy this morning. Today, I first met and broke up with Lu Shi, then bought a house, packed up my things, and moved. I was so excited and busy that I ignored the feeling of hunger. But now that I've finally settled down, the feeling of hunger is overwhelming and I feel like my chest is almost sticking to my back. Sure seemed to have seen through my state. She smiled and brought the last dish of stir-fried pork with peppers to the table, saying cheerfully, "Mr. O, it's time to eat. These are all home-cooked dishes. I don't know if they suit your taste." As she spoke, she sat next to me and looked at me expectantly. I looked at the dishes on the table and couldn't help but admire in my heart. Sure is really a talented chef. There were 4 dishes: mapo tofu, stir-fried pork with chili peppers, lettuce with garlic sauce, and a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. Just by looking at the color and smelling the food, I knew that this meal would be good. I couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of tofu and put it into my mouth. Instantly, the spicy and fresh taste filled my taste buds, and I couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Spicy and fresh, tender and smooth, it's so delicious. Seeing this, Sure smiled even more brightly. "If it tastes good, eat more." I smiled and said while eating, "You don't need to remind me. I will definitely not leave any leftovers today. By the way, don't call me Mr. O. It sounds awkward. You can call me Brother Kai. I'm probably older than you." She smiled and nodded, and it was obvious that she was a little embarrassed. I continued to eat. I was so hungry that I hardly even wanted to waste time talking. Sure watched silently from the side, with a blush on her face. Perhaps it was what the 2 sales ladies had said before that made her think something, and her eyes revealed some complicated emotions. I sensed something was wrong with her, and couldn't help but look up at her. "What's wrong? Why is your face so red? Are you tired? Or is the air conditioner too cold?" "No, it's nothing. It might have been a little hot when I was cooking. It will be fine in a while." She waved her hands hurriedly to explain, and fanned herself, the blush on her face becoming even deeper. When I heard her say that, I didn't think much about it and continued eating. The food was so delicious that I finished 3 big bowls of rice in no time. After I had eaten my fill, Sure had also cleared the dishes. She seemed to be hesitating whether to say something. Finally, she raised her head and said in a relaxed tone, "Okay, I've packed everything. I'll go back first." As she spoke, she looked at me, obviously hoping that I would keep her. I could sense that she had some expectations in her heart, perhaps hoping that I would say, "Don't leave so late," or "I just moved in, please stay and help me clean up," and then things might go smoothly. But I didn't think in that direction and habitually replied, "Oh, okay. It's only a little after 7 o'clock. It's not too late. Be careful on the road." I smiled and sent her off, completely unaware of her mixed feelings. Sher's expression was a little subtle, but she finally smiled, took out her cell phone and said, "Mr. O, oh no, Brother Kai, let's add each other on WeChat. It will be convenient for me to contact you when I find the construction team in the future." Okay. I just remembered that we hadn't added each other on WeChat yet, so I took out my phone and quickly added her as a friend. After Sher finished speaking, she carried the garbage downstairs and left. I looked at her back and felt a little warm in my heart. She is indeed a very sincere and caring girl. However, I didn't think much about other things. I was more thinking about how to plan for the future. I walked into the bathroom, filled a tub with water, and lay down in the jacuzzi. The hot water and the impact of the water flow slowly relaxed my muscles. Today was indeed a busy day. Although I was physically tired, I felt particularly fulfilled mentally. But while lying in the bathtub, my thoughts did not stop. Instead, I began to think seriously about making money. Today, I bought a house according to the system's prompts, but the system did not prompt me that I had made money. It seems that the system will only judge my profits and give me rewards when I actually make money. This means I need to look for investments that can generate quick returns rather than long-term investments. Stocks? A thought flashed through my mind. I have never been involved in stocks and funds, as I always feel that the risks are too great. But now with the help of a system, I may give it a try. Besides stocks, antiques, bargain hunting, or gambling on stones? Gambling? I shook my head and threw the last thought out of my mind. Illegal things cannot be done. At least I am not considering it at the moment. The stock market, however, seems to be a good choice. I turned on my phone and started looking for some information about stock trading. For a big player, like me who earns 100 million every day, the best option is to directly find a financial company to cooperate with. After thinking for a while, I decided to find a reliable financial company tomorrow to see how to operate stock investment. "I'll do it tomorrow," I whispered to myself before closing my phone, leaning back in the bathtub, closing my eyes, and enjoying this rare moment of relaxation. The next day, I arrived at my destination, Tianyi Securities. Tianyi Securities is the largest securities trading market in Longyi City, and even in the entire Linjiang Prefecture. It has a good reputation, a large capital throughput, and is backed by capital from several private banks, so it is very stable. This is why I chose to come here. When I walked into the lobby, I found that the place was a bit deserted. I don't know if it was because it was too early, or if the financial industry was really in a downturn right now. There were only a few citizens in the hall filling out forms at the counter, and it looked like the place was deserted. I was looking around when suddenly a girl came over. "Hello, sir. Are you here to open an account?" The girl's voice was clear and professional. I looked up at her. She was probably in her 20s, with long hair and wearing a pair of rimless glasses. She looked capable and pretty, but her age also told me that she might not have much experience. A clerk like her who only attracts clients should not have entered the core of the securities industry yet. "Oh no, I'm here to look for a trader. I need a group of obedient traders to operate a sum of funds," I said bluntly. When the girl heard what I said, her eyes lit up. This was obviously much more profitable than the simple account opening business, and she keenly smelled the opportunity. "Hello, my name is Su Nua. May I ask your name?" She hurriedly introduced herself politely. "No need to bother, my last name is O." I responded simply. "Hello, Mr. O. How much money do you need to operate?" Su Nua asked cautiously. I held up a finger and smiled. "A million," she guessed. I shook my head. 10 million? Her breathing seemed a little rapid, and she stared at me nervously. I shook my head again, and Su Nua's eyes gradually revealed confusion and even embarrassment. "If it's 100,000 or 10,000, you can do it yourself on the app." She smiled slightly, trying to hide her embarrassment. I stopped teasing her and said bluntly, "For now, there are 110 million, and there may be additional funds later." As soon as I finished speaking, Su Nua's eyes widened instantly, as if he was frightened by my number. She even had some difficulty standing, and her breathing became rapid. Obviously, 100 million was an astronomical figure for her. 100 million? She repeated stutteringly, as if she couldn't believe her ears. "Yes, 100 million. Is that too much?" I asked calmly. I was used to the system giving me 100 million every day. This number had no impact on me anymore. I can definitely eat, but I may not be able to eat. Su Nuwa struggled for a moment and finally decided to tell the truth. Please wait a moment. I will call the manager over. She obviously understood that she might not be able to handle such a big client, but she still hoped that the manager would give her a share of the profits. While Su Nuwa was leading me to the elevator, he hurriedly sent a message to the manager. After a while, we took the elevator to the third floor. When the elevator door opened, a middle-aged man who had been waiting for a long time came up to me and shook my hand warmly when he saw me. Mr. O? Hello, my last name is Sun Tao, and I'm the business manager here. You can just call me Xiao Sun. He had a smile on his face and obviously attached great importance to me as a potential big customer. His attitude was also very respectful. I smiled and politely replied, I'd better call you Manager Sunday. That's fine, Mr. O. This way, please. Sun Tao enthusiastically led me to the office and said to Su Nuwa, Su Nuwa, you can go down. Su Nuwa's face darkened, and she was obviously disappointed. She seemed to have realized that this big deal might have nothing to do with her. But I didn't intend to let her work in vain. After all, she was the first one to receive me. Don't go down, let's talk together, I said to Su Nuwa. Su Nuwa was stunned, obviously not expecting me to help her. She turned to look at Sun Tao, her eyes full of expectation. Sun Tao was also very sensible and quickly said, come in and pour some tea. In this way, Su Nuwa and I entered Sun Tao's office together. After we sat down, Su Nuwa quietly brewed kung fu tea beside us. It was obvious that she had received professional training. After a while, a cup of fragrant green tea was placed in front of me. To be honest, I don't usually drink these fancy teas. At most, I just drink some iced black tea. But the occasion is different now, so I should pretend. I picked up the teacup and smelled it, then took a sip and nodded. Seeing my expression, Sun Tao quickly smiled and said, this is the Guzheng Maojian tea that just arrived this year. If Mr. O likes it, you can bring some back later. Let's not worry about the tea yet. Let's talk about deductions and commissions. I put down the teacup and got straight to the point. Mr. O is such a straightforward person. Sun Tao immediately followed up with a smile on his face. He had obviously noticed that I was a decisive person and knew that there was no need for too much politeness, and he went straight into the negotiation phase. We then went into detail about commissions and transaction fees. I know I am not here to study finance. I have the help of the system, and any investment opportunity can be handled with just the system's prompts. So, what I need is an obedient team with strong execution ability, rather than those self-righteous people who like to give and take orders. The negotiation went smoothly. The conditions offered by Sun Tao were also good, with reasonable deductions and a relatively low commission rate, which was a very favorable cooperation plan. Considering that I had ample funds, I didn't pay much attention to these numbers. Finally, we reached a preliminary cooperation intention. Sun Tao promised to equip me with the best trading team and personally monitor this business. After the conversation, Su Nuwa and I left Sun Tao's office together. She looked in a good mood and was obviously very satisfied with the results of the day. I also breathed a sigh of relief. All I had to do now was wait for the system to alert me to suitable investment opportunities, and I would leave the rest to them. Chapter 11. Private Contact. We charge 0.03% of the fee for opening an account here, but I will waive this small amount for you. As for traders, we charge you 2% management fee and 20% of the profit. Of course, I can decide and lower it a little bit and charge you 1.8% management fee and 19% of the profit. After hearing what Okai said, Sun Tao also spoke directly. Even though the reduction ratio seems not high, one was reduced by 0.2% and the other was reduced by 1%, it is actually a considerable amount of money. For a capital of 100 million, 0.2% is 200,000, and a profit of 1% is even more uncertain. But Okai is not going to give them so much. I don't need you to give me advice. The trader I'm looking for just needs to follow my instructions. Okai interrupted him by stretching out his hand and spoke at the same time. You mean, we can trade according to your opinion and we don't need our traders to do it? To be honest, Mr. O, the stock market is much more terrifying than gambling. If you are not careful, you will lose everything. I understand that you hope to participate in making money, but there is no need to do so. It is better to leave professional matters to professionals. Upon hearing Okai's words, Sun Tao also hurriedly spoke up. He said this because, on the one hand, he was reluctant to give up the share of the profit, and on the other hand, of course, it was because they would lose all the 100 million under Okai's command. People outside don't know that all the money was lost by Okai's operation. They only know that the money was paid out by Tianyi Securities, which is a slap in the face of Tianyi Securities. Especially now, when the financial situation in the world is not good, they need to be extremely careful when trading. If Okai is allowed to trade, the 100 million may be lost in minutes, which forces him to persuade Okai. I just need some obedient traders. As for the profit and loss, you don't need to be responsible. If I lose everything, just consider it a lesson for me. So, do you want to take this job? Seeing Sun Tao's anxious look, Okai also spoke at this time. Hearing what Okai said, a drop of cold sweat broke out on Sun Tao's forehead. He was considering whether to accept it. If he were to take the job now, he could indeed increase the management fee and make a lot of money, but compared to the reputation of this era, he was a little unsure. After pondering for about 3 minutes, Sun Tao couldn't help but shook his head helplessly. I'm sorry, Mr. O. If you insist on doing it yourself, we may not be able to take such a large order from you. In the end, Sun Tao decided to be cautious and turned down the order from Okai. In that case, even if the deal fails, I'll go check out a few other places. Hearing what Sun Tao said, Okai naturally smiled and prepared to leave. When Sun Tao heard what Okai said, he also sighed. 100 million, he was indeed a little reluctant to part with it, but they were the largest securities trading company in Longyi City, and they could afford the loss of 100 million. So he shook hands with Okai and sent him to the elevator. After leaving Tianyi Securities, Okai stood on the street, waiting for a taxi while searching for other securities companies on the internet. But just as he was about to leave, a voice suddenly came from behind. Mr. O. Hearing this voice, Okai couldn't help but look back and found that Su Nuwa had already run out of Tianyi Securities at some point. This made Okai stunned. Could it be that Tianyi Securities changed its mind? Seeing Okai's puzzled look, Su Nuwa hesitated for a moment, then spoke through gritted teeth. Mr. O, from what I heard from you just now, it seems that you don't need investment consultants, but only some obedient traders, right? Looking at this promise, Okai immediately understood her thoughts. Is this girl planning to do private work? Yes, you want to do it? But you are too few to do it alone. 110 million in cash must be divided into more than 100 accounts, and at least a dozen people are needed, and later I may go to Hong Kong stocks or US stocks, which requires connection with banks. This is why I look for a serious securities company. Of course, the most important thing is that I may not trust your professional quality. Looking at Su Nuwa, Okai also spoke directly and frankly. Mr. O, I know everything you said. In addition to myself, I can also bring more than a dozen people to you. As for professional quality, you can sign a contract with us first to try it out. If it doesn't work, you can resign at any time. As for connecting with banks, I also know people from Zhenya, Yanxin, and Minzhong banks, and can provide external connections. After hearing what Okai said, Su Nuwa gently pushed her glasses and said with shining eyes that for her, she would not miss this opportunity from Okai. If she missed it, she didn't know how long she would have to work as a clerk here. Hearing her words, Okai couldn't help but frown. He is assessing the risks. After all, if he found a private person, although these people could do what he wanted to do, he would be at a loss if they did something wrong. But think about it, the loss is just 100 million. He will have it again tomorrow. So after thinking about it, he felt that the risk was worth taking. How long will it take you to prepare? If it's domestic A shares, we can do it anytime. If it's Hong Kong stocks, it may take us a few days, but I don't think you dare to ask us to go to Hong Kong stocks directly. Hearing Okai's question, Su Nuwa also spoke. Okay, I'll give you 10 minutes. I can arrange an office space, but you need to prepare the computers yourself. In 10 minutes, bring your people and gather here. Yes. After hearing Okai's words, Su Nuwa said excitedly that she had never thought that she would actually seize this opportunity. She immediately picked up her cell phone and made a call. As for Okai, he also picked up the phone and was hesitating about who to call. If I were to cooperate with a securities company, they would naturally be responsible for the network, rest area, meal ordering, and so on. However, now I am cooperating with Su Nuwa, so these things should be provided by myself as their own company. But who should he find to do this? Call those brothers of mine? They probably wouldn't believe me now. If anyone else were to call me and ask me to quit my job and work with him, even Okai wouldn't believe it. So if you want to find someone, you have to find someone who knows his own strength. But such a person. After thinking for a while, Okai suddenly saw Shir, whom he had just added yesterday. She seemed good. Chapter 12. Start operation. Mr. O, everyone is here. 10 minutes is neither long nor short. When Okai called Shir and arranged the situation at Longting Jiayuan, 14 people had already gathered around Su Nuwa. These 14 people, both men and women, are all very young. One can tell at a glance that they are the ones who cannot attract investment from Tianyi Securities. but they should all have several years of experience in the financial industry and at least be able to trade. This can be seen from the notebooks they each carry with them. Okay, if you have a car, just drive it yourself. If there is no room, take a taxi to Longtingjayuan. I will reimburse the full cost. Looking at the people around him, Okai also started talking with a smile. To be honest, after hearing what Okai said, these people were actually a little nervous. How can you take a private job and end up with a boss who doesn't even have a car? However, they remembered what Su Nua had said, that the boss was not originally prepared to take private work, which made it even easier for Su Nua to get the job, so they temporarily suppressed their nervousness. Then several people went to the parking lot and drove away. Okai also took their car and came to Longtingjayuan. As they got here, these people became more and more uneasy. How could the operation be carried out in the family quarters? But soon, when Okai took them in the elevator and arrived at the 31st floor of his house, the doubts in these people's hearts disappeared in an instant. I have to say that it is good to have a good house. At least it is a symbol of strength. At this time, the 31st floor has completely changed. The originally largest hall has been cleared out at this time. Except for the 100-inch TV in the middle, the other spaces have been filled with office desks and chairs. There is a gigabit network cable next to each table and chair. Although it cannot be compared with that of securities companies, it can be operated barely. After seeing Okai and others arrive, Shur, who was directing a few security guards who were temporarily brought over to help arrange things, ran over immediately. Brother Kai, the tables and chairs have been arranged, and the manager has also strengthened the network here, so there shouldn't be any problems. I haven't had time to buy a coffee machine yet, so I'm temporarily booking one from the coffee shop downstairs. They're making it. I'll go buy some fruit later. Is there anything else you need to arrange? Looking at Okai, Shur asked with some trepidation. She just received a call from Okai, asking her if she was interested in being his assistant. She was confused, but fortunately, she reacted quickly and agreed immediately. Then Okai asked for her bank card and directly transferred 100,000 yuan to her. Then he asked her to start connecting with the property, borrowing people, tables and chairs, strengthening the network and setting up a rest area. So far, Shur has done a good job. Okay, everything will be done at your own pace. When you go to buy some fruit, order lunch as well. It must be of the highest standard. It can be top-notch private dining or 5-star hotel food. We want the best of everything. Other water and other supporting items must also be prepared. Oh, and besides you, no one else will be allowed to enter this room later. Listening to Shur's words, Okai also started giving orders at this time. Hearing what Okai said, Shur immediately nodded in response, and then immediately started to busy herself with the things Okai asked her to do. As for Su Nua, he had already brought people to test all the computer networks and also synchronize them to the 100-inch TV. After all this was done, Okai stood in front of the big screen and looked at the trend of the market displayed in front of him. However, in his sight, in addition to the trends of the market and stocks, there are also many upward or downward arrows above these stock numbers. As his eyes swept over, he could clearly see when each stock would fall and when it would rise. In addition to the time of rise and fall, it also clearly describes the maximum amount that can be invested. Because if the stock market makers feel that they have lost money, they may blow up their positions and overturn the table. This also needs attention. It's okay to cut the flesh, but you can't be too harsh and make the other party angry. This is still the domestic stock market. If it is Hong Kong stocks or US stocks, where you can use leverage, then you need to be more careful and attentive when operating here. Just as he was looking at these stocks and choosing what to buy later, Su Nua came to his side and took out 14 accounts. These accounts are public accounts. The operations will be carried out through these accounts. I don't know how to allocate the funds. Looking at Okai, Su Nua also started talking. Each account gets 7.5 million. Divide them among yourselves. Also, everyone must listen carefully. I will buy whatever I want to buy. If anyone buys recklessly, I will not only kick them out, but also hold them accountable. Do you understand? After hearing Su Nua's words, Okai took out his mobile phone and started operating it. While operating, he also started talking to the other 13 people present. After hearing what Okai said, everyone responded loudly, I understand. After 105 million was deposited into 14 trading accounts, Okai also turned his attention to the 4 stocks. Divide into 3 accounts, all Tianyuan information, 3001XX.SZ, 2 accounts to buy Lungyan Environment, 4 accounts to buy Blue Sky Medicine, and 5 accounts to buy Yinxia Technology. After hearing Okai's words, Su Nua gave the order immediately. But when these people found these licenses and prepared to buy them, they were actually a little tangled, because the four companies mentioned by Okai seem to have some problems. Tianyuan Information mainly produces communication base stations. It just went bankrupt not long ago, saying that the base stations they were researching had problems and the radiation exceeded the standard. Several residential communities in China were forcibly demolished. The stock price has also been falling for 4 days in a row. Isn't it a bit unwise to buy it now? Longyan Environment. This stock has been very dull, neither losing nor gaining. It's not interesting. Blue Sky Medical. This was the scandal that broke out last year. It was said that their CEO accepted bribes from the director of a tertiary hospital. As a result, both of them were arrested and Blue Sky Medical declined. The only one worth buying is Yanxia Technology, but according to industry leaders, their company's increase will not exceed 1.37%. Is there any point in buying it? Looking at everyone's puzzled eyes, Su Nuan nodded at this time, indicating that he just needed to be obedient. At this moment, these people also began to buy all the scattered stocks on the stock market with a hesitant attitude, and soon all the 105 million funds were spent. Then they all looked at Okai, who had walked aside to drink tea. Is this it? Chapter 13. I said they will rise. Mr. O, what should we do next? You don't have to do anything. Just take a rest. If you feel sleepy, you can go to the next room and take a nap. If you're thirsty, there is water here and a coffee machine over there. When I tell you to sell something, you can sell it and then just follow my instructions to buy other things. After hesitating for a while, Su Nual walked to Okai's side under the gazes of others and asked with some confusion. And Okai calmly told them that they could rest. Okay, but Mr. O, I want to discuss these 4 stocks with you. Among these 4 stocks, except for Yanxia Technology, which may be held for a long time and has some long-term profit opportunities, the other 3 stocks do not seem to be suitable for purchase. Hearing Okai say that it was time to take a break, Su Nual couldn't help but feel a little confused. She didn't quite understand what Okai was going to do, but since the boss told her to take a break, she didn't know what to say, because she was more concerned about the stocks that Okai bought. I said they would skyrocket within half an hour. Do you believe me? Just now, Okai had seen the changes in positions through the big screen. He knew that Su Nual and the others had listened to him and bought the stocks, so at this time he also smiled and started talking to Su Nual. Do you have any inside information? Seeing how confident Okai was, Su Nual couldn't help but feel a little dazed, and then he asked Okai tentatively in a low voice. But this time Okai just smiled and didn't answer. Are you kidding? How could he get any inside information? It's all because of the system. Seeing Okai like this, Su Nual stopped asking. They would know whether it was true or not in half an hour. But less than half an hour had passed. After they had rested for about 10 minutes, Blue Sky Medicine was the first to take action. Blue Sky Medicine, which had been emitting green light, suddenly began to turn, and a small arrow slowly rose up. This change also made the 2 people who had bought Blue Sky Medicine and were still paying attention to the screen feel a little nervous. They couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then they wiped their eyes and shouted, Blue Sky Medicine. Blue Sky Medicine has increased. Where? Damn, it really went up. I didn't hear any rumors. It's rising so fast. It's almost up to 1 cent. Hiss, it's almost 1.3 cents. After hearing what the 2 said, the few people who were originally strolling nearby instantly became alert, and then returned to their chairs to look at the stock price of Blue Sky Medical. Looking at the excited expressions of these people, Okai chuckled. This is just the beginning. Soon, it will reach the daily limit, and it will remain at the daily limit for several days. It will eventually rise by more than 60% and will slowly stabilize after 7 days. Then it will probably rise by about 4% in the long run, which is at least higher than the bank's interest rate. But Okai will not care about this little money by then. Although I don't know why, this is indeed what Okai saw. In other words, Blue Sky Medical is too small. If more than 100 million yuan is invested in it, it will collapse. Otherwise, OKC would have bought all of Blue Sky Medical. At this time, these traders had no idea what was going on. Looking at Blue Sky Medical, they were almost going crazy as they saw that the stock price would go higher every time the index was refreshed. 1%, it's increased by more than 1%. Shit, it's almost over 2%. This growth trend is not going to break 3% this morning. This is too exaggerated. I feel like even 5% might not be enough. Looking at the data that was almost stretched into a straight line, these people were also communicating in low voices. But at this moment, someone suddenly shouted again. Tianyuan Information is also rising. Tianyuan Information is also rising. After hearing what this person said, everyone couldn't help but look at the interface of Tianyuan Information and found that Tianyuan Information was indeed rising. At this moment, Another group of people also shouted. Longyan Environment has also started to rise. Sure enough, 3 of the 4 stocks that Okai originally purchased have changed, and the progress seems to be very fast. Now only Yinxia Technology is left, and it is only rising slowly. After taking a look at the image of Yinxia Technology on her screen, Su Nuo couldn't help but swallow her saliva and then looked at Okai in surprise. She was now 100% sure that Okai must know something inside. Seeing his calm face, as if he was confident and had everything under control, she couldn't help but feel emotional. What does it mean to remain calm when facing a catastrophe? This is it. You know, the stocks bought by Okai at this time have risen by about 2% on average. 2% of 100 million is 2 million. He made 2 million in such a short time, but he didn't look excited at all. This is a person who truly achieves great things. Of course, if Okai knew that Su Nuo thought this way about him, he would probably feel ashamed. Just kidding. The reason why he was so calm was mainly because he knew that these 4 stocks would all hit the daily limit. And the most important thing is that he doesn't quite understand what a share price increase of 1.2 or 2.3 cents means. He doesn't have a clear concept of it. He had never traded stocks before, so how could he understand these things? Even some financial knowledge he had learned was what he had checked online last night. Now he only knew that his money was constantly increasing. But it hasn't been proposed yet, so the system doesn't count as his profit. Amidst these people shouting and yelling, about an hour passed, and Blue Sky Medical, which had risen first, had already risen by 6%. And at this time, finally, the news of Blue Sky Medicine was exposed on the internet. The Blue Sky Medical Research and Development Department has just held a press conference. The 3rd-generation targeted drugs they are researching have made great progress. Now that the 3rd phase of clinical trials has been completed, the countdown to the listing has officially begun. At this time, everyone realized why Blue Sky Medical's share price had risen so wildly. It was obvious that some capital had obtained the internal information of Blue Sky Medical in advance. Therefore, these investors also entered the market early and started to make plans. After the investors learned the news, they immediately went online to purchase Blue Sky Medical, but found that all the scattered shares of Blue Sky Medical had already been sold out. At the same time, the growth rate was increased to a higher level. In just less than 20 minutes, that is, at about 10:30, Blue Sky Medical had reached its daily limit, a daily limit of 10%. In other words, at this time, Okai had already made 1.5 million from Blue Sky Medical stock. The stocks in the stock market are already worth 16.5 million at this time. At this time, the other 3 stocks have just started to take off. At the same time as the news from Blue Sky Medicine was released, the National Information Bureau also released a survey result, and this was about Tianyuan Information. Chapter 14. Crazy Growth. Crazy Growth. Crazy Growth. Sister Su, the Ministry of Information has released information that there is no problem with Tianyuan Information's equipment and that the radiation is not excessive. The share price of Tianyuan Information has also risen. As someone received the message, he also shouted to Su Nuo. After hearing his words, Su Nuo ran over and started to take a look. Sure enough, after this information was released, Tianyuan Information, which had already been rising today, rose even faster. However, just as these people were looking at the Tianyuan Information that was almost stretched into a straight line, Okai also walked over at this time. Note: when the price of Tianyuan Information reaches the first daily limit, sell all of it. Sell? Yes. Hearing Okai's words, the traders here were very surprised and shocked. In their opinion, Okai sold the stock too hastily. After seeing this news, they had great trust in Tianyuan Information. However, if Okai said to sell, they would definitely not disobey, especially after seeing Okai's performance. At this time, they were very sure that Okai must know something. The reason why Okai chose to sell at the first daily limit was because the subsequent increase of Tianyuan Information was actually very average. Tianyuan Information's original share price was around 12.31 yuan, because it was revealed a while ago that their base station equipment had excessive radiation levels. So their stock price has been suppressed severely recently, and now it is only 10.08 yuan. Now that this news has been exposed, there will definitely be a wave of increase, and its stock price will at least rise back to the position before the decline, but because it is different from Blue Sky Medical. Blue Sky Medical has researched something new, but it hasn't come up with any high-tech products afterwards, so the stock price is probably stuck near the original point. There will definitely be a daily limit increase today, but the subsequent increase may take a long time to increase, and Okai is too lazy to wait for it to rise. Therefore, it is the best choice to harvest the first wave of daily limit today. There is also new news from Longyan Environment. Just after Okai finished instructing Tianyuan information on how to operate, several people who were staring at Longyan Environment also started talking. Then everyone immediately paid attention to the new news from Longyan Environment. In fact, Longyan Environment is just as they judged. This company is half dead, and there is not much worth paying attention to. The new news released by Longyan Environment at this time is actually unrelated to the company's products. The information they released is about equity changes. Their original largest shareholder sold their shares to Kerry Biopharmaceuticals, and Kerry Bio has decided to invest 8 billion yuan in Longyan Environment. Kairui Bio is currently the largest biological environmental protection company in China, with a market value of more than 200 billion. With the joining of Kerry Bio, the future of Longyan Company is naturally promising. So at this time, the stock of Longyan Environment also began to rise rapidly. Seeing this, Su Nua's eyes began to sparkle with stars when he looked at Okai. This Okai is really strong. His inside information actually covers 3 industries: medicine, environment, and communications. If Yinsha Technology could also explode today, it would be too exaggerated. But at this time, Okai was not paying attention to Su Nua. He was talking to the people who bought Longyan Technology. You can hold Longyan Environment for 2 days, and then sell it when it reaches the daily limit tomorrow. Yes, boss. After hearing Okai's words, everyone at this time couldn't help but respond. Now they really have no hesitation at all about Okai's decision. What everyone is paying the most attention to right now is Yinsha Technology, which has not yet made any progress. Everyone wants to know when Yinsha Technology will explode. At this point, they had no doubt that Yinsha Technology would explode. They were just waiting for the right time. However, they had not waited until Yinsha Technology exploded yet. At this time, Shir came back first. She brought a lot of workers with her, bought everything they needed, and then started to work in the kitchen alone. Soon, the rest area was filled with washed and cut fruits, a brand new coffee machine, various drinks, and various snacks. At 11:30, when the stock market was temporarily closed, the lunch she ordered just happened to arrive. The lunch was prepared by a high-end private restaurant nearby. The sales center here had been there for team building before, so she knew the food here tasted very good, and the portions in this restaurant were also quite large, enough for an adult. The 16 people then had lunch together in the restaurant here. Okai was very satisfied with what Shir had prepared. The lunchbox delivered here tastes very good, and the other fruits, snacks, drinks, etc. are also quite good. The most important thing is that she knows how to save money. The price she paid for these things is much cheaper than the retail price outside, which can basically be regarded as the purchase price. Okai is naturally very satisfied with an assistant who is so beautiful, efficient, and can save him money. So while everyone was eating, Okai also started chatting with Shir. Good job. It seems like you are very suitable to be an assistant. How is it going? Have you quit your job? Not yet. After hearing Okai's words, Shir also said timidly, Go and quit your job in the afternoon, and then find a law firm to make 14 confidentiality contracts and 15 employment contracts for me. 14 of them will be blank. For your copy, the monthly base salary will be 50,000, and commissions will be calculated separately. Okai said to Shir while eating the lunch in front of him. Hiss, 50,000? After hearing Okai's words, not only Shir, but even Su Nua and the others couldn't help but look at Okai in shock. The monthly salary is 50,000, which is 600,000 a year. If commissions are included, wouldn't the annual salary be close to 1 million, or even over 100? For a moment, they couldn't help but look at Shir with envy, but then they changed their minds and realized that Okai would definitely not just play the stock market for a few days. If they performed well, they might be able to follow Okai in the future, and by then, their income would only be higher. Thinking of this, they all looked at each other and saw excitement in each other's eyes. Only Shir was a little dazed at this time. A month? 50,000? Or is it the basic salary? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She really had never dared to think of such a price before. This really made her a little overwhelmed. The only thought in her mind at this moment was, is Okai sure he doesn't want to sleep with her? Now she didn't even need Okai to remind her. All she needed was a look from Okai, and she would be willing to take the initiative to get into his quilt. After all, at this price, she couldn't refuse it. Chapter 15. Reward? Manager, I'm here to hand in my resignation. Resign? Why? After Shir finished lunch at Okai's house, she returned to the sales center in a daze, then went directly to the office, printed out a resignation report, and came to the manager of the sales department. And at this moment, Lu Shi and other sales ladies were also resting here, preparing to go to work in the afternoon. After hearing what Shir said, Everyone else was confused, except Lu Shi, whose heart skipped a beat. Her sixth sense told her that Shu's resignation was most likely related to Okai. Sure enough, after hearing what the manager said, Shu also said with a smile, "Well, I'm going to work as an assistant for Brother Kai." "Oh, Mr. O? All right, little girl, did you succeed? Being Mr. O's assistant? It's worth the trip today. How much did Mr. O prescribe for you?" "It must be over 10,000. After hearing what Shu said, many sales ladies nearby started talking with envy, and at the same time asked Shu about her new job. But people are all vain, and Okai never said that she was not allowed to raise her salary, so Shu also smiled and spoke up. "The salary is quite high. The base salary is 50,000 a month." "Hiss, 50,000? Is she really just an assistant? The kind that doesn't sleep with you?" "It's worth it even if it's just sleeping with someone. Nowadays, supporting a college student only costs 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month, or 50,000 yuan a month, and that's the basic salary. It must be hundreds of thousands a year." Upon hearing what Shu said, all the women couldn't help but gasp. Especially Lu Shi, his expression was very ugly. "Okai and I have known each other for 6 years and have been together for 5 years. Let alone 50,000. He has never given me even 10,000. Now that we have just broken up, he is offering another girl 50,000 a month. What does he mean by this?" "Okay, congratulations. The commission for Mr. O's house will be paid to you at the end of the month." No one cared whether Lu Shi's face was ugly or not. After hearing about Shu's basic salary, the manager here couldn't help but feel a little emotional. "I have to say that a person's fate is determined by heaven, and one really needs to meet a noble person." Although he was envious in his heart, he knew that he could not afford to offend Okai. So he calmly took the resignation letter and indicated that he approved it. Shu also bowed politely to the manager and prepared to leave. But when she was about to leave, the manager suddenly stopped her. "Oh, by the way, I heard the security guard you asked to help say that Mr. O had found a dozen people at home and were busy with something. Can you tell me about it?" "Of course, if it's inconvenient, forget it." Looking at Shu, the manager asked in confusion. "I'm not too sure. I just know that they are traders. It seems that Brother Kai took out 100 million yuan and invested it in the stock market, and they are responsible for the operation." Even if Shu knew the details, she couldn't tell them. But she could tell them this kind of information that anyone could check. After all, these people had to be allowed in and out of the community by the security guards. And when she heard that Okai had taken out another 100 million to trade stocks at home, at this moment, everyone couldn't help but gasp again. Sure enough, rich people play differently from them. 100 million for everything, 100 million for playing. As for Lu Shi, his eyes became even gloomier at this time. "Think about Okai, and then think about Zhao Yu, who was sent away by me this morning." She felt more and more that her mother must have had a grudge against her in her previous life. Definitely. Obviously, I should be the one standing next to Okai at this moment. Is there anything that I can't do for Shu? Why should I give her 50,000 a month? Why? Lu Shi now feels that his back teeth are about to break. At this moment, she really wanted to rush to Okai's house, ask him why he treated her like this, and then beg him to forgive her and let her come back. But, in front of Okai, it was obviously impossible for her, who was used to being so arrogant, to go. Admit your fault? Admit you were wrong? That's impossible. If Okai came to beg her now, she could still consider it and would not be as decisive as she was yesterday, but asking her to beg him? Impossible. Of course, whether she is capable or not, and what she thinks, has nothing to do with Okai or even Shu. Shu just said a few words, and then turned and left the sales office. Then he went to a law firm, where he obtained 14 confidentiality agreements and 15 employment contracts according to Okai's requirements. Then she took a taxi and returned to Okai's home. At the same time as she came back, two things happened to Okai. One was that Yinxia technology finally rose, and it rose sharply right from the start. Because just now when we were having dinner, the United States suddenly announced that it would lift restrictions on the import of Yanhuang drones. Although Yanhuang subsequently issued an order to restrict the export of drones, Yinxia Technology, a company that studies drones, came into everyone's attention at this time. When Shu came back, Yinxia Technology had already reached its daily limit. As soon as the stock price reached the daily limit, Okai directly sold it together with Tianyuan Information stocks. At this time, when these two stocks were at their daily limit, many people came to buy their stocks. So it can be said that he cashed out perfectly at the highest point. When the amount reaches the account, at this time, the balance in Okai's 8 accounts instantly became more than 8.24 million. Buying and selling stocks requires handling fees, calculated by lot, Basically, one lot will charge about 0.20 million. In other words, these 8 accounts earned Okai a total of more than 5 million. The moment the money arrived, a lot of information suddenly came into Okai's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making money successfully. The amount earned has reached 10,000, and the reward is perfect body. The host's physical fitness will reach the limit of human beings. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making money successfully. The amount earned has reached 100,000, and the reward is Hand of Great Compassion from the world of one person. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making money successfully. The amount of money earned has reached 1 million, and the reward is Vocal Master. The host will be proficient in all musical instruments and vocal techniques. As the 3 system prompt tones came in his mind, Okai felt a warm current instantly flowing through his body. As the warm current flowed, Okai found that his body was undergoing tremendous changes, and a full set of Great Compassion hand techniques emerged in his mind, along with countless musical instrument and vocal practice techniques. To be honest, Okai feels very excited and useful about the first 2 rewards. After all, when one has money, personal health and safety issues become extremely important. But this vocal music, what the hell? With 100 million yuan in pocket money a day, do you still need to get involved in the entertainment industry? What's the use of this thing? Chapter 16. Contract? Boss, the cash has arrived. Which stock should we buy now? Looking at Okai coming out of the bathroom, Su Nuo, who was originally waiting for Okai to make a decision, unexpectedly discovered that Okai seemed to have become more handsome and stronger. But she felt that this might be her own hallucination, because she was very sure that Okai was Okai. His appearance, height, and clothes had not changed. It was impossible for someone to go to the bathroom and come out as a different person. In her opinion, she saw that Okai had become more handsome and stronger, which was most likely due to the filter. After all, what Okai did today really made them admire him beyond words. They had never heard of anyone buying 4 stocks and seeing 4 daily limits. This was too exaggerated, but this was the reality. But in fact, Su Nuo was not wrong. Okai had indeed changed at this time. As the money was exchanged, all the rewards for making money in Okai's mind were sent to Okai all at once. Not to mention the vocal master, the free skill was just taken. But that perfect body in the palm of Great Compassion can be said to be top-notch skills. The palm of Great Compassion and Great Mercy, there is no need to say much about this. It is a martial art that is good at making lamb ribs. The perfect body allows Okai to possess physical fitness that is at the limit of human capabilities, and most importantly, it seems that his body has also undergone some secondary development. He went into the bathroom just now because his pants, which he originally felt were quite loose, suddenly became a little tight, so he adjusted them. According to legend, in the pre-Qin period, there was a big man named Lao Ai. He had a special ability called turning the wheel. Relying on this special ability, he not only made Qin Shi Huang's mother give birth to 2 children for him, but also almost killed Qin Shi Huang, so that the Qin dynasty would no longer be named Zhao. During the spring and autumn period, surnames and clan names were separate. Qin Shi Huang's surname was Ying and his clan name was Zhao. The surname actually came from the mother's clan, while the clan name came from the father's clan. After the 2 were combined into a surname, the clan name was the main one. At this moment, Okai felt that he seemed to have this special ability. Of course, this is just a saying. After adjusting his pants, he washed his hands and left the bathroom. As soon as he came out, he heard Su Nuo's words. Looking at the time, it was almost 2 o'clock, and Okai immediately walked to the screen to check it. He had already decided what to buy after selling Yinxia Technology and Tianyuan Information, and now he just wanted to confirm it again. After taking a look and seeing that neither the arrow nor the information had changed, he also started talking to Su Nuo. Now, among the 8 empty accounts, 4 are used to buy Overdraft Lives in Full, and the other 4 are used to buy Tiangong Education. Pointing to the 2 stocks that appeared on the screen, Su Nuo immediately responded, then quickly returned to the group of people and began to make arrangements. Just when Su Nuo was about to buy stocks here, Shi also came back. He was holding a stack of contracts in his hand. After receiving the contract, Okai took a look at it and then signed 1 copy for Shi in duplicate. The content was the same as what he had discussed with Shi. From today on, she would be his assistant with a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan. As for the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, since Okai was an individual and not a company, this needed further study. But now I do have a contract to take care of myself. Then he called Su Nuo and others who had already bought the new stocks. When these people sat at the dining table that served as a conference room, Okai discovered that their eyes were flashing with sparks when they looked at him. To be honest, He had never encountered such a situation before, but it was quite refreshing to talk about it. So at this time, he also coughed lightly and started talking. Everyone, this is my job here, but now I'm only playing with A-shares and the novice village. In the future, we may go to Hong Kong stocks or US stocks. By then, the intensity of the work will be much greater than this. But I can guarantee that your benefits and income are definitely not comparable to what you had in the securities company before. If you have no objection, you can sign these 2 contracts. If you feel that you are not competent, then I will help you here for a day, and you will also be paid 2,000 yuan. You can go to Sure to collect it. Looking at these people, Okai didn't say anything polite at this time and started talking directly. After hearing what Okai said, Su Nuo came over without any hesitation and took away 2 contracts and 2 confidentiality agreements. Seeing that Su Nuo had taken action, the other 13 had no reason to hesitate and came over immediately and took away the contract and confidentiality agreement. Then these people also looked at it carefully. What is stated in these contracts and agreements is pretty much what they thought. Being a trader is naturally not a 9-to-5 job. If you trade A-shares in China, it's not bad. The market opens at 9:30 a.m. every day and closes at 3:30 p.m., so you have a lot of free time. But if you invest in Hong Kong stocks and US stocks, don't even think about having a normal schedule. It's normal to work around the clock. However, since they have joined the financial industry, they have naturally prepared themselves mentally. What's more, the benefits provided by Okai are extremely good. The other benefits are no different from those in the company. The main difference is the money. In addition to the promises made, each of these people will receive a monthly base salary of 60,000 yuan. Assuming they work 20 days a month, that means their daily base salary is 3,000 yuan. This price is not uncommon in the financial circle. The most important thing is that Okai will take out 5% of his profits as rewards every month and distribute it equally to these 14 people. If these people had heard the number 5% before coming here, they would probably have been a little disdainful. After all, the annualized interest rate of the top bosses in their industry is estimated to be only around 8%. 100 million, earning 8 million a year, is not a small amount. The monthly profit was over 600,000 yuan, but only over 30,000 yuan was given as reward, and it had to be shared equally among 14 people. How much could there be? Each person got over 2,000 yuan, but now it's different. Today, Okai gave them a warning. The shares, 105 million. As a result, today, with still 1 hour left before closing, I have already made more than 10 million. Just give an integer, he earns 200 million a month, 5% is 10 million. On average, one person gets a bonus of more than 700,000 yuan. Including the basic salary, it's 800,000? Is this only 1 month old? Is this just for a shares? If I invest in Hong Kong stocks or US stocks, then will I be financially free? Thinking of this, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. This job is really doable. Compared with the confidentiality clauses and rules set by Okai, hey, compared with nearly 800,000 a month, is this a big deal? You are not allowed to take leave during work. Mobile phones are managed uniformly during work hours. You are not allowed to use fruit phones or smartwatches. You need to check for eavesdropping devices and cameras every day when you come in, etc. In their opinion, this was all as it should be. Hesitating for even a second would be disrespectful to the money. Under Su Nuo's leadership, everyone started signing their names. Chapter 17. Drink? Oh my God, even if I overdraw my life for just 1 hour, the stock price can still go up by nearly 4%? Do they have any new news about the stock price? It's not available online right now, but that doesn't mean it won't be available in a while or tomorrow. That's right. It's impossible that our boss would ask us to buy without knowing the inside story. But seriously, do you know what our boss's family does? Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask about. Hey, Tiangong education also went up, closing up 2.77%. It's expected to soar tomorrow. After everyone signed the contract, Okai got one and they got one. Then they returned to their computers and started to stare at the final closing situation. An hour passed quickly, and as the market closed, Okai's final profit for the day was as high as 11,879,936 million. Of course, because many stocks had not been sold and the money had not been remitted, Okai's 10 million reward had not yet been triggered. But it's just a matter of time. As the market closed here, Su Nuo and others also said goodbye to Okai. After they left, only Okai and Sure, who was packing up her things, were left here. After all, more than a dozen people stayed here for a whole day, and there was a lot of garbage in the room. Sure thought that she was not qualified to earn 50,000 yuan a month, so she could only be more diligent and clean the place well. As for Okai, he scratched his head gently at this time. He felt really overwhelmed. He used to only think about making money, but when he started making money today, he found that he was not actually prepared. There were many things before him at this moment. For example, the office space. He can't always trade stocks in his home. In order to have an office space, he also needs to register a company. After all, he can't hire illegally. For example, he needed to pay the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund for himself, sure, and the other 14 people. And he also needed to get tax certificates for sure and the other 14 people. Some people may say that stock trading is a transfer of property and does not require personal income tax. Indeed, the profits from stock trading are not needed, but those are wages, and any amount over 5,000 must be paid. Okai will definitely not make such a mistake and then get himself involved. There is no need to do that. When he thought of these things, he felt a little scalp tingling. He was just an ordinary man who had worked for 3 years. He really didn't know how to run a company. And the most important thing was that he didn't trust the traders he promised. He certainly couldn't control them remotely, at least not now. Today, he was still thinking that he had promised them in the morning that he would go and look at cars after they bought the stocks. But now, let alone cars, he hasn't even left the room today. So now I need to keep an eye on things here myself, and I need to let others take care of things like starting a company, renting an office building, and setting up an office. But even if you let someone else run, you have to find someone reliable. There weren't many people he could trust at this moment. Just as Okai was tapping the table lightly in thought, his cell phone suddenly rang. Okai took a look and found that the person who sent the message was none other than one of his good friends, Luo Guogang. He was his classmate in junior high school and high school. Although they were not together in college, they had always maintained a close relationship. In addition to him, Okai had 2 close friends. One was Li Weidong, who was also his classmate in junior high school and high school. The other was Chi Yi, who was his college classmate. They were also in the same high school, but not in the same class. Under the leadership of Okai, the relationship between the few people is quite good. The day before yesterday, Okai lost his job, and they were the ones who drank with him. I just don't know what he is doing today. At that moment, Okai also opened a certain message and joined their small group. When he clicked in, he heard Luo Guogong's distinctive duck voice speaking. Brothers, let's go out for a drink tonight. No way. You just drank the day before yesterday, and you're drinking again today? Have you made a fortune? After listening to Luo Guogong's words, Okai hadn't waited for a reply of okay, when Chi couldn't help but speak. Hey, it's impossible for Lao to lose his job. Everyone drinks, and when it's my turn, everyone should stop drinking. Upon hearing Chi Yi's words, Luo Guogang also sighed and said, No, you are unemployed too? Li Weidong, who had been silent until now, immediately said, Not yet, but it will be soon. Doesn't the boss of our company have a young son? He went to the Australian city to play cards and was detained there. Now he needs 60 million to redeem him. Our boss is selling the company now. A new emperor appoints new officials. I guess when a new boss comes, I will have to find a new job. After hearing what Li Weidong said, Luo Guogang was somewhat speechless. When Okai heard what Luo Guogang said, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He remembered that Luo Guogong's company seemed to be in the back-end business. To put it simply, the financial back-end is responsible for information collection and data center. Now the big data module is operated by these companies behind the scenes. Although it sounds like it has nothing to do with stock trading, after all, the biggest requirement for finance is the ability to raise funds. But for Okai, the ability to raise funds is the least important. He now has 14 traders under him, including Su Nuo and himself as the leader. He now needs a company related to finance, with fast internet speed and good office environment. It seems like this one is delivered to my door? Thinking of this, Okai immediately spoke. Then let's have a drink tonight. I just happen to have something to tell you guys. Wow, you replied so quickly. Do you need to pick up Lu Shi from Get Off Work today? After hearing Okai's reply, Luo Guogang joked with a smile. Hey, I got kicked out. I'm single now. Ha 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 ha. Good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes alone. Don't be afraid. Today I will take you to a treasure shop that I found secretly. The lady boss there is amazing. After hearing what Okai said, Luo Guogang couldn't help but laugh with a smug look on his face. I've been to that store before, and the lady boss is really amazing. That bar is really good. After hearing what Luo Guogang said, Chi Yi and Li Weidong also started talking. However, after hearing what these 3 people said, Okai rolled his eyes and couldn't help but say, Digging grass, there's a good place, but you won't take me with you? Also, going straight to the bar at night? No dinner. There's a spicy noodle shop in front of that store, It's a must. Just have a bowl of noodles there in the evening. As for not taking you with you, shouldn't you find out the reason yourself? As a result, as soon as Okai finished speaking, 3 contemptuous looks came from the other side, and Chi also spoke with disdain. Well, it seems that this matter really can't be blamed on others. Chapter 18. Save when you can. Spin when you can. Then Brother Kai. I'm leaving. Go ahead. Find 2 cleaners to help clean up tomorrow. Don't tire yourself out. Hey, this little bit of work won't tire me out. As the time was almost up, Okai and Sure also left his house. At the gate of the community, Sure went back to her rented house, while Okai got a taxi at the gate of the community and prepared to go to the agreed place. Although you can get here by subway, but in Okai, you have to take a taxi. His system had been awakened for 2 days, and he had been given 200 million yuan, and he had also earned more than 10 million yuan, but he felt that his life had not changed at all. I still have boxed lunches at noon, and I'll go eat spicy noodles later in the evening. Spicy noodles? Is that what a billionaire should eat? Although he does like it. So his last act of stubbornness was to take a taxi. But just when he was about to take a taxi, Lu Shi from the sales center also got off work. At a glance, she saw Okai, who was standing in front of the community gate and preparing to take a taxi. Looking at his back, Lu Shi couldn't help but pause. The message sent by her mother in her hand, asking her to have dinner with Zhao Yu, also stopped here. When she saw Okai get into a taxi, she almost subconsciously hailed a taxi and got in as well. Where's the beauty going? Please follow the car in front. The taxi driver asked as soon as she got in the car, and she immediately started talking too. However, after hearing her words, the taxi driver couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then looked at her with some confusion. The person in front is my husband. He came out quietly without telling me. I wanted to see what he was going to do. Looking at the taxi driver's eyes, Lu Shi was not at all nervous. He immediately started talking. Seeing Lu Shi's righteous look, the taxi driver responded, then stepped on the accelerator and ran after the car in front. As for Lu Shi, she did not reply to the message sent by her mother and the message sent by Zhao Yu asking her if she had finished get off work. Her heart could not accommodate these 2 people at the moment, and her eyes were always fixed on the car in front. The taxi drove for only about 10 minutes before stopping. Watching Okai get off the car, Lu Shi also got off the car in the distance, quietly hiding behind a tree, looking at Okai standing in front of a shop called Big Sister Spicy Noodles in the distance, waiting for someone, which made her frown. Who did he invite to eat spicy noodles? His friends? Just when Lu Shi was hesitant, sure enough, several figures appeared. Okai's 3 best friends, Luo Guogang, Qi Yi, and Li Weidong came together. Then the 4 of them walked into the store arm in arm. Seeing this, Lu Shi couldn't help but curl his lips. She knew that even if Okai became rich, the style of him and his friends would not change. But why, in a daze, she seemed to see that the person who walked into the store with Okai turned into herself. Who, calm down. You have broken up. I came here just because. I'm hungry too. After looking around, she found a wonton shop open not far away. So she came to the shop, sat down at a seat by the window, and ordered a bowl of wontons. Lu Shi also kept watching Okai and the other 3 in the spicy noodle shop. These 4 guys, especially Okai, really don't have the slightest awareness of being a billionaire. They eat noodles just like before. Soon, they finished their noodles, and then the 4 of them left together. Lu Shi also paid the bill, and then followed Okai and the others across the street, and came to a bar called Yi Mei, and watched them walk in. Seeing them walk in without any hesitation, Lu Shi couldn't help but frown even more tightly. She remembered very clearly that Okai hated nightclubs. The first time she quarreled with him was because she went to a nightclub with her best friend and had 2 drinks. The 2 of them almost broke up that time, but Lu Shi still loved Okai at that time, so she never went to a nightclub again after that. Now, the day after the breakup, he actually went to the bar with his gang of bad friends. Sure enough, this guy is not a good person. I want to see how you guys play here. Gritting his teeth, Lu Shi tightened his bag, and then quietly followed Okai and others into the bar. He then deliberately chose a corner that Okai and others would not notice and sat down there. At this time, Okai and his group of 4 sat directly next to the bar. Then Qi, whom Lu Shi also knew, stood up with a smile, went to the counter, and spoke to a very coquettish woman inside the counter. Sister Zhou, come and pick up Xiaoha. Drinking Xiaoha again. Do you want to change the flavor? Corona is on sale today. After hearing Gao Yi's words, a woman behind the counter stood up and said to Qi Yi with a smile on her face. Hearing the woman's voice, Okai also looked at her. When he saw her, even Okai couldn't help but stare at her. This woman should be the unique proprietress that Luo Guogang and the others mentioned. Because this woman is really beautiful. This woman looks very tall, almost over 1.8 meters, but she does not give people a feeling of being tall and strong. Instead, she looks very delicate. Her long hair was tied up at the back of her head, but there were many wavy strands of hair falling down beside it. She had a perfect oval face, a pair of eyes that were not too big but as clear as autumn water, a high-nose bridge, and slightly thin lips, forming a stunning painting. But what is most striking is her figure. At this moment, she was wearing a very sexy cheongsam, and a hollow heart-shaped scar on her chest revealed a huge and deep scar. As soon as she stood up, Okai could feel that almost everyone around them was looking at her. As for Chi-Yi, who ordered the wine, well, now his consciousness is almost scattered. Corona, this is on sale. How much is it? Chi-Yi, come back, sister. Let's order Corona and serve it with some ice cubes and lemon. Looking at Chi-Yi, who couldn't even speak clearly, Okai also smiled, although he could say that this proprietress was indeed a master. However, in the past 2 days, Okai has seen many beautiful women, and Lucy is still a beauty, so he reacted quickly and called Chi back. Chapter 19. Do you want to do it with me? Bitch, don't you see how old you are? Do you have any shame? Looking at Chi, who was called back by Okai, and the proprietress who started to prepare, Lucy's eyes were burning with anger. Fortunately, a waiter saw her at this time, came over and attracted her attention. What would you like to order, miss? Give me a Corona, too, with ice and lemon. After hearing what the waiter said, Lucy also said it subconsciously. After that, she pursed her lips and recalled the first time she drank this beer with Okai. It was after they had just watched a racing movie, and they found a stall selling the same type of beer as the one in the racing movie, so they bought some and went home to drink it. As a result, the two of them stuck out their tongues because it was so bitter. They wanted to not drink it, but it was extremely expensive and they couldn't bear to do so. After studying it for a long time, they found that if they drank it with lemon, it would not be bitter but sweet. In the following years, the two of them seemed to have never drunk it again. Unexpectedly, Okai still remembers. Okay. Seeing Lucy's hesitant look, the waiter here didn't say anything more. After responding, he went to prepare beer. At this time, Okai, after drawing the attention of his 3 friends, also talked about the main purpose of his visit today. I have something to tell you 3. Tell me, besides losing your job and being heartbroken, what else is upsetting you? Tell us, and let the 3 of us cheer you up. True friends are like this. They will not be depressed with you, but will use jokes to pull you out of that depressed atmosphere. This is what Okai did when these 3 were in a low mood, and now when Okai is in a low mood, they also use this method on Okai. No, it's a good thing. I'm actually a billionaire. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, Okai also shook his head and said seriously, Damn you liquor, I know you love Lucy very much, but you don't have to go crazy just because she dumped you. As soon as Okai finished speaking, Luo Guogang also spoke. Stop talking bullshit. I'm serious. I'm really a billionaire. I'm planning to set up a financial company to trade stocks. And it just so happens that, Lao Luo, you said your boss wants to sell the company. Is that true? After slapping Luo Guogong's hand away, Okai looked at him and asked, it's true. No, we have been classmates since junior high school. We don't know your family situation. How can you say you are a billionaire? Hearing what Okai said, Luo Guogang also spoke to him with a puzzled look on his face. Just think of it as my father leaving me a piece of land, which has now been demolished and the state has compensated me with hundreds of millions. I am going to start a company, so stop making trouble. I am telling the truth. Seeing the question marks on their faces, Okai also spoke seriously. Several hundred million. Godfather, don't do that. If you really have several hundred million, put it in the bank and I'll negotiate for you. An annualized rate of 3.5% is possible. 100 million is 3.5 million a year. 200 million is 7 million. If you don't do anything, you can make tens of thousands a day. Isn't that good? Seeing Okai's serious look, Li Weidong also spoke seriously. Wow, he was just calling Okai a bootlicker, and now he has turned into a godfather. Yes, godfather, I know the financial circle very well. When it comes to stock trading, you lose money out of 10. How about you lend me some money so I can buy a car? Then, after I lose my job, I can drive for Didi? Luo Guogang also spoke with a smile after hearing what Li Weidong said. Godfather, I'm not that greedy. Just pay for the wine tonight. At this time, Chi next to him also said calmly. Damn, I'm not kidding. I've already found a trader. Now all I need is a company and a place. Do you really want to sell your company? If so, I'll come to you tomorrow and acquire your company. Rolling his eyes, Okai gave each of the three men a middle finger and then spoke seriously. Seeing how serious Okai was, Chi-E, Luo Guogang, and Li Weidong couldn't help but look at each other. Could it be that what Okai said was true? Can a salted fish also have a chance to turn things around? What do you want to buy? My little bar? Business isn't going well right now. If you want to buy it, I'm willing to pay a lower price. At this moment, suddenly a joking voice came from the side, and then Okai and his friends looked in the direction of the voice and saw the proprietress walking over with 2 bottles of beer and some side dishes. Behind her was a waitress holding 2 bottles of beer. After she walked over to Okai and his friends, she also put the beer and side dishes on the table. At the same time, he also said it with a smile. At this time, Okai also saw the lower body of the proprietress for the first time. He couldn't see clearly just now because of the counter, but when he saw it now, he almost had a nosebleed. The proprietress was still wearing a cheongsam, but underneath she was wearing a pair of black socks with letters on them, those who understand will understand, and a pair of black high heels with red soles. Add to that her looks and figure, wow, she is really lethal. Sister Zhou, stop joking. Your restaurant is so popular this evening that it's hard to get a table. Isn't business good? Just as Okai was thinking this, with a calm mind and no fear of the sky falling, Luo Guogang and the others had already reacted and said to the proprietress with a smile, "Hey, I have a lot of business here, but they are all guys like you who come to see legs. They don't pay anything, so how much money can I make?" The woman gave Luo Guogang and the others a charming look, and then she also looked at Okai. "This young man, I don't know you. Is this your first time here?" Yes. Seeing the woman asking him, Okai replied awkwardly. This guy used to be a good man, very affectionate with his girlfriend, and he had to report to us before going out to eat, let alone coming to drink. But he broke up these past 2 days, so we brought him here to broaden his horizons. Hearing the woman ask this, Li Weidong also started talking with a smile. Tisk, when did good man become a derogatory term? Sister, if I could meet a good man, would I need to open a bar in public now? I'll give you 2 bottles of wine. Remember to come and help me with my business. Listening to Li Weidong's words, the woman looked at her with contempt, then placed 2 bottles of beer in front of Okai, and then used her ring to easily open the beer, and then poured a glass for Okai herself and squeezed in some lemon juice. Then he pushed the glass of wine in front of Okai. Chapter 20. The Last Love. Oh, the boss lady poured the wine herself. Haha, brother, you are so lucky. Seeing the boss lady's actions, Luo Guogang and the others started to make a fuss. Although Okai was a little shy, he was not too conflicted. He took the wine glass and took a sip. Well, it was still as sweet as he remembered. Looking at Okai's smiling face, Lu Shi, who was far away, felt that his teeth were about to break. Did she put me poop in the cup? You're laughing so happily. Clenching his fists, Lu Shi couldn't help but feel that his eyes were about to pop out. As for the proprietress here, when she saw Okai drinking the wine, she also laughed. Then she looked around and saw that the stage in the distance was empty. Hey, the resident band hasn't arrived yet, so it's quite quiet. If any one of you can sing, go up on the stage and sing a few songs. If anyone sings well, I'll give them some wine. The proprietress said with a smile, supporting her chin. But don't think that these guys are shouting fiercely, but once they are really asked to go on stage, they will all be silent. But at this time, Luo Guogang rolled his eyes and pushed Okai. You can do it, right? You've always said that you learned to play the piano since you were a kid. Go up and show it off in exchange for some wine? That's right. Didn't you say you could play the piano since you were a child? Really? I just met him in college, and I really don't know if he can play the piano. Listening to what Luo Guogang and Li Weidong said, Chi asked with some curiosity. Hearing what these people said, Okai couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He certainly didn't lie, but there was some exaggeration in his words. They had electronic organ lessons in elementary school, but he only knew 2 songs, one about boat racing and one about dolls and bears dancing. Obviously, this is not something that can be displayed in public now. He couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed when listening to these people's comments. But when he saw the curious look on the face of the proprietress next to him, he felt even more embarrassed. But at this moment, he suddenly remembered that today seemed to have given him the skill of a vocal master. As expected, after thinking about it for a while, he felt that no matter what song it was, he could play it. Damn, he didn't expect that the skill he despised the most could actually be pretended. In that case, he won't be polite. Hey, I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was ridicule and distrust. I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to show my cards. I'm a music master. SK. You just said you were a billionaire. Listening to Okai's pretentious words, Luo Guogang also spoke with contempt at this time. Are there any conflicts between the two? He smiled at Luo Guogang. Then Okai quickly came to the stage, stood in front of an electronic keyboard and tested the sound. After making sure there was no problem, suddenly a piece of music actually rang out, instantly attracting the attention of many people, especially Lu Shi in the distance. When she heard the prelude, her whole body suddenly shook and her pupils dilated unconsciously. She suddenly remembered a song she liked very much. I used to like those soulful songs just like other girls, but Okai likes to call them dog-licking songs. This song was her favorite, and it was also a song she often shared with Okai in the past. Although it was just the prelude, her past with Okai was like the MV of this song, slowly unfolding before her eyes. But the male and female protagonists this time have become them. On the day of the breakup, I got into Zhao Yu's car. In the rearview mirror, Okai stared at his phone in a daze. She suddenly felt a pain in his chest. My breathing seemed to have stopped at this moment. Woman, I'm back. Man, you're back, so late. I'll help you run the bathwater. Woman, Jerry. Woman, I have something to tell you. Man, wow, what national affairs are you talking about? Woman, well, recently there is someone who takes me home every day. I know, I saw it. It's the one driving the black Mercedes. Not bad. Woman, he is pursuing me. Really? Are you in love with him? Woman, he is really good to me. He thinks of me and makes plans for me. He even gave up the opportunity to study abroad for me. So man, stop talking, just tell me, are you in love with him? Woman, I think. Is that so? Do you still remember? I said, if one day you meet a good man who can make you happy and make you happy for the rest of your life, I will choose to let go of my hand and make you happy. This promise will always be valid. So, is this the reason why you didn't ask for my return? The male protagonist in the memory and Okai's face slowly merged at this moment. And the memory shattered at the same time, because Okai on the stage had already started singing. I locked myself up and left only a balcony. Whenever I open the window at night, I stare into the night, looking at the past, scene by scene, reenacting our love. The moment Okai's voice began to sing, not only did tears well up in Lu Shi's eyes, but all the people who came to drink in the audience couldn't help but shudder at this moment, and then looked at the stage in surprise. They really didn't expect that Okai could sing so well. Many waiters forgot to work at this moment, and could not help but stand there in surprise and look at Okai on the stage. Especially Luo Guogang, Qi Yi, and Li Weidong. They used to go to KTV with Okai many times. When did he learn to sing? Weren't those four known as the Ghostly and Wolf Howling bands in the past? Why did you leave the team quietly? My friend's success is more heartbreaking than my own failure. Well, okay. He also said he was a billionaire. Compared to that, it doesn't seem that hard to accept that he can sing. Shit. The problem is that a billionaire can sing well. Is this fair? Regardless of what these people were thinking, Okai was still singing. When the second verse ended, he officially sang the chorus. When the tears start to flow, the pain is overloaded. Separation is another kind of understanding. I'll give it to you. The last love is to let go of your hands, not wanting there to be a sea between the double bed. Let time slowly bleach out the stains of love. Put love in your left front pocket. The final love is letting go. I don't want to argue with words, so I choose not to blame. Love is like a waiting platform. Some people leave and some people come. My heart is a stop sign. It says wait. Chapter 21. Seeing Injustice. Encore, encore. Howl. That sounds good, buddy. When Okai finished the last scale, about 5 or 6 seconds passed before the guests below reacted and started shouting. Listening to the whistles and cheers of these people, Lu Shi, who was originally immersed in memories, finally came back to her senses. Then she took a deep look at Okai, who was still on the stage, and she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Is this the reason why you didn't try to keep me? She drank the beer in front of her in one gulp, stood up, and turned to leave the bar. She is in a state of confusion now. She needs to go home and calm down, but now Okai doesn't know what her situation is. He was on the stage, looking at the people who were making a fuss in the audience. Although they were saying nice things, Okai could see a hint of mockery in their eyes. Well, it's unlikely that he didn't have a 10-year career as a bootlicker if he sings so well. But the problem is that Okai has never been a bootlicker. When I was with Lu Shi at the beginning, it was Lu Shi who took the initiative. You can't say that a man who has a partner but doesn't go to bars, nightclubs, or have his feet massaged is a bootlicker. That would be too despicable. So at this moment, Okai was actually feeling a little unhappy. Just at this moment, he also saw the electric guitar placed next to him. "Fuck you lickers, I am a wolf warrior." Muttering something quietly, Okai also came to the side of the electric guitar. As he pulled the pick, an extremely violent burst of music sounded instantly. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the entire bar became even more intense. Compared to the previous song, Let Go, maybe some people still don't know how to sing it or have never heard of it, but now this song is basically known to everyone. Especially after Okai's wolf howl, the atmosphere in the bar was instantly lifted. At this time, Lu Shi, who had walked to the door, also heard Okai singing in that extremely impure Cantonese. She turned off the evening light and covered her shoulders in silence. Sparks are intertwined, imprisoned in sedimentation. The heart has just been cut and cannot move forward. She seemed to be pulling the magnetism with her fingertips. Love is like a hungry wolf with a very sweet mouth. If you approach her and play with her, her ferocious look will appear. Love is like a hungry wolf. How can you sleep in its arms? She will definitely leave me with a severe injury as a souvenir. Listening to Okai's wild singing, Lu Shi's heart became even more confused, and he couldn't help but quicken his pace and leave here. After this song, Okai played some guitar tricks for a while, then bowed and left the stage with a smile, because he saw a few people waiting backstage. Needless to say, he knew that this was the band that originally performed here, and he couldn't take away their jobs. But just as he got off the stage and was about to walk towards Luogwa Gang and his group's table, suddenly an angry shout came from the table near the stage. "What's wrong with you? Don't you know that the wine has been spilled?" Hearing this voice, many people nearby, including Okai, looked over. As a result, I saw two middle-aged men wearing glasses, who looked like some kind of gentlemen, looking at a waiter next to them with anger on their faces. The waitress was a girl. Although she was wearing a uniform, one could see that she had a good figure and most importantly, her face was very pretty. However, she looked a little too young. At first glance, Okai was not sure whether she was an adult. Of course, it was estimated that Ms. Zhou from this bar was unlikely to employ minors, so she was most likely only around 18, 19 or 20 years old, and was a little panicked when being yelled at by this man. "I'm sorry, you tripped me just now. I'm so sorry." "What? Are you blind? Or is it my fault?" After hearing what the girl said, the guest couldn't help but speak arrogantly. "No, that's not what I meant." Looking at the customer's expression, the waiter spoke anxiously. "I say, little girl, you need to be flexible when you go out to work. I see you are tired from walking around. Why don't you have a drink with your brothers and let this go?" Seeing the frightened look on the girl's face, the other guy revealed his true colors, but his map of the state of Yin was a little too short. "Hey, two old men bullying a little girl. Do you still have any shame?" Looking at the girl here, who was at a loss, and the two wretched guys who wanted to take action, Okai couldn't help but speak directly. Seeing that Okai actually stood up, the two of them couldn't help but look at him. However, it was obvious that when they saw Okai's age, height, build, and the three companions sitting in the distance, the two of them became a little scared. But the guy who started the trouble just now was still threatening. "Does this have anything to do with you?" "It doesn't matter. I just saw you guys bullying the little girl and I feel bad about it." Looking at the two of them, Okai also raised his neck and looked at them with an unhappy expression. "What do you mean we bullied the girl? He was the one who spilled our wine." After hearing what Okai said, another person also spoke up. "Come on, give them another cup of the same drink and put it on my bill. You go and do your work over there." Looking at the spilled wine on the table, Okai was too lazy to talk to them about useless things, so he called a male waiter next to him and asked him to serve them a new glass. Then he pulled the girl and told her to go work far away. Seeing Okai's arrangement, the two of them smacked their lips. Indeed, they couldn't find any fault with it. They would definitely lose the fight now, and they were all ordinary workers. If the situation got out of hand, they would be in big trouble, not to mention that they would have no right to complain now. Okai directly compensated them with a glass of wine, which made the two of them turn their heads away and stop talking. Seeing that the two of them were not causing any trouble, Okai walked back to their table. However, when he got there, he found that the original 2 bottles of beer had become 6 bottles, and the table could hardly hold them all. Didn't I tell you that if you sing well, I'll give you some wine? And you handled it well just now, so I have to thank you for the favor." Looking at Okai's expression, Sister Zhou also spoke with a smile. After hearing what Sister Zhou said, Okai waved his hands. He was just a little excited just now. Seeing Okai's embarrassed look, Sister Zhou suddenly turned around and snapped her fingers at a bartender at the counter. "I've introduced a new way to drink it, and I'd like you to try it today." As he was talking, the bartender took out a big bucket filled with fruits and ice cubes. Then Sister Zhou stood up and poured the open beers into the big ice bucket. She then opened the valve below and poured out several large draft beer cups and placed them in front of the people. Try it. Looking at everyone's gaze, Sister Zhou also smiled and said, Chapter 22, Breakfast. Hiss. When the early morning sunlight shone onto Okai's face through the gap in the curtains, Okai couldn't help but open his eyes with some confusion, and then what came into his eyes was an unfamiliar curtain. Looking at the curtain, Okai was stunned for a while before he came to his senses. Then he immediately looked around and found that he was lying on an unfamiliar bed. The surroundings were also completely feminine. There were several photos on the bedside table, and he was not unfamiliar with these photos because the person in the photo is Sister Zhou. Thinking of this, Okai's whole body stiffened, and then he began to try hard to recall what happened last night. Last night, Sister Zhou said there was a new way to drink it, and they tried it. I have to say, this new way of drinking is really powerful. The sweetness of the fruit, combined with the coolness of the ice cubes and the dilution of the melted ice water, as well as the pure malt aroma of beer, quickly reduces people's sensitivity to alcohol. Okai, originally he could drink about 4 bottles of regular beer and 6 bottles of Corona. Even though his physical fitness had reached its limit, his alcohol tolerance didn't seem to improve much. Last night, he felt that he drank at least 20 bottles. Although he did not have any blackouts and could still recall it now, he had indeed drunk too much. He was so happy after drinking that he only remembered that at the end he pulled Sister Zhou and said that he must prove that he was a billionaire, and then he left with Sister Zhou. Then, I don't know how, I came to Sister Zhou's house, and then the two of us looked at each other, and then we went back to the room inexplicably, and then, thinking of this, he couldn't help but immediately lift up the quilt. Sure enough, the marks on the sheets showed that his memory of last night was not distorted. Damn, why am I still? With a bitter smile, Okai couldn't help but wipe his face, then got out of bed with a guilty conscience. Looking at his clothes beside him, he quickly put them on and quietly walked out of the room. As soon as he came out, he saw Sister Zhou sitting in the restaurant eating breakfast. At this time, she was wearing a green silk suspender pajamas. Her figure and lazy feeling really made Okai's eyes freeze. At this time, Sister Zhou also noticed that Okai came out, so she couldn't help but look at him. Get up, go wash up. I've prepared new toothbrushes and towels for you. Oh. Looking at Sister Zhou's smiling face, Okai responded timidly and then went to the bathroom to wash up. When he came out after he was done, Sister Zhou waved to him and called him to come over for dinner. When he came to the dining table, he found that the breakfast was quite rich. A glass of milk and fried egg, a bowl of porridge, and 2 slices of toasted bread. Okai was indeed hungry at this time, so he started eating immediately, but compared to usual, he was extremely cautious at this time. What? Is this your first time out? Seeing Okai's submissive look, Sister Zhou couldn't help but speak. Ah, there was nothing to hide about this. It was indeed Okai's first time to go out and play, and the first time was, well, it was really embarrassing to think about it. It's my first time too. After hearing Okai's words, Sister Zhou also supported her chin and said to Okai with a smile, I know. Seeing Sister Zhou's expression, Okai also glanced into the room. Isn't it incredible? Tell me, is it possible that I did it later? Seeing Okai's gaze, Sister Zhou also came over and spoke in a low voice. Cough, cough. After hearing what Sister Zhou said, Okai almost choked. What is this? Ha ha ha, it's so fun to tease you. Don't have any psychological burden. I didn't say that I would hold you responsible. I was very satisfied with you yesterday. If you are bored in the future, come and play with me anytime, to the bar or to my house. Just add me on WeChat. Seeing Okai's look, Sister Zhou smiled and patted him, then took out her mobile phone and put it in front of Okai. Looking at Sister Zhou's expression, Okai immediately took out his mobile phone, added Sister Zhou's message, and then asked tentatively with a little hesitation. Sister Zhou, I don't know yet. Your name is? My name is Zhou Qin. I'm 31 years old, 1.78 meters tall. I won't tell you my weight, but my measurements are 97-56-88. Seeing Okai's cautious look, Sister Zhou also started talking with a smile. Upon hearing her words, Okai's face suddenly turned red. This was really exciting. My name is Sister Zhou. I'm 25 years old this year. I'm 1.88 meters tall. I don't know my weight right now, but I estimate it to be around 160. Actually, I can pay. Pay what? Pay. Zhou Qin interrupted Okai directly after hearing his words, and then looked at Okai with amusement. No, it's not. All right, you look scary. Eat quickly, and then go do whatever you need to do. I'm going to catch up on some sleep. You made me almost fall apart last night, and I have to make breakfast for you in the morning. Seeing Okai's flustered look, Zhou Qin gave him a coquettish look and then urged him to eat. After hearing Zhou Qin's words, Okai lowered his head and continued to eat breakfast. However, while he was eating breakfast, Zhou Qin was not idle either. At this time, her right foot always touched Okai's calf from time to time, which really made Okai a little distracted. After breakfast, Okai left Zhou Qin's house timidly. After he left, Zhou Qin yawned, then returned to the room with a smile. After changing the bed sheets, she lay down on the bed and fell asleep. She was right about one thing. Okai had indeed made her too tired. She needed to take a good rest. On this side, Okai, after leaving Zhou Qin's house, also took a taxi and went straight back to Longtingjong. However, when he came back, it was already 9:10 in the morning. Although it had not been officially opened yet, the operation could already begin, so after getting off the car, Okai jogged all the way home. His figure happened to be seen by Lu Shi, who was working in the hall. When Lu Shi saw Okai coming back from outside early in the morning, still wearing the clothes he wore to the bar yesterday, her pupils couldn't help but shrink. He didn't go home last night? Where did he go? Did he go to that coquettish lady boss's place? Or to the home of Shur, whom he poached? I also heard that one of the traders he found yesterday was also very pretty. Where did he go? Chapter 23. Acquisition of a company. I will continue to hold Blue Sky Medical. I will sell Longyan Environment after it reaches its daily limit today, and then by Northern Blue Valley. This afternoon, Overdraft Life and Tiangong Education will also reach their daily limit. After selling them, I will buy all of them into Northern Mining. Yes, boss, but this mining industry, yes. After hearing Okai's words, Su Nua hesitated a little, but then said yes firmly. The mining industry is known to all to be a sunset industry, but after a day of operations yesterday, if Okai said he wanted to buy, then they would not have any objection. Sure, you stay here and watch. If they have any needs, try to meet them. If they don't have enough money, feel free to call me, and I'll take care of the company's affairs. Seeing Su Nua express that he understood, Okai also said to Sure next to him. Okay, Kai. After hearing Okai's instructions, Sure also spoke. Then Okai went upstairs and took out his suit, which was rare. Okai doesn't like wearing luxury goods or suits. This suit of his was made 3 years ago when he graduated from college. It was a bit loose at the time and he was still a little confused, but the old suit maker told him that it would fit him soon. It turns out that it does fit now, but I guess the old master originally meant that Okai would get fat quickly, but he has become stronger now. After changing his clothes, Okai walked downstairs while calling Luo Guogang. Not long after, Luo Guogang picked up the call. Hello. Fuck, you're so weak. You haven't recovered yet? Hearing Luo Guogang's voice, Okai couldn't help but laugh and curse. What? I drank too much yesterday. But where were you? I went to the bathroom and when I came back, I found you were gone. The waiter also said that you had already paid for the bill. Hearing Okai's voice, Luo Guogang also began to mutter weakly. Well, I won't tell you. Go wash your face. I'm going to your company now to discuss the acquisition. After hearing what Luo Guogang said, Okai couldn't say that he was drunk yesterday and had sex with Zhou Qin. Wouldn't that make Luo Guogang and the others envious to death? Now Luo Guogang's main task is not to envy, but to help himself negotiate the acquisition. No, brother, are you serious? The moment Okai finished speaking, Luo Guogang sobered up and spoke to Okai with a conflicted look on his face. Of course, he still remembered that last night Okai said that he was a billionaire and wanted to acquire his company. He originally thought that Okai was just bragging, but it turned out that he was really going to acquire it. Of course, go wash your face now and make an appointment with your boss. I've already got a taxi. After hearing Luo Guogang's words, Okai also spoke in a decisive tone. Okay. Hearing Okai's serious voice, Luo Guogang took a deep breath, hung up the phone, went to the bathroom to wash his face, and then found their boss's secretary and told her that he would be looking for the boss in a while. After making sure that the boss would not leave the company today, Luo Guogang went downstairs and waited for Okai. Not long after, Okai arrived downstairs of Luo Guogang's company by taxi. Of course, Luo Guogang's company also rented floors, not a single building. If there is a building, considering the current housing prices, it would be worth at least tens of billions. There is no need to force yourself to sell the company just for a mere 60 million. The building where Luo Guogang's company is now located is called Jinling Building. This is a landmark commercial building in Longyi City. It has a total of 47 floors, with each floor covering 1,300 square meters. According to current housing prices, it is worth at least 3 billion yuan, or even higher. Okai has done business here before. But now when he got off the car again, his thoughts had changed. Originally, he was just a small employee who came here to do business, but now he is about to become a tenant of this building. Of course, it would be nice if he could buy this building. But just as Okai had this thought, a downward arrow appeared above the building. The land price of Jinling Building will drop by 17% in 5 years. I do not recommend investing in it. Well, let's rent it. Looking at the price of the Jinling Building, Okai also smiled. Although he was rich, he had no intention of doing business at a loss, so he decided to forget it. Oldo, are you serious? Now I can go and tell my boss that I was joking. Otherwise, don't pretend to be me. Even if I am fired, I can still get 3+ in. Just as Okai shook his head and walked into the building, Luo Guogang also came over and couldn't help but speak to Okai nervously. Don't worry, you will be manager Luo from now on. Patting his chest, Okai also spoke at this time, and then followed Luo Guogang in the elevator to the 27th floor where their company rented. According to what Luo Guogang said, their company was quite powerful in the past. The 27th floor is rented by their company, with a total area of 1,300 square meters. The daily rent is 8.5 yuan per square meter, which is 4.03 million yuan a year. Based on this price, the annual rent here can be around 180 million yuan. The first and second floors are halls, and there are no companies. A building worth 3 billion yuan, with an annual rent of 180 million yuan and a return of 6%, is not bad. If it weren't for the 17% drop in land prices, it would still be worth buying. But forget it now. As the two arrived at the 27th floor, Luo Guogang led Okai to the boss's office. Since they had already greeted the secretary, the two went straight to the door. At this time, they heard a man's voice coming from inside. Lao Jiang, if I had no other choice, I would not sell this company. The profit of this company is still very good. 50 million is really not too high. Okay, let's think about it again. Hearing this voice, Luo Guogang and Okai looked at each other, but it was obvious that the expressions in their eyes were somewhat different. Luo Guogang looked guilty. Are you kidding? This company wants 50 million, 5,000, 10,000. He will never be able to earn so much money in his entire life. Okai glanced at Luo Guogang and felt that the price was quite cheap. Originally, he had planned to spend 60 million or even 70 million to buy the company, because when he wanted to buy the company, the system prompted him. On Thai Finance, current total assets, 68 million, annual income of about 4.2 million, can be invested. Unexpectedly, the boss's desired price was only 5,000. It seemed that the pressure from his son was quite high. Chapter 24, Becoming a Boss. Bang, bang, bang. Come in. Mr. Sun, this is my friend, Okai, and this is the boss of our company, Mr. Sunday. Hearing the person inside hang up the phone, Okai nodded to Luo Guogang. Then Luo Guogang knocked on the door. After getting permission, he pushed the door and walked in with Okai. Mr. Sun also smiled and walked towards Okai. After the two shook hands, they sat together on the sofa next to each other. Mr. O looks so young. Would you like something to drink? No need. I think Luo Guogang has told you the reason why I came here. I am not a businessman and I am not good at bargaining. My goal is to acquire the company. Name your price. Looking at Mr. Sun's expression, Okai also smiled and started talking. After hearing Okai's straightforward words, Mr. Sun couldn't help but look at Luo Guogang and him. After so many years in the business world, this was the first time he encountered such a thing. So after a pause, he spoke. I have founded this company for more than 10 years. It is the product of my hard work, and the annual profit is very considerable. I am reluctant to sell it. If Mr. O is interested, then 75 million. Mr. Sun, this is meaningless. Seeing Mr. Sun put in a lot of effort and said 75 million, Okai also smiled. If he had not heard the phone call just now, he might have thought about it, but it is impossible now. To be honest, I just wanted to get a bargain. I could have registered a company and recruited some people, but I thought it was too troublesome. I just happened to hear about your predicament and I thought I could take advantage of it. So I came here. My transaction here is cash. You don't need to wait for the bank to release the loan. Once the equity transfer is completed, the money here will be deposited into your account. Now, make another offer. Looking at Mr. Sun, Okai also waved his hand. He didn't know any negotiation skills. He simply made his intentions clear. If it worked, it worked. If it didn't, it didn't. There was nothing to be entangled about. After hearing what Okai said, Mr. Sun also smiled. As expected, he couldn't keep up with the pace of the young people. This kind of negotiation method was the first time he had seen it. Thinking of this, He couldn't help but look at Luo Guogang. Needless to say, he knew that Luo Guogang must have told Okai about his family's affairs, and it should have spread throughout the company. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. One price, 60 million. Looking at Okai, Mr. Sun also spoke seriously at this time. I'm really sorry, I didn't mean it, but I heard your bottom price at the door just now. I won't bet against you, but we'll raise it a little bit for you, 52 million. If it's okay, we can hand it over today. Okai looked at Mr. Sun and said seriously at this time. After hearing what Okai said, Mr. Sun closed his eyes in despair. This price is just beyond my psychological defense. His reserve price is 50 million, but if it is 52 million now, he can save the person and also leave some funds for himself to make a comeback. Although he was certainly reluctant to sell it, because he would lose at least tens of millions at this price, but who can blame him for having a living father at home? If he didn't collect the money, the other party might send him to Southeast Asia. He only had this one son, so he had to save him. So after hesitating for a while, Mr. Sun nodded slightly. Okay, 5,200. When can we trade? I said, it's possible at any time. I think your company also has a legal advisor. Just call him over and sign directly. After hearing what Mr. Sun said, Okai said calmly. Seeing what Okai said, Mr. Sun immediately walked out of the room and asked his secretary to call the company's legal advisor over, as the company was going to change owners. Then he returned to the office and drank tea with Okai and Luo Guogang. After waiting for about half an hour, several people in suits came in. These people are the law firms that cooperate with this company. The next step is very simple, because this company is wholly owned by Mr. Sun, and his wife and children do not have shares in the company, so we only need to check whether the company has any external debts or loans. After making sure there were no problems with the company, Okai and Mr. Sun signed the company's full transfer contract in triplicate. Then Okai transferred the 52 million in cash to Mr. Sun's card. In just one morning, OnTie Financial completely became Okai's. Think about it, 3 days ago, I was still an unemployed, heartbroken loser living in an old and shabby house. As a result, in just 3 days, I was living in a 3-story flat, with nearly 200 million in cash on hand, and a financial company worth 68 million. It's true that if there is no system in life, it is too difficult to make a leap. Then I'll leave it to you from now on. My secretary knows the contact information of several partners of the company. Looking at the successful remittance information on his mobile phone, Mr. Sun also sighed, then shook Okai's hand and said to Okai seriously. After saying that, Mr. Sun called a few people over to help him pack up his things. Give up this general manager's office. After Mr. Sun left, several lawyers came over. The leader couldn't help but ask Okai. Then Mr. O, the cooperation between your company and our law firm? A new emperor appoints new ministers. They charge OnTie Financial 200,000 yuan in consulting fees every year. They didn't want the money to go to waste, but Okai didn't know any big law firms, and he was quite satisfied with the efficiency of these people, so he smiled and said, everything remains the same. That's good. Mr. O has just taken over the company, so he probably has things to do. We won't bother you then. Our law firm will have an event in a few days. If Mr. O has time, please come and visit us. Hearing what Okai said, the leading lawyer immediately took out an invitation and politely handed it to Okai, and Okai smiled and nodded and accepted it. After these lawyers left, only Okai and Luo Guogang, who was confused at this time, were left in the office. What are you looking at like an idiot? Okai couldn't help but smile at Luo Guogang's expression. Try to hit me. Why do I always feel like I'm dreaming? Hearing Okai's words, Luo Guogang was also confused at this time. He turned his head woodenly and said to Okai, but just after he finished speaking, Okai kicked him in the butt. The pain made him wake up instantly. This was not a dream. This was real. My brother is actually a billionaire and even bought the company I work for? Okay, before lunch, call the heads of each department to come up for a meeting. General Manager Luo? Chapter 25. Naturally different. From today on, all business on this side of the company will be handed over to you. I only care about the profits, but you can't play tricks on me. Just make it stable. Don't get me involved. And your most important thing now is to set aside a separate space for me this afternoon, Saturday, and Sunday. My trader will work there on Mondays, so I have to ensure that he is equipped with the best desks and chairs, office environment, internet speed, decoration, lounge, tea room, etc. Don't be afraid to spend money. I have put 5 million yuan in the company's account, and you can use it as you like. But you must get this done for me. Looking at Luo Guogang, who was still a little dazed, Okai gave him repeated instructions. Today is Friday. The timing is just right. Well, I'll try my best, but I understand the reason. You're a billionaire. And you invite me, the general manager, to dinner, and the first meal is braised chicken? After hearing Okai's words, Luo Guogang relaxed a little from his stupor. Then he pointed his chopsticks at the braised chicken in front of him and said with some confusion, "What else do you want to eat? Besides, this is braised beef, not chicken. We had spicy noodles yesterday, and I didn't even pick on them. So why are you picking on them?" Seeing Okai's contemptuous look, Luo Guogang also nodded. "Yeah, that's right. Hey, did I get a raise? Didn't I just sign a new employment contract with you? You will be the same as my chief trader, with a basic salary of 100,000 per month." Hearing Luo Guogang ask this, Okai also said calmly, "Ta 100,000? What? You think it's too little?" Looking at Luo Guogang with contempt for his fuss, Okai also looked at him and spoke. "It's not too little, it's too much. You don't know this company. Its annual turnover is only over 10 million. I heard from the financial department that its net profit is only over 4 million. There are 12 technical people, with a basic salary of 8,000, which means they can earn about 10,000 per month, which cannot be less. There are a total of 24 people in personnel, business, administration, procurement, and logistics, with an average salary of 6,000 per person. The salaries alone are nearly 3 million per year. You can only pocket more than 1 million, and now you give me 120. You are playing for nothing." Listening to Okai's words, Luo Guogang also calculated with Okai. "Oh, if I only make 4 million after following me for a year, I'm still a nobody. I'll give it to you. Just take it. You may earn more than 1 million every month in the future. Oh, by the way, remember to show off to Dongzi and Qi and see if they will come." Seeing Luo Guogang's serious expression, Okai also smiled. Would his company be worried about not making money? Don't be kidding. After hearing what Okai said, although Luo Guogang was a little confused, he still nodded in agreement. After all, since Okai said so, there was nothing he could say. As for Li Weidong and Qi, needless to say, they will also show off. Then the two of them started eating braised chicken. Oh, braised beef. After lunch, Luo Guogang returned to the company. Now the company's big boss had just changed, and he became the general manager. There must be some people in the company who are uneasy. It is time for him to stabilize the situation. As for Okai, he took a taxi directly back home. He still has nearly 50 million yuan on him now. There is no point in keeping the money with him. He must go home and make a small profit before the market closes this afternoon. However, while waiting for the bus, he remembered the problem of not having a car. Tomorrow is Saturday, the market is closed, I must go buy a car. I have been thinking about buying a car for several days, but I have been delayed by various things. This time I must buy it. While thinking, he took a taxi and returned to Longting Jiayuan. When he returned home, his family was filled with joy again. Because today I bought the 2 stocks of North Gas Blue Valley and Northern Mining according to his instructions, and sure enough, they have reached the daily limit again at this time. Beike Blue Valley announced that their own battery research was successful. According to the information obtained by Okai, it will hit the daily limit for 4 consecutive days and will not reach equilibrium until next Wednesday, so it can be held for a while. Northern Mining announced that it had discovered a rare earth mine in the Monty area. It is a rare boost to these sunset industries, but it is only this wave of daily limit. By Monday, the growth rate will be only 0.77%, which is better than nothing. So at this time, as soon as Okai came back, he directly sold all the Northern Mining stocks in these 8 accounts. After these stocks were sold, Okai's profit today reached 8.39 million. Combined with yesterday's profit, Okai's earnings have exceeded 10 million. So the system popped up instantly at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making money successfully. The amount earned has reached 10 million, and the reward is Master of Medical Skills, including Chinese medicine, Western medicine, any discipline. As the voice disappeared, a large amount of information was filled into Okai's mind. At this moment, countless information about treatment and surgery flooded into his mind. After he received all the information, Okai couldn't help but ponder for a moment. Medical skills, well, at least they were much better than yesterday's vocal skills. And when he received all the information, he also looked at the people in his family. With just a glance, he could tell what was wrong with the people in his family. For example, Shir has some uterine cold, Su Nua has some curvature of the cervical vertebra and spine, and the others all have some minor problems. I have to say, this medical skill is quite interesting. Boss, what else do you want to buy with the withdrawn funds? Just as Okai was looking at everyone, Su Nua also came over and said to Okai with a fanatical look, well, I will inject another 50 million into your capital, and use it all to buy Magic City Beishan for me. Madu Beishan is a semiconductor company. To put it simply, it makes chips. According to the system introduction, on Monday, it will announce the successful research of a new generation of 5-nanometer chips and has signed a contract with Northern Mining to contract the newly discovered rare earth mine. This news will cause their stock to rise 43% in the next 5 days. Okay. After hearing what Okai said, Su Nuo did not hesitate at all. He directly used the funds in his hand to start buying up the scattered shares of Madu Beishan. According to her estimation, in these 2 days alone, Okai has earned 26% of the 100 million yuan. After deducting the handling fees and other expenses, it is conservatively estimated that he received a profit of 25 million. Now with the addition of this 50 million, she can already imagine how bloody and violent the situation will be after the market opens next week. While Okai is making money here, naturally someone is losing money. For example, Okai's former boss, Feng Yu. Chapter 26, Supercar Club. We've made it through this month, but what about next month? Looking at the report that the secretary had just sent to her computer, Feng Yu sighed helplessly. After selling the house, she finally had enough money for this month's salary and the compensation to be paid to Okai and the others. But now, apart from wages, the entire company still has a huge gap. This is mainly because Feng Yu does not know how to do business and is too open-minded. Just as Okai thought, Feng Yu is indeed a rich man. Her father Feng Wanan is ranked first on the Yanhuang rich list, with total assets of more than 80 billion renminbi, making him a giant. In her family, she also has an older brother and an illegitimate younger brother. Originally, according to his family's idea, the family would naturally be inherited by his older or younger brother in the future. Feng Yu's ultimate destiny was to marry and bring friends to the family. But Feng Yu was unwilling to become a bargaining chip in a marriage alliance. She wanted to prove herself useful. So when she was in college, she started a company, and after graduating, she used her father's connections to expand the company. She has the ability, but the problem is that she has too little experience. She mistook the false prosperity before her for her own ability. For years ago, when the company was first established, thanks to her father's connections, the company had so many orders that it could not be completed, so she continued to expand the company. Currently, the Yuyan Technology she founded directly occupies 3 floors of another commercial building in Longyi City, the Tianlong building. It cost her more than 300 million just to take out a loan to buy these 3 floors. Naturally, this money was also borrowed from the bank. At its peak, there were more than 200 people in the company. Even if the average monthly salary was 5,000, the monthly salary would be more than 1 million. Then there are all kinds of equipment, networks, decoration. Since her father had no financial support, she borrowed from the bank. Up to now, the bank owes nearly 400 million yuan, and her company's valuation was only 130 million. In fact, even if this is the case, she didn't care at first. In her opinion, this little money would be earned by her in no time, and she would be able to make it all back. However, in the past 2 years, the global economic situation has not been good as the overseas economies have become very prosperous. Her father's old friends who originally gave her orders are now in a difficult situation, so all the orders have stopped. Suddenly she had no income, and her business was too big, so she had no choice but to lay off employees. But even if I lay off employees and save money, I cannot delay paying back the bank loan. If this continues, I may have to sell the house. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. I can't sell the building. If I sell it, my company will be useless. I'll be caught and married off. But besides the building, what else can I sell? Muttering quietly, Feng Yu also started searching for his phone. As she was flipping through the pages, she suddenly saw an advertisement posted on WeChat Moments. The Rain Cloud Supercar Club welcomes you. Yuyan Supercar Club. Oh, Haoyun, Supercar. When she saw the advertisement, she suddenly remembered that she had bought a piece of land for her good friendly Haoyun and built a supercar club. I have been very busy in recent years, and this good friend went abroad because of conflicts with his family, so I haven't been to this supercar club for more than a year. Since I'm short of money now, it's not impossible to consider selling it. Who to sell to? That's another question. Oh, by the way, that Okai doesn't seem to have a car yet. I saw him the day before yesterday, and he seemed to be taking a taxi. Why don't we ask him? Feng Yu tapped the table lightly, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She has always been an impetuous person. Now that she thought of it, there was no need to be polite. She picked up the phone and called Okai. At this time, Okai had already made arrangements with Su Nuo for them after the market closed, and told them where to work and gather on Monday, and then he was ready to go find Zhou Qin. After all, just last night. So in Okai's eyes, The most important woman around him now is Zhou Qin. After learning that Zhou Qin was about to go to the bar, Okai also came out and hailed a taxi, ready to go there first. As a result, while in the car, he received a call from Feng Yu. Looking at the call from Feng Yu, Okai couldn't help but feel confused. He really didn't know why Feng Yu called him at this time, but he still picked up the phone. Hello? Director Feng, do you have any instructions? Tisk, you're not my employee now. What instructions are you giving? Let me ask you again. Are you sure you don't want to invest in my company? Feng Yu also spoke when he heard Okai answering the phone. Don't be ridiculous. Even though I have money, I can't just throw it into the water. Listening to Feng Yu's words, Okai also spoke calmly. I will achieve results sooner or later. Seeing that Okai was so pessimistic about him, Feng Yu also spoke loudly at this time. If you're calling me just to express your determination, I'm going to hang up. Hearing Feng Yu's angry voice on the other end of the phone, Okai said with some amusement, No, I want to ask you if you are interested in supercars and supercar clubs. Seeing that Okai was about to hang up the phone, Feng Yu immediately started talking. Supercars and supercar clubs? Hearing Feng Yu say this, Okai asked with some confusion. At the same time, a system prompt appeared in front of him. Yuyan Supercar Club is a supercar club wholly owned by Feng Yu. The cars themselves depreciate very quickly, so I don't recommend investing in them. However, the land will increase in price by 113% in 2 years, so I recommend investing in it. Looking at the system prompts, Okai's eyes lit up. The price has increased by 113%. That is more than doubled. It looks like the Rain Cloud Supercar Club is in a good location. Interested? What? Are you planning to sell it? Thinking of this, Okai also spoke. Well, I have a supercar club. If you're interested, I will send you the address later. Are you free tomorrow? Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock if you have time. I can go with you to have a look. Hearing that Okai was interested, Feng Yu immediately started talking. Well, okay, let's go check it out tomorrow. As the two of them agreed, Okai also came to the street where the bar was, and then hung up the phone. After Feng Yu sent the address to Okai, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If she sold this supercar club, she should be able to hold on for a while. Oh, it gives her a headache just thinking about it. Chapter 27. Level Gap. Whether Feng Yu has a headache or not has nothing to do with Okai. After getting off the bus, he walked into the street and bought a thin pancake from a stall selling multigrain pancakes. Even though he is worth hundreds of millions now, he still likes to eat this stuff. He walked into the bar after eating a pancake to fill his stomach. But as soon as he walked in, he saw many waiters busy here. Some were mopping the floor, some were taking the chairs off the table, and some were moving the wine. They were very busy. When seeing Okai come in, a nearby waiter also came over and said, Sir, we are not open yet. Please come back later. Oh, I'm a friend of your boss. I came here to wait for her. After hearing what the waiter said, Okai also responded. Hearing Okai say that he was looking for the boss, the waiter led him to the bar, which was already cleaned up. Okai then sat there and sent a message to Zhou Qin, telling her that he had arrived, and then he also looked at his phone. Then he found that the group he and Luo Guogang were in already had more than 99 messages. He remembered that when they separated at noon, he told Luo Guogang that he should show off in front of Li Weidong and Qi Yi and asked them if they wanted to come and work with him. It seemed that Luo Guogang had already started. Then he opened the chat group, and sure enough, when he scrolled up, he saw the photos of Luo Guogang's new contract, which clearly stated a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan, and there was also a contract for Okai to acquire his company. After seeing these two photos, Qi Yi and Li Weidong were confused. They also thought that Okai was just kidding last night, but they never thought it was true. Today, Okai bought it directly at 52 million. What's going on? How did Okai really become a rich man? Just when they couldn't believe it and were a little confused, Luo Guogang told them that Okai asked them if they wanted to come over to help. After seeing what Luo Guogang said, Li Weidong and Qi Yi were somewhat hesitant. They don't have to worry that Okai will treat them badly. He gave Luo Guogang a monthly base salary of 100,000 yuan, and he would probably give them no less. But the problem is that Luo Guogang originally belonged to this company. He knows how the company is run, so it is normal for him to be promoted to manager. One of them studied mechanics and now works in a machinery factory, while the other one is a coder and a pure IT person. They both know nothing about finance. You can't just come here and do nothing and just get paid for free. Then what kind of brothers are you? So at this time, facing Luo Guogang's recruitment, they did not say anything, but still denounced Okai and Luo Guogang, and wanted these two to treat them to a meal and a bath. Seeing the two of them being so persistent, Luo Guogang had already rebelled. According to him, he had not received his salary yet. If you want to invite someone, you have to be a big boss. Okai will invite you. Seeing the three people sharing the same hatred for Kai, Okai couldn't help but smile. Then he picked up his phone and was about to send a message to tell them that he would treat them to a meal and a bath tomorrow, but at this moment, someone came to his side. Originally, Okai thought it was Zhou Qin, but when he looked up, he found that it was the girl he had helped last night. I only had a quick glance at her yesterday, but when I took a closer look today, I found that this girl is indeed beautiful. She is probably about 1.75 meters tall, with a small round face, which may not be as big as Okai's hand. With her big lion eyes, small nose, and small mouth, she really looks like a minor at first glance. Although she was wearing a waitress's uniform, it showed off her nice figure. A simple ponytail tied at the back of the head looks very pure. "Hello, sir." "Oh, it's you, hello." Hearing the other party's timid words, Okai also started talking with a smile. "Thank you so much for what happened last night." Seeing that Okai still remembered her, the girl also spoke respectfully. "Hey, it's okay. It's just a small favor." Waving his hand, Okai said calmly, "It's just a piece of cake for you, but it's a great favor to me." Seeing that Okai didn't care, the girl also spoke seriously. "If you really feel bad, just buy me a drink later." Seeing the serious look on the girl's face, Okai knew that it would be troublesome if he didn't accept the favor, so he also spoke with a smile. "Well, okay." Hearing Okai's way of repaying her, the girl nodded happily, and at this moment, Zhou Qin also walked in from the door. Zhou Qin changed her clothes and style today. Yesterday's Chong Sam has become a loose, off-shoulder t-shirt on the upper body and a pleated skirt that is only slightly longer than the big t-shirt on the lower body. In addition, she wore black socks with dots, white sneakers, and her hair was tied up on her head, but it was let down today, with big wavy curls and a pair of glasses. She looked a little too energetic. As soon as she saw Zhou Qin coming, the girl nodded to Okai and went to do something nearby. At this time, Zhou Qin also walked to Okai's side. "What? After all this time, you still don't forget to chat up our waiter?" Looking at Okai, Zhou Qin also looked at him with a smile. "What are you talking about? She came to thank me for helping her yesterday." Hearing Zhou Qin's words, Okai swallowed his saliva and spoke speechlessly. "Hee, why are you in such a hurry? I don't care whether you have other women or not. In fact, it's good for you to find more women. Otherwise, I can't handle it myself." This girl is called Sun Shansha. She should be a sophomore when school starts again this year. Do you want me to introduce her to you? Can someone recommend her to you? Looking at Okai, Zhou Qin also laughed playfully, then took out her phone and pulled out a message from Sun Shanshan, then looked at Okai. "You witch?" Looking at Zhou Qin's appearance, Okai couldn't help but roll his eyes. He felt that his level was much worse than Zhou Qin. While Okai and Zhou Qin were chatting here, Lucy also dragged her tired body back home. As a result, she had just returned home and sat on the sofa when her mother came out of the kitchen and looked at her. Chapter 28. Crazy. "Xiao Shi, let me ask you, where does Okai work now?" Looking at Lu Shi, her mother asked with some confusion. "Why go to work? He's a billionaire, and he still works." Rolling his eyes, Lu Shi couldn't help but say with some annoyance. When she saw Okai coming back this morning wearing the same clothes she wore last night, she felt her mentality shattered even further. Originally, she was still fantasizing that if Okai-kin came to her and apologized to her, she might agree to reconcile with Okai. But what happened last night completely shattered all the fantasies in her heart. Okai's attitude towards her was to let go. Since it was her own choice, then so be it. Moreover, he found a substitute for herself so quickly. Come to think of it, Okai is good-looking, has a nice personality, and doesn't have any bad habits. He doesn't even smoke. His only shortcoming is that he has no money. At this time, his biggest shortcoming has become an advantage. Perhaps only someone as stupid as me would choose to break up with him. A billionaire won't work. He will eventually go bankrupt if he just lives on his wealth. My judgment is correct. I told you to break up with him. But breaking up is breaking up. We can't just let this go. You know where his home is, right? Take me to his house to find him." After hearing Lu Shi's words, her mother also spoke angrily. "What do you want with him?" Hearing that his mother was still going to look for Okai, Lu Shi looked at her in shock. "You followed him for 5 years. The compensation for the loss of your youth during these 5 years is free. He should give you half of his property." Seeing Lu Shi's shocked expression, her mother also spoke seriously. "Are you serious? Or are you crazy? Don't tell me we're not married. I was the one who proposed the breakup. You asked me to do it. Why should you give me money?" After hearing what his mother said, Lu Shi felt that his 3 views were becoming more and more shattered. Why can't I give you the money? He owes you this. Am I crazy? Who am I doing this for? How long can I live? The money I get back is all for you. Seeing Lucy's appearance, her mother also shouted angrily. You're crazy. You really want money like crazy. Why don't you check online to see which rich people have money and ask them for it? Looking at her mother's arrogant look, Lucy was so angry that she laughed. Then she spoke to her angrily. I don't know them. If I knew them, do you think I would care about what they want? Do you know what our country's ideology is? I should get half of their money. Lucy narrowed her eyes and looked at her mother with an expression that said, I'm unreasonable and I'm shameless. She shook her head speechlessly. I can't say that. I have to save face. You should do your research on your own. After saying that, Lucy took her bag and went back to her room, while Lucy's mother was still scolding her behind her. Look at how cowardly you are. You deserve to be bullied. You and your father are both so virtuous. Why am I so unlucky to have to deal with two cowards like you? By the way, Xiao Zhao called me and said that he had asked you out these few days, but you didn't go out. Do you have a problem with him? And tomorrow he wants to take you and me to see cars. If you dare not go, I will break your legs. Looking at Lucy's heavily closed door, her mother was still calling from behind. Listening to her mother's words, Lucy also let out a long sigh. She felt so tired and so overwhelmed. How she wanted to return to Okai at this moment. Let's go eat a bowl of sticky spicy hot pot together and then snuggle up to him and watch a movie. But unfortunately, everything can't go back. Lucy didn't know when she fell asleep. When she woke up again, she was awakened by her mother banging on the door. He glanced at the time and realized that it was already past 7 o'clock the next morning. Although he was extremely reluctant, Lucy still sighed and sat up. At this moment, she was already feeling numb and empty. It was as if her soul was no longer there. As for Okai, he was also woken up, but it was a letter from Shur that woke him up. Brother Kai, the construction team has been found. Do you want to come and see? No, just install a staircase and you can just watch. I'm sorry to bother you for the next 2 days. Money is not a problem, but quality and appearance must be guaranteed. Listening to the message sent by Shur, Okai also replied. After seeing the OK message from Shur, Okai also put his phone aside. It's so busy even on the weekend. Just as Okai put his phone aside, Zhou Qin came over, rested his head on Okai's chest, and said lazily. The two of them stayed in the bar for a short while last night and then left. They first went to eat hot pot together and then watched a movie. Was this their first date? Then the two of them arrived at Zhou Qin's home, as if they were familiar with the place. Compared to the drunken impulsiveness of the night before, the two were much more sober last night. They were busy from 10 o'clock in the evening until about 1 o'clock in the morning. Then they washed up again, and then Okai hugged her and fell asleep. As a result, I was woken up after just 6 hours of sleep. It's just a small thing. I bought 3 flats and plan to connect them to live in. Do you want to come and live with me? Listening to Zhou Qin's words, Okai also hugged her and asked, No, I'll pick the bed, but you can always come stay at my house. Is that okay? If you're okay, I'll go back to sleep. After hearing what Okai said, Zhou Qin also shook her head and said with a smile, but at this moment Okai's cell phone rang again. It was none other than Feng Yu, telling Okai not to forget his appointment with her today. How come the news came this morning? Seeing the message from Feng Yu, Okai muttered something speechlessly, then replied to her with a no problem, and put the phone down again. Then he saw Zhou Qin looking at him with a smile. Seeing her gaze, Okai also spread his hands. Go to sleep. No one will come to see me again. Forget it, let's not sleep anymore. I'll make up for the sleep during the day after you leave. As for now, do you want to get up and eat breakfast first? Or, eat me first? Looking at Okai's gaze, Zhou Qin also sat up at this time. Through the gap in the curtains, the sunlight shone on her body at this time, and the towel blanket also slid down along with the sunlight. Looking at this scene, Okai couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Just kidding, young people not eating breakfast is an attitude, that's just their attitude. Chapter 29. Goodbye. I've arrived. Oh, I see you here. Okai took a taxi and arrived at the Yuyan Supercar Club. After getting off the car, he saw Feng Yu leaning on her Panamera and waving at Okai in the parking lot in the distance. Is this also yours? As Okai walked over, he asked Feng Yu with some shock. In his eyes at this moment, the Rain Cloud Supercar Club was extremely big. This building covers an area of nearly 1 square kilometer, is about 2 kilometers long and half a kilometer wide. It is surrounded by a circle of 2-story buildings. From the roar of cars inside, it is not difficult to guess that there is a runway inside. Sure enough, The way these rich people play is different from that of ordinary people. Yes, I originally built this place for a very good friend of mine, but she has been abroad in recent years, and I don't know if she will come back. You also know the situation of the company, so I am going to sell it. Hearing Okai's shocked expression, Feng Yu couldn't help but smile and started talking. Then they led Okai into the huge building, and when the two of them walked in, the first thing Okai saw was a row of cars. Most of these cars are sports cars, but there are also some SUVs and sedans. Okai is no stranger to the logos of these sports cars: Lamborghini, Ferrari, Porsche, Maserati, Aston Martin, and Bentley, while the likes of Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi will have to stand aside. There are 3 SUVs here, one of which is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, but the whole car is smoked black, and it seems to be called the Black Warrior or something. Next to it is a recently popular Tiaoyang U8 and AG 770. Next to these 2 cars, the one with the most impressive aura seems much smaller, even though it is much more expensive than the Tiaoyang. Next to the SUV, there are several sedans: a Bentley Flying Spur, a Maybach S-Class, a BMW M8, an Audi S8, and a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, which should be used for normal receptions. But in Okai's eyes at this moment, all the cars were lined up with green arrows pointing downwards. Come to think of it, the current automobile industry has been dominated by domestic cars. It would be a loss to buy this car, so Okai just took a glance and then looked away. Seeing that Okai looked away after just one glance, Feng Yu couldn't help but feel a little confused, because in her impression, men all like cars very much. Why did Okai look away after just one glance? She was a straightforward person, so she asked curiously, "What? There's no car you like here?" "I just don't like cars." Looking at Feng Yu, Okai smiled lightly and said calmly, So you want to buy my supercar club?" Feng Yu asked with a puzzled look on her face after hearing Okai's words. She clearly heard Okai say yesterday that he was interested in this place. "I'm interested in this piece of land. Tell me, how much do you want for it?" Looking at Feng Yu, Okai also smiled, and then asked directly about the land price. "It's just the land. I won't sell it. If you want to buy it, just buy them all." Feng Yu couldn't help but frown when she heard Okai say that. She had thought of all the possibilities, but she had never thought that Okai only wanted to buy land and not a car. "But what do I need these cars for? I want to drive. Just one is enough. There is no use for me to have them. Also, I don't know how your supercar club makes a profit. Why should I buy them?" Looking at Feng Yu's expression, Okai spread his hands and looked at her speechlessly. There are 2 main ways to make a profit. One is to collect membership fees. This is a supercar club, so I have quite a few members who come here to race on the track. If they want to try another car, such as my car, they will be charged a certain fee. It's true that I can't make a lot of money, but I can basically make ends meet. After hearing what Okai said, Feng Yu also began to explain how this supercar club operates. More than 70% of people buy sports cars just to show off. But some are for performance, for that feeling of speed. On the roads outside, even on the highway, the fastest you can drive is 144. If you drive faster, your license will be revoked. But it is not the case here, because there is a circular racetrack, and it is no problem to drive over 200 kilometers per hour here. So there are many people who are willing to spend money to come here to experience the performance of the sports cars they bought. But if they get tired of driving their own sports cars, or want to buy other sports cars to try out their performance, in this case, it is not realistic to buy them directly. So you can rent the sports cars, even SUVs and sedans that Feng Yu put here. According to Feng Yu, the annual membership fee alone costs 88,000 yuan. There are currently 39 members, and the membership fees alone can collect more than 3.4 million yuan each year. The money from renting a sports car is about 200,000 yuan a month, and they also sell things like lubricants, engine oil, tires, etc. It is conservatively estimated that there are 5 to 6 million yuan in revenue a year, but basically there is nothing left. Because the income here is high, but the expenses are also high, including security, staff, cleaners, car maintenance personnel, etc. The most important thing is the road paving, which is the real expense. The roads they use here are built according to highway standards. Because only a one-way 4-lane road needs to be built, the cost of building 1 kilometer of road here is 12 million. There are a total of 5 kilometers of road here, and it costs 60 million just to build the road. The current maintenance cost is about 600,000 yuan per kilometer, which means that 3 million yuan a year is spent on this road. So Feng Yu basically has no money left. The initial investment will definitely not be recovered, and there is no follow-up money at all. Listening to Feng Yu's words, Okai couldn't help but curl his lips. This is not worth it. He came here to invest, not to run around, but to make money. So after hesitating for a moment, he started talking to Feng Yu. How much money are you going to ask for? I spent 230 million to buy the land, build this place, and build the runway. In addition to these cars, I'll charge you 300 million. Isn't that too much? Goodbye. After hearing Feng Yu's words, in front of Okai, the investment advice of this supercar club has changed from an upward arrow to a downward arrow. Although the downward trend is not much, it is still a loss of 7%. In other words, after 2 years, the value of this place will only be 279 million. Okai is not here to do charity, so he immediately opened his mouth and prepared to leave. But Feng Yu grabbed Okai's arm at the first moment. Don't leave, let's talk it over. You're asking for a sky-high price, so why don't you pay me right here? Looking at Okai, Feng Yu smiled awkwardly. Chapter 30. Class? What does it matter? 120 million. After looking around the land, mainly through the system's judgment, Okai knew that in 2 years, this piece of land would be worth 279 million. So at this time, he also quoted a price. You must be joking. All these cars I have are worth more than 60 million. After hearing Okai's words, Feng Yu immediately started speaking. Then just take the car away. I only want this land and 120 million. After taking a look at these cars, well, he basically didn't recognize any of them. So he started talking. No, don't be so stubborn. You don't like cars, but you guys must like cars. When the time comes, you can sell these cars. Okay, 250 million. Looking at Okai, Feng Yu gritted his teeth and lowered the price by 50 million. These cars are of no use to me. You can take them away. I'll increase your price by another 10 million. 130 million. Buy this land and this building, and you can take everything inside. Seeing Feng Yu's expression, Okai also quoted a real price. According to the system, the profit of this land is 113%. In other words, the land is now worth only 131 million. 130 million was already the highest price he offered. If Feng Yu didn't want to sell it, then forget it. But after Feng Yu heard what Okai said, he couldn't help but look at him with some resentment. She knew that this guy wanted to buy the land right away, and he must know the price of the land. She wanted to sell this land and these cars, so she naturally knew the price of the land. If this piece of land were to be auctioned, it would be worth about 94 million. Although this supercar club that he built cost 60 million, in fact, if the land was developed or purchased, the track would not be worth a penny. Only the building is estimated to be worth about 30 million. In other words, if she were to auction it or sell it to the government, this building would probably fetch around 124 million at most. The 130 million offered by OKC now is already a very reasonable price. Although she was still a little unwilling, she knew that this was the price of the land. But she was still a little unwilling. I want these cars, but I don't have anywhere to put them. There are nearly 40 cars here. Look at this Lamborghini Nero. It was a nearly new car last year. It has run less than 200 kilometers in total, and the car price was 6,294,994,000. Including insurance, the total cost to me was 6,997,040,000. This Maserati MC20, I just bought it at the beginning of the year. It has run less than 150 kilometers now, and the car cost 2,530,000. This Continental, convertible with a big V8, costs only 3.8 million yuan, and the total cost is 4,226,280 yuan. Let me take another loss, including the land and the car, 200 million. Looking at Okai, Feng Yu was ready to try again. After hearing her words, Okai calmly opened a second-hand car app. This Maserati MC20 now has 1.73 million left, and it has lost more than 700,000 in a year. The same model of Bentley Continental now only has 3.13 million left, a drop of more than 1 million. However, the worst hit is the Lamborghini Bull. Although the mileage of the same Lamborghini Bull is about 6,000, the price has dropped to 4.99 million, with a loss of nearly 2 million. Looking at this number, Feng Yu stopped talking. For those who have not bought a car, they should thank the volume of domestically produced cars, which have caused the prices of new cars to continue to collapse. But people who have already bought joint venture or imported cars really hate domestic cars, because their volume makes their cars depreciate too quickly. If this had happened 10 years ago, these cars might not have lost this much money in 5 years. But now, in less than a year, it has dropped so badly. Alright, fine, I accept it. The last price is 180 million. I'll sell the car to you as a package. If you agree, it's fine. If not, forget it. Looking at Okai's actions, Feng Yu finally endured it. Because she knew very well that the person who would take over her supercar club now either did not have the ability or did not have enough cash. In these days of tightening money, even her father might be in danger with 180 million in cash. Among the people she knew, perhaps only this mysterious Okai could do it. After hearing Feng Yu's words, Okai also looked at the car here. To be honest, he really needs a car. If the cost is 180 million, and these cars are only worth 50 million, and they are included, then it is not impossible for him to buy it. Because the most important thing is that Okai is not like Feng Yu. With these cars in his hands, he can actually make the money back. He doesn't have any sense of class like the rich. For people like Feng Yu, a car is meant to be driven. Apart from driving it yourself, you can lend it to people of the same level or let them drive in a supercar club. That's the limit. A man has a sports car, and when his friend gets married, it's not a big problem for him to help out with a car. But if you rent it to someone else to show off, or rent it to someone for a wedding, you will be expelled from their class. But Okai had no such concerns at all. According to his understanding, the price of renting a wedding car here. For cars like Maybach and Bentley, the minimum rental cost for weddings on Saturdays and Sundays is around 10,000 renminbi per trip, while for sports cars, it's 20,000 renminbi per trip. This guy, 30,000 per trip. The price is very reasonable. I make 5 wedding trips a week, and with an average profit of 20,000 per car from these 40 cars, that means I have a profit of 800,000 per week. With 52 weeks in a year, that is more than 40 million. Of course, this is just his calculation. In reality, one still has to pay taxes, determine the distance to travel, hire a driver, etc. It is quite troublesome. But getting 10 million is not bad. As for those members, whether they will feel that the 13th grid has been lost, it doesn't matter if they don't become members here anymore. Because this money has already made up for the money these members spend on playing on the track. If no one plays on the track anymore, the money for maintaining the track can be saved, and the net profit can be more than 10 million a year. Then 2 years later, the land here can be sold for 280 million, and these cars can be used to set up a wedding company and continue to rent them. It's perfect. Thinking of this, Okai also nodded. Okay, 180 million. It's settled. Hearing that Okai had made the decision, Feng Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Okai decided to buy it. Then she smiled and said to Okai, "It's settled then. I'll ask the manager here to come over and introduce you to him. Then we'll go sign the contract on Monday." "No problem." Seeing Feng Yu say this, Okai nodded in response, and the matter was settled. Just as Feng Yu took out his phone to call the manager here over. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from a distance. "Okai." Hearing the voice, Okai couldn't help but look over there, and then he saw Lu Shi, her mother, and the man, who were standing in the distance and looking at him. Chapter 31. Get treatment if you are sick? "Oh, what are you doing here?" Okai was stunned when he saw Lu Shi and the other two here. He was not surprised that the three of them came out together. After all, Lu Shi broke up with him because of this man. But in his impression, this man seems to have only one M4. Is an M4 suitable for this track? It's not impossible, but at least an M8 should be qualified. So what are they doing here? "We're here to buy a car. What are you doing here?" "Ah, yes, I heard you're rich now. Why are you here to buy a car?" Listening to Okai's words, Lu Shi's mother also looked Okai up and down. He was still dressed in the same rustic way. She had seen this set of clothes before. According to what Lu Shi said, it seemed that he bought the whole set for 100 yuan. Sure enough, a poor person is still poor no matter how rich he is. When Okai heard what her mother said, she couldn't help but frown. "Buy a car? Do you sell cars here?" "Of course, the manager here is my friend, so there's no problem with us buying it. But as for you, I heard from Andy that you have some money now, but there are no cars here that cost less than 1 million. Can you afford it? You're not here to rent a car, are you?" Hearing what Okai said, Zhao Yu couldn't help but speak immediately. In fact, his main purpose of coming here is to act cool. He has done this more than once. He takes girls to see cars, and then pretends to be 13 with the car worth millions, and then says that he has ordered one, which will probably take a while to arrive. Before that, he gets a cheap car for the girl to drive first. Then by the time comes, the Porsche 911, Mercedes-Benz AMG, Maserati GT and other cars worth more than $1 million, after driving them for a while, he will probably get tired of playing with them, and then he will have someone to tow the cars back quietly. Absolutely perfect. 13 is very comfortable, people have slept with it, played it, and then all you have to pay is some rent. At this time, Okai appeared here. In his opinion, this guy might also come to rent a car, so he mentioned first that the manager here was his friend, which meant that if Okai wanted to rent a car, he had to think it through. After hearing his words, Okai frowned even deeper, because the meaning revealed in this guy's words was very clear. He could rent a car, and he could rent a car to go out. He had clearly heard Feng Yu say that just now. It is forbidden to rent out cars here, which makes things quite interesting. Just when Okai was looking at the three people with some amusement, Lu Shi's mother walked directly in front of Okai. Give it to me. What do you want? Looking at the woman's actions, Okai couldn't help but look at her with some confusion. He didn't remember what he owed her. Stop playing dumb. It's about the money. My daughter has been with you for so many years. Even if she has no merits, she has worked hard. You should give half of your wealth to my daughter. Seeing Okai's puzzled look, Lu Shi's mother spoke as if it was a matter of course. And hearing her mother's words, everyone present couldn't help but shudder. How could she say such shameless words as if it were a matter of course? Especially Zhao Yu, who was still pursuing Lu Shi, his expression was the most shocked. But fortunately, he didn't originally want to stay with Lu Shi for long. When he had enough fun, he would naturally find a way to get away. As for Lu Shi's mother, that had nothing to do with him. At this time, Okai, though shocked, had calmed down. He then looked at her and Lu Shi, who was looking embarrassed behind her, with a playful look. Lu Shi, even though we broke up and can't be friends anymore, we are still classmates at least. Your mother's illness is getting worse. Hurry up and take her to see a doctor. You little bastard, you uneducated player. You are sick. Your whole family is sick. Is this how you talk to your elders? As soon as Okai finished speaking, Lu Shi's mother jumped up and down and started scolding Okai. When Okai heard her words, his eyes naturally narrowed. He didn't argue with her before because he didn't want to make things difficult for Lu Shi. But now, Lu Shi has nothing to do with him, so why should he spoil this bitch? Okai directly retorted. Being well-mannered also means facing normal, elderly people. When facing those shameless old women who take advantage of their age, I didn't hit you, which shows that I have good manners. You, Lu Shi, are you deaf or blind? He is talking about your mother, and you don't even have a reaction? Seeing Okai looking down at her, Lu Shi's mother was very sure that if she said one more word, Okai might really dare to hit her. Although this kind of woman may cry out happily and complain all the time, she is actually very irresponsible and extremely afraid. When she saw this situation, she had no choice but to go to Lu Shi. Lu Shi listened to Okai's words. Although she agreed with him in her heart, she was her mother. So she had to stand up and said to Okai, Okai, we are friends. It's too much for you to say that about my mom. Is it too much? I don't think so. You were the one who broke up with me, and then your mother came to ask me for money? I can't imagine that any person with any sense of propriety and honor would say such a thing. What do you want me to do without being excessive? Give you money? Or support your family? Although I am rich, my money didn't come from the wind. If I throw it into the water, I can still hear the sound of water. If I give it to you, what can I get? Abuse? Listening to Lu Shi's words, Okai also started talking with a smile. You. After hearing Okai's sarcastic words without giving any face, Lu Shi also spoke up, but when the words came to her lips, she really didn't know how to refute. Looking at the frustrated look on Lu Shi's mother and daughter's faces, Zhao Yu felt that it was time for him to make his debut. He then took a step forward and came in front of Okai. Originally, he wanted to grab Okai by the collar, but he found that Okai was taller and stronger than him, so he turned from wanting to take action to talking nonsense. Are you still a man? How can you treat the woman you once loved like this? Shouldn't you sincerely wish her well for finding a man who is more reliable than you? Trash like you, in front of me, makes me feel dirty. Looking at Okai, Zhao Yu couldn't help but squinted his eyes and started talking. Just at this moment, he also saw Feng Yu walking towards him with a man in the distance, and then he couldn't help but smile. Boy, you want to rent a car and act cool, right? Unfortunately, you don't have the chance. Wu Zhong, throw him out. You two, is there some misunderstanding? Wu Zhong, who was standing next to Feng Yu at this time, and Feng Yu, who had just arrived, were both stunned. How come Okai had a conflict with someone in such a short time? And why does it feel like this guy knows the manager here? Where's Wu Zhong? Chapter 32. You are fired. What misunderstanding? I brought my girlfriend here to pick a car today, and ran into this poor idiot. Throw him out. After hearing Wu Zhong's words, Zhao Yu couldn't help but speak. When Wu Zhong heard him say this, his expression changed instantly, and Feng Yu's eyes also fixed. Pick a car? This is not a 4S store. All the cars here are hers and not for sale. So what kind of car do these people choose? Thinking of this, she looked at Wu Zhong beside her in confusion. You, don't talk nonsense. This is my friend. He was joking with me. Looking at Feng Yu's gaze, Wu Zhong forced a smile at this time, then glared at Zhao Yu and said seriously, but this Zhao Yu might indeed have some holes in his brain. Looking at Wu Zhong's gaze, he did not react and continued talking. What are you afraid of? Aside from your boss who hasn't been here for a few years, you are the one who has the final say here. Who dares to gossip about you? Call security and throw him out. Pointing at Okai, Zhao Yu still spoke with a relaxed look. Shut up. I think you're going to be thrown out. Seeing that Zhao Yu was getting more and more outrageous, Wu Zhong panicked and spoke immediately. After hearing Wu Zhong's words of disrespect, Lu Shi's mother couldn't help but feel even more unhappy, so she looked at Zhao Yu and said, Xiao Zhao, what's wrong with your friend? Who would buy a car with us? Is he worthy? Auntie, please wait a moment. I'll go talk to him. After listening to Lu Shi's mother's words, Zhao Yu also said a few words with a smile, and then came to Wu Zhong. You took the wrong medicine. Are you going to let me down like this today? I think you took the wrong medicine. This is my boss. Looking at Zhao Yu, Wu Zhong also spoke hatefully in a low voice. After hearing Wu Zhong's words, Zhao Yu looked at the woman next to Wu Zhong with surprise. He had just seen Feng Yu. To be honest, Feng Yu was quite beautiful, not inferior to Lu Shi, especially her noble appearance and all the branded clothes. One could tell at a glance that she was either rich or noble. He originally thought that she was Wu Zhong's client. I never thought that he was his boss. He had heard from Wu Zhong that his boss, in addition to the Supercar Club, also had a big company and his net worth might be over 10 billion. 1 billion. It may not sound like much, but to ordinary people it is an astronomical figure. He had always thought that Wu Zhong's boss was a middle-aged man, but he never imagined that she was such a beautiful young girl. You can tell at first glance that he is also a rich second generation. If I could take her down, wouldn't I be able to take off straight away? Your name is Wu Zhong? There's really no mistake in that name. Just as Zhao Yu was looking at Feng Yu with lustful eyes, Okai also looked at Wu Zhong and asked with a smile. Haha, this impressive man must be Mr. O. After hearing what Okai said, Wu Lu forced a smile and asked in a voice that was not much better than crying. Does your friend know him? Pulling Zhao Yu, Lu Shi's mother also spoke at this time. This? Hearing Lu Shi's mother's question, Zhao Yu didn't know how to answer for a moment and could only look at Wu Zhong, and Wu Zhong's face became even more embarrassed. Fortunately, Feng Yu directly stood up and said, Let me introduce you to Mr. Okayu. He just spent 180 million to purchase this supercar club. In other words, he is now the owner of this place. Also, I remember this is a supercar club, not a rental mall, and we don't sell cars, Wu Zhong. I need an explanation. Feng, Mr. Feng, no, this is what I think. When Wu Zhong heard Feng Yu's direct question, his mind started to work quickly and he began to speak stutteringly. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Okai. What else is there to explain? He secretly rented cars for these second-generation rubbish to pick up girls without your knowledge. TSK, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have continued to use him. But now, Wu Zhong, you are fired. You have 2 days to pay back the money you paid for renting the car privately. Otherwise, you will be misappropriating public property and misappropriating public resources. I have a very strong legal team, and I think they will be happy to fight this case. Patting Wu Zhong on the shoulder, Okai also started talking with a smile. After Wu Zhong heard Okai's words, his legs went weak and he instantly collapsed to the ground. It was over. Just as he had thought, it was over, all over. Then Okai turned his head and looked at Lu Shi and the others. After hearing Feng Yu say that Okai spent 180 million to buy this place, the three of them were completely stunned. Okai bought 3 large flats, spending nearly 90 million, and today he spent another 180 million to buy such a large supercar club. Originally, Lu Shi said that her mother had no idea what was going on. As a result, after hearing these words with her own ears, she was a little shocked for a moment. If she had not persuaded her daughter to separate from Okai, does that mean all these cars will belong to them from now on? Suddenly, she felt that Zhao Yu beside her didn't smell as good anymore. Zhao Yu couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed at this time. Did he just call a person who could take out 180 million in cash trash and dirty? His memory was not very good, and he had forgotten. As for Lu Shi, her look at this moment was still very complicated. She actually wanted to ask Okai to forgive her, but her pride would not allow her to eat back after she had said they broke up. Okai was too lazy to care about their mentality and said at this time, Security, please ask the 3 of them to leave, and then follow your manager to pack up your things. Boss O, Mr. O, please give me another chance. Please give me another chance. If you don't pay back the money, save this for the judge. Misappropriation of other people's property for profit is punishable by imprisonment of up to 3 years in minor cases, and by more than 3 years, but less than 7 years in serious cases. Judging from the look of this guy, he probably won't be able to escape even 7 years. But Okai had no intention of giving him another chance. With a wave of his hand, the security guards who had already surrounded them split into two groups. One group drove away Lu Shi and the other two, and the other group took Wu Zhong away directly. After Lu Shi glanced at Okai, she turned around and left. Seeing Lu Shi leaving, her mother, who originally wanted to leave, had to leave quickly as well. As for Zhao Yu, he wished that Okai didn't notice him, because he felt that he might have brought a difficult existence into his home. Chapter 33. Manager Li, take office. I have no objection to you dealing with Wu Zhong, but shouldn't the money Wu Zhong handed back belong to me? After all, it was my loss. Seeing that everyone here had been dealt with, Feng Yu couldn't help but come over with a smile and whispered to Okai, "Is your Panamera also registered in the name of this supercar club?" Hearing that Feng Yu even wanted to take the money, Okai couldn't help but roll his eyes. "That won't do. That was a gift I bought for myself when I graduated." Fine, fine. You stingy guy. You're so rich, but you can't bear to give a little to a poor person like me." After rolling his eyes at Okai, Feng Yu also started talking. "First of all, you are not poor. Secondly, I have left the car to you. What else do you want?" Spreading his hands, Okai looked at Feng Yu and muttered speechlessly, "I also want you to invest in my company." Hearing what Okai said, Feng Yu also put his hands behind his back, tilted his head to look at Okai, and then started talking with a smile. "Big sister, with this 180 million, you still have a shortfall of less than 100 million. If you can't make a living with this 100 million, then you should quit your job and go home to be a big lady." Looking at Feng Yu, Okai said helplessly, "Hey, how do you know I still have a shortfall of 100 million? Have you investigated me? Are you secretly in love with me?" As soon as Okai finished speaking, Feng Yu also spoke, but his words only made Okai look even more helpless. "Sister, is it possible that 4 days ago, I was still your employee?" "Well, that's right, ha 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 ha. Okay, let's not talk about the company's affairs. You fired Wu Zhong here, so you need to have someone you trust to be the manager. Do you want me to recommend one to you?" Only then did Feng Yu remember that Okai seemed to have been fired by himself. Even though she and Okai had only met a few times, in her heart, she felt that her relationship with Okai had made great progress. She had basically been communicating with Okai as if he were a being of the same level. You can't tell at all that Okai has been working in his own company for 3 years. Honestly, if you know the right manager, you can hand the company over to him. What does a manager here mainly do? Seeing that Okai underestimated her operational ability, Feng Yu couldn't help but puff up her lips in anger. However, although she was dissatisfied with Okai's words, she still said what the manager here needed to do. The managers here need to do only 3 things. The first is to manage the staff here. The second is to get along well with the members here. And the third is to take good care of the cars here. When someone needs to use them, they must be in the best condition at any time and anywhere. Counting on his fingers, Feng Yu also explained what the cars here needed. "Well, I roughly know it." Thinking of this, Okai picked up his mobile phone and called Li Weidong directly. "Hey, Kaizi, what's going on?" The phone rang several times before it was picked up, and then Li Weidong's half-dead voice was heard. "No way, it's noon and you're still sleeping?" After looking at the time, Okai asked hesitantly, "Hey, wasn't it time to play Black Monkey yesterday? I played all night when I came back and didn't go to bed until after 3 a.m. Tell me what you want to say." Li Weidong said embarrassedly after hearing Okai's words. This guy's favorite thing to do is to play games. Of course, Okai and his friends used to do this too. "I'll send you an address. After you wash up, come here quickly. I found a good job for you." Hearing what Li Weidong said, Okai also stated his purpose. "Well, brother, I'm not being sentimental. I appreciate your kindness, but I'm really not good at finance. I can't take advantage of you for nothing if I go there." Li Weidong was still too honest. After hearing what Okai said, he spoke with some hesitation. "It's not finance. I just took over a supercar club. You come here to be the manager. Your main job is to take good care of my sports cars. And sell things, by the way." Hearing what Li Weidong said, Okai also smiled. "Sports car? I can do that. Wait for me. I'll be there soon." Upon hearing Okai's words, Li Weidong immediately responded, then hung up the phone with excitement, and then got up and washed. After Okai hung up the phone and sent the address to Li Weidong, he also looked at Feng Yu beside him. "Mr. Feng, do you have anything else to do today?" "No. The company is like a mountain pressing on me. I don't have any spare time to do anything else now." Spreading his hands, Feng Yu also said that he had nothing to do today. "If you don't have any, come with me to test drive the car." With a laugh, Okai happily walked towards the Lamborghini next to him. Although he said he didn't have a car, he actually had a driver's license. When he was in college, he wanted to save money, so he took the driving test with his classmates. Driving seems quite easy to him because he passed the driving test in one try. But after getting in the car, he felt a little bit confused. First of all, this car is very uncomfortable to sit in, extremely uncomfortable. In order to reduce air resistance, sports cars are very short and low. When you get into the car, you are actually half lying down, and the visibility is very poor. At the same time, the seats of this sports car are very wraparound. Sitting in it is like being pushed into an operating room, with your body trapped inside, half lying down. Maybe it will be fine once I get used to sitting like this, but now my waist and neck are really uncomfortable. The second reason for his confusion was that there was no Chinese language in the car. Apart from the brake and accelerator, it was difficult for him to distinguish other things. Fortunately, Feng Yu understood this very well. Although her teasing expression made Okai a little unhappy, he still listened to Feng Yu's explanation carefully. Then he slowly drove the car and started the race. After running 2 laps, he changed to other cars and drove them one by one. First the sports car, then the sedan, and then the SUV. To be honest, his favorite car to drive is SUV. Among the 3 cars, the G-Class is the hardest, hard everywhere, while the Cullinan is the softest, soft everywhere. It drives like a big ship, not shaking, but soft. The Outlook is a more mid-range model. It's not as comfortable to sit in as the Cullinan, but it's definitely better than the Cullinan when it comes to off-road driving. The most important thing is that it can float if it falls into the water, which is very powerful. So Okai thought about it and decided to drive the car back himself. From now on, this car would be his own. Just as he and Feng Yu got out of the car, Li Weidong also arrived. Chapter 34. No room. I'm so mad, so mad. This little bastard. It's definitely not an easy way for him to get rich. I want to report him, and tomorrow, put up a banner for me, and I will come here every day to make trouble with him. All right, you still think it's not shameful enough. You want to take advantage of your age, but do you have the qualifications? If you go and make trouble, no one will call the police to arrest you. After leaving Yuyuan Supercar Club, Lu Shi's mother had a gloomy face and returned home in Zhao Yu's car. The first thing she did when she got off the car was to pull Lu Shi out. Then she went back home and started to go crazy. Hearing her crazy words, Lu Shi's father couldn't help but speak. Catch me, come on. I want to see who dares to catch me and see if I will make trouble for him. When her mother heard what Lu Shi's father said, her eyes narrowed and she shouted loudly. Who are you making trouble for? The police station? She was originally going to be detained, but because of your trouble, she was sentenced? Seeing her mother making a fuss, Lu Shi couldn't help but speak. What's the point of sentencing? Just watch me get sentenced. When her mother heard Lu Shi's words, she also came towards Lu Shi. Stop yelling at the child. You've ruined the child's happiness. What will we do if we don't watch over him? We'll go and rob him for you. Why don't you let us rebel? Looking at her mother's expression, Lu Shi's father suddenly became tough for once. Why can't you rebel? So many people in history have successfully rebelled. Why can't you? To put it bluntly, you two are cowards. Seeing me being bullied, you don't dare to fight back? I have ruined the happiness of my child. I gave her life. Who am I doing all this for? It's for her. This life is unbearable. I was bullied by outsiders outside, and when I got home I had to endure the anger of you too. Seeing that Lu Shi's father dared to talk back, Lu Shi's mother immediately started crying and shouting. Hearing her mother say this, Lu Shi and her father both showed disgust in their eyes. Come on, it's noon, let's go out for lunch without her. This time, Lu Shi's father continued to be tough. After saying something to Lu Shi, he took Lu Shi downstairs. In a small restaurant downstairs, the father and daughter ordered 2 plates and 2 bowls of rice, and then began to eat. When they were almost done, Lu Shi's father also looked at Lu Shi. Xiaoxi, are you and Okai still in love? Dad, I don't want to talk about this. After hearing his father's words, Lu Shi also lowered his head and said, Hey, I understand. Actually, I have always thought that Xiaokai is a good person. He is filial and has a good personality. Most importantly, he is good to you. Although you didn't have much money in the past, it is not impossible to make money. In fact, it would be good if you could stay with Xiaokai forever. But there is such a thing at home, and no one can do anything about it. If you want to get back together but can't open your mouth, I'll tell you. From now on, you two should live a good life, and you don't have to come back to this house. Looking at Lu Shi's expression, Lu Shi's father also spoke for a rare moment. Hearing what her father said, Lu Shi smiled bitterly. She really wanted to ask, why didn't you say this at the beginning? If not for the fact that everyone around me was against it, how could I have been so shaken as to break up with Okaide? But now, even if there is medicine to regret, it is too late. Dad, it's too late. There's no place for me by his side anymore. He already has someone new. Looking at her father with a miserable smile, Lu Shi took a deep breath and said, then continued to eat. Listening to Lu Shi's words, her father opened his mouth and finally closed it. Yes, life is not a game. There is a place to save the game. Life is like this sometimes. Some things are over, just pass by. So at this time, Lu Shi's father also lowered his head and started eating. On the other side, Okai and his friends were also eating. However, they did not go out to eat, but ate directly in the cafeteria of the Supercar Club. There are more than 40 employees in the Supercar Club, not counting the members. It is impossible for these more than 40 people to eat out all day or order takeout because this place is located in the urban-rural fringe, outside the 4th Ring Road. Otherwise, the land would not be so cheap. So there must be a canteen here. To be honest, the chefs in the cafeteria are quite good. According to Feng Yu, she only ordered 2 staff members here. One is Wu Zhong, the manager, and the other is the chef here. Although rich people may be taken advantage of, there is nothing wrong with their aesthetic taste. So Feng Yu ate in the cafeteria with them today. While eating, Li Weidong kept glancing at Okai and Feng Yu. He was a little confused. What was the relationship between his buddy and this girl who was always bickering with him? If that's the kind of relationship, then isn't my buddy moving too fast? He didn't even know that the goddess in their hearts, the bar owner, had already been won over by Okai on the first day. At this moment, they still had the leisure to watch Okai bickering with others. However, the two of them were arguing while eating. Suddenly, Feng Yu received a call. She did not hide the call but answered it directly in front of everyone. After answering a few words casually, she hung up the phone. And Okai also asked curiously at this time, "Who is it? Calling you in the middle of the day? Chasing for a bill? How is that possible? Banks are closed on Saturdays and Sundays. Besides, I haven't reached the point where I need them to urge me to pay back the money. It's from an auction, and they really didn't do any background check. I'm almost penniless now, and they actually called me." Feng Yu picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork in front of him and threw it into his mouth, rolling his eyes. Auction? Okai seemed to have only seen this word in fantasy novels. In the real world, he had never heard of it or been to one. Interested? Seeing Okai's somewhat puzzled look, Feng Yu also asked. Yeah, a little bit. Touching his nose, Okai had indeed never been there, so he was a little curious. Here, this is for you. This is my membership card. There will be an auction tomorrow. If you want to go and have a look, go ahead. But there is nothing in it. You can change it to your name when you go. Seeing Okai say this, Feng Yu also took out a membership card from her bag and placed it in front of Okai. Aren't you going? After taking the membership card, Okai also looked at her. I won't go. I need to save money now. I'm afraid of spending too much money if I go. You go by yourself. Oh, and it's better to bring a female companion. Looking at Okai's gaze, Feng Yu said with some hesitation. Chapter 35. Female Companion. Female Companion. Sitting in the chairman's office of the Supercar Club, Okai also muttered quietly while looking at his phone. After lunch, Feng Yu left first because she still had to prepare the contract. It's better to sign the contract with Okai on Monday. Okai was not worried about the money at all. He still had more than 100 million in the bank. Tomorrow it would be more than 200 million. And the day after tomorrow, Monday morning, it would be more than 300 million. So even if he deducted Feng Yu's 180 million, he still had 120 million to use. As for the 200 million in the stock market, he will manage it and it will slowly roll away, so there is no need to rush. That's why he wanted to go to this auction to take a look. However, according to Feng Yu, he needed to bring a female companion to the auction, and his first choice was naturally Zhou Qin. So at this time, he also played Zhou Qin's video. The video was quickly connected, and then Okai saw Zhou Qin, who was wearing a white home suit, sitting at the dining table and eating snail noodles. The phone was held horizontally, and it was not difficult to tell that she was probably watching a drama or something. Seeing Okai, she couldn't help but smile and asked, "Oh, you missed me so soon." "Yeah, I was just about to ask if you had eaten. If I hadn't made an appointment with Luogua Gang and the others to go out for drinks in the evening, I would have gone back to find you right now." Listening to Zhou Qin's words, Okai also started talking with a smile. "Don't come back. I can't hold on any longer. You should go home and sleep today. I need to rest for a while." Zhou Qin rolled her eyes seductively and spoke at this time. "No, I'll go back at night, I promise. I'll just hug you and do nothing else." Looking at Zhou Qin's expression, Okai also stretched out 3 fingers and said seriously, "Bah, men's words are always deceiving. Even though you are my first man, I obviously don't trust you. And why did you come to me for nothing?" Looking at Okai with a smile, Zhou Qin also raised an eyebrow at him. "I have to say, this goblin is too ferocious, and every move he makes is really too charming." Fortunately, Okai has a perfect body, otherwise he was really afraid that he would not be able to resist Zhou Qin. Even so, her every move was almost enough to hook Okai into a black carp. He felt like a dog licking Zhou Qin's boots in front of her. She is beautiful, has a great figure, a perfect personality, is not clingy, and is caring. Such a woman can really be described as the embodiment of perfection. Bah, a dog licks a dog and ends up with nothing. He definitely won't be a dog licker. I hope you don't come to chat with me. If you have something to say, just say it now and don't disturb me from watching the show. Seeing that Okai's eyes were a little wandering because of what he said, Zhou Qin also propped up his chin and asked him, "Well, there is something going on. There is an auction tomorrow, and I want to take you with me." Hearing Zhou Qin talking about serious matters, Okai also responded, "Auction? Forget it. I don't really like this kind of occasion, but if you want to attend, you do need a female companion. If you don't have one, I have quite a few pretty girls in my shop. Would you like me to introduce them to you?" Seeing Okai mention the auction, Zhou Qin shook her head and said that she was not very interested in the auction, but she could introduce a few female companions to Okai. "Forget it. If you don't want to go, I'll ask my assistant." Hearing that Zhou Qin didn't want to go, Okai thought about it and decided to ask Shishir. If Shishir didn't have time, then Su Nuo would be fine. "Well, okay. Remember to greet them in advance and make an appointment. Also, you need to prepare some clothes for your assistant to attend the auction. It doesn't matter to you, but your female companion must wear a dress." After hearing what Okai said, Zhou Qin did not show any jealousy or reluctance at all. Instead, she smiled and gave Okai advice. After that, Okai chatted with her for a few more sentences. Zhou Qin hung up the phone and continued watching the drama. As for Okai, he also called Shishir. "Brother Kai, do you have any instructions?" As soon as he picked up the phone, Okai heard the sound of an electric drill coming from the other end of the phone. Needless to say, he knew that Shishir was probably still watching over the work at home. "Shishir, are you still at my house?" "Yes, otherwise I would always worry about their work. Now the staircase from the 32nd floor to the 33rd floor is almost finished, and the handrails are being installed. The whole thing is made of metal, solid wood, and tempered glass. It's pretty nice. It looks pretty nice to me." Upon hearing what Okai said, Shishir also started talking with a smile. "Well, okay, I trust you, just watch and do it. But there's no need to watch all the time. It's all smoke, it's bad for your health. You can take this opportunity to go out and buy some clothes." Hearing Shishir's happy voice, Okai also spoke. "What to buy? Clothes?" When Shishir heard Okai asking her to buy clothes, she couldn't help but ask with some confusion. "Buy a dress. There will be an auction tomorrow night. You can be my female companion." "Ah, auction? Dress? Brother Kai, am I not good enough?" When Shishir heard Okai asking her to buy a dress to attend the auction, she couldn't help but swallow and said somewhat embarrassedly, "Why not? You're my assistant. You'll definitely be attending a lot of events like this in the future. You have to get used to it. Okay, go buy some clothes, shoes, bags, and even some jewelry. Then send me a message and I'll reimburse you in full." "Oh." After hearing Okai's affirmative words, Shishir also said softly. Okai was right in one thing. As his assistant, she would probably participate in many occasions like this in the future, so Shishir really needed to adapt in advance. But she doesn't know how to buy a dress. She picked up her phone and looked around. Among all the people she knew, the only one who might have something to do with the dress was Su Nuo, so she called Su Nuo at this time. After hearing what Shishir said, Su Nuo was actually a little confused. Because she was just a low-level financial practitioner before. She didn't know anything about dresses, but everyone has a certain mentality. Since others come to her for help, even if she doesn't know, she has to pretend to know a lot. So the two of them made an appointment to go shopping together. As for Okai, he started playing games in Feng Yu's original office. Even though Feng Yu doesn't know much about computers, the host computer she has is top-notch. The 4090 with a 4K screen seems to cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. I just heard Li Weidong talking about the Black Monkey, and Okai also placed one here. Then he started to play, but to be honest, with his reaction speed, playing this game was like cheating. The attacks of the boss seemed to be in slow motion to him. There was no such thing as fast or slow swords or time difference. An initial chopping stick breaks everything. No matter whether he was fighting Guangxi, Guangmo, Datu, Xiushi, Balajlang, Ling Suzy, or anyone else, he could defeat them in one go. By the time Li Weidong had a general understanding of what he was going to do and the two were ready to leave, he had already defeated the hidden boss Jin Qi. Seeing Okai's progress really hurt Li Weidong. You know, he played until 3 in the morning and was still stuck with Xiushi, the Snake Man. Playing this game really depends on talent. Chapter 36, Classmates. As the four gentlemen including Okai lay down on the bathing table, the bathing masters here couldn't help but start rubbing the mud off their bodies. The four of them closed their eyes comfortably, feeling the pleasure of taking a bath. Of course, there is another reason for closing your eyes and mouth, which is that you are afraid that mud will fall into your eyes and mouth, which is disgusting. Just then, when the four of them lay down, a few of them started talking. No, Kaizi, how much money did you make? You bought a house, a company, and a sports car club. Looking at Okai, Luo Guogang also started asking. Don't worry about this. Lao Luo, just help me take care of the company. Dongzi, help me take care of the supercar club. After I sign the contract on Monday, I can contact any wedding companies and rent them a car. As for leasing it directly, forget it. These cars are too new to be worth leasing now. Feeling the strength of the uncle rubbing his back, Okai also started talking with a smile. Damn, Godfather. You've made arrangements for both of them, but what about me? Originally, if Okai had only arranged Luo Guogang, then there would be nothing to say. It just happened to acquire Luo Guogang's company, which is also normal. But now Okai has also set up a supercar club and arranged for Li Weidong to join. Although Li Weidong may not earn as much as Luo Guogang, it is conservatively estimated that he earns at least 1 million a year. These few years are enough to buy a house, in full. This made Qi a little anxious. I don't have any ideas for now, but you can go to Gongzi first. Anyway, the technical department of this company also needs people who can write code. We can arrange you when there are other companies in the future. After hearing Qi Yi's words, Okai also spoke. Yeah, okay. It's better than staying in this company and suffering. After hearing Okai's words, Qi hesitated for a moment and then spoke. Hee hee, you Birdman, don't you get bullied when you become my subordinate? You are too naive. After seeing Qi finish speaking, Luo Guogang also started talking with a smile. But all he got in return was Qi Yi's middle finger. Let's not talk about this anymore. After you finish taking a shower, do you want to go upstairs or go drink? After some laughter, Li Weidong also started to ask. Of course I went upstairs and drank. Hearing Li Weidong's words, Luo Guogang also said something. Can you do it? After going upstairs, do you still have the energy to drink? Looking at Luo Guogang, Qi also teased him with a smile. We're not doing anything upstairs, it's just a normal massage. Why don't you have the energy to drink? Don't you know there's a severe crackdown recently? After returning the middle finger to Qi Yi, Luo Guogang also spoke. Then the four of them decided on the steps for a while. After the four of them finished scrubbing and rinsing, they changed into bathrobes and went upstairs. Of course, they just found a big private room for a massage. They massaged their shoulders, backs, and feet. Although the people doing the massage were girls who were dressed very simply, nothing that shouldn't have happened. And just as they were enjoying the massage, at this moment, Luo Guogang's cell phone suddenly rang. Then I saw him sneer disdainfully, and then he started typing. What's wrong? Why does your tone sound so disdainful? Who has offended our manager Luo again? Looking at Luo Guogang, Qi Yi here also asked curiously. You're not in it. There's someone in our junior high school group pretending to be stupid. After hearing what Luo Guogang said, Li Weidong couldn't help but pick up his phone and start looking at it. Then he couldn't help but sneer in disdain, and looking at the indifferent Okai, he couldn't help but speak. By the way, you didn't join the group, right? Do you still remember Lu Chifu's grandson? He got rich recently. His family's land was occupied, and he lost a lot of money. Then he opened a processing plant. It seemed to be producing pig feed before, but now it's cement, and he made a lot of money. I just bought a new car today, and I'm showing off in the group. Okai did not join the classmates group, mainly because he had attended a class reunion when he graduated from college. He originally thought that attending a class reunion was a way to keep in touch. It turned out that there were basically only two themes at this class reunion. One was pretending to be cool, and the other was having affairs. He saw with his own eyes that after the reunion, several couples who were not together left together hugging each other. Then, those who used to be at odds with each other in school, when they heard who had money, they also tried to curry favor with that person, which really made him feel unhappy, so he no longer had any contact with these classmates. But Luo Guogang and Li Weidong are still there. As for Lu Chifu mentioned by Li Weidong, this grandson was a fool-type person when he was in junior high school. He was always among the bottom 3 in the class. His family contracted land for farming, so neither the teachers nor his classmates liked him. Later I heard that he didn't even finish high school. But sometimes it is like this. A person's fate is determined by heaven. The highway was rerouted and his land was occupied. He had to pay a one-time compensation of more than 10 million yuan. They used the money to set up a pig feed processing plant, and their business is booming. Now I work in a cement processing factory, and I can earn at least 700,000 to 800,000 yuan a year. Among Okai's classmates, he is already the best. Of course, we have to pick Okai, Luo Guogang, and Qi out now. The reason why it was so lively here today was because he had just bought a BMW X5, and many people in the group praised him. Seeing this, Li Weidong also said to Okai, "Damn, he installed this 13. I can use your cars, is that okay?" "No problem, crush him." Hearing Li Weidong's words, Okai also started talking with a smile. Then Li Weidong directly picked a video and sent it to the classmates group. "Master Lu is amazing. This BMW X5 must be worth 600,000 or 700,000 yuan. What do you mean 6 or 700,000? This car costs more than 800,000. Young Master Lu is really a promising young man. Hey, it's nothing, just a few months' income. I originally wanted to buy an 8 Series, but sedans are not suitable for me. I still like SUVs. Yeah, this little money is nothing to young Master Lu." Li Weidong shared a video. Li Weidong? What did he share? Did his machinery factory produce a new tractor? No, it seems to be a car, a BMW. This is a BMW 8 Series? Laoli, have you made a fortune? BMW 8 Series? It's probably worth more than 1 million. What BMW 8 Series? Look carefully, that's M8. This car costs more than 2 million. Looking at these people who suddenly appeared in the group, Luo Guogang just happened to cooperate at this time. Chapter 37. Fatal Blow. More than 2 million, 10,000? Oh, Lao Luo, are you crazy? You know you're good friends with Li Weidong, and you're bragging for him? I'm not exaggerating. I checked and this car is indeed worth more than 2 million. Damn, Li Weidong, don't tell me this car is yours. Li Weidong shared a video. Seeing the doubts in the classmates group, Li Weidong posted a video of another car, and this time, these people went crazy again. Shit, Mercedes? No, this is Mercedes-Benz AMG. Mao's AMG, this is a Maybach. Li Weidong, are you selling cars? Li Weidong shared a video. Oh shit, this is a Cullinan? The one next to it is a G-Class? And another one is a Vista? Li Weidong, brother Dong, what have you been doing? You went to Jincheng Port to sell cars? Li Weidong shared a video. Seeing these people's shocked expressions, Li Weidong would occasionally upload a video of a car he had taken this afternoon. The videos were not long, only about 10 seconds, and they showed him in the car, but they still made these people stunned. These luxury cars are hard to see together even on TV, let alone in normal times. For a while, the whole class was wondering what Li Weidong was doing. After a while, Li Weidong finally spoke. Don't guess. These cars are not mine. They belong to Okai. He bought a supercar club and bought these cars for fun. I am his manager now. If any of my classmates want to experience luxury cars, they can come and play with me. As Li Weidong spoke, he looked at Okai, and Okai also waved his hand. He was pretending to be cool and taking himself with him. Well, it was actually quite cool. Okai, he's not in this group, right? What is he doing now? There's also a supercar club? He bought these cars for fun? Damn, could you guys stop bragging? That's right. A supercar club must cost at least tens of millions. If I sell you 3, are you 3 worth even a fraction of that? After hearing what Li Weidong said, some people who dislike them naturally emerge from the group, ready to expose them with righteous expressions. Li Weidong shared a video. Hey, you guys are too timid, guessing too high. This supercar club is worth 180 million, and it was just confirmed today. Luo Guogang shared a video. That's nothing. He is my boss now. He also bought our company. Like Li Weidong, I am the general manager under him. Li Weidong had just finished speaking when Luo Guogang also shared a video. It was a video of him walking into the general manager's office in the company. The nameplate on the general manager's office was his name, Luo Guogang. As soon as these 2 videos were released, the entire junior high school group was silent for 3 seconds, and then suddenly countless messages popped up. Oh my god, this is so cool. He seemed so ordinary when he was in school, but he turned out to be so amazing. Brother Luo, please help push Mr. O's letter. Brother Li, could you please ask Mr. O if he has any other work? Gongzi Dongzi, how much do you get paid by Okai? It's all the same. Base salary is 100,000 a month, plus commission. Oh my god, two big guys. Please help me give it a try. We are all classmates. Please help me. Looking at the crazy messages in the classmates group, Luo Guogang and Li Weidong tacitly understood each other and went silent at the same time. As for Lu Qifu, who would go to his old and broken X5 now. By the time they had finished installing 13, Okai and the others had also finished massaging. Afterwards, Okai was about to pay the bill, but found that the bill had already been paid by someone else. Looking at this scene, Okai also smiled. Although he really didn't care about this little money, and these people were teasing Okai to ask him to treat them, but when it came to actually taking the money, they naturally wouldn't let Okai take it all. After all, the most important thing between friends is equality. If one person treats you every day, what's the point? Rich people treat expensive food, poor people treat cheap food. These are normal. If friends still have to calculate this, then they really can't get along. But it certainly can't be allowed to be taken by one person alone. So Okai didn't say much. After taking a shower, Okai drove the three of them to Zhou Qin's bar. As the four of them sat down, Qi couldn't help but speak up. How come the boss lady is dressed so conservatively after not seeing her for 2 days? Has she found a boyfriend? Indeed, Zhou Qin was dressed much more conservatively today than when Okai first saw her. She was now wearing a white puff-sleeve top on the upper body and a pair of high-waisted jeans on the lower body. Except for a little bit of her belly button exposed, her dressing style was very different from a few days ago. Although her figure is so hot and sexy, the degree of exposure is indeed too little. In fact, Okai never told her that he didn't like her wearing clothes that were too sexy. But Zhou Qin clearly felt it. She had already changed into a pure style yesterday, and today she was wrapped even more tightly. Listening to Qi's words, Okai just smiled. It was really hard to say about this matter. However, Zhou Qin soon came over to confirm the relationship between the two. Because this time, they hadn't even waited for the drinks to be ordered. When Zhou Qin saw Okai and the others coming, she took the initiative to come over with 2 bottles of wine. After putting them on the table, she naturally walked behind Okai and put her hands on his shoulders. Okai's head just happened to be in the position that countless people paid close attention to. Sister Zhou, what are you doing? Sister Zhou is my girlfriend now. Seeing the surprised looks on the faces of the 3 people, Okai also said with a smile at this time. What girlfriend? I am at most his lover now. I'm not going to take responsibility. When the 3 of you come later, there will be plenty of drinks, and it will be charged to his account. Hearing Okai's words, Zhou Qin also started talking with a smile, then waved her hand coquettishly and walked back to the bar. As soon as she left, the eyes of Luo Guogang and the other 2 beside Okai instantly became fiery. You're so good. You managed to seduce the boss lady on your first day? That's right. You are such a dishonest boy. We brought you here to see the boss lady, but you just took you away to keep it as a treasure? I said we were being so naive just now and you ignored us, but it turns out you were waiting here to give us a fatal blow. Ah, as expected, excellent people are excellent wherever they go. Damn it, he just completed the work for you safely, and you're already flattering him? Gratitude is gratitude. Help is help, and scolding him is scolding. Hearing Li Weidong's obviously inappropriate words, Qi couldn't help but look at him with contempt. Looking at their expressions, Okai also laughed. It turned out that being envied by others is a very pleasant thing. Chapter 38. Reason? I shouldn't have let you come over. Didn't we agree that we were just going to sleep? What are you doing now? Zhou Qin weakly hit Okai with his hand and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Tonight, after Okai took Luo Guogang, Li Weidong and Qi to the bar for a drink, he slipped away with Zhou Qin and drove back to Zhou Qin's home. As soon as they came in, something happened to them that was supposed to happen. Sleep now. Grabbing Zhou Qin's hand, Okai also said with a smile at this time. I'm sweaty all over now, and I can't sleep well. I'm going to take a shower. After breaking away from Okai's hand, Zhou Qin also struggled to stand up. Let's do it together, Okai said immediately after seeing Zhou Qin's actions. No way, if we take a bath together, it will probably take more than an hour to finish. Although Zhou Qin said this, when her feet touched the ground, she felt her legs go weak. She really couldn't handle Okai alone. Okai had already been prepared, and he immediately picked up Zhou Qin. Then the 2 of them came to the bathroom. The bathtub in the bathroom was already filled with water, and then Okai and Zhou Qin lay down in it together. Looking at Zhou Qin leaning against his chest, Okai thought for a moment and finally spoke. Wife. Don't call me wife, call me sister. Zhou Qin suddenly interrupted Okai when she heard him calling her, and said with a smile on her face. Well, okay, Sister Chin. Can I know why you don't want to be my girlfriend? While hugging Zhou Qin, Okai couldn't help but ask in a low voice. I thought you would wait a little longer before asking, but it's okay to tell you now. I don't want to be your girlfriend for two reasons. When Zhou Qin heard Okai finally ask this question, her body shook. Then she gently scooped up a handful of water and poured it on her collarbone, and then she began to speak. First, Zhouan, do you know? Zhouan? Never heard of him. After listening to Zhou Qin's words, Okai thought about it carefully, then shook his head. He really had never heard of the name Zhouan. Yeah, it's normal that you don't know. He is my father, but he is a big gangster who was involved in gangsterism. He was arrested 3 years ago and sentenced to death. He was shot more than a year ago. Hearing that Okai didn't know, Zhou Qin also explained with a smile. When Okai heard Zhou Qin say that her father was a big gangster, he was indeed stunned for a moment, because he was also worried that if this guy used family affection to kidnap Zhou Qin or did something illegal, how would he refuse? However, after hearing Zhou Qin say that he was dead, Okai was relieved, but then he was a little confused about what this had to do with him and Zhou Qin being together. Fool, don't you understand? I am the son of a criminal. Being with me will not be good for your future. Moreover, our children will not be able to take the civil service exam, join the army, or hold any position in a state-owned enterprise. This will affect 3 generations. So even for you and our future children, I can't really be with you. Turning around and holding Okai's face with both hands, Zhou Qin also said with a smile. Actually, hearing Zhou Qin say this, Okai couldn't help but want to say that he actually didn't need external force or help from others, he could do it on his own. But before anyone could say anything, Zhou Qin on this side spoke again. Secondly, it has something to do with my background. My mother is my father's first wife, but ever since I became conscious, my father's attention has always been on his lover. Although his lovers always change, he always loves his lovers. My mother never waited for love until her death. So instead of marrying you, I would just stay at home and wait for the little love you give me. I might as well be your lover. Before you get tired of me, at least you will take the initiative to give me your love. Zhou Qin also said with a smile, gently stroking Okai's chest with her fingers. I'm not that kind of person. I understand, but just treat me as someone with PTSD. I won't interfere with you finding other women. If one day you get tired of me, just tell me and I won't pester you. Of course, if I get into trouble and come to you, you can't refuse to help me. Zhou Qin interrupted Okai again and started talking with a smile. Then can I ask you why you chose me? Seeing Zhou Qin say this, Okai really didn't know how to answer at this time. He might only be able to make Zhou Qin truly open her heart through his future actions. So at this time, he also asked his second question. The reason I chose you. Maybe I'm getting older and want to experience the taste of love. Secondly, mainly because I'm also very curious. You are so handsome, have a good figure, are so rich, and so talented, referring to music. You have no bad habits and a gentle personality. Why did your girlfriend break up with you? There is only one possibility, that is, you can't. So I wanted to confirm it. While laughing, Zhou Qin came over and spoke in his ear. And Okai also looked at her at this time. So what has been confirmed now? It's confirmed that your girlfriend couldn't stand you, so she ran away. Blinking her eyes, Zhou Qin also smiled and spoke to Okai. Then let's see if you can bear it. Facing Zhou Qin's teasing, Okai also took her out of the bathtub, and then the two of them returned to the room with a smile. The next day, Okai was woken up by a phone call again, but this time it was not sure. It was a strange phone call. Okai has a habit of answering unfamiliar calls. If it is a harassing call or something like that, he will hang up and add the caller to the blacklist. So even though he had never seen this phone number at this time, he still picked up the call. As soon as he picked up the phone, he heard a woman's voice. Hello, are you the owner of the 31st floor of Building 7, Longting Jiayuan? It's me, what's going on? Hearing the woman's voice, Okai asked with some doubts. I'm the owner of 3001 downstairs from you. I want to ask you, do you have any sense of good deeds? Don't you know that renovations are not allowed on Saturdays and Sundays? You get up early in the morning and start smashing down the walls. What on earth are you doing? After hearing Okai confirm her identity, the woman spoke directly. Hearing the dissatisfaction in her words, Okai was stunned for a moment, picked up his phone and saw that it was just a little past 7 o'clock. Although his house is not being renovated, it is indeed a bit early. Chapter 39. Neighbors? I'm sorry, my house is not being renovated. We're planning to build a staircase. As for it being so early, I didn't expect it to start at 9 o'clock, because our family originally planned to start it. The person in charge will go back and take a look. Hurry up. The person on the other end was a little less angry when she heard that Okai had a good attitude. After she said, "Hurry up," she hung up the phone. Then Okai also called Shur, who was rushing to his house at that time. But the bus was a bit congested today, so she hasn't arrived yet. Listening to her words, Okai also thought about it. How about giving Shur a sports car? After all, she is my assistant. She might have to run around everywhere in the future. It's not a good idea to always take taxis or buses. Oh, by the way, it seems that there is still money left for buying clothes yesterday, and I haven't given it to her. This silly girl doesn't even know to take a picture of the invoice for herself. What's wrong? Did something happen at home? Seeing Okai lying down in a daze after hanging up the phone, Zhou Qin lazily lay down on Okai's chest and asked, "Nothing. I bought 3 large flats and was planning to add another one. I guess the construction team was rushing to meet the deadline, so they started construction this morning before Shur arrived. The neighbor downstairs came to me." "Oh, I see. By the way, is your assistant a young girl with no work experience?" After hearing Okai's explanation, Zhou Qin suddenly spoke up. "What's wrong? Are you jealous?" Looking at Zhou Qin, Okai gently licked the tip of her nose and said with a smile, "Eat your big head, ghost. I wish you could find a few more sisters to help me share the burden. I mean, a young girl would definitely be a little rough in handling such a matter, so you should go back and take a look at it first, and don't let your neighbors and the construction team bully your assistant." After rolling her eyes at Okai, Zhou Qin also spoke. After hearing what Zhou Qin said, Okai thought about it and felt that what she said did make sense. "Then I'll go back and take a look. You go to sleep first and then don't come later and don't come tonight. I need to rest. Your house is decorated today, so go home and sleep. We'll talk tomorrow." Zhou Qin kicked Okai directly and couldn't help but wave his hand, hitting him and telling him to leave quickly. "I clearly agreed that I would just sleep yesterday, but when I came back last night, I was busy for 2 hours. After taking a shower, I was busy for another hour." She really felt that if this continued, she might not survive. But unfortunately, Okai is like poison. When she is with him, even if Okai does not take the initiative, she cannot control herself. So the best way is to ask him not to come and let her rest for 2 days. Well, or just 1 day. She will miss him if she doesn't see him for 2 days. Seeing Zhou Qin's scared and reluctant look, Okai smiled, kissed her forehead, went to wash up, and then left Zhou Qin's house. He went downstairs and bought a tray of buns. While eating, Okai drove back home. When he got home, Shur was already there. After learning the news, Okai couldn't help but speed up his pace, because he was really worried that these people would scold his assistant and make him cry. When signing the contract, Okai looked at Shur's ID card. She was only 21 years old this year. Although for some unknown reason she did not go to college, she was still a child after all. So it was normal for him to be a little worried, but it was obvious that he was overthinking it. Shur is indeed 21 years old this year and started working after graduating from high school, but these 3 years of training in society were not in vain. She is a soft girl in front of Okai, but that doesn't mean she is the same in front of others. So when Okai returned home, she had actually dealt with everything. The construction team temporarily stopped work and would continue after 9 o'clock. The neighbor had also been appeased by her. When Okai took the elevator up, the neighbor downstairs had a smile on his face. When Okai saw her, both of them were stunned. Don't get me wrong, they don't know each other. What surprised Okai was that the girl living downstairs from his house was actually very beautiful. He looked to be in his 20s, probably older than me, but not much older, about 1.66 or 1.67 meters tall. Although he was wearing a loose t-shirt as pajamas, he had a good figure. He had long brown hair draped behind his head, which made him look quite fierce. She looked at Okai with some surprise, because she knew that Shur was just Okai's assistant, and Okai bought 3 large flats here. You know, she lives here, so she naturally knows how much this building costs. She lived downstairs in a 125 square meter house with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, which was already the envy of countless people. She didn't even know that there was the legendary large flat above her head. She originally thought that Okai would be an old man or a middle-aged man, but she never expected that Okai would be so young and handsome. "Are you the owner of this place?" After the two looked at each other, the woman spoke first. "Yeah, it's me. I'm so sorry for causing a little trouble so early in the morning." Hearing the other party's words, Okai also spoke politely. "Oh, it's okay. We are all neighbors. Let's be more tolerant of each other in the future. I'll go down first." Seeing that Okai had a good attitude, was rich, and was handsome, the woman's last bit of anger disappeared. She waved her hand and went down the stairs. When she left, Shur also walked to Okai's side. Brother Kai, I'm so sorry that I can't even do such a small thing. Looking at Okai, Sure said apologetically. Hey, what does this have to do with you? It's obvious that the foreman is trying to hurry up. Let's go and give him a lesson. By the way, did you buy the skirt I asked you to buy yesterday? After patting Sure's head, Okai spoke without any concern. I bought it, but it feels a little weird. Thinking of the skirt she bought yesterday, Sure scratched her head. The dress was indeed a little weird. You'll know after you try it on. You bought the skirt, but you didn't remember to send me the photo. By the way, can you drive? Hearing Sure's words, Okai also spoke with a smile. Yes, I will. That's fine. Come with me to pick out a car first, then we'll go back to your house to look at skirts, and then we'll go take a photo. Seeing Sure's hesitation, Okai also laughed, and then he agreed directly. Chapter 40. Dress? The foreman is still easy to deal with, because this foreman actually signed a contract with the sales office and property here. If it were an ordinary resident, at most he would be fined if he failed to handle the situation properly. But if Okai can't handle it well, he will have to leave at the word of Okai. Okai's big house is no joke, so it's not difficult to knock him down. He just wanted to hurry up and was afraid that he wouldn't be able to finish it by evening. It's better to go early in the morning than to be complained about for staying up late at night. Now that Okai, the real boss, had arrived and said that if things couldn't be fixed properly, they could come back tomorrow, he was no longer in a hurry. He waited until after 9 o'clock before he asked the construction team to start working on it again. After they started, Okai also brought Sure to the Yuyan Supercar Club. When he arrived, he found that Li Weidong had already arrived. Although he and Feng Yu have not signed a contract yet, the matter has been settled. So Li Weidong can be said to have taken office ahead of schedule. Li Weidong was a little dumbfounded when he saw Okai brought a new girl. Wow, it's different when you have money. Although Lu Shi was indeed beautiful before, Okai only took Lu Shi with him wherever he went. But now, he has already met 3 of them, Zhou Qin and Feng Yu, the original boss here yesterday. Not to mention that he and Feng Yu have no relationship, even an outsider like him can see that there must be something wrong between the two of them. And today, Sure came again? Sure enough, if a man has money, he is no longer a man. While he was looking at him with doubt, Okai started talking with a smile. Let me introduce you. This is Li Weidong, my childhood friend, classmate, and best friend. He will be the manager here in the future, and this is also my property. This is Sure, my assistant. If I have any problems in the future, I may send her. I tell you, make the account beautifully. If she catches you, don't say that I raped you. Okay, you're the one talking nonsense. Hello, Miss Sure. My name is Li Weidong. Hello, Mr. Li. From now on you can just call me Sure. Looking at Okai with contempt, Li Weidong nodded as a greeting to Sure, and Sure returned the greeting. Okay, go ahead and get busy. Make sure I understand all the twists and turns here. I'll leave this to you in the future. I'll take Sure to pick a car first. Okay, I got it. Listening to Okai's words, Li Weidong also despised this guy who said one thing and thought another in his heart. He was just an ordinary assistant, and Okai was willing to give him a car? It's because this soft girl named Sure is pretty and he covets her body. How despicable. However, Li Weidong just muttered in his heart, and then went about his business with a smile, because he knew that if he had money, he would probably be much more miserable than Okai. At this time, Okai brought Sure to the front of the cars. Those executive or performance sedans and SUVs are not suitable for Sure. So Okai took her to pick out a sports car, and looking at these sports cars, Sure was at a loss. Because these cars really cost over 1 million yuan, she really doesn't dare to drive them. Finally, I chose a Porsche Boxster, a 2.5T soft-top sports car. The original price of this car was 817,000 yuan, but now the price of a new car has dropped to 735,000 yuan. Including taxes and other things, the total price is only about 820,000 yuan. It is indeed hit hard by the impact of domestic cars. But this car is quite suitable for Sure to drive. It is fully insured, so there is no need to worry about her crashing it. After taking her to race around the area's racetrack for a few laps and testing the car's performance and switches, Okai also drove her car slowly to their neighborhood with her. The community where Sure lives, well, it can't be said to be her home, because it is actually a house she rents. It is an old community, but it is not far from Longting Jiayuan. There are probably 4 bus stops. If you walk, it will take 20 minutes, but if you take a car, it will only take more than 10 minutes. This is also the reason why she came to Longting Jiayuan to work as a sales lady, as it is close to home. However, in this old residential area, many of the supporting facilities are definitely not very good. Like parking spaces, The cars here are parked in a mess, but fortunately, probably because there were disputes here, there are quite a lot of cameras nearby. There is no need to worry about anyone scratching it. It's just not very easy to park. In fact, Sure is more suitable for a car that can park automatically. When she parked the car and got out, the child was so anxious that his head was covered in sweat. He was really scared. Okay, just drive slowly from now on. This car has full insurance. If something happens, don't panic. If you hit someone, call 120 first, then call the traffic police, and then call the insurance company. If you only hit 2 cars, call the traffic police first, then call the insurance company. If it hits something fixed, like a flower bed, just file a claim with the insurance company. Brother Kai, can't you just hope that I'll be a little better? After hearing what Okai said, Sure also pouted and said to Okai, okay, just remember it. Let's go upstairs to see the skirt. Looking at Sure's expression, Okai also smiled, and then followed Sure upstairs. Soon the two entered a room on the 3rd floor. This room is a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment, but it is obvious that Sure is sharing it with others. The living room looked very messy, obviously containing the belongings of 2 people. Both rooms had corresponding locks, but they were both locked tightly. Brother Kai, please sit down for a while. I'll go change my clothes. After letting Okai sit on the sofa, Sure whispered something to Okai and then went back to her room. Okai also responded and started playing with his mobile phone. Soon, he heard the sound of high heels. When he turned around and looked at Sure's door, Sure had also opened it. Then in front of Okai, Sure also came out wearing a beige dress. The style of this dress was a hip skirt, but not that revealing. The skirt was above the knees, and although her collarbone was exposed on her upper body, no scars were exposed. It was a stacked style like the ancient Greek style, but it was obvious that Sure had scars. Her lower body was bare-legged, and she was wearing a pair of transparent high-heeled sandals. Her white and tender feet and calves looked like jade and were also very beautiful. The most important thing is that when she turned around, Okai discovered that the back of the dress was a hollow design. So it looked a little sexy, but the problem was that the back was hollow, which meant that if she wore tight clothes, it would look a bit abrupt. Looking at this scene, Okai was also a little confused. Sure, who didn't hear Okai's comment, couldn't help but ask, Brother Kai, doesn't this suit look good? Chapter 41. Auction? Well, it looks good. It does look good, but are you? Listening to Sure's words, Okai scratched his head and then mentioned it in a low voice. Oh, there are breast pads inside. Sister Su Nua said that it is impossible to wear clothes like this. Wear clothes that are close to the body, so this is used. Hearing Okai's words, Sure's face suddenly turned red, and then she spoke to Okai with a slight stutter. Well, that's right. By the way, how much is this dress of yours? I'll send it to you. After hearing what Sure said, Okai also murmured something, and then asked Sure about the price of the clothes. No need. This dress is only 170, and including this pair of shoes is only 200. I'm going to wear it anyway, so I don't need your money, Brother Kai. Hearing Okai say that the dress was good-looking, Sure ran to Okai's side with a smile, then sat down and said to Okai. And after hearing her words, Okai couldn't help but smile. Girl, are you trying to save money for me? I don't need you to help me save money. You should buy something expensive. Okai also said with a smile after gently touching Sure's head. I didn't really want to save money, but I didn't know where to buy a dress. I asked Sister Su Nua, and she took me to a small shop. But I think the material is pretty good. Feeling Okai's movements, Sure also smiled and spoke. Look at the person you're looking for. She's a person who wears formal clothes all day long. How would she know where to buy a dress? I guess if you asked her, she would be embarrassed to say that she didn't know. So she found the store online. After laughing, Okai also looked at her and smiled. What he thought was actually correct. Su Nua was a girl who wore formal clothes all day long. Although she was very beautiful, she had never worn a dress. But I don't know anyone else. Hearing Okai say this, Sure also cutely stuck out her tongue, and then said with a smile, Yes, you will know more people in the future. This one is fine, very beautiful, go change it, and let's go eat. Looking at the time, it was almost noon. Okai also said to Sure, and when Sure heard Okai's words, she immediately stood up. Don't go out to eat, I'll make it for you. Okai had tasted Sure's cooking on the first day of moving in. He liked the homely taste. Seeing Sure's expression as if she wanted to show off, Okai smiled and nodded and agreed. Then Sure changed her clothes and went to the kitchen to get busy. Soon the aroma of food wafted in. When Sure called Okai, he saw quite a few dishes in the restaurant, including a big bowl of boiled pork slices, a plate of shredded pork with fish flavor, and a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. They all looked delicious. Okai no longer hesitated and started to eat with sure. As the first chopstick of food entered his mouth, Okai smiled and gave a thumbs up again. As long as you like it, eat more. Seeing that Okai enjoyed the food she cooked, Sure also said with a smile, and then she started eating. After finishing their meal, the two of them cleaned up and went to sit on the sofa in the living room to watch TV together. It must be said that Okai and Sure actually had a lot of common topics, especially on Thursday and Friday. When he was directing Su Nuo and the others to operate the business, he became very familiar with Sure, so there was nothing wrong with the two of them sitting together watching TV. In this way, time passed in a blink of an eye, and it was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After they simply heated up the leftovers from lunch and had dinner, they got in Okai's car and headed to the auction that Feng Yu had told Okai about. However, this auction is not actually like in the movies, where there is a special auction venue. Those are only available in special large-scale auctions. These small private auctions are usually held in temporary locations. For example, in some private estates or some private museums. For example, this auction is held in an art gallery. Okai and Sure arrived here, handed the car to the doorman, and then entered the auction venue. It must be said that the people who came to participate in the auction were basically all dressed in formal attire. Some elderly people wore Zhongshan suits and Tang suits, but young people basically wore suits. Only Okai was dressed casually. Although their female companions were only wearing evening gowns, they were all covered in jewels. Unlike Sure, who was pretty and young but didn't have a single decent piece of jewelry on her. However, these people were all well-mannered. Although they might have looked down on Okai and the others in their hearts, they didn't say anything. As for Okai and Sure, they also entered the auction venue together. To enter from here, you must have the invitation card. You also need to swipe the card to confirm it is real before you can enter. There was naturally no problem with the card given by Feng Yu, but after entering, Okai also asked the receptionist how to change his name. He couldn't always use Feng Yu's name. The receptionist was very polite and asked someone to lead Okai to the office of the person in charge here. Hello, sir and madam. How can I help you? Looking at Okai and Sure who walked in, the person in charge here also said with a smile. This membership card belongs to my friend. She may not want to come here in the future, so she asked me to change the card to my name. After listening to the words of the person in charge, Okai also stated his purpose. Actually, it's not that troublesome. Now you just need to verify your capital. If you have assets over 30 million, you can apply for a membership card here. After hearing Okai's words, the person in charge also spoke. Needless to say, this is definitely a change in the rules. After all, the current economic environment outside is not good, which has also affected the domestic situation. The 13th level may have been very high in the past, but now anyone with assets can come. This has saved Okai a lot of trouble. He then called the bank directly and pressed the speakerphone button, so that the other party could hear exactly that he currently had more than 200 million in cash deposits. The person in charge smiled even brighter. In just 5 minutes, a new membership card appeared in Okai's hand. As for the photo of Feng Yu, just return it to her when we meet tomorrow. As for whether she cuts off her hand or not, what does it have to do with Okai? Then he brought Sure with him and walked into the main venue. After they found a place to sit down, a waiter came over and gave them a tablet. After a while, they could use the tablet to bid whatever price they liked. Just as Okai and Sure were looking through what would be auctioned today, with the sound of a bell, the auction officially began. Chapter 42. The auction begins. Welcome everyone to our auction today. Your presence makes our place shine. As the bell rang, a middle-aged man in a tuxedo walked to the auction table in front of Okai and the others, smiling, and began his opening remarks. But after all, it wasn't a school opening ceremony or graduation ceremony, and the guests who came here to attend the auction were too lazy to listen to what he was saying. So he just briefly introduced their company and the art gallery that would be used for the auction today, and then he started today's auction directly. The first lot for today is a pair of earrings from Chopard. From the red carpet series, model 84979610002, the earrings are pear-shaped. The main material is 18K white gold. The total weight of the two main emeralds is 29.12 carats, and the white diamond carats are 22 carats. This pair of earrings is really suitable for ladies with fair skin. Its selling price was 6.46 million, but it has been discontinued for a long time. It is a piece of jewelry with great collection value. The starting price for this auction is 4.8 million, and the bid increment is 200,000 per lot. Please bid. As the auctioneer was introducing the items, a tall etiquette lady came up to the booth with the pair of earrings and held them up to show around. When Okai saw the two earrings, the situation regarding the two earrings appeared in front of his eyes. Indeed, just as the auctioneer said, these earrings are quite collectible. Because according to the system's valuation, it is already worth 7.2 million, which is about 800,000 higher than the launch price. The price will increase by about 3% every year. It is not high, but it is not very low either. It does have some collection value. Although it is not too high, if the price is right, you can buy it. At this moment, there were quite a few people in this conference hall who had this vision. Although they didn't know the final price of this thing, they knew roughly what it was worth. So many people started bidding at this time. At the same time, some auction numbers appeared on a large screen behind the auctioneer. Okay, buyer number 3 bid 5 million, buyer number 12 bid 5.2 million, buyer number 17 bid 5.4 million, buyer number 21 bid 5.6 million, buyer number 16 bid 5.8 million, buyer number 3 bids again, 6 million, 6 million. Is there a higher price? Okay, buyer number 8 bids 6.2 million. After a round of bidding, when the necklace slowly approached the asking price, the buyers began to hesitate. Ask a price. At this time, Okai also felt that he was about to make a bid. Brother Kai, if you bid any more, it will be 6.4 million. 6.4 million for a pair of earrings? After hearing what Okai said, Sure also lowered her voice and asked in a low voice. 6.4 million is enough for her to buy a house in Longting Jiayuan, but Okai just wants to buy a pair of earrings now? Make an offer, it's worth it. After hearing what Sure said, Okai also started talking with a smile. Then Sure also pressed the bid at this time. At the same time, on the big screen behind the auctioneer, Okai's number, 26, also appeared, which was also the last number of the entire event. Of course, there are actually not 26 people here, because the organizers removed some numbers that seemed unlucky, such as 4, 14, 24, 18, 7, and 13. But Okai's 26 was indeed the last number of the game. As he bid 6.4 million, many people looked at him. His number was almost obvious, because everyone else here knew who the other person was and what their number was. Okai was the only new face, and it seemed like he was here for the first time, so he must be the last number. Originally, these people were still thinking that this guy Okai was just here for fun. After all, he didn't look like someone who would participate in the auction. Now he really looks unrecognizable. Okay, guest number 26, your bid is 6.4 million. Is there a higher price? 6.4 million the first time, 6.4 million the second time. Just as these people were observing Okai, the auctioneer also spoke at this time. Number 3, who was sitting in the front, looked at the number and she couldn't help but frowned. Number 3 is a woman, and she came alone. She doesn't look very old, probably just a little older than Okai. As for her appearance, she is very beautiful, but not the kind of beautiful that people think of as beautiful. Instead, she has an ultimate temperament and beauty. She has an oval face, a wide forehead, a pair of eyes that are not very big, and fair skin. When she sits like this, people will feel that she is an artist. It can be seen that she also likes this pair of earrings. But 6.4 million is 60,000 lower than the offering price. If she raises the price further, she has to feel whether she will lose money. After thinking about it, she turned around and looked at Okai, then raised the price. Number 3, bid 6.6 million. Wow, I never thought the first item would be so competitive. 6.6 million? Is there anyone else bidding? The auctioneer originally felt that 6.4 million was already a good price, and was about to drop the hammer when number 3 made a new offer, which made him shout with excitement. The auctioneer's salary is directly linked to the profit of this auction. So the higher the sale, the happier he is. After hearing what the auctioneer said, Sure also looked at Okai, and Okai calculated in his mind that if he bid again, it would be 6.8 million. In this case, he would only make 400,000 from this item, which was a bit unnecessary. Thinking of this, he shook his head, made a pleased gesture. Seeing that Okai had given up, the auctioneer immediately dropped the hammer. The first lot was sold for 6.6 million. After the first lot was sold, the sales of the following lots became quiet. The second item to be auctioned is a Hermes bag. This bag is made of crocodile leather and cowhide, a Maison Blau platinum bag. The most important thing is this bag, 1.95 million. Although Okai couldn't understand it, this thing was indeed valuable, because in his eyes, the bag was now worth more than 1.8 million. But he definitely won't buy it. In the end, the bag was bought by an old man. When the third item came up for auction, Okai suddenly understood why this was a private auction. Because the third item up for auction was actually an antique. The auctioneer was talking about a Yuan Dynasty Longquan Kiln double fish wash basin, But the introduction of the Okai system was Northern Song Dynasty Longquan Kiln Double Fish Wash Basin. Looking at this thing, Okai couldn't help but laugh playfully. Chapter 43. Painting? Brother Kai, what's wrong? Is this thing valuable? Seeing Okai's playful look at this time, Sure couldn't help but ask curiously. The money is okay, but these people are skirting the line here. This stuff is illegal. Listening to Sure's words, Okai also started talking with a smile. Borderline? Illegal? Sure was confused after hearing Okai's words. He looked at the etiquette ladies on the auction table. Although they were all wearing cheongsams that showed off their figures perfectly, they didn't expose anything. This couldn't be considered borderline, let alone illegal. Seeing her puzzled look, Okai also spoke in a low voice. The laws of our country stipulate that things produced after the Yuan dynasty can be bought and sold, but things produced before the Yuan dynasty, that is, during the Song dynasty, cannot be bought and sold. The Pisces wash basin on the auction table now is actually from the Northern Song dynasty, but the auctioneer and the people below pretend to be confused even though they know the truth. They are bidding it as if it is from the Yuan dynasty. If it is a Longquan double fish washing machine from Yuan dynasty, the price will not be higher than 1.5 million, but the starting price here is 1.2 million, and now it has reached 1.7 million. Only those from the Northern Song dynasty can be sold for around 2.6 million. After hearing what Okai said, Sure finally understood what Okai meant by skirting the line and breaking the law. For a moment, she couldn't help but blush a little. Then, Brother Kai, do you want it? Yes, they know the truth but pretend to be ignorant, so I will pretend to be ignorant too. Anything under 2.4 million is fine. After hearing what Sure said, Okai also smiled. With a Pisces wash like this, the returns will definitely get higher and higher in the future. Even the system says that the annual increase in investment is stable at around 5%. In other words, this thing will increase by at least 100,000 every year. Why not? As Okai finished speaking, Sure also started bidding. Soon, the price of this Pisces wash exceeded 2 million. When it reached 2.2 million, only Okai and number 9 were left competing. But it was obvious that he also felt that he had reached his limit. So in the end, he called out 2.3 million, but was blocked by Okai with 2.4 million. Then, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s in the distance made a gesture of invitation, indicating that he would not bid anymore. At this time, the auctioneer shouted 3 times and then dropped the hammer. From then on, Okai got the first piece of collection that he had auctioned today. Northern Song Dynasty Longquan Kiln Double Fish Wash Basin. As for what this thing is used for, he doesn't know either. As long as he can make money, it's fine. After the Pisces shower was finished, 3 drinks were served in a row. They are the grand celebration items released by Mao Tai, which were worth 158,888, but now they are only worth 100,000 per bottle. Only worth? Okai is getting too excited now. Here this stuff is sold in boxes, 6 bottles per box, with a starting price of 500,000. Okai also joined in the fun and spent 620,000 to buy a box. Then the second wine is from abroad, Romanikani from 2009, priced at 168,000 renminbi per bottle. It is sold individually, with a total of 10 bottles. Okai also bought 2 bottles. The last wine was Wuliang Seal Jar wine from 2009. It was originally priced at 198,888, but is now only worth 140,000. Okai also bought 2 bottles. Although he doesn't drink it, can I put it at home for viewing? After the auction of these 3 kinds of wine, calligraphy and paintings began to be auctioned. The first thing photographed was a painting by Mr. Fan Zeng. Although Mr. Fan is still alive, he is very old now and rarely paints anymore. It is precisely because of this that the prices of his paintings have been rising over the years. For example, this painting of Laozi coming out of seclusion, although only 4 feet in size, has a starting price of 1.6 million at auction, which is more expensive than the double fish wash basin from the Northern Song dynasty. But in Okai's system, the actual price of this painting is as high as 3.6 million. Moreover, according to the system's estimation, its price will increase by about 8% every year, and its collection value is very high. If we wait until one day, after Mr. Fan passes away, the price of this painting will rise even higher. So Okai didn't hesitate to take action. He came here to make money, so he wanted to take a picture of the poem. To be honest, if we calculate purely by total assets, Okai should be the last in this room, but in terms of cash, the total amount of cash of these people may not be as much as he has now. So when he offered 3.3 million for this painting, others were reluctant to bid, and in the end, he also bought the painting. After taking this picture, Okai took a lot of pictures of calligraphy and paintings. Li Kuchins, Lin Fengmian's, Pantianxiu's. Basically, as long as he sees that it is a calligraphy or painting, and the investment price given by the system is higher than 6%, as long as it does not exceed its current price, Okai will buy it. Soon, he had bid for 6 paintings. However, after the paintings of these famous painters were sold, the auction entered a relatively peaceful state. Most of the paintings that were auctioned next were from young artists. To be honest, people who bid for these paintings basically have 2 ideas. Either they really like the painting style of the owner of the painting, or they want to take a gamble to see whether this person will become successful in the future and whether the early paintings will sell for a high price. So the prices of these paintings are not high. Basically, the starting price for cheap ones is 200,000 to 300,000 yuan, and the starting price for expensive ones is 400,000 to 500,000 yuan. It is difficult for the transaction price to exceed 700,000 yuan. Okai had no interest in the paintings of these young painters. He doesn't understand calligraphy and painting, he just bought it purely for investment. But in his systematic analysis, it is difficult for these people's paintings to exceed 600,000, and they are really worse than each other. So at this time, he basically focused his attention on chatting with Shishir, but every time a lot came up for auction, he would just take a quick look. But just by this scan, he actually found a painting. The next piece to be auctioned is a painting recently created by young painter Tang Mofan, Starry Sky. As we all know, Tang Mofan is a very famous Chinese writer. His masterpiece, The Weeping Woman of Notre Dame, was once sold in France for a whopping 530,000 euros. Although this painting of the Starry Sky is not as good as the other one in terms of brushwork, it is not inferior in terms of artistic conception. The starting price of this painting is 450,000, and each bid cannot be less than 20,000. Listening to the auctioneer's words, Okai also looked at the painting with interest. Because at this moment, in his eyes, there is an arrow pointing straight upwards above the painting. If he concentrates, he will see a line of small words. Starry Sky, currently worth $500,000, will be worth $3.3 million in a month, and its value will increase by 12% every year. Oh, did I really find a bargain? Looking at this painting, Okai's eyes lit up at this moment. He didn't expect that he actually made a profit here. Chapter 44, Good Vision, 450,000, number 6 bid 470,000, okay, 49, 51, 55. Number 3 bid 610,000. Is there a higher bid? As the auctioneer's voice sounded, many people below offered their own prices. However, when the price reached 610,000, the others couldn't help but put their hands down, because in their opinion, Tang Mofan's painting was only worth more than 500,000. If it exceeded 600,000, it would no longer be worth much. And number 3, the elegant beauty sitting in the front, looked at the people around her who seemed to have given up the competition. She couldn't help but smile, and then looked at the painting in front of her with an obsessed look. In her eyes at this moment, this painting is not just a painting, it also contains her own feelings. But just as her memory was about to emerge, the screen suddenly lit up. Number 26, bid 630,000. As soon as number 26, who had bid several times today, made his bid, many people looked over. The same was true for the beautiful lady number 3. However, even though they looked at the painting, she did not forget to make a bid, because to her, the painting was more than just a painting. So at this time, she also bid 650,000, but almost the moment she bid, Okai over there had already bid 670,000, showing that he was determined to get this painting at this time. After hesitating for a while, she bid again 690,000, but Okai immediately lowered the price to 710,000. Then 73, 75, 77, 79. After the number reached 810,000, the woman finally calmed down a little. Although this painting has different meanings to her, to be honest, if you put yourself in her shoes, this painting is actually only worth more than 500,000 yuan. Now it is 810,000 yuan, which is a premium of 300,000 yuan. As a businessman, she feels that she has suffered a great loss. But at this moment, Okai made another bid. 830,000. Bid number 26, 830,000. Is there a higher bid? Listening to the auctioneer's words, number 3 also looked at Okai at this time. After seeing his playful and serious eyes this time, the beauty number 3 couldn't help but take a deep breath. On the one hand, she was reluctant to part with the painting, but on the other hand, her mind told her that she couldn't add any more. After all, she had already bought a pair of very expensive earrings today. If she added more, she might be in danger. Oh, forget it. Mo Fan has drawn more than just this one. After taking a deep breath, the beauty number 3 nodded, indicating that she had given up. Seeing that beauty number 3 was not going to raise the price anymore, the auctioneer began to speed up the frequency of the hammer, and finally the starry sky was sold for 830,000. After taking this picture of the starry sky, Okai lost interest in the following paintings by young modern artists. He is just here to make money. He is not here to appreciate art. He really can't appreciate it. After these paintings, the auction started again for some jewelry, bags, and the like. It has to be said that the current economic environment is not very good, and these things are indeed very easy to sell. Naturally, Okai would not be polite, and he would buy all the items that had collection value and high appreciation value as soon as he saw them. For example, the Van Cleef Arpels ruby wedding ring, which was originally priced at $5.55 million and can now be sold for $6.25 million, he bought it for $5.18 million. A large necklace from Chopard's Animal World series, with an initial price of $497, can now be sold for $6.2 million. He bought it for $4.85 million. A diamond and platinum hairpin in Chamiba City, with an issue price of $4.452 million and now worth $5.02 million, he bought it for $4.35 million. But the most expensive thing he bought was actually a set of watches, Audemars Piguet's Royal Oak. These are 9 women's watches that look the same but are made of different materials. The most expensive watch with a complete set of emeralds was issued at a price of $24,768,000. The second most expensive one is a set of rubies, with an issue price of $12,384,000. A full set of sapphires, $9,364,000. The price of tsavorite and chrysoberyl is $5,893,000. $5.8 million 1,000 of spessartine. Tourmaline is priced at $5.46 million, and the tanzanite and amethyst are priced at $5.203 million. In other words, the issue price of these 9 watches is $79,569,000. In the past, he always heard people say that poor people play with cars and rich people play with watches. He always thought that the watch might have the Chinese character for female on the side, but now he realized that he was too naive. With tens of millions, you can buy a large apartment, but for truly wealthy people, it is just a small decoration on their hand. But the most important thing is that this watch can actually appreciate in value. The total value of these 9 watches is currently $87 million. In other words, the price has increased by more than $7 million, and after collecting it, the price will increase by 5.5% every year. This makes Okai quite interested. Anyway, he bought a bunch of things today and hasn't spent $20 million yet, so he didn't hesitate and started shooting right away. These people also officially witnessed Okai's strong financial resources. By the time these watches were auctioned, Okai's spending for the day had reached $100 million, and he was satisfied and stopped the auction. However, when he saw Sher's empty hands beside him, he also looked at the next bag to be auctioned. This bag is also from Hermes. It's called the Gold Buckle Emerald Green Crocodile Leather Bag. The issue price was $1,215,991, but naturally the price has plummeted now. But according to Okai's system evaluation, it is still worth $1.09 million. Although I couldn't understand it, I was indeed shocked. And Okai bought the bag very calmly. After buying this bag, he didn't buy anything else. Until the end of the auction, staff from Okai's side came to Okai to settle the bill as soon as possible, for fear that Okai would run away. And Okai naturally would not run away. He swiped his card happily and told them that the things could be sent home to him tomorrow, because when he and Sher came just now, the contractor who installed the stairs had already called them. The stairs have been installed today. If you have any questions, you can always contact them. So it won't delay these people from delivering the goods tomorrow. After paying the money, he quietly asked these people to deliver the bag he had bought first. Sher didn't hear him when he said this, so even though she didn't know why Okai had paid the money and was still waiting here, she naturally didn't have any objection. While he and Sher were waiting for their bags, number 3, the beautiful artistic lady, came over. Do you like Tang Mofin's work, too? You should know that you made money on everything else you bought, but you lost money on that one. Looking at Okai, the beauty also said with a smile, "Oh, maybe. But art is something that is hard to distinguish 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okai couldn't say that he had foreseen the future. As far as the moment was concerned, he had indeed lost money on that painting. It seems that our artistic sense is quite similar. My name is Zhuo Mei, and I own an art gallery. If you have time, you can come to my gallery and have a look." As she spoke, the woman handed over a business card. After taking the business card, Okai felt a little embarrassed because he didn't have it. Chapter 45. Come up and sit down. I'm really sorry, I haven't printed my business card yet. If you don't mind, Can you save my phone number? Seeing that the other party was still waiting for his business card, Okai couldn't help but say a little embarrassedly, then took out his mobile phone and asked her. Zhuomei obviously had not thought that Okai would actually say that. While she was a little surprised, she was obviously more interested in this big boy, Okai. His first impression was that he didn't seem to be a second-generation rich man, but his behavior at the auction seemed very mature. Apart from the Tang Mofin's painting that he had his eyes on, all the other items he bought were quite safe. Okay. Hearing that she agreed, Okai called the number on her business card. After the two saved each other's phone numbers, Zhuomei nodded and turned to leave. Shortly after she left, the staff here brought over the bag he had bought that was worth more than 1 million yuan. After Okai checked it again and made sure there were no problems, he handed the bag directly to Shir behind him. Oh, do you want me to hold it for you? Sure. Looking at the bag that Okai handed over, Shir asked hesitantly at this time. To be honest, just now she saw Okai taking pictures of bags, watches, and jewelry, and it was impossible for her not to envy him and want some. But she was very clear about her position. She was an assistant, not Okai's girlfriend, and these things were not bought for her. So even though she was a little envious, she could still control herself. But this bag is really beautiful. What do you mean help me get it? What do I need it for? I bought this for you. Listening to Shir's words, Okai also started talking with a smile. As he spoke, he threw the bag directly to Shir, and then he walked outside. After hearing what Okai said, Shir felt a little numb and couldn't help but stuttered and said to Okai again, This is too expensive. What's so expensive? As my assistant, you must be fully armed. Here, you keep it. When you don't want to do it anymore, just return it and the car to me. Looking at Shir's expression, Okai said calmly, Who would be willing to leave you? Looking at Okai's back, Shir began to mutter softly. Although she has not spent much time with Okai, to be honest, Shir now feels that even if she were to die for Okai, she would probably agree. Of course, Okai would never let her die. He was very satisfied with his little assistant. Let's go. Okay. After hearing what Okai said, Shir also ran with a smile, and soon followed Okai out of the art gallery used for the auction. The doorman who had just driven away had already cleaned the car and parked it in front of the door. This auction did a very good job in these aspects. After Okai and Shir got into the car, Okai also drove and came straight to the downstairs of Shir's house. As the car stopped, Okai also looked at Shir who was sitting in the passenger seat. Thank you for working overtime tonight. It's not hard, and what's more, there is such a valuable thank you gift. After hearing Okai's words, Shir smiled and shook her head, then showed her back. Okay, it's time to go back to bed. We have to go to the new company tomorrow. Tomorrow, Okai has two things to do. The first is to formally sign the contract to acquire Fengyu Supercar Club, and the second is to continue to fight in the stock market with Su Nuo. He plans to play here for a few more days, and then use his connections to exchange money with the bank to invest in the Hong Kong stock market. The domestic market is indeed a novice village. The price can neither rise nor fall much. For many novices, it is indeed very suitable, but for Okai, it is not so suitable. After all, he has a cheat, and if he still follows the routine, it would be a waste of his cheat. However, just as Okai finished speaking, Shir did not leave in a hurry. Instead, she looked at Okai, took a deep breath, and then spoke. Brother Kai, do you want to come to my house and sit down? Looking at Okai, Shir mustered up the courage to tell the truth. When she first met Okai, although the people in the sales office were joking with her, saying that she should take the initiative, she was actually unwilling to do so in her heart. This was also the reason why she slipped away immediately after cooking for Okai, and Okai did not keep her. But tonight, she felt that if she missed it, she might regret it. So at this time, she looked at Okai seriously and spoke. When Okai heard her words, he was stunned. It's already past 9 o'clock in the evening, and we're all adults. He knows very well what it means to sit upstairs at this time. Okai subconsciously wanted to refuse, because in his mind, he had a girlfriend, Zhou Qin. However, after thinking about what Zhou Qin said to him last night and this morning, he swallowed the words of refusal. Looking at Shir beside him, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and asked, Are you sure? And your roommate, will it be inconvenient? Hee, Brother Kai. Has your ex-girlfriend ever told you that you were a real downer sometimes? Hearing Okai's cautious look, Shir suddenly laughed. Hearing Shir say this, Okai couldn't help but smile awkwardly, as if Lu Shi had indeed said that before. Okai himself knew that he was not that smart in this area, but before he could answer, Shir came over and held Okai's cheeks with both hands, and then pressed against him. After a long time, the two separated, and then Sure looked at Okai and said, I don't want to walk. Can you carry me upstairs? Okay. Now that it has come to this, what else can Okai say? So at this time he swallowed his saliva, got out of the car, and carried Sure back to her home. However, as soon as they entered the door, Sure had already kicked off her shoes, and then she and Okai fell on the sofa where they watched TV together in the afternoon. Looking at Okai's face, which was so close to her, Sure couldn't help but swallow. She has dreamed of this scene many times in the past few nights, but this time she was sure that it was not a dream, but reality. I haven't yet. So, I'll trouble you tonight. Well, leave it to me. After listening to Sure's words, Okai also looked at her at this time, and then took the initiative to move over. The wind tonight was really noisy. Chapter 46. Everyone loves to act smart. Hello? Are you up? My lawyer is ready. Are you going to sign the contract at my company or somewhere else? Sister, it's just 7 o'clock. After checking the time on his phone, Okai also started talking to Fengyu. This girl is really too impatient, and she must be a rooster. In just a few days, Okai has been woken up by her twice. Yeah, it's only 7 o'clock. Hey, I was just afraid that you would oversleep. Anyway, you're up now, so answer my question. Hearing what Okai said, Fengyu also looked at his phone, then started talking with a smile. Sign it at my company. I've also called our legal team over. Listening to Fengyu's laughter on the other end of the phone, Okai was speechless. Hey, you started a company? When Fengyu heard Okai say that he had started his own company, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Well, to make it easier to pay insurance and file taxes. After casually answering Fengyu's puzzle questions, Okai chatted with her for a few more words. After agreeing to meet at the company at 9 o'clock in the morning, Okai hung up the phone and sent the address of his company to Fengyu. When the call was connected, he looked at Sure, who was covering her face with a quilt, with only a pair of eyes showing, looking at him blankly. Just like what a certain writer named Zhang from the previous dynasty said, the shortest way to a woman's inner world is a good night's rest. At this moment, Sure looked at Okai with extreme infatuation. Okai really met all her requirements for the opposite sex. At this time, the sunlight through the gap in the curtains shone on Okai's body. That perfect face, the equally perfect and strong body, and the warm smile really made Sure almost drunk. Especially when she thought of what happened last night. Her eyes were a little blurred. The only pity is that the seat next to Okai is too dazzling. She knows very well that she is not qualified to sit there. And through what she learned last night, she also knows that it is difficult for her to completely tie Okai down. So the best choice is to stay as she is and be a good assistant. Sorry for waking you up. Go back to sleep. I'll go make you some porridge. Have a good rest today. Seeing the look Sure was giving him, Okai sat down next to her at this time. He reached out his hand to touch her hair, then smiled and spoke to her. I'm fine. I don't want to delay your business. After hearing what Okai said, Sure also spoke. But just as she finished speaking, Okai gently scratched her nose. What can I do? Just rest assured. After saying that, Okai also left the bed with a smile, went to the kitchen first, cooked porridge for Sure, and then went to wash up. When he saw the toothbrush cup and towel that Sure had prepared for him, he couldn't help but smile. This little girl seems to have had ideas about herself for a long time, and she has prepared all the things. As for his current relationship with Sure, the two of them had a tacit understanding and neither of them mentioned it. Just when he finished washing up and came out, the sound of a key opening the door of Sure's house suddenly came. Then Okai saw a girl who might not be as pretty as Sure, but generally speaking quite pure, walking in from outside yawning. However, when she saw Okai, she couldn't help but be stunned. It was Okai who reacted first. Hello, I'm Sure's friend. You must be her roommate. Yes, hello you guys. Oh, Sure hasn't gotten up yet? After hearing Okai's words, the girl also reacted and said in the same overwhelmed manner. Not yet. Last night, she was a little tired, so I cooked some porridge. You can have some later. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Looking at the girl's appearance, Okai also smiled and said. Originally, he was planning to accompany Sure to drink porridge by himself, but now her roommate was back, and he felt a little awkward here, so after hesitating for a while, he decided to leave first. The girl was obviously a little embarrassed in front of Okai, so she nodded and gave up her seat at the door. Then Okai put on his shoes and left Sure's house. As soon as he left, the girl quietly pushed open Sure's door. Sure was naturally not asleep yet at this time. She heard the conversation outside clearly, so when the girl pushed open the door, she looked at her with a blush. Okay, this is your boss you were talking about? He's so handsome. Looking at Shur, the girl also raised her eyebrows and said, yeah. After hearing the girl's words, Shur blushed and nodded. But being handsome can't make a living. You're so easy to follow him. You haven't received your first month's salary yet. He said he has 50,000, but he hasn't paid it to you yet. Looking at Shur's appearance, the girl also sat on her bed and spoke in a low voice. Look at that bag. After hearing her roommate's words, Shur also pointed with her chin at the handbag hanging in the distance. Wow, it's so beautiful. Where did you buy it? Did he buy it for you? How much did it cost? As soon as Shur's roommate saw the bag, her eyes lit up. To Okai, it was just an ordinary pocket, but to her, it looked like the finest work of art. I bought it at an auction yesterday for over $1 million. After hearing what Shur said, her roommate, who originally wanted to take the bag and take a closer look, couldn't help but tremble her hand for a moment, and then she took it back. This bag, more than 1 million? 10,000? Did you see the Porsche downstairs? Looking at her roommate's shaken pupils, Shur also laughed. Gurgle, I saw it. I was just about to tell you that there are people driving such nice cars in our community. This car couldn't be yours too. After swallowing, Shur's roommate carefully asked her at this time. The only thing that answered her was the car keys that Shur picked up from the bedside table. Wow, this is okay. Looking at the car keys and the bag, Shur's roommate didn't know what to say at this moment. Shur couldn't help but laugh when she saw her roommate like this. No wonder so many people like to act smart. This feeling of shocking and making others envious is really great. She had never felt this kind of pleasure before. Apart from being pretty, she was not good at anything, and her academic performance was not good either. Otherwise, she would not have started working right after graduating from high school. But now that she is with Okai, she feels the feeling of being a child of other people's families when she was a child. Of course, for her, the pleasure at this time is just an additional benefit. What she likes most is the feeling she had last night. Chapter 47. Character Panel. There is no problem with the contract. I transferred the money directly to you. After Okai left Shur's home, he went out to have breakfast before returning to his home to change his clothes. Then, at around 8:50, he arrived at his company, on Thai Finance. When he got there, he found that everyone was already there. Feng Yu brought lawyers from his company, and Luo Guogang is now entertaining them. Chi has also arrived, but is now going through the onboarding process. However, he needs to wait for a while because the promises made to the 14 of them are more important at this time. The Human Resources Department is working hard to onboard them, and this is also the company's top priority right now. Of course, the company's legal advisor had also arrived at this time. At this time, Okai also completed the transaction with Feng Yu. After the contract was signed in quadruplicate, one for him and one for Feng Yu, with each law firm keeping one copy, and Okai transferred the 180 million yuan to Feng Yu. Feng Yu's supercar club officially became Okai's. At the same time, Li Weidong on the other side also officially joined the company and became the manager of this supercar club. At this moment, Okai's system suddenly popped up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making money successfully. The amount earned has reached 100 million. Rewards. Character panel is opened, and the predictive ability is opened. Huh? Character panel? Okai has never thought that this super rich system also has a character panel, but he still subconsciously opened it and took a look. Then a translucent panel that only he could see appeared in front of him. Name, Okai. Gender, male. Age, 25. Height, 188 centimeters, will grow to 192 centimeters slowly. Weight, 85 kilograms. Physical strength, 100. The average value of all attributes for ordinary people is 10. Charm, 100. Wisdom, 47. Business, 33. Innovation, 39. Social, 9. Management, 37. Special ability. Perfect body, physical fitness will reach the limit of human beings. Skills. Hands of great compassion, vocal master, medical master, basic cooking, basic driving. Properties under name, 31st, 32nd and 33rd floors of Building 7, Longting Jiayuan, valued at 89 million. On Thai Financial Company, valued at 68 million. Yuan Supercar Club, valued at 210 million. Stocks under name, valued at 198.87 million. Sundries under name, valued at 113.37 million. The things just photographed yesterday. Current cash, 24,924,033.47. Total assets, 704.16 million. Looking at the detailed records on his character panel, Okai was surprised by three things. The first was that he was unexpectedly good at basic attributes, such as physique, charm, etc., which must have been given by the perfect body. It doesn't matter if you don't mention it, and business and the like don't matter. What he was most interested in was that his wisdom was 47, which was pretty good. If we calculate that the IQ of an average person is 100 points, and mine is 47, then I should be at least over 120 or 130. But why were my grades not that good when I was in school? And there is social 9. Well, indeed, I am a socially anxious person. Secondly, he was a little surprised at Feng Yu's supercar club. Wow, she really wasn't suitable to be a boss. A supercar club worth 210 million was sold to herself for 180 million. Although she needed the money, she was really getting a good deal at this price. But it was also because of this that the money he earned at this time exceeded 100 million. Originally, he thought it might take a few more days for him to activate the 100 million reward. But unexpectedly, it was activated at this moment. I have to say, Feng Yu is really lucky. Of course, she is a candle, burning herself to light up Okai. The third is the character panel. Not only can Okai see his own attributes, he can also see the attributes of others. For example, Feng Yu at this moment has this attribute. Name, Feng Yu. Gender, female. Age, 26. Height, 171. Weight, 45 kilograms. Physical strength, 12. Charisma, 97. Wisdom, 55. Business, 6. Innovation, 5. Social, 84. Management, 42. Favorability towards the host, 86. Below 50 means disgust, 60 means casual acquaintance, 75 means good friend, 85 means close friend, 95 and above means dearest friend, 100 means forever. Well, she is indeed beautiful and smarter than Okai, but she is really not suitable to be a boss. Growing up in a wealthy family, she is very suitable for socializing. In fact, she is more suitable for public relations. Her social skill is 84, which is definitely a very high attribute. However, what surprised Okai the most was that her favorability towards him was 86. 86? This is not low. If I want to pursue her now, I guess she will not refuse. Of course, Okai will not pursue her either, because he has 2 women around him now. Except for Feng Yu, Okai glanced at the people around him and found that their attributes were all average. Like Luogua Gang. Name, Luogua Gang. Gender, male. Age, 25. Height, 181 centimeters. Weight, 92 kilograms. Physical strength, 9. Charm, 11. Wisdom, 32. Business, 42. Innovation, 8. Social, 45. Management, 36. Favorability towards the host, 93. To be honest, Luogua Gang is not really suitable to be a manager. His level of business and management is average, especially management. He is not as good as myself. But he is loyal enough to himself. When Okai hires people, he doesn't care about their abilities. He only cares about whether they are loyal to him and whether they listen to him. As for business and management, these are acquired talents that can be trained. This character panel is indeed very useful to him, but he is not quite sure what this predictive ability means. But now is not the time to study this thing, because Feng Yu here saw that the contract was signed and was about to leave. But at this moment, Okai's cell phone suddenly rang. When he picked up the phone, he realized that the call was from the auction yesterday. They were going to send something to Okai, but Okai had to instruct them to buy stocks, so he couldn't leave for the time being. Thinking of this, he looked at Feng Yu. With 86 points of favorability, it shouldn't be a problem to ask her for a favor. So at this time, Okai also looked at her with a smile. Are you busy later? In a while? No, you want to date me? After hearing what Okai said, Feng Yu also looked at Okai and said with a smile, no, I bought a lot of things yesterday, and they are about to be delivered to my house. No one is home right now and I can't leave. If you have nothing to do, could you please pick up the goods for me? Looking at Feng Yu's expression, Okai said a little embarrassedly. After hearing what Okai said, Feng Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy knew it was not good to trouble him so much. But for some reason, after hearing what Okai said, Feng Yu was not angry, but felt quite happy in his heart. I must have solved most of the gap problems, so I feel good. Looking at Okai, Feng Yu muttered something in his heart, and then he agreed. Chapter 48. Precognitive Ability. Oh, madam? All the goods you ordered are here. After Feng Yu agreed to Okai, He drove his Panamera to Longting Jiayuan and saw several heavily armed trucks at the door, and even escorts. After all, this was cargo worth 100 million yuan, and they had to be careful. When Feng Yu walked over and met the leader and confirmed her identity, the other party didn't know how to address her. But generally speaking, the people who can make people feel safe to accept goods worth 100 million must be the closest people. If they are not relatives, then it can only be husband and wife. Oh, come with me. Feng Yu was obviously stunned when she heard the other party calling her Mrs. O. She subconsciously wanted to argue, but stopped because she found that she was not really resistant to this title. Of course, what she was thinking about at this moment was her laziness in explaining. Then she took these people into the elevator and went straight to the 33rd floor. Okai did not change the password of the combination lock on the 33rd floor, so Feng Yu could still come in directly. When the workers put down their things and left, Feng Yu also counted the list. The more she looked, the more frightened she became. She originally thought that Okai went to the auction just to have fun and buy a few things, but who knew that he actually bought so many? My goodness, the stuff here alone must be worth nearly 100 million. This guy really trusts me. Isn't he afraid that I will run away with the stuff? If I sell these things, my company's debt will be paid off. Looking at the row of royal oak watches in her hand, she couldn't help but sigh and said, of course, she was just joking. After all, 100 million was a sum of money that most ordinary people had never seen in their lives, but for her, it was just money that she could easily get by just going home and being polite. But it's impossible not to be jealous. Taking a deep breath, she also took these small, valuable jewelry and the like into the bedroom, where there was a safe that she had bought. However, Okai had never used it, and the password was still the previous one. After she opened the safe, she put all the jewelry in it. As for the calligraphy and paintings and the like, since they couldn't be put in, Okai would study them himself when he came back. After putting these things away, Feng Yu was ready to leave. But before she left, she saw the stairs leading downwards that had already been built. For some unknown reason, she stopped and suddenly became interested in Okai's house. Then she walked to the 32nd floor, where Okai lived. Okai's home is very simple and clean. So clean that there is basically nothing in it. When Feng Yu saw that there was not even a single piece of women's clothing in Okai's closet, she couldn't help but smile for some reason. It looks like our young billionaire is still alone. Although there may be some lovers, there is no main person in the family. Having lived in a wealthy circle since childhood, she doesn't believe in love. Because her parents are like this, they are incompatible in spirit. Maybe at the beginning, there was love between them, but society is a big melting pot. Especially after she started her own company, she found that some things were indeed forced at the beginning. For example, when discussing business in her company, business banquets are necessary. After the banquet, the client asks to see the nightclubs or business nightclubs in this city. Can they refuse sternly? If you go to a place like this, where clients are making physical advances with girls, are your managers and salesmen just going to sit there like saints? Who are you slapping in the face? The four irons of men. They went to school together, carried guns together, shared the spoils together, and you have to get along with them. Then it will be easier to negotiate business. It may be just a casual play at first, but as time goes by, it turns into reality. So Feng Yu was very open-minded from the beginning, and her mother also taught her. If she longs for that kind of undivided love, then she should find a loser who loves her but whom she does not love. Although this will make her very tired and the other person will have no self-esteem, and they may even become enemies in the future, this is the only way for people like them to get love. If you want to find someone who is of equal status and whom you like, you have to learn to be open-minded. Because he couldn't tell how many lovers he might have. But there is only one mistress, and what she needs to learn is to be a mistress. Obviously, Feng Yu did not choose these two paths. She chose to start her own business, but it seems that she is really not cut out for starting a business. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile bitterly, and then she couldn't help but think of Okai in her mind. I wonder what would happen if I were with Okai. At this time, Okai naturally had no idea what Feng Yu was thinking. After he arranged what to buy in the stock market today, he came to the chairman's office prepared for him by Luo Guogang and studied his other ability, the ability to predict. In fact, this predictive ability does not mean that he can know what will happen 500 years in the past or 500 years in the future. The most important thing about this ability is that it supplements his original system. It's like before, he only knew that a stock or a piece of land would appreciate in value, but he didn't know why it would appreciate. But now that he has this ability, there will be a detailed introduction later. For example, why did the value of Longting Jiayuan, where his current house is located, appreciate by 62% after 3 years? This is because in 3 years, the education department of this city will replan the campus. The current Longting Jiayuan is a single campus city, and in 3 years it will become a double first-class campus. Not only will there be 2 T0 level elementary schools, there will also be a T1 level junior high school, and there will also be a provincial key high school nearby. So house prices will indeed soar. As for the location of the Supercar Club, the Imperial Court will plan an industrial park there in 2 years. This will be much more valuable than the school, so the land price will increase by 113%. Obviously, for Okai, this supplementary ability is quite powerful, because after he knew the news, he could actually enclose land nearby, or even in some more remote places, and get land and houses at a relatively low price. This is a great way to make money. At the same time, he will also make such additions when looking at stocks. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Okai was sitting here studying his ability, suddenly there was a knock on the door of his room. When Okai called out to come in, he noticed Su Nuo walked into his room at this time. Chapter 49. Different Thoughts. Oh, Su Nuo, what's the matter? Looking at Su Nuo, Okai also spoke to her with a smile. Su Nuo should be the only reliable talent under Okai at present. At this moment in front of Okai, her attributes are as follows. Name, Su Nuo. Gender, female. Age, 25. Height, 172. Weight, 47 kilograms. Physical strength, 9. Charisma, 96. Wisdom, 53. Business, 94. Innovation, 11. Social, 22. Management, 57. Favorability towards the host, 96. Her business ability is really strong, and her management level is not bad either. The most important thing is that she is really loyal to Okai, and her favorability towards him is sky high. Okai didn't know why her favorability towards him had reached 96. You have to know that Luogua's was just 93. But no matter what, this is good news for Okai. Oh, boss, we have already bought the stocks you asked us to buy. Hearing the words of admiration, Su Nuo gently pushed his glasses and spoke. Okay, let's go and have some rest. I saw the lounge that Luogua Gang built. It's pretty good. Luogua Gang has not been idle these 2 days. Even though Okai seems to be running around, he has been supervising the transformation here. Today, Okai took a look at their office, lounge, entertainment room, and tea room. They were all quite good, even beyond his expectations. The lounge not only has massage chairs, but also a capsule hotel-like area where you can lie down and rest. The entertainment room is fully equipped with billiards, TV, game consoles, etc. In the tea room, there are fresh fruits, new coffee machines, water dispensers, various snacks, etc. Of course, Okai did not let him favor one over the other. While he was working on this area, he also upgraded the original office area. Although there is no lounge, the standards of the tea room are unified, and there are massage chairs available, which makes the original employees here very satisfied. I thought about what you said about entering the Hong Kong stock market soon, so I sorted out the information of banks that are suitable for cooperation in the Hong Kong stock market. There is also a dynamic report on Hong Kong stocks in the past month. If you have time, I can tell you about it. After hearing what Okai said, Su Nuo took out a USB flash drive from behind him and started talking to Okai. Well, okay, tell me. To be honest, Okai investment, he doesn't actually need these things. After all, he didn't know how to trade stocks before. He learned these 2 skills from the system. However, he couldn't always remain ignorant in front of his subordinates, so recently he had been learning how to trade stocks. There are also some financial industry rules and so on. The information compiled by Su Nuo now is indeed of great reference value to him. Hearing that Okai agreed, Su Nuo immediately walked to Okai's side and directly inserted the USB flash drive into the computer in front of Okai, which had the stock market chart on it. Then I opened some PPTs familiarly. The first thing we see is the problem of cooperative banks. At the same time, Su Nuo also spoke. Boss, judging from the index holdings, the top 10 weighted banks in the CSI Hong Kong Bank Investment Index are Jinshi Xing Bank, which accounts for 15.29%, and Huifeng Holdings, which accounts for 14.73%. However, this bank has a very bad reputation, although it is more proficient in local business in Hong Kong. But he will betray his own people. ICBC's weighting is 14.29%, which is actually no worse than his, but ICBC, as those who understand know, is rather rogue, and we are afraid that they will find reasons to withhold the money earned from Hong Kong stocks. The next one, Bank of China, accounts for 10.5%, but it is a very good bank and seldom conducts transactions with private depositors. The following one, Agricultural Bank of China, accounts for 6.14%, Bank of Communications accounts for 5.83%, CITIC Bank accounts for 5.49%, China Merchants Bank accounts for 5.46%, Bank of China Hong Kong accounts for 5.43%, and Hang Seng Bank accounts for 4.89%. My suggestion is not to cooperate directly with Hong Kong Bank. CITIC, Communications, and China Merchants Bank are all fine. I have people I know in China Merchants Bank and CITIC Bank, so I can arrange a meeting at any time. The following are the major trends in Hong Kong stocks over the past month. After bringing up the PPT, Su Nuo took the initiative to lean towards Okai, who was sitting in the boss chair. To be honest, Okai could hear what she said at the beginning, but as she introduced more and more, she leaned towards him. Slowly, when a mountain blocked about 30% of Okai's vision, he realized that Su Nuo had unknowingly leaned towards him. And when Okai looked at her, she clearly saw Okai out of the corner of her eye, but this only made her face turn red, and her body showed no intention of moving away. Looking at this scene, Okai was a little confused. Favorability level 96. Could it be that she also likes him? You know, I have only seen her for 2 days, and today is the 3rd day. On the 3rd day, isn't this too fast? But actually, this is not fast anymore. In fact, Su Nuo had a good impression of Okai when he first saw him. After all, he was handsome, humble, and most importantly, rich. The most important thing is that he is willing to give himself a chance. The most important thing is that he is willing to give himself a chance, and he is also incredibly strong. Many people, whether men or women, actually admire the strong. Maybe men also need to consider their own pitiful self-esteem and say some tough words in order to show their respect. Women's admiration for the strong is much more direct. Okai, a man who destroyed Su Nuo's self-esteem and professionalism in all aspects. Her original status at Tianyi Securities was that her talent was not appreciated. She doesn't think she is any worse than those traders or stockbrokers. The only difference may be her qualifications and background. But with Okai, Okai taught her what real viciousness and real ability meant. She couldn't understand what Okai bought in the first day, but all these stocks have reached their daily limit. The same thing happened the next day. After today's opening, it is obvious that Okai's stock is still rising strongly, and it is estimated that it is only a matter of time before it reaches the daily limit. In addition, Okai is handsome, has a good temperament, and his personality is pleasing to her. Under such circumstances, Su Nuo actually didn't mind what happened between him and Okai. However, this was the first time she had done something like this, and she didn't know how to behave. From what she saw so far, Okai didn't seem to mind having contact with her. Just as she was thinking this, her hands suddenly slipped and she fell into Okai's arms. Oops. When Su Nuo cried out, "Ah," and Man Xiang fell into his arms, Okai became even more confused. When she saw herself falling into Okai's arms, but he didn't push her away, Su Nuo bit her lip lightly, and she was no longer anxious. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 50. No misunderstanding? Hey, who is it? Mr. O, it's me. Hearing the knock on the door, Okai and Su Nuo finally reacted. Su Nuo immediately stood up, straightened his clothes, and stood aside. Then Okai asked, and then Shir's voice came from outside. Shir, come in. Hearing this voice, Okai also said with some confusion at this time. After hearing Okai's words, the door was opened, and Shir also poked her little head in. After seeing Okai and Su Nuo, there was clearly some inexplicable look in her eyes. Then boss, please watch first. I'm going out. Oh, okay. Feeling Shir's gaze, Su Nuo couldn't help but feel her ears turning red. In order to avoid embarrassment, she spoke first. Hearing her words, Okai nodded to show his agreement. Then Su Nuo quickly crossed his eyes with Shir and left Okai's office. After she left, Okai also waved to Shir, and then Shir walked to Okai's side with a smile. It can be seen that her gait was still strange today. In this regard, she did not recover as quickly as Zhou Qin. When she walked to Okai, Okai suddenly stretched out his hand and pulled gently, and Shir exclaimed softly and sat in his arms. Why are you here? Didn't we agree that you can rest at home today? Looking at Shir, Okai and her eyes met, and then they couldn't help but get closer. After a long time, the two separated, and Okai asked her a question. I can't sleep at home, and today is my first day at work. I can't just skip work. Hearing Okai's words, Shir also panted and said in a low voice, Have you finished your work? Seeing her like this, Okai also asked with a smile. Well, I'm done. Hee, you and I are now in an office romance, right? Yes, but should we make it public? Okai asked Shir after listening to her words. But after hearing what Okai said, she immediately shook her head. No, I know I'm not cut out to be a boss's wife. I still like being your little assistant. Looking at Okai, she also said with a smile. At this time, Okai also took a look at her attributes. Name, Sure. Gender, female. Age, 21. Height, 169. Weight, 46 kilograms. Physical strength, 11. Charisma, 98. Wisdom, 33. Business, 31. Innovation, 6. Social, 62. Management, 20. Favorability towards the host, 100. Well, a perfect vase, with a charm value of 98, which is slightly higher than Feng Yu. I don't know if it's because of her relationship with him. As for her own favorability, she locked it directly at 100. It is understandable if you think about it. Su Nua already has a favorability of 96 just because of Mu Chong, but Sure has experienced Okai's strongest existence, so it is understandable that it is locked at 100. But her other attributes are really quite average. Only social skills are acceptable. I have no problem communicating with people as my own assistant, but as I said, Okai's subordinates don't need to be too strong, they just need to be loyal enough. Obviously, she is already the most loyal one. Thinking of this, Okai also asked her, by the way, do you want to move to my house? Your roommate comes back so early in the morning. Will there be any, inconvenience at home? No, I live well here. As for Haume you mentioned, she is not a messy person. She and I are sisters who met in the factory. She also dropped out of school after graduating from high school and came here to work. The reason why she came back this morning is because she works as a night shift cashier in a 24-hour supermarket. After hearing what Okai said, Sure explained to her little sister that as for moving to Okai's house, she didn't want to do it yet. Oh, so that's the case. That's fine too. Just be careful. Hearing that Sure didn't want to be separated from her little sisters for the time being, Okai nodded. After being affectionate with her for a while, he saw a hint of sleepiness in Sure's eyes, so he asked Sure to go to the lounge to sleep for a while. Sure also saw the PPT on Okai's computer. She would naturally not disturb Okai from making money, so she smiled and left Okai's office. However, she did not go to the lounge, but went directly to the traders area. Now the three divisions under Okai, on Thai Finance, Union Supercar Club, and the traders' work areas all know that Sure is Okai's assistant. You are not allowed to wander around in other parts. Even Luo Guogang cannot go to the difference between the traders, but only she can. After she entered, she naturally did not go to the room where the traders were operating, but went to the tea room, where she found Su Nua. When Su Nua saw Sure, a hint of worry flashed in her eyes. Seeing that there was no one around, she also pulled Sure over. Sure, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. I went to Mr. O's room to show him the PPT report I made. Hey, Sister Su Nua, it's meaningless for you to be like this. Do you dare to say that you have no feelings for Brother Kai? Seeing Su Nua eager to prove to herself that nothing had happened just now, Sure interrupted her and spoke at the same time. After hearing Sure's words, Su Nua was speechless for a moment. Don't be nervous, I won't be jealous. On the contrary, I will help you. After taking a cup of coffee from the coffee machine next to her, Sure also said with a smile, how can you help? You and the boss yesterday. Looking at Sure's smile, Su Nua once again thought about the strange way Sure walked just now and the fact that she asked him to accompany her to buy an evening dress. She seemed to know what must have happened between Sure and Okai. Well, last night. Facing Su Nua's question, Sure did not hide anything. As a result, Su Nua's eyes lit up even more when she said this, and he immediately asked, how do you feel? Well, how should I put it? I can only say that it was very well, you understand, but I do remember clearly that I fainted 4 or 5 times. Brother Kai's ability cannot be dealt with by one. No, not 4 or 5 girls. There will definitely be a lot of women around him in the future, and I am very satisfied with my current situation. So, I am here to find an ally. Will you be my ally? Looking at Su Nua, Sure also extended an olive branch at this time. After hearing what Sure said, Su Nua was a little hesitant. Although she said that she didn't mind being Okai's mistress, she always felt a little weird when Sure brought up the matter. Chapter 51. Talking. Okay, everyone has worked hard. You can go back and rest. Let's make adjustments quickly in the next few days, because we may go to the Hong Kong stock market at any time. As time came to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Okai looked at the funds in his stock market. It had increased from nearly 200 million in the morning to 221.88 million. He clapped his hands with satisfaction and then spoke to the 14 traders. For them, these are minor problems as long as the money is in place. You should know that Okai has invested a total of about 170 million yuan in shares. In other words, in 3 days, excluding Saturday and Sunday, they have earned more than 50 million. According to what was written in the Okai contract, they received 5% of the profits as a reward. That means these people have already earned more than 2 million. On average, each person would earn nearly 200,000. 200,000. Not to mention that they will be busy with Hong Kong stocks in a while. It doesn't matter if they work overtime until 10 o'clock every day now. Judging from the current situation, money is the least problem. So they were all very happy now, but just when everyone else was packing up to go back, Su Nua found Okai. Boss, have you read the PPT I gave you? Well, I've already looked at it. The suggestion is good, but I'll have to see how it works based on the situation at that time. After hearing Su Nua's words, Okai also smiled and said, he didn't lie, he did read it, but he didn't understand it either. Especially the stock analysis and policies at the end, which gave him a headache and he really couldn't understand them. He bought stocks through the system. He really couldn't understand this kind of professional game. But on the surface, he still had to affirm everything the other party did. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the only talented person under his command harbored a grudge. Otherwise, there is still time. I will tell you more. The A-share market was only suspended at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so for other people, it was still early. So after listening to Okai's words, Su Nua also started talking. Tomorrow morning, when you have nothing else to do, come to my office and explain it to me. But Okai has an appointment in the afternoon. I didn't go to Zhou Qin's place yesterday, so I must go to Zhou Qin's place tonight. Now I can have a date with Shir, have a meal, and watch a movie. So forget about the promised explanation. But at this moment, Shir ran over from the side, smiling. Why don't we go together? We can't let personal matters interfere with official business. Looking at Okai, Shir also suggested in a low voice. Together? Okai was confused when he heard Shir say this. What can they do together? Aren't they going on a date? Can they go on a date together? But looking at Shir's expression and Su Nua's serious look despite his slightly red face, Okai felt that the two of them seemed to have an agreement. Then there is really no room for refusal. So he could only nod, which was considered as his agreement. Seeing that Okai agreed, Shir and Su Nua breathed a sigh of relief. At least now it was confirmed that Okai had no aversion to Su Nua. Then the three of them left the company together. As for Luo Guogang and Qi, the two of them just had lunch with Okai at noon and then went back to work. Okai was off work now, so the two of them couldn't do that. After Okai, Shir and Su Nua went downstairs. Shir pushed Su Nua into Okai's car, saying that her driving skills were too poor and she felt it was dangerous to carry another person. And this reason, Okai really had no way to refuse. So he also got into a car with Su Nua. Counting it all, this was the second time the two of them had been alone in a space, apart from this morning. However, when the car's engine started, they found that the atmosphere was a little awkward, because Okai didn't quite know what to say at this moment, and Su Nua didn't seem to be very clear either. However, she had heard from Shir that Okai had a good personality, but he was indeed a little introverted. So if she wanted to have any relationship with him, it would be best to take the initiative. So after thinking for a while, Su Nua spoke first. Boss, do you have any hobbies? Hey, don't call me boss after work. Just call me Okai, or call me Brother Kai like Shir did. As for hobbies, I don't seem to have any hobbies. After listening to Su Nua's words, Okai also spoke hesitantly. He had many hobbies when he was in school, such as playing basketball, fishing, and playing games. But it seems that since I started working, these hobbies have gradually drifted away from me. When I am busy, I work 996 every day. I rarely have a day off on Sunday, but I also have to go out and date with Lucy, so I feel very busy every day. These hobbies that require time and people to pursue will gradually disappear. Although he has time again now and has money, it is still a bit troublesome to pick up his hobby again. I heard from Shir that you took a lot of pictures of calligraphy and paintings yesterday. You must like calligraphy and painting very much? After hearing what Okai said, Su Nua couldn't help but speak. Hey, I buy those things mainly to make money. To be honest, I don't understand those things. His family is obviously not the kind of family that would let children learn calligraphy and painting when they are young. What a pity. I thought if you knew how to do it, I could play the guzheng for you to entertain you while you were painting. After hearing what Okai said, Su Nua also said with some regret, Can you play the guzheng? However, after hearing her words, Okai became interested. Well, I studied it for more than 10 years when I was young. Seeing Okai's interest in this ancient thing, Sunua immediately started talking with a smile. Oh, that's great. I can play it too. We can try it out later. The vocal master made Okai know how to play all the musical instruments in the world. As long as it was mentioned, he could play it. Although Sunua was stunned by what Okai said, it was still a way to start a conversation. Then the two of them talked about the fingering of playing the guzheng and some famous guzheng songs. The more Sunua listened, the more surprised she was, because she found that Okai was not just talking, he actually could do it, which made her more and more curious about Okai. As the two cars drove into the underground parking lot of a shopping mall one after another, Shirshir found that the relationship between Okai and Sunua seemed to be much closer than when they left the company, so she walked over with a smile and took Okai's arm. At her eye signal, Sunua hesitated for a moment. He also took the initiative to hold Okai's other arm. Although Okai was a little surprised by the promise, he still did not refuse. Then the three of them took the elevator and went directly to the cinema on the top floor. Originally, Okai wanted to buy 3 ordinary movie tickets, but Shirshir bought 3 bed tickets. Chapter 52. Various Tricks. Today's movie theaters are really varied. Okai has been to the small hall, the big hall, the 3D hall, the max hall, the giant screen hall. He really hasn't been to the bedroom. In this cinema, the original seats have now become beds. Of course, they are all single-person seats, where people can lie down and watch movies, which is very comfortable. But obviously, Shirshir and Sunua were not prepared for the three of them to lie down separately. So, after cutting their tickets and entering the cinema, Shirshir and Sunua naturally moved to the bed in the middle. This was originally Okai's position, and Okai was already lying here, so the two of them basically lay directly on the bed with Okai, one on the left and one on the right. Before the movie started, the place was still brightly lit. So when the people who came and saw Okai holding 2 people, the women all showed a shameless look, and the men all showed a sure look. However, when they saw the appearance of Okai, Shirshir and Sunua, these people's mentality changed at this moment. Women become, that's okay, while men become, you bastard. There is no way. Shirshir and Sunua are so beautiful. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a good figure. They didn't see her clearly just now, so they just watched for fun. But now that they can see her clearly, the flames of jealousy began to burn in their hearts. And many girls think that it is not impossible to have such a handsome boy. Facing the gazes of these strangers, Okai felt very embarrassed, but since Shirshir and Sunua were not leaving, he naturally couldn't say anything. Fortunately, the movie started soon. When the lights in the theater went out, the gazes around went out as well. Although they were most likely still whispering to themselves, the fact that they couldn't be heard or seen at all made Okai, who was socially anxious, feel a little calmer. But as his perception of his surroundings decreased, he felt the presence of Shirshir and Sunua beside him more and more clearly. At this time, the three of them also leaned together, especially the legs. Okai was wearing ordinary shorts today, very casual. Shirshir and Sunua were both wearing silk stockings. Shirshir's was flesh-colored, and Sunua's was black. They were now draped over his legs. For a moment, Okai felt that he could no longer control his attention. He could only divert his attention, but he was attracted to the upper body again. At this moment, his hands were being held in the arms of the two of them, one on each side. Plus, the three of them were squeezed together on this small bed that was probably only about 1.3 or 1.4 meters in size, so he felt like he was deeply trapped in it. Feeling the breathing of the two people beside him, Okai subconsciously raised his hand, and when he raised it, Shirshir naturally leaned against his chest. Heaven and earth can bear witness that he originally just wanted to raise his hands. He didn't have that intention. But when Shirshir lay down, Sunua next to her hesitated for a moment and then lay down on the other side. When their ears were close to Okai's chest, they could hear Okai's crazy heartbeat like a drum. Of course, Sunua might be in the same situation at this time. After all, it was the first time for her to be so close to a man. And at this moment, Sunua suddenly heard some noises, and there was no way to describe the story that followed. I can only say that today's movie is very good. It is a comedy with a total length of 150 minutes. Everyone's laughter and the playful sounds that came from time to time in the movie did suppress a lot of sounds that might have been heard by other audiences. As for Okai, Shirshir and Sunua, to be honest, they actually had no idea what the movie was about. Their attention was no longer on the screen shortly after the show started. However, through this movie, Sunua also had a very clear understanding of Okai. I also understood why Shirshir specifically asked me for help in becoming Okai's lover. At the same time, I also understood why Okai said Jochin didn't mind, Based on her current understanding of Okai, it is true that Shir and Okai's girlfriend would not mind. They didn't feel anything. The movie ended, and the three of them left the theater together. Then the three of them went into the bathroom and stayed there for a long time before coming out. When they met again, Okai was in good condition, Shir was also fine, but Su Nua's face was red. Fortunately, Okai took the initiative to open the conversation and asked what the two wanted to eat. After thinking about it, the two decided to go eat hot pot. Afterwards, the three of them ate hot pot together as if nothing had happened. After eating the hot pot, Okai was about to look for Zhou Qin. Just when he was thinking about how to tell Shir and Su Nua, Shir took the initiative to speak first. It's getting late. Sister Su Nua and I will go back first. I'll take her off and we'll continue tomorrow. Looking at Okai, Shir also said with a smile. And Su Nua stood beside Shir with a blushing face. Oh, okay. After hearing Shir's words, Okai said a little stiffly. Then you will be the one to send Sister Su Nua off tomorrow. Seeing that Okai agreed, Shir also spoke at this time. Of course, there was other meaning in her words. Sending Su Nua away was not just about sending her home. What happened after she returned home was the most important thing. After hearing what Shir said, Okai also nodded. Things have already come to this today. It seems like there is no way I shouldn't send him home. Seeing that Okai agreed, Shir also took Su Nua away from here. After getting into her Porsche, she also drove away carefully. Looking at Okai, who was still a little dazed in the rearview mirror, Shir couldn't help but chuckle, then looked at Su Nua, who was also a little dazed. Sister Su Nua, happy cooperation? Looking at Su Nua, Shir also stretched out her hand to high-five the other party. When seeing Shir's hand, Su Nua couldn't help but think of what happened in the cinema just now. It seemed that she used. Then he took out his own hand, and the two of them patted it gently. I wasn't lying to you. Brother Kai is really amazing. A movie that's 150 minutes long, 2 hours. TSK. Maybe neither of us can handle it. But fortunately, Brother Kai has another lover. As the high five was completed, Shir then started talking with a smile. Listening to Shir's words, Su Nua nodded. One-on-one love was indeed a luxury for Okai. After all, it would kill someone. Chapter 53. Class. What are you thinking about? Shir here sent Su Nua home, and Okai also drove to Zhou Qin's bar at this time. After parking the car, he also came to the bar. It's already past 8 o'clock in the evening, and the bar has started to fill up with customers. When Okai arrived, he saw Zhou Qin busy. After exchanging glances with Zhou Qin, he also found a seat and sat down. At this moment, he was still very confused, and he didn't know what was going on in the afternoon. Just when he felt his brain was very confused, Zhou Qin walked over to Okai and asked with a smile. Oh, nothing. I'm thinking about investing in Hong Kong stocks. After hearing what Zhou Qin said, Okai also said something with a smile. Oh, you're still trading stocks? Seeing Okai saying that he wanted to invest in Hong Kong stocks, Zhou Qin asked with some confusion. My main source of income now depends on this. He smiled. Although Okai now has many industries, these industries are not making much money yet. If he wants to get rewards from the system, he currently mainly relies on stock trading. While chatting with Zhou Qin, Okai also took a look at her attributes. Name, Zhou Qin. Gender, female. Age, 31. Height, 178. Weight, 48 kilograms. Physical strength, 19. Charm, 99. Wisdom, 78. Business, 72. Innovation, 11. Social, 97. Management, 85. Favorability towards the host, 100. After seeing Zhou Qin's attributes, Okai was really shocked. Her charm is only 1 point away from the maximum value. No wonder it is so difficult for Okai to resist. However, what shocks Okai even more is that her other attributes are also so high. 78 for intelligence, 72 for business, 97 for social skills, and 85 for management. To be honest, if she wasn't trapped in this small bar because of family reasons, she would be a celebrity wherever she went. Not to mention her favorability towards me. For a woman who has experienced Okai, it would be unacceptable if her favorability towards him is not 100%. Stock trading is risky, but I think you can handle it. Sniff. You have the scent of 2 perfumes on you, and they are so deep. Although I really hope you can find a few lovers, please don't go out and mess around and get sick. Otherwise, I'll introduce a few to you. At this time, Zhou Qin didn't know that Okai was checking her attributes. She just smiled after hearing what Okai said. However, as she sat down next to Okai, She also moved closer to Okai and smelled him, then asked with some confusion. I'm not messing around. This is the smell of my assistant and my trader supervisor. Hearing Zhou Qin's words, Okai's face turned red, and then he spoke in a low voice. He is indeed not good at lying, especially when facing Zhou Qin. There is a huge gap between the two of them in terms of rank. Assistant, trader manager, well, you can tell they are serious people just by listening to them. But there are only two of them? This is not enough. Zhou Qin also started counting on his fingers while listening to Okai's words. Hearing her say this, Okai looked at her speechlessly. I just didn't go back to her yesterday, and then I found two lovers, and she still said that's not enough? How many more should I find to be enough? You didn't bring them here? Seeing Okai's speechless look, Zhou Qin also spoke with a smile. After hearing her words, Okai became even more speechless. Bring it? What for? Do you want to feel the Shura field? Don't worry, I think we are all very smart. We all just want to be your lover, not your wife. So we should be in the same camp. We will see them every day in the future, and maybe they will be with you. So there is no problem to get familiar with them in advance. Remember, bring them to my place to play tomorrow. By the way, what do you think of Shan Shan? Let me introduce her to you. Otherwise, the two of them are in the same group and exclude me. What should I do? I have to form a gang or a faction. Seeing Okai's gaze, Zhou Qin smiled and gently touched Okai's face with her hand, then began to speak. After she finished speaking, she did not forget to point to Sun Shanshan, who was serving wine to the guests in the distance, and continued to speak with a smile. When Okai looked at Sun Shanshan, he found that she was also looking at him. Then when she saw him looking at her, she immediately retracted her gaze. Seeing the girl's clear expression, Okai also said something with a smile. Don't be ridiculous. I'm having a hard time dealing with all of you. Please don't delay the girl. What do you mean by delay? You mean Shanshan? She's only a sophomore this year. I've asked around and found out that her family is from the countryside and doesn't have much money. Otherwise, you wouldn't have continued working here. Even if you graduate from college and find a job, you will only make 4 or 5,000 yuan a month. Find someone who also makes 4 or 5,000 yuan a month. Although life goes on. But the bad thing is that Shanshan is too pretty, so it's hard for her not to be noticed by others. By then, it would be either the second generation of rich people who want to hang out with her for fun, or the first generation of rich people who want to support her. As long as she has the slightest thought of leaping into a higher class, she will be on a path of no return. Listening to Zhou Qin's words, Okai couldn't help but be speechless at this time, because it seemed to be like this for him and Lu Shi. A rich man is the same as a beautiful woman. It's okay if they don't experience society, but once they experience society, all kinds of temptations will come one after another. This is the case with Lu Shi. In fact, Okai knows very well that Zhao Yu is just playing with her. When she is playing with her feelings are also playing with her. In the end, there were only two possible outcomes. Zhao Yu got tired of playing with her and kicked her away. She began to degenerate and started to frequently become a plaything for those rich second generations for money. A better ending would be that she found out some of Zhao Yu's secrets, married him, and then Zhao Yu continued to play around outside, while she became a resentful woman in the boudoir. Maybe she can indeed rise in terms of money and social class, but for a woman, this is actually a road of no return, especially for a woman who once had dreams of love. But it would be different if she followed you. Let me ask you, if she followed you, would you abandon her? Just when Okai was still thinking about him and Lu Shi, Zhou Qin also propped up his chin, looked at Okai, and said with a smile, no. After thinking about it, Okai is indeed not the kind of person who would abandon others. That is, by following you, her social class has been elevated. Your body will not give her the opportunity to be a resentful woman. Most importantly, she likes you. She has love, money, social class, and people. Why would she reject you? Gently touching Okai's chest, Zhou Qin smiled and started talking. Chapter 54. Gift? That's nonsense. Maybe they just want to thank me. Let's not talk about her anymore. Let's talk about the two of us first. Come home with me today. After grabbing Zhou Qin's hand and kissing her gently, Okai began to speak. Go home with you? That's fine. I haven't been to your house yet. But are my toothbrush, towel, and other things ready? After hearing what Okai said, Zhou Qin did not refuse, but said with a smile, well, but I have prepared a gift. After hearing Zhou Qin's words, Okai couldn't help but pause for a moment, and then said with a little embarrassment. The gifts he was talking about were the jewelry and other things he took pictures of yesterday. Then Zhou Qin can choose whatever he wants. Hearing Okai's words, Zhou Qin laughed even louder. You are so careless, but speaking of gifts, I have prepared one for you. After laughing, Zhou Qin took out a small box from the small bag beside her. You can tell at a glance that this small box should be a watch box. Because yesterday when Oka was taking pictures of those Royal Oak watches, the boxes outside those watches were similar to this one. Looking at the watch box, Okai took it with some doubts and opened it. Then there is a silver-white watch with a pink dial in the middle. To be honest, this watch does not look very good. At least that's the aesthetic point of view of Oka. But when the system popped up, Okai's pupils couldn't help but shrink. As expected, he didn't understand watches, because at this time, according to the system's prompt, this watch is worth 218 million. Patek Philippe Super Complex Timepiece Series 6300A 010 watch, limited to one piece worldwide, with an issue price of 218 million and a current value of 232 million. It is worth investing. Hiss, 218 million? Looking at the watch, Okai couldn't help but muttered softly, and Zhou Qin was a little surprised when he heard what Okai said. Okay, you really know what's good. I originally thought you would think this watch is only worth a few million. Looking at Okai, Zhou Qin also said with a smile. This is too expensive, Hearing Zhou Qin's words, Okai also stuttered, but Zhou Qin interrupted him again. It would be meaningless if we were to talk about money. This watch was left by my father. After he went in and got arrested, he felt something was wrong. So he asked someone to buy the watch and quietly handed it to me, hoping to give the watch to the person above him in exchange for his life. But unfortunately, the person above him was also arrested shortly after him. So the watch was not given away. Now I can't sell this watch because too many people are staring at me. My father's old subordinates, official people. If I suddenly sell this watch, do you think they will come to my door? After hearing what Okai said, Zhou Qin also spoke in a low voice. I can protect you. Okai immediately spoke up after hearing Zhou Qin say that. If I need it, I'll need your protection. But now that I've paid my taxes, the police should protect me. Looking at Okai, Zhou Qin also smiled, then took out the watch, put it on Okai, and then nodded with a smile. Yeah, just right. Listening to Zhou Qin's words, Okai couldn't help but open his mouth. To be honest, he didn't like wearing watches. But now that this watch was given to him by Zhou Qin, he really couldn't help wearing it. Looking at the watch on his hand, Okai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why do I suddenly feel like I'm being kept? I was poor before, and no one was interested in me when I wanted to be supported. As a result, now that I am no longer poor, I am still being kept by someone? Of course, Okai would not take this watch from Zhou Qin for nothing. He planned to allocate 200 million yuan to Zhou Qin when he went to Hong Kong to make money. However, he could not tell her for now. He could give it to her directly when he had the chance in the future. Miss, are you okay? Does it have anything to do with you? Get out of here. Call the police. I don't know them. Just as Okai and Zhou Qin were talking here, suddenly a quarrel was heard in the distance. Looking in the direction of the sound, Okai and the others saw Sun Shanshan, who was sitting in front of a table. On the other side of the table, there was a woman who seemed to be drunk and could not stand steadily. As for her, 2 men were supporting her. Of these 2 men, one looks to be in his 30s, tall and thin, and the other looks to be in his 40s, short and fat, wearing a big gold chain and looking fierce. Of the 2, the short and fat man should be the more prominent one. When Sun Shanshan felt that something was wrong, she tried to stop them immediately, but it was this short and fat guy who started threatening first. But they didn't expect that the woman was not completely unconscious and was still struggling to speak. When they heard the woman say she was going to call the police, their faces changed drastically. Sun Shanshan, who was on the opposite side, also took out her cell phone and prepared to call the police immediately. When he saw Sun Shanshan was about to call the police, the fat man winked at the tall and thin man next to him. The tall and thin man came over and tried to snatch Sun Shanshan's cell phone, while the fat man took this opportunity to pull the woman away. You don't understand me, right? Give me your phone. Just as the tall and thin guy came in front of Sun Shanshan and was about to snatch the phone, Sun Shanshan suddenly felt her body suddenly rushed backwards. When she looked clearly again, she found that Okai had appeared in front of her and directly blocked the 2 guys. Seeing that Okai was the first to stand out, the 2 guys couldn't help but change their faces. Because whether in terms of height or build, Okai is obviously not comparable to a beautiful waitress. When they saw Okai standing up, the 2 of them were stunned, and then a hint of fear flashed in their eyes. It was obvious that Okai looked difficult to deal with, but they were reluctant to give up the beauty that was about to be in their hands. Just when they were a little confused, Zhou Qin came over and put her hand on Okai's shoulder. Leave it to me. After hearing Zhou Qin's words, Okai also stepped aside. He knew that Zhou Qin dared to open a bar here and was dressed so sexy before she met him. She must have some means. Especially after seeing the way Sun Shanshan handled these two incidents, it was clear that there would rarely be trouble here under normal circumstances. Now Okai beat the two guys like beating his grandsons, but he knew that if he continued to beat them, it would inevitably make a mess here and leave a bad impression on the guests. Most importantly, it would be troublesome if the police came. So at this time, he chose to let Zhou Qin solve this problem. Chapter 55. You know each other? You two have just been out for a short time. You are quite brave to cause trouble here. Seeing Okai taking a half step back but still standing by her side, Zhou Qin couldn't help but laugh. It was really good to feel protected. However, when she looked at the tall and fat man opposite her, her eyes became much gloomier. Sister Zhou, we didn't cause any trouble. We just saw that she was drunk. We didn't do anything. We just wanted to help her. After hearing Zhou Qin's words, the two men who were originally a little drunk suddenly sobered up. One man in his 30s and the other in his 40s called Zhou Qin's sister Zhou at this time, and they really didn't feel drunk at all. While the fat man was talking, he also put the woman who was so drunk that she could not stand back on the chair next to her. Well, do I need your help in my bar? Looking at the expressions of these two people, Zhou Qin sneered at this time, and then looked at them even colder. At this time, the two of them looked at each other, then gritted their teeth, and then they picked up the wine bottles on the table next to them. Seeing the actions of these two people, Okai subconsciously flashed over and stood in front of Zhou Qin, but what he didn't expect was that these two people were not going to fight with Zhou Qin. But at this moment, they directly smashed the wine bottles on his head with two bangs. The bottle exploded instantly, and beer and blood flowed out of the two men's heads at the same time. However, they did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Instead, they looked at Zhou Qin with a smile. Sister Zhou, you are so generous. Please let us go. Roll. After hearing what the two said, Zhou Qin raised his eyelids at this time and said something with disdain and contempt, and then the two of them immediately ran away. After they left, Zhou Qin looked at Sun Shanshan beside him. Send someone to clean up. As for this girl, let her sleep here and take good care of her things. Okay, Sister Zhou. After hearing Zhou Qin's words, Sun Shanshan immediately responded and went to find the cleaner to pack up. At this time, Zhou Qin walked to Okai and said to him with a smile, these two guys are just a bunch of tough guys. They've been in jail several times for rape and theft, and were just released a few days ago. They probably can't even survive now. They'd love for you to beat them up so they can extort some money from you. After patting the alcohol spots on Okai's body when the two men were beating themselves up, Zhou Qin also started talking with a smile. Shouldn't this be considered as a courageous act, self-defense? And didn't these two guys drug me? Hearing Zhou Qin's words, Okai couldn't help but ask with some confusion. No, I took a look and it seemed like this girl was having a cocktail for the first time, and she drank too much. As for the self-defense you mentioned, it certainly doesn't count. It is very difficult to determine self-defense. For example, if someone wants to kill you with a knife, you have to run first, and then he chases you. You run to a corner and beg him, but he still persecutes you. In this case, you only have one chance for self-defense. If one strike fails to subdue him, then attacking again would be excessive self-defense. If you snatch his knife and start chasing him, that would be a fight. If you chase him and stab him a few times, that would be intentional injury. It is obvious that Zhou Qin is much more familiar with this aspect of criminal law than Okai. After hearing what Zhou Qin said, Okai couldn't help but curl his lips. Ever since he obtained the Hand of Great Compassion, he has yet to test the strength of this skill. And he doesn't seem to know the limit of his physical strength. He can find an opportunity to go to the gym to try it out. He remembered that there was a gym in their community, so he decided to go there when he had nothing to do. While he was talking to Zhou Qin, Sun Shanshan had already called the cleaning lady. While the cleaning lady was cleaning up the things here, Sun Shanshan also cleaned up the things of the drunk girl. When Sun Shanshan pulled the girl's hair apart, Okai was suddenly stunned, because he actually knew this girl. He didn't know the girl's name, but he had seen this person yesterday. She was his neighbor downstairs. I have to say, this world is really small. But now he didn't know what the woman's name was, and subconsciously he took a look at her and Sun Shanshan next to her. Name, Sun Shanshan. Gender, female. Age, 19. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 44 kilograms. Physical fitness, 21. Charisma, 95. Wisdom, 36. Business, 18. Innovation, 6. Social, 11. Management, 5. Favorability towards the host, 98. Name, Suya. Gender, female. Age, 29. Height, 167. Weight, 46 kilograms. Physical fitness, 8. Sub-healthy. Charisma, 97. Wisdom, 68. Business, 99. Innovation, 77. Social, 34. Management, 83. Favorability towards the host, 71. Looking at the attributes of these two people, Okai was a little surprised. What was a little surprising to Sun Shanshan was that her favorability rating for her was 98, which was much higher than Su Nuo, who was determined to be taken advantage of by her. You know, after watching a movie and having dinner this afternoon, Su Nuo's favorability rating for her was just 98. She has this value now. Although the plot of the hero saving the beauty seems old-fashioned, it does work. Originally, Okai was still wondering whether Sun Shanshan was only grateful to him. Now it seems that it is not. It was understandable that Suya didn't like him very much. After all, they didn't know each other before yesterday. But what surprised Okai was that her ability was so high. 99's business ability is the best he has ever seen. Without a doubt, even better than Su Nuo. He just doesn't know what she does and why she has such strong business ability. What? Do you know her? Seeing Okai staring at the girl in a daze, Zhou Qin couldn't help but ask puzzledly. She knew Okai. He was not the kind of person who couldn't walk when seeing a beautiful woman. Moreover, Zhou Qin was quite confident in his appearance. So the reason why Okai was stunned at this moment was probably because he knew each other. Sure enough, after hearing her words, Okai also nodded. Well, my downstairs neighbor called me yesterday morning and said that the renovation at home was too noisy. It was her. Looking at Zhou Qin, Okai told the truth. Oh, it looks like we have to leave early again today. Zhou Qin couldn't help but laugh when he heard Okai say that. Since we know each other, we can't let her sober up here. We must send her home now. Chapter 56. Sisters. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Sorry, we were wrong. We won't do it again. Inside the city, on a small path in a certain urban village, the two men, one tall and one fat, who had been so arrogant just now, fell to the ground in a very embarrassed manner, looking behind them with horror on their faces. At this moment, under the dim street lamp behind him, a woman walked out from under the street lamp, swinging two dagger-like spikes. If Okai was here at this moment, he would definitely recognize her. He had also seen this woman before because she was also one of the waitresses in Zhou Qin's bar. Once, Okai went to see Zhou Qin, and that was what she said to him. However, compared to her sweet smile in the bar, her eyes are now full of bloodthirsty look. Just as she walked up to the two men and was about to raise her hand, suddenly a stone bounced from a distance and hit her in front of her. Okay, just teach them a lesson. Are you really going to kill them? Wouldn't that cause trouble for the young lady? And these two guys are only on parole now. They have to report back to the police station every month. If they don't go back, who do you think will be in trouble? As the stone interrupted the man's movements, another woman came out from the darkness. Okai also knew this woman. She was another waitress in the bar. However, compared to the first woman, she was more often responsible for loading goods in the warehouse. So Okai only had a slight impression of her. Get out. After hearing what this woman said, the woman at the beginning also snorted coldly, and then the two of them immediately shut up and ran away crawling. Looking at their pupils that were about to dilate with fear, it was obvious that they were really about to be scared to death, because just now they almost became two corpses. They had no doubt that this woman would have any hesitation in killing them. Watching them run away, the woman took back the two dagger-like spikes and then pinned them on her head, one on the left and one on the right, turning them into two hairpins. Then he looked at the woman. Why are you here, miss? And what about the bar? Jenny is watching. Nothing will happen. As for the young lady and the son-in-law, they are gone. Hearing her words, the woman gently played with the two long hairs hanging in front of her, then started talking with a smile. What son-in-law? I have never recognized him as my son-in-law. After hearing what this man said, the woman at the beginning said in a low voice as she walked out. Haha, it doesn't matter whether you recognize it or not, as long as the lady recognizes it. But to be honest, my son-in-law is handsome, has a good figure, and is very rich. Why don't you recognize him? Looking at this person's appearance, the second person also jumped to her side and asked her with a smile. Because this guy is also a piece of trash, he is not wholeheartedly devoted to the lady. Looking at the second person, the first woman also spoke. You are being a little unreasonable. Wasn't it the young lady who asked you to do that? And you know that the son-in-law is really good in that aspect. It's understandable that he has more lovers. Maybe in the end, all three of us will have to have sex. After rolling his eyes at this person, the second person also spoke up. After hearing this person's words, the first person couldn't help but stop and glared at the woman fiercely. Go ahead if you want away. After saying that, the woman quickened her pace and left quickly. Looking at her back, the second person who appeared at this time couldn't help but chuckle, with a complicated look in his eyes, but then he didn't say anything and just followed her away. Okai naturally had no idea what was happening here. At this time, he and Zhou Qin had already returned to the community, supporting the woman named Suya. After reaching the 31st floor, he carried her to the 30th floor, and then followed the approximate direction to 3001, and then knocked on the door. Now the doors are all locked with passwords and fingerprints, and there are no keys, so if there is no one at home, it will be troublesome. Fortunately, there is someone in her family. Come on, who is it? As the person inside heard the knock on the door, a girl who looked 70% similar to Suya also opened the door from the inside and saw Suya at a glance. Sister. After the girl screamed, she looked at Okai and the others vigilantly. My sister was so drunk, and yet she was carried back by a strange man. It felt very strange and abnormal no matter how you looked at it. Oh, she's your sister. I live upstairs from your house. I saw her yesterday morning. She happened to be drunk in the bar run by my girlfriend, so I sent her back. Looking at the girl's gaze, Okai immediately began to explain. After hearing what Okai said, and most importantly, after she saw Zhou Qin behind Okai, she tentatively took Suya over. Then she took a look at Suya's clothes. Although there were some wrinkles, they were not messy and there was no sign of having been taken off. The contents of the bag were all behind her. Then she politely spoke to Okai. Thank you so much for your trouble. You're welcome. It's nothing. You take care of him. I'll go upstairs and rest. Waving his hand, Okai also spoke to the girl. Afterwards, after the girl closed the door, Okai took Zhou Qin back into the elevator and went to the 33rd floor. As for the girl, she also helped Suya back to her room at this time. Seeing Suya was already drunk and unconscious, the girl reluctantly helped her clean up a little bit and then went back to rest. That was all she could do. At this time, Zhou Qin arrived at the 33rd floor and entered the house. Looking at the layout of Okai's house, she couldn't help but look at Okai strangely. This guy didn't expect that there are still some girlish hearts? Well, I didn't decorate this room. I bought the 2 floors below. The upper floors had already been sold. They were decorated by the previous owner, but she didn't even have time to live in it for a day before the company went bankrupt. So she sold the house, and I just happened to buy it. Looking at Zhou Qin's gaze, Okai also smiled awkwardly. Oh, you seem to be very familiar with it. Why don't we just rest here tonight? Zhou Qin said with a smile as he looked at Okai's explanation. How can I not be familiar with her? I worked in her company for 3 years. She was my former boss. As for where I rest, it doesn't matter. The main reason I brought you here is because the gift I want to give you is here. After saying that, Okai also pulled Zhou Qin into the room and opened Feng Yu's safe. Chapter 57. Negotiation. These are for you. Looking at the things in the safe, Okai also spoke to Zhou Qin seriously. Give them all to me? Why do I need so many jewels? Especially this watch, $1, $2, $3, $9. I wear one every day. Hearing what Okai said, Zhou Qin also said with a smile. You can if you want. Looking at Zhou Qin, Okai also spoke seriously. However, Zhou Qin thought about it, shook his head, and took out a ruby watch from the 9 watches, which was the second most expensive one among the 9 watches, with a selling price of 12.384 million, and then put it on his hand. Then I'll take this one, the most expensive one, the emerald one, and leave it to your future wife. As for me, I'll be the only one besides her, big sister. Looking at Okai, Zhou Qin also started talking with a smile. Where is the wife? Listening to Zhou Qin's words, Okai said with a bit of a smile. It will be available in the future. Come on, take me to your home. Zhou Qin smiled and said after hearing what Okai said. Then she pulled Okai to leave this floor and went downstairs. However, after a simple look around, the two returned to the 32nd floor, which was the floor where Okai lived. Then the temperature between the two quickly rose. But soon, just when Okai and Zhou Qin entered the room, Zhou Qin suddenly pushed Okai away. Wait a minute, I almost forgot. After stopping Okai, Zhou Qin immediately ran back to the living room, found her bag, took out a box of pills, and took out a pill from it. What are you doing? Are you feeling unwell? Seeing Zhou Qin's actions, Okai couldn't help but stop her and felt her pulse. There was nothing wrong with her, but what medicine should she take? Needless to say, Of course we need to defend ourselves. We don't like umbrellas, and no umbrella can protect you from the rain. So I have to do some protection. After hearing what Okai said, Zhou Qin rolled his eyes at him and said. Hearing her words, Okai couldn't help but feel a little amused and a little hurt at the same time. Don't you want to have a baby with me? I do want to, but not now. I have to wait until you get married and have an eldest son. An illegitimate child is older than the eldest son, so it's inevitable that he'll cause some trouble. After all, since ancient times, the eldest son has always been the heir apparent, and the legitimate heir has always been the heir apparent. There's no need to make things difficult for you. Hearing Okai say this, Zhou Qin also touched his head and comforted him. There is no such thing as elder and younger than the legitimate and illegitimate children. This is not a story about female protagonists abusing the main character. Looking at her appearance, Okai said speechlessly, "Be good and listen to me. Hey, if you really don't want to get pregnant now, I have a solution. Don't eat this, it's not good for your health." Seeing that Zhou Qin was still determined at this time, Okai also sighed and then spoke. "Real? Of course you don't believe me." "I believe it, but okay, then I won't eat it." Seeing Okai's serious expression, Zhou Qin also laughed, then hugged Okai and returned to the room. Okai was not lying to Zhou Qin. He really had a way. However, he had never expected that the first thing he would do after obtaining the master level of medical skills would be this. However, Zhou Qin doesn't want to get pregnant so early, so Okai will still follow her wishes. Time passed quickly that night. The next morning, no one called him, which was rare. In the morning, after he and Zhou Qin finished washing up, they went downstairs to have breakfast together. Then he sent Zhou Qin back to her home, and then he drove to the company. When he arrived at the company, Su Nuo and Shi had been waiting there for a long time. As Okai injected the 100 million he earned today into the stock market and asked the traders to buy new stocks according to his requirements, today's affairs were temporarily over. Then he, Su Nuo, and Shi returned to his office together. As soon as she came in, Shi pulled Su Nuo and sat on Okai's lap. Su Nuo unnaturally opened the computer in front of him and showed yesterday's PPT. Seeing that Okai had indeed finished reading it, she smiled with relief. Then he asked Okai, "Boss, since we must invest in Hong Kong stocks, have you decided which bank to talk to? Do you have any recommendations?" After listening to Su Nuo's words, Okai also asked. Although the equity weights of China Merchants Bank, China Communications Bank, and China CITIC Bank are determined in this way, my top recommendation is China Merchants Bank, followed by China CITIC Bank, and then China Communications Bank. Because investment promotion is the most professional in this area, and transportation is not the main business. Hearing Okai asking about himself, Su Nuo also spoke. "Okay, sure. Contact the leader in investment promotion. Let's talk about investment promotion first. If it doesn't work, we will go to CITIC. As the old saying goes, trust people when you employ them, and don't employ people if you don't trust them." What's more, Su Nuo's professionalism is extremely high. This is just a simple matter of exchanging money and guarantee. So Okai did as Su Nuo said at this time. After hearing what Okai said, Shi immediately left here with Su Nuo and went to find the trader who owned the investment promotion line. This trader used his internal connections to tell Okai that he was going to speculate in Hong Kong stocks and wanted to get 500 million yuan directly. The other party instantly attached great importance to him. "Are you kidding? 500 million. That's 500 million. The other party immediately said that there was absolutely no problem and the leader had time now. After confirming the appointment, Okai took Su Nuo and Shi to the headquarters of their city, which was very good at attracting investment, where they met the highest leader there. The talks between the two parties went very smoothly. The other party could guarantee Okai, allowing him to exchange money and enter the Hong Kong stock market, and at the same time provide him with 10 times leverage. However, there is no free lunch in this world. Okai also promised that if there will be any business dealings with banks in the future, it will first consider attracting investment. 500 million is indeed an outrageous amount of money for ordinary people. But for such a big bank, it is nothing. The discussion was completed and the contract was signed at around 10:30 in the morning, and then Okai was told that he could apply for an account and deposit money at any time. However, today, there are only about 330 million in the A-share market of Okai. After the end of today, there will be about 360 million. Tomorrow, there will be 100 million new funds, which is 460 million. In addition to yesterday's operations, there will be at least 500 million cash in shares. Once they sell them, 500 million will be available to invest in Hong Kong stocks. The closing time of Hong Kong stocks is more than half an hour later than that of shares, which means they can go there on Wednesday afternoon. Then on Thursday, he had another 100 million to operate with. Come to think of it, I'm a little excited. Chapter 58. Incomprehensible. Mr. O, happy cooperation. Presidently, it's a pleasure to work with you. As Okai reached a consensus and signed the contract, he also left with Shur and Su Nua. Next, Okai needs to go to the company and study the Hong Kong stock market. Su Nua has already started to register an account in the Hong Kong stock market. Shur did not go back with them. Okai asked her to help him take the contract signed between her and Presidently back home and lock it up. By the way, let her pick out a watch, because Zhou Qin had already picked one yesterday, and we can't stop Shur from picking one. This was naturally not a problem for Shur, so he drove back to Longting Jiayuan with the contract. However, because her car had not had its license plate recorded in the community, she was too lazy to register in the underground parking lot. Instead, she parked the car directly next to the square in front of the community. Then she got out of the car with the contract and walked towards Okai's home. Just as she was walking into the community, someone at the sales center near the main entrance of the square happened to see her. These people were naturally familiar with Shur, and a few of them began to whisper to each other. TSK, look, it's true that people have different destinies. Shur is beautiful and has a good life. It's only been a few days, and she's already carrying a small bag and driving a jogging car. Oh, when will I ever have such a day? A woman spoke up as she watched Shur walking past the sales center. Hey, that bag. Looks like it's from Hermes. It's so beautiful. Let me check how much it costs. After hearing what this woman said, a woman next to her also spoke up. I estimate it to be tens of thousands. After all, it's so beautiful. Where did she get the money? Did the manager give her the commission? Hey, why do I need a commission? It must be a gift from Mr. O. It's only been a few days and he's already carrying this bag? Do you think Shur has been promoted? Well, maybe. Maybe it's fake. As soon as the bag was mentioned, many women came over and discussed in low voices. At this time, next to these people, Lu Shi was sorting out a set of information. The reason why Lu Shi could come here directly to be the manager was not just because of her father. At the same time, she is indeed very good at sales. Except for the first 2 days after she arrived, when she was a little mentally broken by Okai, she sold a house just 2 days into this week. Although this house is the smallest one here, with an area of only 80 square meters, it is still 4.8 million yuan. If calculated at 0.03%, it is nearly 15,000 yuan, which is a good income for her. But when she was in a good mood, she heard what these people said, and when she looked up, she saw Shur in the distance. Looking at her, Lu Shi's eyes became gloomy again. But she didn't have to wait long for the gloomy mood to come, as suddenly a woman shouted, Wow, more than that, that bag is worth more than tens of thousands. This bag, more than 1 million. Hearing the woman scream, the others looked at her with horror. Over 1 million, 10,000? Are you sure you didn't mean 100,000? That's for sure. It must be fake. More than 1 million is enough to buy a house in a not-so-bad place. If this is true, wow, it's unimaginable, too exaggerated. Do you think this could be true? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Shur is Mr. O's assistant now. It's not unlikely that she would go to a meeting with him with a fake bag. Well, it's impossible anyway. Okay, you women, it's impossible for you to stay here. Do you know what car Shur drove here? Just when these women were extremely puzzled, a security guard who had just returned from a shift outside spoke up. What car? What we can see here looks like a sports car. Mercedes? BMW? Audi? After hearing what the security guard said, the sales ladies also looked at him. Porsche, although I don't know which model it is, it must be worth 1 million or 800,000. For these rich people, giving 1 million or 800,000 sports car and 1 million or 800,000 bag as a gift is nothing special. After hearing what the security guard said, the sales ladies couldn't help but remain silent. Because in their minds, that bag is already real. At this time, Lu Shi, who was sorting out documents, couldn't help but exert force with her right hand. Her fingernails dug deeply into her palm, but she didn't feel any pain. At this moment, her heart was beginning to break down again. She really wanted to ask Okai now, why? I have been with him for 5 years. What has he given me? We just broke up, and a little assistant bought me a bag worth more than 1 million yuan and a sports car worth more than 1 million yuan. Why? What are you doing? Why are you all gathered here? Just when Lu Shi was feeling extremely unbalanced, the manager of the sales office came over and couldn't help but speak. After hearing his words, the sales ladies left reluctantly, and the security guard was on his normal shift, so he spoke to the manager with a smile. What else can I do? Just be envious and jealous. Sure. You still remember that he came here just now, carrying a bag worth more than 1 million yuan and driving a Porsche. After hearing what the security guard said, the manager couldn't help but shook his head with emotion. It turned out that choice is more important than fate. But at this moment, he suddenly remembered Lu Shi and immediately turned around to look at her, but he only saw Lu Shi's back as she turned and left. He was really getting more and more confused about why Lu Shi broke up with Mr. O. Was it really like he said, just because Okai cheated on her? But other people's affairs have nothing to do with him. He is now very curious and wants to go out to take a look at the Porsche that Sure drove back. It is really cool. At the same time, there was another person who was thinking about Okai. This person is none other than Suya. She drank too much last night and was sent home by Okai. When she woke up again, she found that it was already this morning. When she woke up, she was very scared, fearing that she would appear in a hotel or some unfamiliar environment. Because she clearly remembered that she drank too much last night, and then 2 people wanted to take her away, but were finally stopped by a hazy man. She didn't know what happened next. Fortunately, when she opened her eyes, she found herself at home. It was only through the description of her cousin Su Lele that she realized that the person who sent her home yesterday was actually the rich neighbor upstairs, Okai. But she was about to be late at the time and didn't have the energy to care about these things. After washing up, he immediately changed his clothes and went to the company. Now that she has finished her work, she finally remembered Okai. Chapter 59. Treat? Okai, I didn't expect him to be so kind. Muttering softly, Suya also tapped the pin in her hand gently on her desk. Suya, even though Okai doesn't know who she is, but in the fashion circle, her name is known to everyone. She has been a genius since childhood. At the age of 20, she graduated from the Yanhuang Academy of Fine Arts and was subsequently admitted to the Royal College of Art in England for postgraduate studies with a full scholarship. After graduating from graduate school at the age of 22, she first joined Chanel and was called the girl kissed by the muse by Karl Lagerfeld, the boss of their circle. At the age of 24, she switched to Louis Vuitton and became the chief designer in the second year. At the age of 25, I chose to return to China, and now I am employed as the editor-in-chief of the country's largest fashion magazine, Quanner, and I am the kind of editor-in-chief who wants equity dividends. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her, who is only 29 years old this year, to drive a Mercedes-Benz and live in a house worth several million. However, although her life seems perfect to many people, she also has her own troubles. That is, her emotional life is very bumpy. Because her standard for choosing a partner is very similar to that of Hu Yifei in Love Apartment. The man she likes must be either smarter than her or stronger than her. But the problem is, although there are such men, why would they look for her? Yes, she is very beautiful and outstanding, but the problem is that she doesn't like the men who can surpass her, or they are older entrepreneurs. Otherwise, the young men trained by the family are all political marriages, so how could she have a place? That's why I drank so much yesterday. Yesterday, in her high school group, a classmate who had always been at odds with her got married. They had already obtained the marriage certificate, set the wedding date, and notified their classmates in the group. Then, as they were talking, someone brought up that her boyfriend had pursued Suya when they were in school. The woman was jealous, so she didn't care about that. So she started to say bad things about Suya, but the problem was that they thought Suya was not in this group, but in fact Suya was always there. She just didn't say anything. Seeing that this guy dared to say bad things about her, Suya rushed out to argue with her. As a result, this guy couldn't win the argument against Suya and started to attack her personally. They scolded her for being the old center and for never finding a man in her life. After all, Suya was too civilized. She couldn't resist such personal attacks, so she left the group. She was already very angry in the mobile phone group, and when she came out, she found that her subordinates were also criticizing her, saying that she was too strong and would never be able to find a boyfriend, and that she was so strong that she had gone into menopause, etc., which made her very angry. After scolding her men, she went out to drink alone. She hadn't imagined that the cocktails in that bar were so strong. When she realized she had drunk a little too much, she started to feel dizzy. At this moment, she found that someone was going to take her away, so she began to struggle. It seemed that someone helped her out, and it must be Okai. But she had no memory of what happened next. Although she is still in a bad mood today, she is a person who will repay favors. So she decided that when she went to pick up the car in the evening, she would look for Okai and his girlfriend, thank them, and treat them to dinner. After writing this down, Suya continued to devote herself to her work. In the blink of an eye, it was time to get off work in the evening. She usually takes a while to finish her work, But today she got off work on time. This surprised her subordinates, but once she left, others were able to leave on time. After she left the company, she took a taxi straight to the bar. She found her car first and made sure there was no problem, then she entered the bar. But it's still too early now, and the people in the bar are still cleaning up. As she walked in, Sun Shanshan, who was busy at the time, saw her at a glance. "Miss, we're not open yet." "Hey, miss, it's you. You know me?" After hearing Sun Shanshan's words, Suya asked curiously. At the same time, she was a little surprised, because with Sun Shanshan's beauty, looks, and figure, she was just a waitress here. You know, she was prettier than many big models she had seen, so it was a waste for her to be a waitress here. "Oh, you drank here yesterday and drank too much. You were almost taken advantage of by someone. Miss, you must be careful next time you drink." Looking at Suya, Sun Shanshan also spoke with a smile. "Well, I didn't pay attention yesterday. I'm really sorry. I came here today specifically to thank your boss. Is she here?" After hearing Sun Shanshan's instructions, Suya smiled a little embarrassedly and asked. "Yes, she came early today, which is rare. She is over there at the counter. I'll take you there." Looking at Suya's expression, Sun Shanshan also smiled and took her to the counter. When Sun Shanshan called boss, Zhou Qin, who was wiping the wine cabinet at this time, also turned her head. If Suya was just a little surprised to see Sun Shanshan, when she saw Zhou Qin, even she was shocked by Zhou Qin's stunning appearance and charm. Today, Zhou Qin wore a green dress inside and a white blouse outside. Her hair was combed into a big braid, hanging casually behind her. With such looks, such dress, and such a figure, not to mention men, even women can't resist. When Zhou Qin saw Suya, he was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, "It's you. Don't drink so much alone next time." "Yes, I didn't know yesterday that your cocktails are so strong. I came here mainly to say thank you. I wonder if you and your boyfriend have time. I would like to treat you to a meal." Hearing Zhou Qin's words, Suya smiled awkwardly and stated her purpose. "You came at an unfortunate time. He won't be coming today. Don't you have his contact information? Just ask him directly. I'm available anytime." Looking at Suya, Zhou Qin also smiled. She remembered that Suya had Okai's number. "Well, how about that? I'll add you, and then you talk to him?" After hearing what Zhou Qin said, Suya also said something. What she thought was that it was indeed not good for her to add a married man on WeChat, but Zhou Qin obviously didn't care. After Zhou Qin repeatedly stated that she would discuss the matter directly with Okai, Suya thanked him again, then left and returned to her car. He mustered up his courage, then dialed Okai's cell phone number, found Okai's message, and added him. At this time, Okai was having dinner with Shi and Su Nua. Chapter 60. Status Symbol. Ding dong. "I'm Suya, your neighbor downstairs." As the phone rang, Okai, who was eating barbecue at the moment, also looked down at his phone, then took up his hands that were playing with Shi and Su Nua's calves with some confusion. The three of them didn't go to the movies today. After all, there weren't any good movies to watch every day. The three of them just went shopping in a mall. Of course, it was mainly because Okai bought things for Su Nua and Shi, even though Okai doesn't care what he wears all day long. But he really likes buying things for his women. That was what happened today. After arriving at this high-end shopping mall, he took them to visit Dior, Hermes, LVMH, and other stores. Each person spent about 100,000 yuan and bought a lot of clothes. Then they went to a large 13-grid barbecue restaurant in the mall to have dinner. Originally, Okai wanted to sit in the lobby. But when I got here, I found that there was no lobby, only small cubicles. After the store prepared the food in charcoal fire, Shi and Su Nua sat next to Okai, one on each side. They naturally put their legs on Okai's legs and started to roast the meat with their hands. As for Okai, he only needed to play with the legs of these two people. When it came to eating, they would feed Okai with their mouths. I have to say that such a scene is indeed a bit too decadent, but Okai is very happy. Touching the white socks that Shi is wearing today, plus the black socks that Su Nua likes very much, this feeling is very powerful. The message Suya sent at this time made Okai stunned for a moment. What's wrong? Looking at Okai's frowning brows, Shi couldn't help but ask, "You still remember the woman living downstairs from me? She added me as a friend." After hearing what Shi said, Okai also responded, "Hasn't the staircase in the house been installed? Why is she still looking for you? Didn't I tell her? If there is anything, just contact me." Hearing that Suya had found Okai again, Shi said with some dissatisfaction, "It's not about the house. I ran into her yesterday at the bar when she was drunk, and then I sent her home. I guess it's because of this." While explaining to Sure, Okai chose to accept the friend request. Upon hearing Okai's words, Sure and Su Nua looked at him in confusion. Last night, you and that person went to the bar? No, she runs a bar. She wants to meet you guys. Do you want to meet her? If not, forget it. Hearing Su Nua ask this, Okai also started talking with a smile. After hearing Okai's words, Sure and Su Nua couldn't help but look at each other, and they saw a hint of fear in each other's eyes. They were afraid to see Zhou Qin, because Zhou Qin wanted to assert her sovereignty, which would cause trouble. But since the real owner had said he wanted to see them, if they didn't go, wouldn't it make them look a little weaker? Well, although they were a little weak to begin with, but they don't want to be afraid before the battle. We can meet. It won't be difficult for you to be in the middle. After thinking for a while, Sure said in a low voice. Hearing her words, Okai also shook his head. No, her personality, should be compatible with you too. And to be honest, it was her who encouraged me to be with you. You will know when the time comes. Oh, by the way, her name is Zhou Qin. She's older than me. You can just call her Sister Zhou. Just when Okai was talking to Sure and Su Nua, Suya sent another message. In fact, the message was mainly to express gratitude to them, and then ask them when they were free and whether they could treat them to a meal or something like that. Naturally, Okai also typed a reply at this time, being polite and saying that it was just a small favor and that they were all neighbors and there was no need to be so polite. However, the other party was determined to treat Okai to a meal, and it was really hard to refuse. So after thinking about it, Okai also booked it for tomorrow night. Tomorrow his funds in the stock market will reach 500 million. He will start withdrawing them from A shares in the afternoon and then inject them into Hong Kong stocks. He will start to be busy the day after tomorrow. The only free time is tomorrow night. So Okai also replied to Suya, and Suya naturally had no problem and agreed readily. After agreeing on a time, Okai put down his phone and continued to eat dinner. After dinner, Okai and his group of 3 left together. Sure drove directly home, while Su Nua took Okai's car back to his home. Because Su Nua still lives with his parents, which is obviously not a good place for a date. When they arrived at Okai's house, it was not the first time that Su Nua came. After all, they had held business here on Thursday and Friday last week, so she is not unfamiliar with this place. But she had never visited it carefully. Today, she followed Okai directly to the second floor, and Okai took her on a tour. When the two of them visited the bathroom, the temperature between them slowly rose. Looking at the look Okai was giving him, although he had been prepared for it, Su Nua still swallowed subconsciously and looked at Okai timidly. Silence is better than words at this moment. Looking at her eyes, there is no need to say what happens next. In short, the night passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Around 7 o'clock, when the two woke up, Sure happened to arrive. It was Okai who specially called her, and she also brought breakfast for Okai and Su Nua. Looking at Sure, Su Nua felt a little embarrassed now, but when he thought that the 3 of them might be together often in the future, and there was no way to avoid such a scene, he didn't care. After taking Su Nua to the bathroom to wash up, Okai and the other 2 had breakfast together. Then Okai took them to the 3rd floor and opened the safe. Each of you can pick one of these watches. This watch is too expensive, this? After hearing what Okai said, Sure and Su Nua couldn't help but look at each other, and then said with some concern. Especially Sure, she accompanied Okai to take pictures of these watches. She knew that the cheapest of these watches cost more than 5 million. More than 510,000. I'll give it to you, just take it. This is what Sister Zhou meant. She said that each of my women should pick one piece as a symbol of status. She picked the ruby one and said she would leave the emerald one for my future wife, but I don't have a wife, so if you like it, any of you can take it. Seeing the 2 people's puzzled expressions, Okai also started talking with a smile. After hearing what Okai said, Sure and Su Nua looked at each other and picked 2 pieces of the same price, one Savorite and one Chrysoberyl, both of which were priced at 5,893,000. Then they smiled and put them on their hands. Chapter 61. The Shark is Coming. Originally, Okai was planning to let Su Nua rest today. However, because they both came back early last night, they also had time to rest early. Her physical condition was still good, so she still had to come to the company with Okai today. Okai didn't refuse. As the 3 of them came to the company, everything was as usual. First they bought the stocks, and then Okai left with Su Nua and Sure. The 3 of them went to the Yuyun Supercar Club where Li Weidong was. I'm here to pick a car for Su Nua. Li Weidong has officially taken office here for 2 days and has basically straightened out the situation at the club. This is mainly because the operation of this club is actually very mature. Many partners can just be directly transferred over. At the same time, Li Weidong, unlike Wu Zhong, does not have the problem of taking kickbacks from both sides. At the same time, he himself comes from a machinery factory and is more proficient in the maintenance and repair of automobiles. Therefore, whether it is the items sold or the quality of services, it seems that there has been an improvement. Okai also took a look at Li Weidong's attributes. What surprised him was that among Li Weidong, Luo Guogang, and Qi Yi, Li Weidong's attributes were the highest. Name, Li Weidong. Gender, male. Age, 25. Height, 178. Weight, 83 kilograms. Physical strength, 16. Charm, 10. Wisdom, 46. Business, 79, referring to machinery only. Innovation, 6. Social, 43. Management, 38. Favorability towards the host, 94. The current attributes of Qi Yi in the company are as follows. Name, Qi Yi. Gender, male. Age, 25. Height, 180. Weight, 95 kilograms. Physical strength, 9. Charisma, 9. Wisdom, 41. Business, 39. Innovation, 16. Social, 33. Management, 29. Favorability towards the host, 92. Okai felt relieved to hand over the supercar club to him. Su Nuo looked around here and finally she picked a coupe, a Mercedes-Benz Claim. This car is a new car this year. The original price is 718,800, but now the price has dropped by more than 20,000. Of course, this refers to new cars. If it is a second-hand car, the price will be even worse. But as long as Su Nuo likes it, that's fine. But she couldn't drive today because her legs were still weak. This was because Okai wanted to take Shishir with him, so Shishir needed Su Nuo to drive the car back to the company first. Then at night, Su Nuo drove home again. After chatting with Li Weidong for a while, Okai, Shishir, and Su Nuo returned to the company together. They had a simple lunch at noon. As soon as the market opened in the afternoon, Okai came to the trading room and began to instruct the traders to sell stocks and close the deal. The selling started at 1 p.m. and continued until about 2:30 p.m., when all of Okai's A-share stocks were sold out. At this time, there was a total of 511.47 million in his stock market account. He then made a phone call to China Merchants Bank, and soon his traders converted the more than 500 million yuan in cash into Hong Kong dollars through China Merchants Bank. According to the exchange rate, this amount of money can be exchanged for more than 560 million Hong Kong dollars. After exchanging these Hong Kong dollars, the traders under Okai also injected the money into the 28 accounts they registered yesterday and today. They are operating 2 accounts by one person. If they were to follow normal stock trading situations, they might be a little flustered. But with Okai's current command, there is no problem for one person to operate 2 accounts. While these people, under Su Nuo's command, were injecting funds into these accounts, Okai was also looking at the situation of Hong Kong stocks. He quickly locked onto 3 stocks. One of them is Oriental Selection. Okai knows this company. It is a transformed company of In Oriental. Now it mainly engages in live streaming to sell goods. There is a big problem with live streaming to sell goods. That is, such a company rarely has a flagship product to push up its stock price. This is indeed the case. The stock price even rose to more than 12 yuan at the beginning, but now it is only worth about 10 yuan, which is a big loss. But in Okai's eyes, it was written that this stock would start to rise in half an hour. It would rise by 3.4% today. At around 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, it would rise by another 7.8%, a total increase of 11.2%, reaching 12.12 yuan, making it the most worthwhile stock to buy at present. Of course, after reaching its highest point at 10 o'clock, it will drop back to 11.64 yuan. But before that, this was indeed the stock with the highest increase. However, he currently has only 9.14 million scattered shares outstanding, which is more than 100 million. If he were to buy more, it would attract the attention of the banker, which would not be worth the loss. The second stock worth buying is Panzhou International, which is a shipping company. It is also included in the PPT that I promised myself. Because the situation outside is very chaotic recently, and there is an important waterway that only Yinhuang ships can use, the stock prices of many domestic shipping companies have been good recently. However, the original total market value of Panzhou International was only over 800 million, which was not very impressive. But in Okai's eyes, the company's stock price will soar 17.71% at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. It turns out that the system has also shown that it is precisely because of the bullish outlook on shipping that they will receive an injection of 5 billion yuan, which will instantly raise the stock price. The reason why they are ranked behind Oriental Selection is because the company's current size is too small. Before the capital injection, their size was only 881 million. Their total stock price on the stock market is just over 40 million shares, with a total value of 50.8 million. So Okai can only buy 50 million shares. Ranked third is a company called Jinfeng Technology, which is engaged in industrial engineering. It is very large with a market value of 191.8 billion. There are 10% of scattered shares out there, which means there are nearly 2 billion scattered shares in total. Of course, Okai cannot buy so many scattered shares, because if it exceeds 5%, it will have to raise its stake. But buying the remaining 400 million Hong Kong dollars of paper shouldn't be a problem. It will rise 10.46% tomorrow because they will announce at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning that they will officially cooperate with 7-Star. Although 7-Star's products are really useless in China, it is still the world's second largest high-tech company abroad. So their stock will still rise this much tomorrow. Okay, then I'll decide on these three companies. He calculated in his mind. Even if the 560 million is spent, he can increase his total assets by at least 10% tomorrow night. That would be nearly 60 million that day. Seeing this, Okai also smiled, but just when he was about to ask Su Nuwa and the others to buy Oriental Selection first, suddenly, he saw the situation of some new stocks that were about to be listed on the screen next to him. Basically, when he glanced over, these new stocks all had green downward arrows, which meant that they would fall below the issue price as soon as they were issued. But among these stocks, there is one that is extremely popular at this moment. Chapter 62. The Future of Skyrocketing. Boss, all the funds have been injected. There are still more than 40 minutes before the trading stops. Do you want to operate? Just as Okai was looking at the stock, Su Nuwa also came over and asked Okai. Set aside 100 million to buy Oriental Choice, 50 million to buy Fanzhou International, and then pay attention to Jinfeng Technology. You can buy some today, and when the market opens tomorrow morning, you can make the full profit.
Yes.
After hearing Okai's words, Su Nuwa immediately gave the order. When she finished giving the instructions and the traders started to operate, Okai also looked at her. Do you know what the situation is with this gold and silver world? Okai said while pointing to the new stock. Because in Okai's eyes at this moment, it was clearly written on this stock. Jining Tianxia was issued 43 hours later. 1 hour after issuance, it rose by 397%. The issue price was 0.53 yuan, and the highest price was 2.63 yuan. It fell back to 1.58 yuan within 2 hours. Investment is recommended. Although the system has explained in detail the increase in the stock price, it did not explain why the stock price increased so dramatically. A fourfold increase? Even for Hong Kong stocks, this is a bit too exaggerated. So at this time, he also asked Su Nuwa. Well, this Jining Tianxia is an industrial support company with several large enterprises behind it. But to be honest, I don't think much of it, because industrial support, to put it bluntly, still requires natural disasters and man-made disasters. But recently several battlefields abroad have not been decided. Although there have been some floods in China, they are not too exaggerated. So the stock price may rise after it is issued, but the increase should not be too large. Industrial support can actually be called engineering support. Basically, when a natural disaster or man-made disaster occurs, they go in to rescue people and rebuild. Many of them are formed by large groups such as energy groups and real estate companies. When something happened, the local court would contract the reconstruction work to them, and then they would carry out the construction. It is true that the past few years have not been peaceful, with natural disasters and man-made tragedies constantly occurring, but it is not the case that a newly established company will experience a surge in stock prices as soon as it goes public, so Su Nuwa is not optimistic. After hearing Su Nuwa's words, Okai also laughed. Stock analysts are just analysts after all. They cannot guess what the capital behind these companies is thinking. This 397% profit is a sure thing for Okai. Would you like to make a bet? This company will soar into the sky after it goes public. Looking at Su Nuwa, Okai also spoke in a low voice. He is the only one who knows the news now, and he is not going to tell anyone else. How to bet? Hearing Okai say this, Su Nuwa also looked at him and asked in a low voice. I'm just betting on whether this stock can rise to 100% after it is issued the day after tomorrow. Okai thought about it and decided to be more reserved. 100% was already scary enough. If he told her directly that it could increase by nearly 400%, Su Nuwa would probably be scared to death. 100%? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What is the bet? Hearing Okai's words, Su Nuwa's pupils couldn't help but tremble. Then he lowered his voice and spoke to Okai. If I win, the day after tomorrow night, we'll do something fancy. Looking at Su Nuo, Okai also spoke in a low voice. Hearing Okai's bet, Su Nuo's little face couldn't help but blush. In fact, even if Okai didn't bet, as long as he made a request, she would definitely satisfy it. After all, her intimacy with Okai had already risen to 100 at this time. However, seeing that Okai was very interested, she did not refuse, but spoke instead. What if I win? Tell me, what do you want? Hearing Su Nuo's words, Okai also spoke with a smile. If I win, the night after tomorrow, Sure and I will deal with you together. Seeing Su Nuo's serious expression, Okai was speechless. Was this a punishment or a reward? Why did he suddenly feel like losing? However, the man's desire to win still played a role at this time, and he high-fived Su Nuo, which meant it was a deal. While he and Su Nuo were whispering here, the traders on the other side had already purchased shares of Oriental Select. As a result, Oriental Select started to rise right after they bought them. Seeing this, the traders couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Sure enough, my boss is a true genius, a super genius. I have just entered the Hong Kong stock market, but I have already started making money. This is too exaggerated. Looking at the rising stock price of Oriental Selection, some of these people had other ideas, for example, following Okai to buy it, or disclose the situation on Okai's side, etc. But as soon as this thought came to mind, they suppressed it. It's simple, because the benefits are not equal. Okai said that the basic salary for these people is 60,000 yuan per month, and the bonus is 5% of the monthly income. Judging from the current situation, they may have an income of at least 1 million yuan per month, which is more than 10 million yuan a year. It's still more than 10 million that you can earn without basically doing anything. What if they tell this to others for some benefit? They have signed a confidentiality agreement, and Okai will definitely sue them when the time comes. Moreover, their reputation is also bad. No one would give up a bright future for a guy with average ability who betrayed his previous master for that little bit of profit, unless they are crazy. However, if they become rich in the future and have a good relationship with the boss, they can ask the boss to take them to play together. Thinking of this, these people worked even harder. Soon, the Hong Kong stock market closed, and the Oriental Select shares they bought eventually rose by 3.4%, making them earn more than 3.4 million Hong Kong dollars, feeling very happy. After the market closed, Okai and his colleagues went off work. Su Nuo and Sure went back to their respective homes tonight, while Okai went to pick up Zhou Qin. He did not forget that Suya would treat him to dinner tonight. After Okai arrived at Zhou Qin's home, he spent some time with Zhou Qin intimately. Seeing that the time was almost up, Suya also sent him the location of the hotel she had booked. It can be seen that Suya was very thoughtful about this dinner of Thanksgiving, because she booked a decent 5-star hotel. Some people may say, is there anything improper in a 5-star hotel? Of course, because some 5-star hotels are open and some are OEM, the service is indeed quite different. And this hotel should be the best hotel in Longyi City. After determining the location, Okai and Zhou Qin left home together and headed towards the hotel. Chapter 63, Confession Bureau. Hey, you didn't go to work today. As Sure opened the door of her house, she saw her roommate, Hao Mei, who was sitting in the living room watching TV with a facial mask on her face. Hao Mei works the night shift in a 24-hour supermarket, all year round. Unless she has something important to do or is sick, Sure rarely sees her when she gets home. At most, the two of them only interact in the morning when she goes to work, or when she is resting. Yeah, hey, maybe I'm going to be unemployed soon, but why are you back today? After hearing Sure's voice, Hao Mei asked with some confusion. What are you talking about? I haven't moved out yet. I can't come back after get off work. Seeing Hao Mei's puzzled look, Sure also laughed and said, No, I mean you're not with your boss. People say that when you first start dating, you're just getting used to it, and as soon as you make eye contact you'll start to think. The first 2 days were fine. At least we had dinner together and came back. Why did you come back so early today? Seeing Sure joking, Hao Mei also spoke curiously. How do you know that we didn't make eye contact? If we wanted to, we didn't have to wait until night. Well, you know, I am just my boss's lover. The day before yesterday and today, he went to accompany another lover. Yesterday, I let him let another girl who was in league with me go with him. Looking at Hao Mei's curious look, Sure also sat down on the sofa next to her at this time, and then said with a smile, Ah, this thing also involves giving in? Guess whether I understand it or not. Hearing Sure say this, Hao Mei was completely confused. Lover, she could understand, but this maid, ally, what did another lover mean? Hey, things are very complicated here, mainly because of my boss. He's a little too powerful. Even though he has 3 lovers including me, The three of us can't deal with him. Leaning on the sofa, Sure also spoke with emotion at this time. Stop talking nonsense. Are you bullying me for never having a boyfriend? As the saying goes, there are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no fields that are damaged. My boss can plow the earth apart. Seeing Hao Mei's disbelieving eyes, Sure also said seriously at this time. Well, seriously, Sure, have you ever considered leaving your boss? After all, I feel that love can't always be like this. Looking at Sure's gaze, Hao Mei hesitated for a moment and then asked a question. After all, she still had some longing for love at this time. But at this time, Sure looked at her. To be honest, Hao Mei was not bad looking. Although she was not as pretty as Sure and the others, she was also a pretty girl next door. Although the attribute chart had not been awakened when Okai saw her, her appearance was estimated to be above 90 points. The most important thing is that her figure is a bit exaggerated. Among the people around Okai, Zhou H has the hottest figure, but she is even hotter than Zhou. In addition, she works night shifts all year round and often buys skincare products and facial masks that are about to expire from supermarkets, which makes her skin particularly white, almost catching up with Okai's whiteness. To be honest, Hao Mei doesn't usually fight for money. Her figure is really too tempting, so she should be able to. Thinking of this, Sure ignored Hao Mei, who was still trying to persuade her, and stretched out her left hand. Hao Mei also saw the watch at the first moment. Wow, what a beautiful watch. Of course, more than 5 million. Listening to Hao Mei's words, Sure also spoke with a smile. Upon hearing the price offered by Sure, Hao Mei couldn't help but shrink her hand. My goodness, why do you talk about millions and millions right away? Has the RMB depreciated so seriously now? But it's really beautiful. Do you want it? Looking at Hao Mei's expression, Sure also spoke. You want to give it to me? Upon hearing Sure's question, Hao Mei also asked excitedly. You're dreaming, but I can get you one. Just think about it. A watch worth millions, a bag worth millions, a sports car worth millions. From now on, any trouble that can be solved with money will not be a trouble. And you will also have a handsome boyfriend with a great body and a gentle and stable personality. Think about it again. Do you want love, or these? With her head propped up, Sure also looked at Hao Mei. After hearing what she said, Hao Mei couldn't help but open her mouth. Although she was eager to teach Sure just now that Sure said that she could also introduce Okai to her, she seemed to be unable to say the following words. While Sure and Hao Mei were chatting, Su Nuo parked the car and returned home with the luxury goods that Okai bought for her yesterday. As soon as she came back, she found that her parents were actually at home, which made her a little nervous. Although she had prepared herself mentally before she was about to say goodbye to Okai, now that the time had come, she really didn't know what to say. Xiao Nuo is back. Wash your hands quickly and get ready for dinner. You bought so many clothes again? How much did they cost? By the way, you said yesterday that you were staying at a friend's house. Which friend's house? Seeing Su Nuo coming back, her parents looked at her and asked questions, especially her mother, who couldn't help but speak with concern. Well, I stayed at my boss's house yesterday. Looking at the concerned eyes of his parents, Su Nuo thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and decided to tell his parents the truth. Maybe it is difficult for them to accept it now, but if we don't say anything, it will be like burying a bomb, which may explode at any time in the future, which will be even more troublesome. Your boss? Were these things also given by him? Upon hearing Su Nuo's words, her father's smiling face suddenly turned gloomy. Then he looked at the things in her hands and asked, Yes, these things are worth about 100,000 yuan. They were given to me by my boss. In addition, there is a Mercedes-Benz coupe downstairs, which is worth 800,000 or 900,000 yuan, and this watch, it's nearly 6 million yuan. They were all given to me by him. As she spoke, Su Nuo placed the clothes, car keys, and the watch on the coffee table. When her father heard her words, his gloomy face froze. And Su Nuo continued to say, As for my job, it's officially 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, and my monthly salary is 100,000 yuan, but in reality, I can make at least 2 or 3 million yuan a month, or even more. And he is 25 years old this year. This is his photo. He is 1.88 meters tall, muscular, has a good personality, and is very gentle. He is unmarried and has no girlfriend. That's all. Do you have any other questions? After saying that, Su Nuo also looked at his parents, and at this moment they were indeed a little speechless. Chapter 64. Enemies meet on a narrow road to Chu. At this time, Okai had no idea that Sure was developing a 4th lover for him, and Su Nuo was playing a confession game with his parents. He was now sitting in the restaurant of this hotel with Zhou Qin and Su Ya. After the three of them ordered some food, they started chatting. It was only then that Okai found out that Su Ya was an editor of Time magazine. He has nothing to do with fashion. When he got his haircut, he went to a barber shop outside the community where he used to live. 25 yuan per cut was expensive for him. The vests he bought were all from Taobao, and if they cost more than 80 yuan, he felt they were black. As for shorts and pants, he prefers sportswear and overalls because they have many pockets, which is convenient for him to put keys, mobile phones, papers, etc. As for shoes, he only wears running shoes. This is the only brand he has some requirements for. He only wears domestic brands, such as Pikes Taiji, Li Dazwas, and Ans Nitrate. He likes them all. Generally speaking, more than 300 yuan is enough for everything. He didn't like wearing watches or anything like that, but now he had one on his wrist. After all, it was a gift from Zhou Qin. So Okai kept wearing it on his wrist. What? This represents more than 200 million? More than 200 million is just more than 200 million. It's nothing more than 2 days' pocket money. After a few days, the capital he earns will increase. By then, the more than 200 million may be earned back in one day. He doesn't need to care about these. So fashion and the like are indeed not for him. But Zhou Qin obviously understood this very well. She also knew that fashion magazine and had read Su Ya's article. When the people in the article were matched, the two of them had a very happy chat. Okai was also very happy watching them chatting, because the food here was delicious, and watching two beautiful women chatting put him in a good mood. However, just when the three of them were enjoying their meal here, suddenly a group of people from a distance walked into the restaurant. As these people walked in, 4 of them saw Okai and the others in an instant. To be honest, a lot of people saw Okai and his friends. After all, the two beauties are so beautiful and Okai is so handsome, so it is normal to see them. But among these people, there were 2 men and 2 women whose eyes lit up when they saw them. One of the couple's eyes lit up when they saw Su Ya, and another man and woman's eyes lit up when they saw Okai. Especially the man. When he saw Okai, his eyes flashed with deep hatred. However, before Okai could feel the hatred and look at the other party, the woman between the man and woman took the initiative to walk over and speak. "Oh, the editor-in-chief is eating in person. I thought fairies like you were just living a life of idleness." Facing Su Ya, the woman said with a smile. Listening to what this woman said, Okai and Zhou Qin naturally knew that this person should be coming for Su Ya, and then they also took a look at this guy. But after one look, Okai couldn't help but frown, because it was obvious that this woman should have had surgery, and many times. And that big shoehorn face looked like it could really stab you to death. What's that smell? Did someone install it backwards? At this time, Su Ya also glanced at her and said with disdain, "You rotten." When it comes to sarcasm, this woman is naturally no match for Su Ya. The only advantage she has is that she is vulgar enough, so she was ready to make a personal attack, but was held back by the man next to her. Pay attention to your image. After hearing what the man said, the woman calmed down a little. However, the look in his eyes when he looked at Su Ya was still full of viciousness. At this moment, the man coughed lightly and walked forward with a smile. "Hey Xiaoya, long time no see. We're all classmates, so there might be some misunderstanding. There's no need to be sarcastic. Since you guys are having dinner here, what a coincidence. Why don't you come together? A few of my friends are coming over today, so we're going to get together." Although this man seemed to be trying to smooth things over, in fact, while he was saying this, his eyes were fixed on Su Ya. The strong possessiveness in his eyes almost swallowed him up. In fact, it was understandable, as Su Ya was indeed far inferior to the girl next to him, but it was obvious that Su Ya would not be interested in him. Sure enough, after hearing his words, the expression on Su Ya's face became even more disdainful. "Are you sick? Didn't you come here to cause trouble? Am I the one who is being sarcastic? Can't you see the quarrel between your wife and I in the group? Are you blind? Also, I know you well, right? Xiaoya? Is that what you should call her?" Looking at Su Ya's completely ruthless words, the man's face turned red and white. Just when he was feeling a little embarrassed, a voice came from behind. "It's true that birds of a feather flock together. Uneducated people are only fit to play with uneducated people." Hearing this sarcastic voice, Okai and the others also looked over. Sure enough, Okai saw a familiar face in the crowd. "Hey, isn't this Broke Shoe? Broke Shoe? Has he changed again? But you are not as good as Lu Shi, eh? You were kicked by Lu Shi too, right? You were a bit too fast. You were kicked before you even got started." Looking at this familiar face, Okai knew that he was being sarcastic to him, because this person was none other than Zhao Yu. The person next to him at this time was not Lu Shi. In fact, needless to say, everyone knew that since that day when he humiliated Zhao Yu in the supercar club and fired his good friend Wu Zhong. Lu Shi's mother is such a sarcastic person, there's no way she would be nice to him. And this kind of rich second generation naturally would not make such a great sacrifice for Lu Shi and let her mother slap him in the face. So needless to say, it is probably hopeless, at least not now. That's why he brought a young model with him again at this time. Naturally, Okai would not be polite to him at that moment, so he started talking directly. You fucking bastard. Hearing Okai's words, Zhao Yu's eyebrows couldn't help but frown, and he immediately came up and started to curse, but it was obvious that Okai would not tolerate him. He was not as well-mannered as Suya. Fuck you. While cursing, Okai stood up and said, let's fight. Looking at Okai's height and build, the four men who came over here couldn't help but feel a little scared for a moment, especially Zhao Yu. He was only about 1.75 meters tall, and his body had long been hollowed out by alcohol and sex. Okai was nearly half a head taller than him. When he saw that Okai was going to have sex with him, he stopped and took half a step back. But this is the best hotel in Longi after all, and the people here have already noticed the conflict here. So a team of security guards rushed over immediately and separated the two sides. Chapter 65. Revenge will be taken immediately. Everyone, there is no need to come out for dinner. No need. Mr. Liu, right? The box you booked is over here. Please come this way. You guys, take a seat too. Take a seat. As the two sides were separated, the manager of the restaurant came over and spoke to both sides. Seeing that the manager and the security guard had arrived, Zhao Yu and the others also became arrogant and cursed. However, when they saw Okai was about to move forward, they backed down and left. I'm sorry, I didn't expect to run into them while eating here. I should have booked a private room earlier. Watching these people leave, Suya smiled bitterly and then spoke. It doesn't matter. I have a grudge against that person. It has nothing to do with you. Waving his hand, Okai also spoke with a smile at this time. Who is the Lu Shi you just mentioned? Your ex-girlfriend? After hearing Okai say this, Zhou Qin couldn't help but tilt her head and look at Okai and said, well, yes, but she broke up with me not long ago. Looking at Zhou Qin's smiling face, Okai couldn't help but swallow and said, hee, look how scared you are. I know, I just don't know her name. Hearing what Okai said, Zhou Qin also smiled and waved his hand. Well, although I know it's not good to be nosy, did you break up because of that guy just now? Seeing that Zhou Qin really didn't seem to care, Suya asked with some confusion. Yes, it is. There is no need for Okai to deny this reason. Then, what does she want? Money? You are so rich. You are more handsome than him, taller than him, and I can feel that your personality is better than his, so why is that? After hearing Okai's admission, Suya was confused and bewildered. Hearing her words, Okai couldn't help but smile awkwardly. He couldn't say that he had earned the money in the last few days, and the system's affairs must not be exposed. I'm telling you, because he's too innocent, and in that aspect, he's ridiculously strong. You've studied abroad for so many years, so you should be quite open-minded. So I told you. As for him, he starts out taking more than an hour, and can't even stop for 3 or 4 hours, and then he doesn't take the initiative to look for a lover. I guess Lu Shi broke up with him because she felt that if she didn't find a reason to break up, she might die. He has found several lovers outside now, and I urged him to find them all. Seeing Su Ya's puzzled look, Zhou Qin suddenly smiled and spoke. After hearing her words, Okai and Suya were stunned. Could such ruthless words be said directly? You know, the three of them had only met 3 times. Why is Zhou Qin saying this now? After Zhou Qin finished speaking, Okai's face was full of embarrassment, and Suya's face suddenly turned red. She really didn't think about talking about these things, but her eyes did inevitably sweep towards Okai's pants. Then she discovered that although Okai was wearing loose clothes at this time, she could still vaguely see his amazing talent. Although she said she has never been in a relationship, she has participated in so many fashion shows abroad. When models walk on the runway, regardless of gender, they don't wear the underlying garment. So although she said she had never come into contact with him, she had seen a lot of him. Judging from the current situation, it was obvious that Okai was the one with the strongest talent. But urging her man to find a lover, even though she had studied in the West for many years, she still couldn't understand. Looking at Suya's expression, Zhou Qin also sat next to her, and then the two of them whispered in each other's ears. Although Okai was very curious about what they were talking about, it was obviously better to just eat in silence at this time, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Soon, the dinner was almost finished, and Okai was originally thinking about paying the bill himself. But when he got to the counter, he found out that Suya had already deposited money, so he didn't need to buy it. So Okai prepared to go to the toilet before going back. But just when he walked to the men's restroom, he happened to see Zhao Yu staggering out of the men's restroom, reeking of alcohol. Obviously, these guys started drinking after entering the box, and they drank a lot. So much so that, when he faced Okai at this time, although he didn't dare to curse him openly, his mouth shapes made it clear. Watching this scene, Okai smiled. Then he instantly walked behind him, grabbed the guy by the collar, and then, in front of his horrified gaze, he returned to the men's bathroom and was pushed heavily into a cubicle by Okai. With a bang, the guy also crashed into the wall of the cubicle. This collision hurt him badly, but just as he was about to scream, Okai put his hand on the corner of his mouth, then closed the door of the cubicle, and then a series of thudding and banging sounds came from inside. About 2 minutes later, Okai also let out a long sigh, then walked out of the cubicle, urinated in the urinal outside, and then walked out to wash his hands. As for Zhao Yu, he had already fainted at this time. But don't worry, Okai is very skilled in his attack, with great compassion and master-level medical skills. He knows exactly where to hit so that it hurts but won't leave any marks. After this guy wakes up, even if he wants to sue me or call the police to arrest me, he won't have any evidence. After all, even if there is a surveillance camera here, it can't be placed in the toilet. So the surveillance camera at most captured him pulling Zhao Yu into the bathroom, but there was no injury. Where could he go to sue Okai? Thinking of this, Okai couldn't help but smile. It was okay. He had let out some of his anger, but there was still a lot left. When he had the chance in the future, he would meet him once and beat him up. While thinking, Okai started washing his hands. But just when he was washing his hands, he suddenly saw a woman coming out of the women's bathroom next door. Okai had some impression of this woman. It seemed that she was also among those people just now. Although she was not Zhao Yu's female companion, she was also in the same group. So Okai just glanced at her and ignored her, but when she saw Okai, she took the initiative to walk over, leaned on the sink in the men's bathroom, then looked at Okai with a smile and said, "Old classmate, long time no see." "Ah, you called me?" After hearing the woman's words, Okai looked around in confusion. He was the only one here. Maybe she had recognized the wrong person. "Okai, you really don't recognize me?" Hearing Okai's puzzled words, the woman couldn't help but laugh. Then she took the initiative to move forward and said, Chapter 66, Old Classmate. Well, seeing the serious look on the girl's face, Okai couldn't help but look at her with some confusion. The girl was very tall, even taller than Zhou Qin. She was wearing a pair of slim-fitting jeans and a tight-fitting top like a bottoming shirt, which accentuated her figure perfectly. Does she look long? She has a standard internet celebrity face, oval face, big eyes, double eyelids, a high-nose bridge, and small thin lips. Although she is very natural, you can also vaguely see some traces of surgery, but overall, still very beautiful. And looking at this beautiful girl, if Okai and the other party had an intersection, he would definitely remember the other party. But now he really doesn't know who this girl is. Even Okai directly checked her attributes. Name, Shin Sisi. Gender, female. Age, 25. Height, 179. Weight, 48 kilograms. Physique, 14. Charisma, 94. Wisdom, 51. Business, 78. Innovation, 6. Social, 64. Management, 23. Favorability towards host, 87. Shin Shinsi thought, to be honest, this name looked slightly familiar to him, but he really didn't know who she was. As for her favorability score for him, it actually reached 87, which shocked him even more. She should definitely know herself, but she really can't remember who she is. Looking at Okai's confused expression, Shin Sisi couldn't help but look at him angrily, and then puffed up his face in front of him. As soon as this face puffed up, Okai suddenly remembered who she was. Oh, Shin Sisi who was sitting in front of me. I just recognized it. Hearing Okai call out his name, Shin Sisi laughed and said, no wonder Okai couldn't recognize who she was. When he was in junior high school, Okai's academic performance was not bad, but he was very naughty. He often didn't listen in class and acted in small ways, which annoyed his teacher. So he is often sent to the last row. You know, the back row is by the window, the hometown of Wang. He is a frequent visitor to his hometown. In front of him, there was a girl sitting. This girl was Shin Sisi. It's no wonder that Okai couldn't recognize her, because Shin Sisi was already 1.75 meters tall at that time, and his weight was conservatively estimated to be 1-to-1 with his height. In their school sports day, Shin Sisi specialized in throwing shot put and got into fights. Come on, a fierce one. When Okai and the others were in the third grade of junior high school, they were in the fifth year of elementary school and the fourth year of junior high school, they were robbed of money by the neighborhood delinquents. However, they heard that these delinquents also robbed Shinsisi at night, and Shinsisi was beaten up. Third, they were all taken to the police station. However, it may be because she is too tall and strong. So Shinsisi seems to be a bit introverted, and her academic performance is not good, and she rarely communicates with other people when she is in school. The only person she had a good relationship with was Helan, the class beauty and study committee member of Okai's class. They had grown up and went to and from school together every day. But after graduating from junior high school, we lost contact. Helan was admitted to the best provincial key high school here and went to a 985 and 211 double first-class university in the imperial capital. But it seems that they got married when they were in school, and there was no contact after that. And Shinsisi didn't get into a good high school, so no one knew what he did afterwards. Neither of them came to the junior high school class reunion after graduating from college. So Okai really has no impression of them. He never thought that Shinsisi would appear in front of him in such a posture. Wow, I really didn't recognize you. You're really a girl. I never thought I'd meet you here. You've been doing pretty well lately, right? After graduating from junior high school, there is no news from you. Seeing Shinsisi's reproachful look, Okai also smiled and then spoke. Hey, forget it. I'm working as a model now. I'm so tall and I'm not good at studies. What else can I do? My grades in the high school entrance examination were too bad, so my family enrolled me in an art high school. After losing weight for 2 years, I want to be a model. Now I am flying around all over the world every day, and I am not making any money even though I am busy. Unlike you, old classmate. Although I have never attended any of our classmates' gatherings, I am in our classmate group. Okay, I can be the big boss. Hearing Okai's words, Shinsisi also smiled and started talking. Then he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, opened it, took out one, and handed it to Okai. But Okai waved his hand and said, I won't. No. I remember you started smoking when you were in the second grade of junior high school. When did you quit? Hearing what Okai said, Shinsisi couldn't help but asked with some doubts. Actually, when I smoked, I just pretended to smoke, and I wasn't addicted. Later, when I was in high school, I found out that my family had bad trachea, so I stopped smoking. But if you smoke yours, I don't mind. Thinking about the green years when he was in school, Okai also smiled and talked about it. After hearing that Okai didn't smoke, Shinsisi put his cigarette back and then asked him, Did you break up with your girlfriend from college? Now you're talking about the one who was sitting next to you just now? Well, that one next to you is your boyfriend? After nodding in response, Okai also asked at this time. No, that's just a little driver chasing me. I'm a car model now, and his dad is the manager of our 4S store. We met at the auto show here. He insisted on taking me out to eat. Anyway, I can eat at home. Eat, go out to eat and eat. Unexpectedly, I met you here. Hearing Okai's question, Shinsisi immediately objected, and then said with some emotion, Sisi, have you seen Zhao? You? But just when Shinsisi wanted to talk to Okai, the female companion of Zhao Yu today also walked in from outside. When she saw Shinsisi chatting with Okai, she couldn't help but be stunned. You know, the two waves of people almost started fighting just now. Why did Shinsisi start chatting with Okai? Oh no. Then I'll look elsewhere. Hearing Shinsisi say this, Zhao Yu's female companion also turned and left. Only then did Okai remember that there was Zhao Yu, who had been knocked unconscious by him in the toilet. He had to leave now, otherwise he would be in trouble when he woke up later. So he also said to Shinsisi, Old classmates, you can continue to eat. It's time for me to leave. Oh, okay. By the way, let's exchange contact information. Seeing Okai about to leave, Shinsisi clearly felt a little reluctant to leave, but she still smiled and shook her phone. After the two exchanged phone calls and letters, Okai also left. And Shinsisi looked at Okai's profile picture and couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 67. Start the operation? Okai didn't take this little incident in the toilet seriously. After returning to the dining table, the three of them also left together. Then Okai and Suya also drove back to the basement of Lungting Garden. Then a group of 3 people also took the elevator upstairs. It's just that Suya went down on the 30th floor, while Okai and the others went down on the 32nd floor. Okai got off the elevator and returned home. Naturally, it is impossible to describe his experience in words. After Suya returned home, she saw Su Lele, who was still watching TV. Seeing Suya coming back, Su Lele couldn't help but raise his head and asked with a smile, You're back from entertaining guests? You didn't even bring me any food? Hey, Don't mention it. We almost had a fight while eating. After taking off her shoes, Suya walked to the sofa, patted Su Leilei's little feet, and then slumped down on the sofa. What's going on? So exciting? Upon hearing that there was more fighting, Su Leilei's attention was instantly focused, and he asked curiously. And Suya also told her what happened tonight. Of course, forget about the lewd words she and Jochin said. Su Leilei is Suya's cousin, the daughter of her third uncle. She just graduated from college this year. It can be seen from the fact that Suya studied art at a very young age and then went to study at an art college abroad. Her family conditions are very good. So Su Leilei is just like those typical post-00s who are now reorganizing their workplaces. She really doesn't have much enthusiasm for work. She graduated in June, and by mid-August, she has changed 4 jobs. Finally, she couldn't stand her parents nagging anymore, so she came here to find Suya, to eat and drink, and to see if Suya could find her a job that was easy, paid well, had few problems, didn't require overtime, and didn't have annoying colleagues. Suya also wanted to tell her that if she had such a job, please tell her. I have to say, these children have been taught since childhood that they want everything, and now that they are at work, they can't change it. Okay, you keep watching. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. After telling Su Leilei what happened tonight, Suya patted her on the shoulder and turned to go to the bathroom to take a shower. When she finished her shower and lay down on the bed in her pajamas, for some reason, the words Zhou Qin had said to her tonight kept lingering in her ears. It was as if for a moment, her eyes had the ability of perspective, as if she could see what Okai and Zhou Qin were doing on the 32nd floor at that moment. This feeling is very strange. Suya, are you crazy? You're horny. After muttering softly, Suya also forced herself to fall asleep. But sometimes, the more you want to sleep, the more you can't sleep. She went to bed at around 9 o'clock in the evening, but she didn't fall asleep until 11 o'clock. She didn't know how long it was before she fell into a drowsy sleep. Then she had a dream. In the dream, she went out on a date with a man whose face she couldn't see clearly. They watched a movie, ate ice cream, and then played an escape room game. At night, the two of them returned to her house together. Su Leilei was not there for some reason, so they were the only ones there. Then when the two of them were about to get together, she saw clearly what the man looked like. But why did this man look exactly like Okai? Okai naturally didn't know about Suya's dream. After he and Zhou Qin returned home, he slept until dawn. The next morning, after they washed up, they went downstairs to have breakfast. Okai first sent her home and then drove to the company. But today is different from A-shares. Hong Kong stocks have no daily price limits and no daily price limits. Except for not being able to short state-owned enterprises, basically the same rules apply to the US stock market. So after Okai arrived here, he started to get into work mode. Naturally, Shir and Su Nuo would not hold Okai back at this time. One prepared the logistics and the other directed the traders, and then they began to meet the challenge of Hong Kong stocks. The first thing was that at the opening of today, Goldwind Technology announced that they would cooperate with South Korea's 7-Star Group. Then his stock started to rise. At the same time, Oriental Selection also began to raise its stock price. Seeing these two stocks start to move, Okai and his traders also began to look at the Hong Kong stock market seriously. At 10:27 in the morning, when the share price of Oriental Selection officially rose to 12.12 yuan, with a single call from Okai, Su Nuo and others began to sell. Of course, you can't sell all at once. You have to try it out, selling more and less. This time he sells 300 lots, 1 lot equals 100 shares. The next time he sells 5,000 lots, and then after selling several lots of 200 or 300 shares in succession, he makes another big one. Avoid selling too much and causing stock prices to fluctuate. Fortunately, Okai chose to sell when the stocks were at their peak. At this time, there were many people willing to take over at a high price. Investors all have this kind of thinking. They buy when the price goes up and not when the price goes down. So in this case, it is very easy to become a leaks. And after all, his own size is not large, 560 million. Oh no, it is now 600 million Hong Kong dollars. Perhaps for ordinary people, 600 million Hong Kong dollars is an astronomical sum of money. But for Hong Kong stocks, there is not the slightest disturbance, because the total market value of Hong Kong stocks is as high as 31 trillion, not to mention the hundreds of millions from Okai. Even if the system said to give him trillions directly, well, that would still have a big impact, but hundreds of millions certainly wouldn't. After selling off the stocks on both sides, Okai asked Su Nuo to buy 3 stocks, Fengtai Real Estate, Wuxi Life, and The Fourth Way. Of course, he was planning to make a big move on Jinyan Xiangxia, but the bell for Jinyan Xiangxia would not be rung until 1 p.m. tomorrow. Before that, he needed to accumulate more wealth. I have another 100 million in savings today and another 100 million tomorrow. If I manage it well, today plus tomorrow morning, I may be able to turn the money I have in Hong Kong stocks into 700 million, or even more. At that time, more than 900 million will be dropped, and the price will increase by 397%, which means that Okai will earn more than 300 million in one wave. Not only was the 1 billion task completed in an instant, but even less than half of the 10 billion task was completed. Thinking about it, I was really excited. And just when Okai was seriously operating the stock market here, Shin CC, whom Okai met last night, was also in a coffee shop at this time, and found another girl that Okai thought of when he thought of her yesterday. Their junior high school beauty, Helan. Chapter 68. Help me. Xiaolan. Cici, it's rare to get up so early today? Watching Helan walk into the coffee shop, Shin Shensi waved to her, and then Helan also smiled and walked to sit opposite Shan Shensi. Compared to today, who was wearing a hanging suspender top, pleated skirt, and white over-the-knee socks, Helan was dressed much more conservatively. It was just a white dress, looking extremely pure, but the ring on the ring finger of her left hand looked a little too dazzling. Hey, I won't go to nightclubs anymore. I'll quit. I'll get up early every day from now on. Hearing Helan's words, Shun Shensi also handed a glass of juice that she had already ordered in front of Helan, and she took it with a smile and started drinking. Can you stop going to nightclubs? What? Do you want to find someone to fall in love with? After taking 2 sips, Helan also looked at Shun Shensi with some doubts and asked, well, it's a bit. Guess who I met yesterday? Hearing Helan ask this, Shun Shensi actually nodded, and then asked her with a smile. Who is it? Helan looked at Shun Shensi and cooperated, and asked with some doubts. Oki. Okai? That. Okai, who was very popular among classmates recently? Helan was also a little surprised when he heard what Shin Sisi said. A few days ago, Luo Guogang and Li Weidong found out in the classmate group that Sei Okai was now a billionaire, and one of them found out that they had ascended to heaven together. Recently, there are always people discussing Okai from time to time, of course, mainly because Luo Guogang and Li Weidong also send some messages from time to pretend to be 13. But once someone asks for Okai's contact information, they pretend to be offline. But these people among the classmates are quite popular. Unexpectedly, Shin Sisi actually met him yesterday. This world is really small. But thinking of this, Helan suddenly looked at Shun Sisi with a strange expression. You can't be, you are still interested in him. Haven't he already found a girlfriend? Looking at Shin Sisi, Helan also asked with some doubts. She should be the only person in the world who knows that Shin Shensi has always liked Okai, mainly because Okai helped Shin Shensi out of trouble once when she was in junior high school. That time, Shin Sisi accidentally knocked over the water glass of a very naughty girl in the class and splashed the water on her body. Then the other party attacked Shun Shensi. At that time, Shun Shensi was tall, fat, and had not studied yet. Okay, so she has low self-esteem. She doesn't know how to retaliate when others scold her. Then Okai, who is sitting behind her, may be annoyed. So I helped Shun Shensi to talk to this girl. One of the words she said was, compared to you, Shin Shensi is much prettier than you. If I want to find a girlfriend, I will definitely look for her, not you. It was precisely because of this sentence that Shun Sisi had always secretly liked Okai. The reason why she wanted to lose weight for 2 years was also because of Okai. But unfortunately, after Okai entered college, he and Lu Shi were together in the second year. I felt deep in thought for a while because of this. Since then, she likes to go to nightclubs, and she will no longer openly refuse other people's pursuits. Shin Shensi actually had time for the class reunion after graduating from college, but she did not go because she was afraid of seeing her. Okai will not be able to control himself after that. But unexpectedly, we actually encountered it yesterday. After she left Okai last night, she returned to the box and left. She thought about it for a long time when she went home. She felt that she was still unwilling to accept it, so she made an appointment with Helan early this morning. Seeing Helan's hesitant gaze, Shun Shensi also smiled and looked at her. He broke up, but now he has found another girlfriend, a very beautiful and charming woman. That woman may not be shorter than me. I didn't even know that Okai had always liked me like this. Sisi, he already has a girlfriend. Hearing the meaning behind Sisi's words, Helan couldn't help but start persuading her. Xiaolan, you are my best friend. I still want to give it a try. You will help me. But just as Helan finished speaking, Shun Shensi also started speaking. Looking at Shun Shensi's serious gaze, Helan couldn't help but open her mouth. How should she answer these words? Don't worry, I won't keep fighting. I just want to fight for it again. I can't give up without even fighting for it. If it doesn't work, forget it. Seeing Helan's shocked eyes, Shun Sisi said again. Seeing her determined look, Helan couldn't help but sigh. Okay, how do you want me to help you? Seeing that Helan agreed, Shun Shinsi couldn't help but laugh, then immediately came over and discussed with Helan in a low voice. Of course, Okai didn't know what Shin Sisi and Helan were studying. Today, it was rare for him to focus on the stock market all the time. He had no time to spend time with Shir and Su-won. After they finished their lunch together at noon, they continued working in the afternoon. Hong Kong stocks closed at 4 p.m. At this time, the value of Okai shares in the Hong Kong stock market had reached 630 million Hong Kong dollars. In other words, he earned 70 million Hong Kong dollars today alone. Looking at today's record-breaking profits, the traders under him were already astonished when they looked at him. They had never thought that there was someone like Okai who could know a lot of inside information without analysis or even asking anyone for help. It was not enough to just know what stocks to buy. He also knew when to buy and when to sell. This is really exaggerated. That is to say, some of them are men, and some are not very good-looking. Otherwise, they would just follow the example of Su Nuo and Shir and stick to them. As for Okai, there is really no need to consider anything at all. At this time, Okai's attention was completely on the overall market. If we inject another 200 million tomorrow, we will surely make another 70 or 80 million in the morning. By then, we will start with 900 million Hong Kong dollars in the afternoon, which will definitely be a sure thing. Seeing this, Okai couldn't help but feel his heart pounding. But that's all tomorrow's business. Their work for today has been done. As the traders got off work, Okai also left with Shir and Su Nuo. Okai accompanied Zhou Qin yesterday, and today it is their turn. The three of them went shopping and had dinner as usual. However, in the evening, Shir did not retreat on her own initiative. She had gone home alone for 3 days, so it was her turn today. Su Nuo also knew this, so after finishing her meal, she prepared to go home. But at this moment, Shir grabbed her. Chapter 69. Find a nanny? Let's go together today. Why? After hearing what Shir said, Su Nuo couldn't help but look at her and Okai in surprise. You know, she and Okai had made a bet that if Jinyan Xiangxia didn't have a return of more than 100% tomorrow, then they would go together. Why did it happen earlier today? However, after hearing what Shir said, Su Nuo did not intend to refuse. Instead, he looked at Okai curiously. As for Okai, he was indeed a little confused and embarrassed at this time, and asked in a low voice, "Well, the world won't collapse because of this, will it?" He was timid, and he was afraid that if he was not careful, he would lose this world. After hearing what Okai said, Shir couldn't help but smile and speak. "What are you afraid of? No one knows what we are going to do when we go home. We can't play poker or landlord." Shir smiled and looked at Okai, who was a little conflicted, and then she spoke. "Well, okay." Seeing Shir said this, although Okai felt his heart pounding, he really had no reason to refuse at this time. So he nodded, and then the 3 cars drove back to Longtingjiayue. When the 3 of them took the elevator to the first floor, coincidentally, the elevator stopped here. Then the elevator door opened, and then Okai saw Suya and her cousin Su Lele just walking in from outside. When Suya saw Okai, Shir and Su Nuo, she was stunned. Last night Zhou Qin was still saying that Okai had several lovers, but today she ran into one. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but feel a little dazed. However, Su Lele didn't know these people, so she immediately pulled her into the elevator and greeted Okai with a smile. She didn't know what the relationship between these 2 people and Okai was. "Hey brother, what a coincidence. You just finished your meal." "Well, I just came back from dinner." "Miss Su, you guys just finished eating too?" After hearing Su Lele's words, Okai also said to the 2 of them with a smile. At the same time, he also looked at Su Lele's attributes. Name, Su Lele. Gender, female. Age, 22. Height, 169. Weight, 52 kilograms. Physical strength, 12. Charisma, 96. Wisdom, 47. Business, 13. Innovation, 11. Social, 42. Management, 8. Favorability towards the host, 78. Well, a very standard value for a college student who just graduated from college. This is indeed a high charm. As for the weight, although it is over 100, Okai can see that the nutrition is mainly concentrated in some concentrated places. "Well, it's rare that my sister won't let me order takeout." At this time, Su Lele didn't know that Okai could see her attributes, so she smiled and started talking to Okai. "By the way, I just moved here not long ago. Are there any good restaurants nearby? Okai only had breakfast here when they were nearby. They usually went to the shopping mall for meals, but that was too far. They couldn't go to the shopping mall to eat when they had nothing to do and could just stay in bed at home. As soon as he saw Su Lele, he knew that this girl must be very knowledgeable about food, so Okai also started to ask. When the topic of food was mentioned, Su Lele immediately became interested. It seemed to her that there were a lot of delicious food nearby. The reason why the houses here are expensive is, firstly, because this community is indeed high-end, and secondly, because the supporting facilities around this community are very complete. Especially in restaurants, there are quite a lot of delicious food. There is a Sichuan restaurant nearby that cooks very well, 2 barbecue restaurants that taste very good, and a very famous yakitori restaurant, but she didn't think it was very tasty. There are 2 good stir-fry restaurants, and another that serves iron pot stews. On the next street, there is a seafood restaurant that is also pretty good. The spicy crayfish, in particular, tastes great. You can also order takeout, and it tastes great when you bring it home. Okay, let's go. Just as Su Lele and Okai were chatting here, the elevator arrived at the 30th floor, and Suya pulled Su Lele out of the elevator. Although Su Lele still felt a little reluctant, she still said goodbye to Okai and got off the elevator. As the 2 sisters returned home, Su Lele also looked at Suya. Sister, why did you feel so distant from that brother just now? Didn't he help you fight yesterday? Why didn't he even talk to you today? While changing shoes, Su Lele asked with some doubts. You didn't see the 2 women following him? After hearing Su Lele's words, Suya rolled her eyes at her and spoke. Oh, that brother's name is Okai. I see. They seem to live on the same floor with this brother. Looking at Suya's appearance, Su Lele couldn't help but say with some confusion. What do you mean they live on one floor? The 3 floors above us are all Okai's home. I've seen one of them before. She's Okai's assistant. The other one should also be his lover. With a sigh, Suya also explained the identities of Shirshir and Su Nua. Lover? Just bring him home so blatantly? Su Lele was a little shocked when he heard Suya say that. Okai looked quite gentle, but he didn't expect him to play so wildly. This is actually allowed by his girlfriend. His girlfriend told me that in that aspect of him. Hey, you are still young. Why should I tell you this? After taking a look at Su Lele, Suya also changed the subject at this time. Tisk, I'm already 22. If I were in the countryside, I would have been married for several years. And sister, even though I have never been in a relationship, I have watched that kind of movie with my roommate. Can you tell me more about it? After hearing Suya's words, Su Lele also came over and asked curiously. At her age, she is the most curious. I'm not going to talk to you. I'm going to take a shower. But it was obvious that Suya would not say this to her. After looking at her with contempt, she turned around and went to take a shower. Only Su Lele raised her head curiously, wondering what Okai and the other 3 were doing upstairs. As for what Okai and the other 2 did after they went upstairs, naturally, they couldn't tell her. All I can say is that the night passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Early the next morning, when Okai and the other 2 got up, Shirshir and Su Nua clearly felt that they still couldn't hold on. Originally, they were still thinking that no matter how strong Okai was, if the 2 of them went together, they could at least hold on, even if they couldn't beat him. It still seems too naive now. So at this time, Shirshir also felt that it was time to bring up her original plan. When the 3 of them finished washing up and went downstairs to have breakfast, Shirshir also pulled Okai and started talking in a low voice. Brother Kai, your house is so big, you can't hire a cleaner to clean the house every day, otherwise you can hire a nanny who lives at home. Looking at Okai, Shirshir also blinked her big eyes. Chapter 70. Forming cliques. It's okay to find a babysitter, but do you have someone you can trust? After hearing Shirshir's words, Okai thought about his home. It's only been a few days since the house was cleaned, and there's already a lot of dust in it. It would be nice to find someone to come and clean it, but there are a lot of valuable things in his house, and it would be too difficult to find someone trustworthy. How is my roommate? After hearing Okai's words, Shirshir also said with a smile. When they heard her say this, Okai and Su Nua next to him were stunned. Okai was stunned because he remembered Shirshir's roommate, who looked very fair. Although not as pretty as Shirshir and the others, she was also good. I once misunderstood that the other person's job was a bit weird. I didn't expect that he was just working the night shift in a 24-hour supermarket. But she came here to be a nanny? Would she be willing? Su Nua, who was standing next to him, felt a pang in his heart at this moment. Because she could sense that Shirshir asked her roommate to come over as a babysitter. It's not as simple as imagined. Combined with what happened last night, She wouldn't want to introduce her roommate to Okai as a lover, right? Sunua didn't mind Okai having a few more lovers around him because it was difficult to satisfy Okai with just the three of them now, but what she was considering was that she was now on an equal footing with Shirshir, and only the girl named Zhou Qin was half a head higher than them. But if Shirshir keeps introducing lovers to Okai, then her status will undoubtedly rise. Although I have no intention of being jealous of Shirshir, if possible, shouldn't I also find some women for Okai? Thinking of this, Zhou Qin's eyes narrowed involuntarily. As we all know, there are several majors that do produce beautiful women, like medical school, normal school, flight attendant, high-tech, design, art. In addition to these, there is another major, which is finance. Of course, these people entered the financial field because they were basically girls who saw it through watching TV dramas, or because their parents knew nothing about it. I thought that after majoring in finance, I could work in a bank or a securities firm after graduation, but I never thought about whether it is that easy to get into a bank. When going to the securities exchange, don't even think about it. Why should people give real money to a newbie and let her trade and earn their commission? Does she know how to trade stocks and futures? Whose responsibility is the loss? So after graduation, these girls will understand one thing. Sometimes, what they think is the real world is not the real world. In the financial industry, graduation is basically the same as being unemployed. Currently, girls in the financial circle basically only have 4 paths to choose from. Otherwise, I change my career. Or maybe her family owns a mine, and their family directly gave her 3 or 5 million yuan so that she could have a foothold in this industry. The third reason is that in order to get promoted, they become corrupt and use their bodies in exchange for financial support from leaders and clients. Otherwise, it would be just like the promise made before meeting Okai. Even if he had the ability, he could only be a small entertainer, hoping that someone would like him and help him. But there is only one Okai in this world, so they have no chance. But now, I can help them. Doesn't she have a class to attend? Would she like to be my babysitter? Just as Su Nual was daydreaming here, Okai also asked Shirshir. Of course, her store is going to be renovated soon, and she might lose her job, so I asked for her. Looking at Okai, Shirshir also spoke with a smile. Is that so? But this is a 3-story building with over 1,000 square meters. Can she handle it all by herself? Hearing Shirshir say this, Okai was already somewhat moved and asked with some doubts. It should be possible. After all, you don't need to clean the whole house every day. Just clean it layer by layer. If she is too busy, I will help you find a new person when the time comes. After thinking about it, Okai's house was indeed too big. Even if Haomei was asked to clean the house all day, it would be difficult to clean all 3 floors in one day. So Shirshir also started speaking. Hearing what Shirshir said, Okai nodded. In that case, it would be fine to hire him. Then find a chance to tell her how much she earns a month now. I remember she told me it was 3,005. In this way, I will give her 5,000 yuan a month, and then she can stay in the company, and I will pay for her 5 insurances and 1 fund. Okay, I'll go back and talk to her. Seeing that Okai agreed, Shirshir also nodded, then spoke with a smile. Then the 3 of them went downstairs together, got into their respective cars in the underground parking lot, and drove back to the company together. When they arrived at Ontai Finance, Okai and Su Nuo immediately went into work mode. Okai first exchanged 200 million renminbi through investment promotion. 200 million renminbi was exchanged for 218.8 million Hong Kong dollars, plus what he earned yesterday. Now he has a total of about 850 million in his account. There will be no problem breaking 900 million this morning. But these things cannot be said just by talking. Okai has to put them into practice. He first bought Intas Sports and its other brand, Intas Sports R. These 2 brands will rise by 5.37% and 5.26% respectively shortly after the opening. These 2 waves are actually enough, but Okai can also buy Yuepu Bio after selling these 2 stocks, because it will rise by 4.15% in the morning. The busy morning passed quickly. When the time came to 11:30, Okai announced that he would start selling all the stocks he had on hand and began to collect funds. When all the stocks were sold, Su Nuo and others were surprised to find that the money that Okai had in Hong Kong stocks had turned into 922.37 million. Looking at the income, they couldn't help but gasp, because they knew very well that the night before yesterday, when Okai just entered the Hong Kong stock market, he had more than 560 million Hong Kong dollars. Even if he added 218.8 million today, altogether, Okai's principal would only be around 780 million. But now there is 922.37 million, which means that in half an hour the night before yesterday, the whole day yesterday, and the whole morning today, in less than 48 hours, Okai has earned more than 140 million. That's 100 million, 400 million, more than 10,000. They never thought that money could be made so easily. But they soon realized that the real chance to make big money had not yet arrived. At noon, Sure ordered excellent meals, and Okai also had lunch in the trading room with the traders. Then we waited for 1 o'clock in the afternoon to prepare for the opening. However, just when the market was about to open, Okai's cell phone suddenly rang. He saw that the person calling was Li Weidong, which made him frown. At this critical moment, why did Li Weidong call him? Chapter 71. Troublemaker. Hey, Dongzi, I'm very busy right now. Tell me if you have anything to say. After hesitating for a while, Okai picked up the phone and spoke immediately. Oh, then I'll tell you right away. A woman came to our club and wanted to drive away the Danube. We stopped her, and she said she was the boss friend. So I called to ask you something. Upon hearing Okai's words, Li Weidong knew that Okai was making millions or even tens of millions of dollars every minute, and there was no time to waste. So he immediately told him what had happened. My friend? Who is he? What's his name? She said her name was Li Haoyun. Li Weidong also said this when he heard Okai ask this. Li Haoyun? I don't know her. I guess she's here to scam me. I don't have time. You take full responsibility. If you can't convince her, chase her away. If you still can't chase her away, call the police. Looking at the time, it was almost 12:59. Okai really didn't have time to talk to him anymore. So after talking for a while, he heard Li Weidong explain what he understood, and then Okai hung up the phone. As he put the phone down, Okai clapped his hands and started talking. Attention, in a moment, 28 accounts, full balance, full warehouse of gold and silver world. Attention, it is gold and silver world, 024XX, do you understand? Understood. After hearing Okai's words, the traders under him also responded at this time, and then immediately looked at the market in front of them. At this time, in the first trading plaza of Hong Kong's Cangle Plaza, the legal representatives and shareholder representatives of Jining Tianxia have gathered here. Came to the small clock, waiting for 1 o'clock. At the same time, the bosses of several large companies with assets of at least hundreds of billions of yuan are now gathered in their own company's offices, looking at the Hong Kong stocks in front of them with serious faces. Jinyan Xiangxia is not just a simple industrial support company. Behind it are more than a dozen companies including Yinxin Energy, Chuanwu Technology, Luoshang Guofeng, Yinhang First Engineering Office, Hunan Energy, Tianhe Heavy Industry, etc. They launched Jinyan Xiangxia, first of all naturally to make money from it in the future, but secondly, they also wanted to reap some profits from its listing on the Hong Kong stock market. The opening price of Jinyan Xiangxia was extremely low, only 0.53 cents, but the stock prices of similar companies would be around $1, which means that they could make about double the profit at this opening price. Of course, if the price was pushed higher, they would make more money, and they would mainly cheat the retail investors. For these companies, they don't care about retail investors at all. They are mainly for the profit of their own company. So when the market opens, they have already prepared 20 billion shares, worth 10.6 billion Hong Kong dollars, in order to reap a big harvest. For this plan, from the beginning, all those who knew about it never left the company and never had cell phones in their hands. In their opinion, this was foolproof. But what they don't know is that someone has seen through their plan and wants to get the biggest piece of the pie. As they watched the countdown on the screen getting closer, many people nervously wiped the sweat off their hands with their clothes, and some people were taking deep breaths. Finally, it was 1 p.m. in the capital city. As the legal representative of Jinyan Xiangxia gently rang the bell for listing, at the same time, Jinyan Xiangxia's stocks also appeared on the market. At the same time as this stock appeared, people from more than a dozen companies and Okai began to buy this stock. Then, those investors who were paying attention to the new stocks were surprised to find that after the issuance of Jining Tianxia, its price was skyrocketing, which made them a little confused. I have absolutely no idea what is going on. Industrial support is an extremely unpopular section. Normally, a 5% increase would be considered a sharp rise, but how come it has already risen by 10% in less than 3 minutes after it was issued? Just when many people were watching and feeling confused. At this time, some quick-witted retail investors have already entered the market. When these retail investors entered the market, it was obvious that the growth rate of this sector began to surge. Just 10 minutes later, the price of Jining Tianxia, which had been issued at 5.3 cents, had risen by 36% to 7.2 cents. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but breathe faster. Su Nuo and the others looked at Okai with even more shock and admiration. 36%, with a principal of 922.37 million. That is to say, Okai has already earned 332 million. And this value is still rising. 7.6 cents, 7.8 cents, 8.2 cents. In 20 minutes, the value of this stock has reached 64%. At this time, there were fewer and fewer scattered shares outside, and then the dozen or so companies discovered that there was a very powerful force sweeping up these stocks. But they didn't care, because in their opinion, Okai was most likely one of their dozen or so teams. Otherwise, they wouldn't have started sweeping so early. This is one of the troubles with too many people. It is that it is difficult to know everyone's movements at the first time, which makes it easy for others to take advantage of loopholes. If these people knew at this time that Okai was the one who was going to get the biggest piece of the pie, they would have already started to suppress the stock price, instead of letting it continue to rise like they are doing now. Time came to half an hour after the opening, and at this time, the stock price of Jinyan Xiangxia finally rose to 1.08 yuan, an increase of over 100%. Seeing this, everyone around Okai couldn't help but cheer. More than 100%. That means we have earned more than 900 million now. Okai promised them that they could get 5% of the profits, which means that they can get 50 million now. 50 million, 14 people. Each person can get 3.57 million. More than 3 million. Just one day. More than 3 million. While these people were excited, Su Nua couldn't help but think of the bet she made with Okai. Although she made the bet with Okai yesterday, and Okai had already given her her reward, now she clearly lost the bet, which meant that it was very likely that they would play some more games and spend more money. Why do I still feel a little bit of anticipation? However, Okai frowned at this time, because he knew that the stock he was looking at could eventually rise by nearly 400%. Now it has just risen by 100%, and it is already a little weak. According to this rate of increase, it would be difficult for this stock to rise by 120% today, let alone 397%. This is not right. Just when Okai felt something was strange, suddenly his cell phone, as well as the cell phones handed in by everyone behind him, vibrated. When he looked down, he found that it was a message from a country. At 13:29 this afternoon, a 7.5 magnitude earthquake occurred in Noto, Shima, and the tremors were felt significantly in coastal cities in my country. Chapter 72. An outbreak. How is it? Can I drive the car away? Just when Okai was making money in the company, Li Weidong also came down from upstairs in the Yuyun Supercar Club and saw the woman leaning on the big bull cart. To be honest, this woman is pretty good looking. She seems to be in her 20s, with a small round face and big eyes. She looks very well behaved and cute, but she wears a smoky punk makeup. She is very tall, about 17 meters tall, and has a good figure, but the way she dresses, you can tell at first glance that she is a little gangster. He wore a black vest on his upper body, a black jacket on his body, and black leather pants, and a pair of black leather boots on his lower body. In this hot summer, she really doesn't mind the heat. There are tattoos on the back of her hands and neck, and her jewelry is all messy. Her hair is the only normal one, long and straight black, but the ends are cut very messy. Seeing Li Weidong coming down, she prepared to drive directly. But Li Weidong stopped her. "I'm sorry, miss. Our boss said he doesn't know you." Shaking his head, Li Weidong also spoke to her. "You don't recognize me? Are you crazy? I doubt you even called me. Do you know that the cloud in the rain cloud refers to me?" Hearing what Li Weidong said, the girl named Li Haoyun couldn't help but scream, and the anger in her words was obvious. "I don't know who this Yun refers to, but I did call my boss, and he clearly told me that he doesn't know you. So miss, please leave. If you keep pestering me, I may call the police." Li Weidong, judging from his characteristics, is not very good at socializing and management, so when faced with such things, his approach is very blunt. It was obvious at this moment that this woman was very irritable. If she were a qualified manager, she would have said something soft and asked for clarification, but Li Weidong did not do that. He simply repeated what Okai had said to him. When the woman heard what Li Weidong said, she became furious. "Call the police. Go ahead. F***ku. Just wait to be fired." Looking at Li Weidong, the woman raised her middle finger towards him and started to curse him. Hearing what the woman said, Li Weidong frowned even deeper. Security. Since he couldn't communicate with this guy, Li Weidong didn't hesitate and called the security guard directly. Seeing the security guard surrounding her, the woman's eyes flashed with disdain, and then she cursed. "Fuck you." Then he turned around and kicked the bull directly on one of its headlights. The woman's shoes were made of metal, and when she kicked the car, the headlights of the big bull were blown up. Li Weidong laughed when he saw this scene. She was really tough. This headlight cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, so we have no choice but to call the police now. "You can do it. Just wait for the police to come." Seeing this, Li Weidong took out his cell phone and called the police. However, the woman seemed to be fine. She sat on the front mechanical cover of the big bull again and waited with disdain. Although this supercar club is located in a remote area, it is still in the urban area after all, so the police arrived quickly. 10 minutes later, a police car drove here. The next thing was very easy. They took a statement. Because there were surveillance cameras and everything, the woman was not given any chance to refute. And it seemed that she didn't want to refute either. He took her away directly. After the woman was taken away, Li Weidong sent a message to Okai and told him what happened. However, Okai naturally did not reply at this time because he was making money. At this time, Okai was looking at the notice issued by the country and was somewhat confused. His sixth sense told him that since Jinyan Xiangxia was an industrial support company, if its stock price wanted to soar, it must be related to the reconstruction of such natural and man-made disasters. Therefore, the surge in Jinyan Xiangxia's stock price is most likely related to this news. But the problem is that this company is a domestic company and is listed on the Hong Kong stock market. What does it have to do with the earthquake on the island? The earthquake on the island should have caused a surge in the industrial support companies of the island economy. But just when Okai was confused, Su Nuo suddenly found him. "Boss, we might be getting rich." "Oh." Seeing Su Nuo's excited expression, Okai also looked at her. When Su Nuo saw Okai's gaze, he finally reacted, then laughed at himself and continued. "Hey, I'm just showing off my skills. I forgot that you must know the inside story, otherwise you wouldn't be so determined to buy it. After you told me about it, I checked the situation of this company yesterday. The largest shareholder of Luo Shangguofeng, the company behind Jinyin Tianxia, is actually Daozi SoftBank. So before the company went public, it had signed a contract with Daozi to provide industrial support for several areas, and they would be used for reconstruction. The area that is experiencing the earthquake is exactly the area where Jinyin Tianxia signed the contract." After listening to Su Nuo's words, Okai suddenly realized that this was the case. But on the surface, he just pretended to smile deeply. He couldn't reveal it too obviously. Looking at his smile, Su Nuo and these traders couldn't take their eyes off Okai, especially Su Nuo. At this moment, she really felt that she had found the right person. Okai is the person I want to follow. And in the midst of Okai's unfathomable smile, the world of gold and silver suddenly burst out with great power. The stock, which had risen to 1.08 yuan and was stagnant, suddenly rose after it was revealed that they had signed a contract to rebuild the island. It skyrocketed again, and this time it was even more exaggerated than the previous one. 1.2 yuan, 1.4 yuan, 1.7 yuan. In just over 10 minutes, the stock price had risen to 2 yuan. Nearly 300% net profit, and seeing such an increase, those retail investors are going crazy. This is human nature. They are bullish on the market and not bearish on the market. After reaching 2 yuan, more investors entered the market. And Okai's eyes have been on this increase. Finally, at 2:03 in the afternoon, the stock price rose to 2.6 yuan. The increase reached 390%. At this time, Okai's voice was also heard. "On sale."
Yes.
After hearing Okai's words, Su Nuo and others responded loudly, and then everyone began to sell the stocks of Jinyan Xiangxia. Looking at the funds being recovered quickly, everyone's faces were filled with smiles. Chapter 73, 10% off card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making money successfully. The amount earned has reached 1 billion. Reward, 10% off card, physical. After the stock price of Jinyan Xiangxia rose to 2.63 yuan, it began to fall. At this time, Okai had already sold all the stocks he had. Don't underestimate it, it only takes about an hour and a half. But when all these stocks were sold, the balance of Okai's Hong Kong stocks became 4.52688 billion. Converted into RMB, that's 4.1 billion. And among this money, more than 3 billion was earned by him today. When the money from selling stocks he received exceeded 10 billion, a system prompt popped up in his mind. 90% off card? Listening to the system's prompts, Okai also checked the effect of this card in his mind. To put it simply, this card allows him to purchase a physical item at a 10% discount, such as a house, a car, jewelry, etc. But you can't buy stocks or anything like that. Looking at this 90% off card, Okai couldn't help but frown. It was impossible for him to use this 90% off card at a very low cost, so he would definitely use his maximum purchasing power to buy something. Currently, his total assets are more than 4 billion. In addition to some real estate, the money he can use is more than 4.1 billion. In other words, he can directly purchase something worth about 41 billion. This price is not too much, but it is definitely not small. But he really had no idea what he could buy. So he fell into deep thought for a moment. Looking at Okai, supporting his chin and looking at the market in deep thought, many traders behind him were also stunned for a moment while being excited. In their opinion, Okai was a little too powerful. You know, Okai just made more than 3 billion. That's billions, billions. As a result, Okai just smiled briefly, and then he started to think again. It seems that these more than 3 billion are just a drizzle for Okai, and not worth mentioning. Looking at this scene, many traders who had nothing to do temporarily began to murmur in low voices. As the old saying goes, if you can remain calm even when Mount Tai collapses in front of you, you are worthy of being called a general. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Our boss is indeed not an ordinary person. Sister Sue, I found the lucky one this time. Hey, you said I have a sister. Does our boss like her? What does your sister look like? It looks just like me. Then there's no chance. Just as they were whispering, Okai suddenly moved. There is no time limit for this 10% off card. He can wait until he sees a suitable physical item before buying it, but his money will not stay here. At this time, he also saw a stock in the Hong Kong stock market that would rise sharply. Although we don't know why Yinhuang Taiping Insurance will rise, according to what is indicated on it, it will rise by 13.2% on Monday. That's right, today is Friday. He has been very busy this week. On Monday, he officially bought Fengyu's club, Red Sue's PPT, and decided to enter the Hong Kong stock market. He signed the contract on Tuesday and transferred the money into Hong Kong stocks on Wednesday night. On Thursday, which was yesterday, today is Friday. At this time, his assets have increased many times. The Hong Kong stock market is closed on Saturdays and Sundays, so Okai can have a good rest. However, even though Yinhuang Taiping is a state-owned enterprise, its total market value is only more than 30 billion yuan, so it is naturally impossible to release too many scattered shares. So Okai only bought 1.5 billion of it. Then it bought 400 million shares of Jingtai Technology. In Okai's view, this stock will rise by 10.91% on Monday. Then it bought 300 million shares of Ruifeng Energy, which will rise by 9.8%. Shenhuang Stock Industry bought 500 million shares, which will rise by 8.53%. I bought another 300 million yuan worth of Shangqing Development. It said on it that it would increase by 7.9%. The others all said they would increase by 5% or 6%. Some of them were too lazy to be bought by Okai. So after deciding which stocks to buy, Okai gave the order directly. Okay, everyone, buy 1.5 billion of Yinhuang Taiping, 400 million of Jingtai Technology, 300 million of Ruifeng Energy, 500 million of Shenhuang Stock, and 300 million of Shangqing Development. Then the remaining money will not be touched for the time being. We promise to withdraw 50 million Wanchuan coins, give each person a bonus of 1 million first, and transfer the rest to Wantai Financial. Yes, boss. After hearing Okai's command, Su Nuo immediately followed what Okai said and ordered the traders to start operating. When these traders heard that Okai actually gave each of them a bonus of 1 million, they became even more excited. It turned out to be the right decision to follow Okai. It has only been over a week, or to be exact, just 9 days, and they have already made 1 million. To them, this is something that would never have happened in the past. If Okai looks at the attributes of these people now, he will find that their loyalty is skyrocketing at this time, and basically everyone has reached around 90, although it is still a long way from the 100 promised to them. But 90% loyalty is basically a level that cannot be bought with money or anything like that. Obviously, for them, following Okai, they are very confident about their future. When these people finished what Okai said, Okai looked at the time. It was already past 3 in the afternoon, so he didn't wait for the market to close today and directly gave these traders a holiday. As for Su Nuo and Shi, they also left together. Shi is going back today to tell Hao Mei that Okai agreed to let her be a nanny. Su Nuo wants to go home and take care of her parents. Even though Okai gave her watches, sports cars, new clothes, and so on, he never promised her any cash. Today she finally got 1 million. If she doesn't go back and show off, wouldn't it be a waste of Okai's kindness? As for Okai, he is going to find Zhou Qin today. Although Zhou Qin mentioned that she wanted to meet Shi and Su Nuo, it was obvious that they were still a little timid and wanted to wait until later. Just when the three of them were about to leave the company, Okai saw the message sent by Li Weidong on his mobile phone. He saw that the other party kicked the headlight of his sports car, and then Li Weidong called the police to arrest the other party. Okai couldn't help but chuckle. Why do you have to make such a fuss? Li Haoyun. I really don't know her. Touching his chin, Okai was sure that he really didn't know anyone named Li Haoyun. Just when he was about to leave it at that and go find Zhou Qin, his cell phone suddenly rang. The caller was actually Fengyu. Chapter 74. Catch me if you dare. Sorry. I originally founded this supercar club because of your friend. I sold this place to you without telling her. I'm really sorry. When Okai drove to the police station, he saw Feng Yu standing there with an embarrassed look on her face. The moment she saw Okai, she bowed to him and then spoke very sincerely. She has been very busy this week. With the 180 million given by Okai, her company finally breathed a sigh of relief. According to the current situation, even if there is no income, her company can still survive for at least one more year. After all, her current fiscal deficit is only around 100 million. For many companies, owing 100 million to the bank is no different from owing nothing. However, although Feng Yu has now breathed a sigh of relief, it does not mean that she will sit back and enjoy all the benefits. So over the past week, she has been running around the country, hoping to get some orders to revitalize her company. But now, the economic environment is like this, and no one has spare money to support her. Not to mention that they know that this is a big pit and they can't make any money back. So looking at Feng Yu's current situation, we know that she probably hasn't found any new orders, and the company is still in a difficult situation. But at this moment, her friend gave her some eye drops. Oh, your friend. I remember you said the one who stayed abroad, right? Looking at Feng Yu's expression, Okai also started talking with a smile. Yes, it's her. I knew she would be back in the next few days, but I didn't know she would go to get the car as soon as she came back. The result, haha. Hearing Okai ask this, Feng Yu spoke a little embarrassedly. It's okay. Since we know each other, just compensate her according to the price. After hearing what Feng Yu said, Okai also waved his hand. Although he just made more than 3 billion today, it doesn't mean that he will not want the money to repair the car. After all, he is not her father. Why should he spoil her? After hearing what Okai said, Feng Yu's face twitched involuntarily, and she was about to say something awkwardly, but she found that the door of the police station was opened at this time, and then their company's legal officer also came out with a girl dressed very rebelliously. As soon as the girl came out, she saw Feng Yu. Her eyes lit up, and she ran over immediately and grabbed Feng Yu's hand. Xiao Yu, you're here. What happened to the club? Why did you sell it? Looking at Feng Yu, the girl said with some anger. At the same time, Okai also took a look at her attributes. Name, Li Haoyun. Gender, female. Age, 26. Height, 173. Weight, 47 kilograms. Physical strength, 14. Charisma, 97. Wisdom, 23. Business, 98. Innovation, 3. Social, 19. Management, 16. Favorability towards the host, 45. Looking at this attribute, Okai couldn't help but feel a little confused. It was understandable that she had a low impression of herself. After all, Li Weidong sent her to the police station. It would be strange if she didn't hate Li Weidong's boss. However, her business was 98, but according to Feng Yu, she was just a street kid. What business ability did she have? No. What job did she do? The company couldn't continue, so we sold it to him for money. After hearing what Li Haoyun said, Feng Yu looked at Okai next to him and said. When Li Haoyun heard Feng Yu say that Okai next to her was the culprit who sent her to the police station, her face instantly became gloomy. You are the owner of the club. Who do you think you are? How dare you arrest me? Hearing what Li Haoyun said, Okai was shocked. Her self-righteous and confident look made Okai seem to have some illusions. Did he damage her car? At that moment, Okai was so angry that he laughed, and then looked at Feng Yu, whose face changed instantly when he heard her words. Mr. Feng, your friend is quite arrogant. If she speaks like that, I will file criminal charges against her. Looking at Li Haoyun, Okai also spoke at this time. He was not trying to scare her. According to the country's laws, if the amount of damage to other people's property is more than 5,000 yuan, it is enough to define the standard for filing a case. When Li Haoyun heard that Okai was going to bring criminal charges against her, she also became excited. Come on, come on. We're right at the door of the police station. Catch me? Let me see how you catch me. Hearing Li Haoyun shouting, Okai naturally wanted to satisfy her and walked into the police station. But at this moment, Feng Yu grabbed Okai immediately. Okai, don't be impulsive. I'm sorry. I apologize to you on her behalf. I'm sorry. I will compensate you according to the price. Xiao Yu, don't pull him. Let me see how powerful he is. I haven't been back for a few years, and he's still lawless? Let's see how many years he can sentence me to. Hearing Feng Yu say this, Li Haoyun also spoke with arrogance on his face. Look, you heard me, Mr. Feng. It's not that I'm inhumane. This is what they asked for. Seeing Feng Yu's desperate and confused look after hearing her words, Okai smiled and gently wiped Feng Yu's hand away, then walked straight into the police station. Only then did Feng Yu look at Li Haoyun angrily and yelled at him. Are you crazy? I think you are lawless. Do you think this is the United States? This is Yanhuang. Even if you are the son of the richest man in Yanhuang, you will still have to go to jail if you beat someone up. What are you talking about? After yelling at Li Haoyun, Feng Yu immediately chased after him. After hearing Feng Yu's words, Li Haoyun was indeed a little confused. In recent years, she has been staying abroad for so long that she is almost going crazy. For rich people, foreign countries are indeed a paradise. Why do so many rich people in China immigrate after they get rich? Because in foreign countries, having money means you are the real boss. Capitalism, capital, is above everything. In the United States, as long as you are rich and powerful, you can be released in 1 month if sentenced to rape, and you can even easily escape if you kill someone, because they have a jury system and can confess privately with lawyers and judges. For example, if someone kills someone and was originally sentenced to life imprisonment, but if he pleads guilty privately, the sentence can be reduced to 10 or 8 years. If this person is powerful, he can use his connections to greet all the jurors, and then the 10 or 8 years may be reduced to 3 years. The judge can then see that his attitude is good and change it to 2 years of probation. Since I haven't committed any crime in the past 2 years, I don't need to serve the 3 years of the sentence. Of course, the United States is not that evil. The islands in South Korea are actually even eviler, because the United States still has to go through a process, but there is no need to go through any process over there. There is a profession in South Korea called prosecutors, who have the power to decide whether to file a case. For example, a man killed someone, the evidence was solid, and the police caught him in the act. But the prosecutor felt that there was no need to file a case, so the police had to release the person without even sentencing him. An employee of a hotel on Jeju Island in South Korea broke into a Yanhuang tourist room and raped him. This is how they sentenced him. The police arrested him, and then the prosecutor said, "No need, let him go." And then he was released. That is, the islands in South Korea are particularly exclusive to the wealthy people of Yanhuang. Otherwise, these wealthy people might go to these two places more often. This was still the case in Li Haoyun's mind at this moment, but she was obviously overthinking it. This is Yanhuang, not the United States, not Daogao. So she is finished? Chapter 75. Recovering the unruly nature. Who are you trying to fool? How can he sentence me? How long can he sentence me to? Seeing Feng Yumao running into the police station in a hurry, Li Haoyun also looked at the legal officer behind him and whispered to her. After hearing her words, the legal officer felt that she still didn't understand the current situation clearly. Ms. Li, I need to remind you that according to Article 275 of the Code, the crime of intentional destruction of property, if the amount is large, will be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years. According to the invoice for the headlight submitted by the other party, the headlight is worth more than 100,000 yuan, which is already a large amount. Moreover, you kicked the headlight and it was not a traffic accident, but you did it on purpose. And your attitude is so bad now. If the other party sues you based on this, you will be sentenced to the maximum of 3 years in prison, and you will not be able to escape. Gently pushing his glasses, the legal officer spoke to Li Haoyun very seriously. When Li Haoyun heard that he would sentence her to 3 years, a look of panic flashed in her eyes. Although she was a little crazy and didn't know her place, she didn't want to go to jail. So at this moment she lowered her head and walked quickly into the police station. When she walked in, she saw Feng Yu standing in front of Okai with a helpless look on his face. I'm sorry. I apologize to you on her behalf. She got stupid while abroad. She's not a bad person. Really. Please, please. Why didn't I realize before? Are you such a shameless person? Get out of the way, or I'll kiss you. Looking at Feng Yu, who was almost hugging him, Okai said with a bit of a smile at this time. It was obviously that woman who was asking for trouble. What did it have to do with him? She was going to go to jail, and I was just fulfilling her wish. Why was Feng Yu still sticking to me? When he was working in her company before, Feng Yu was as cool and aloof as a goddess. Well, although she was almost the same originally, it was the first time that Okai saw someone so shameless. He was speechless for a moment. If I give you a kiss, will you not sue her? However, after hearing what Okai said, Feng Yu suddenly blinked and looked at Okai. No. Hearing her words, Okai was a little amused. Is this the point? However, it was obvious that Feng Yu was not going to give Okai too many opportunities to explain. Just when Okai wanted to refuse, Feng Yu suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed Okai's neck, then moved closer and kissed Okai directly on the lips. Seeing this scene, the policemen who were watching the excitement nearby were all stunned. Okai was also stunned, and of course, Li Haoyun, who came in later, was also stunned. So at this moment she ran over, pulled Okai away, and then blocked Feng Yu behind her. What are you going to do? Looking at Okai, Li Haoyun's eyes were wide open and his face was full of anger. Looking at her anxious look, Okai was confused. What had he done? What's particularly weird is that this woman smashed her own car. What's weird is that Feng Yu suddenly kissed me. Seeing Okai's confused look, Feng Yu pulled Li Haoyun away. We have a deal. If I give you a kiss, you can't sue her. I'll pay you back for the car repair. Okay, let's go. After saying this, without giving Okai and Li Haoyun a chance to react, Feng Yu directly pulled Li Haoyun away. Only Okai was left standing in the police station, looking confused. Sir, do you want to report a crime, or? Seeing Okai standing there in a daze, looking at a loss, the police in the police station also asked Okai. After hearing his words, Okai couldn't help but touch his lips. Damn it, he really couldn't report the case now. After all, his relationship with Feng Yu was pretty good. Sorry, it's okay. With a sigh, Okai left the police station. When he came out, Li Haoyun and Feng Yu were gone. Okai returned to the car and drove towards Zhou Qin's home. At the same time, he called Li Weidong and told him that the matter had been dealt with and the headlights would be repaired first. The repair money should be transferred to the company's card in a few days. After hanging up the phone, Okai couldn't help but touch his lips. Are the peach blossoms a little too prosperous recently? Through the rearview mirror, Okai looked at himself. He looked the same as before. Why is he so popular with women recently? Is money really the best medical beauty treatment for men? Just as he was thinking about it, his phone suddenly rang again. He picked it up and looked at it, and found that it was another letter sent to him by a girl. This person was none other than Shan Sisi, whom he met the day before yesterday. Old classmate, do you have anything to do tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow? I'll treat you to dinner. Helan happens to have nothing to do, so let's get together too. Looking at the message sent by Shan Sisi, Okai fell into memories. Speaking of Shin Sisi, he really has no interest in Shin Sisi. Although Shin Sisi is very beautiful now, the smell of travel is too heavy. Of course, it is possible that she is still a good girl, but the pure beauty next to Okai is too much more. Even though Zhou Qin was very charming, she was already 31, but it was the first time when she was with him. She was like sure and made promises, even Lu Shi was the same. So Shin Si was not very interested. As for Helan, he must have had a crush on Helan before. After all, he was the school beauty. But Helan was already married a long time ago, so Okai didn't have that kind of emotion for her. But looking at the message sent by Shin Si, he really couldn't refuse it. So after thinking for a while, he replied, "It should be okay tomorrow at noon. I'll treat you." "Okay, don't be polite. I'll reserve a seat and I'll give you a seat when the time comes." Seeing that Okai agreed, Shin Si immediately replied with a smile. Then after a while, he sent him a location for private dining, and Okai also responded with an okay, and then the two of them chatted for a while without saying a word. They didn't end the chat until Okai arrived downstairs at Zhou Qin's house. As Okai went to find Zhou Qin, Feng Yu also drove Li Haoyun back to his home. As soon as he came back, Feng Yu lay down on the sofa with a tired look on his face. After Li Haoyun carefully looked at the situation at Feng Yu's house, she couldn't help but sit next to her, and then looked at her with a puzzled look. "How are you and that Okai doing? Are you getting better? Your family is no different when you left me?" After hearing what Li Haoyun said, Feng Yu rolled his eyes at her. Chapter 76, Professional Team. What were you thinking about when you were abroad for a few years? There is actually nothing going on between me and that Okai. He used to be my employee, but I laid him off during the layoffs a while ago. Who would have known that he was also a rich man? The global economic situation has been bad in the past 2 years, and my company was about to collapse, so I sold my house in Longting Jiayuan first. It just so happened that it was bought by him. The company had a big gap, so I sold the club. I guess he was too lazy to change his name, so you made such a fuss. Looking at Li Haoyun, who was looking curious, Feng Yu also started talking. Then why did you kiss him? Hey, seriously? You really have no interest in that pretty boy? After hearing Feng Yu's words, Li Haoyun looked at her and spoke with a smile. Not interested. Not really. I figured out that I'm not cut out for business. I'll have to marry someone through an arranged marriage anyway. Rather than marrying someone I don't know at all, I'd rather marry someone I'm a little familiar with. He is the one I like the most. He is not ostentatious, has a good personality, good abilities, a good family background, and of course, looks good, so I can consider him. Supporting his chin and thinking about Okai, Feng Yu also whispered at this time. Hey, this is not bad, that is not bad either. I think you are attracted to that jerk. You look so pale and sallow. Why don't you leave with me? I will quit the company and put up with this jerk. Looking at Feng Yu's expression, Li Haoyan also spoke. But that only earned him a second roll of the eyes from Feng Yu. I wish I were as carefree as you. If I'm gone, there will be no inheritance to distribute dividends to me every year. If I'm gone, I might starve to death. Well, let's not talk about me. You said you came back this time to check the accounts. I wonder if your stepmother and your younger brother will interfere. You have to be careful. Your father is unreliable now. You need to prepare early. Looking at Li Haoyun's expression, Feng Yu also spoke in a low voice at this time. Well, I'm also thinking about this. I'm in the dark in China right now, and you're the only one I can rely on. But your situation may be even worse than mine, so I really need to think of a solution. After hearing Feng Yu's words, Li Haoyun pursed her lips. Now the situation in her family is even more complicated. At this time, Okai naturally didn't know what Feng Yu and Li Haoyun were talking about. After arriving downstairs of Zhou Qin's house, he went to Zhou Qin's house as if he was familiar with the place. However, what surprised him was that there were 3 other girls in Zhou Qin's family besides her. Okai also had some impressions of these 3 girls. The one who had been looking at me with a sullen face was called Sang Wan. Like Sun Shanshan, she was a waitress. There was another one with a smile on her face, named Hu Yi. She was mainly in charge of the warehouse. There was also a foreign girl named Jenny, who was in charge of making cocktails. When Okai was hanging out with Zhou Qin in the bar before, they always seemed to avoid him intentionally or unintentionally, so he didn't have close contact with them. Now it seems that these 3 girls have changed out of their waitress uniforms and put on casual clothes. They look really beautiful. Although Sang Wan's face was livid, she had a cute little round face, big eyes, and heavy eye bags. Her face looked cute even when she was angry. Hui is a person who is always smiling. In the past, because she often worked in the warehouse, Okai seldom saw her. Now it seems that she has a good figure. Even if she is not as good as Zhou Qin, she is not much worse. But when it comes to figure, Jenny has the best. If you just look at the face, Yang Wan and Hui are actually prettier than Jenny, but if you take the figure into account, these 2 guys are no match. My goodness, if you rank them according to ABCD, she might be ranked 12th or 13th in the alphabet. And with her somewhat silly and cute looks, she is indeed extremely lethal. Now that he finally saw them, he subconsciously checked their attributes. Name, Sang Wan. Gender, female. Age, 23. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Physical fitness, 88. Charisma, 95. Wisdom, 35. Business, 99. Innovation, 1. Social, 8. Management, 9. Favorability towards host, 72. Favorability towards Zhou Qin, 100. Name, Hu Yi. Gender, female. Age, 24. Height, 168. Weight, 51 kilograms. Physical strength, 78. Charisma, 95. Wisdom, 67. Business, 99. Innovation, 11. Social, 69. Management, 45. Favorability towards host, 79. Favorability towards Zhou Qin, 100. Name, Jenny. Gender, female. Age, 22. Height, 181 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Physical strength, 81. Charisma, 96. Wisdom, 11. Business, 99. Innovation, 6. Social, 62. Management, 58. Favorability towards host, 88. Favorability towards Zhou Qin, 100. Looking at the attributes of this character, Okai was very surprised at this time, because the attributes of the 3 of them were not right. Their physical fitness was far beyond that of ordinary people. Among humans, they were considered the top type, and their business abilities were all 99. They are just bar staff. What kind of business is that? Also, their favorability towards Zhou Qin, or you could say their loyalty to her, is a little too high. What's going on? Just when Okai was a little shocked, the 3 people at this time also saw Okai. The 3 of them obviously didn't want to have too much interaction with Okai. The 3 of them nodded to Zhou Qin and left Zhou Qin's house. When passing by Okai, Shangwan basically ignored him, while Hui smiled and nodded as a greeting. The only one who greeted Okai enthusiastically was Jenny. After these 3 people left, Okai also looked at Zhou Qin. Hee, it seems like Jenny likes you very much. What do you think? Do you want to make a date with her in the evening? With raised eyebrows, Zhou Qin walked to Okai and asked with a smile. Auntie, stop joking. She and I haven't even said a complete sentence. Looking at Zhou Qin's expression, Okai said speechlessly, "Who is kidding you? These three were left to me by my mother to protect me. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are my sisters. I once advised them to start their own families, but they will never leave me. If I stay with you forever, then these three will also stay with you." As she spoke, Zhou Qin looked at Okai and blinked mischievously. Hearing Zhou Qin's words, Okai smiled awkwardly again. But he did know what the 99 business of these three people was. It was probably either killing or protecting. Fortunately, I am also very strong. Otherwise, these three guys would be no better than the sword of Damocles on my head. As for taking them all in, well, at least for now, Okai has no such idea. Chapter 77. Being targeted. No, the account is wrong. After Okai and Zhou Qin chatted for a while at home, Okai took Zhou Qin out for dinner. After they finished dinner together, they went to the bar. Listening to the performance of the band invited by Zhou Qin, drinking, chatting with Sun Shanshan from time to time, and flirting with Zhou Qin, to be honest, Okai had a very comfortable life. He never knew before that he could have so much fun in a quiet bar like this. But he was happy, but at this time many people were not happy. As the Hong Kong stock market closed at 4 p.m. today, the major shareholders behind Jining Tianxia also began to check their accounts to see how much they had earned today. Their money-making model today is to first sell all of Jinyin Xiangxia's stocks, 20 billion shares, to push up the stock price, and then wait until the market is about to close and the stock price stabilizes, and then according to the ratio agreed upon by the major companies, they will leave about 2 billion shares, or about 1/10 of the scattered shares, on the market, and then take back the rest of the stocks. Don't underestimate it as a simple in and out. There is a lot of money to be made from it. Based on the large model they made at the beginning. Because the original price of this company's stock should be around 1 yuan, and now they are selling it at 53 cents, it is bound to attract a lot of retail investors to buy it. According to the estimates of their experts, they only need to take out 15%, which is about 3 billion shares, which is enough to push the stock price to around 1 yuan. After letting it stabilize around 230, they can then take out another 30%, which is about 6 billion shares, and there is a high probability that the stock price can be pushed to around 1.5 yuan. At this time, they can sell out in large quantities, and the stock price will naturally fall. After they have sold all the stocks on hand, the stock price will most likely return to below $1, and then they will start to buy from retail investors at the original ratio. This is just right. At the closing time, they can complete the board of directors' equity restructuring with a share price of around $1. And you can make a lot of money. Think about it, there are 20 billion shares in total, 5.3 cents per share, which is 10.6 billion. First, 15% was sold at 0.53 yuan, then 30% was sold at 1 yuan, and then 55% was sold at 1.5 yuan. The 10.6 billion was converted into 24 billion and 90 million. At night, they bought back 18 billion shares at the price of 1 yuan, which means that they made a net profit of 6 billion yuan. There are more than a dozen companies, the least of which has 200 to 300 million, and the most has nearly 700 to 800 million. This is a considerable sum of money, but they never expected that there was an earthquake on the island today. It happened to be the area that Jining Tianxia had taken a fancy to just for the purpose of signing a contract. All of a sudden, at its highest point, the stock price rose to 2.63 yuan. This is not a profit of 24 billion, but a profit of 36.5 billion. Although the stock price was 1.53 yuan at the final closing, which made them spend a little more, but even so, they still made a profit of 9 billion. Profits directly increased by more than 1/3. But when they calculated it, they found something wrong. Because after a dozen companies finished their accounts, they found that they only made a profit of more than 50 billion. If they had followed the original plan and wanted to make 6 billion, but ended up making more than 5 billion, it would be understandable. Someone saw through their plan, took advantage of it, and made a profit of more than 5 billion. But now, the original profit of 9 billion has turned into more than 5 billion, a direct loss of more than 3 billion. This is a huge loss for these companies. Starting from the first reconciliation at around 5 p.m., they reconciled the accounts 6 times in a row. It was not until around 10 o'clock in the evening that they confirmed that the biggest piece of cake had been taken away by someone. This was a huge blow to these dozen companies. In an instant, many valuable ornaments in the offices of the chairman and general manager were broken. Check it for me. Find out who did it. Find it for me, and do an internal investigation of the company. Don't let me know who did it, or I'll kill you. Cutting off someone's source of income is like killing his parents, not to mention that this is billions, which is not a small amount of money. At present, many companies have received instructions to investigate thoroughly. But at this time, Okaik didn't know all this. He was having a great time now. In the evening, he returned home with Zhou Qin. After taking a bath together, they naturally returned to their room to rest. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Today is Saturday, and Okai has nothing to do. He and Zhou Qin slept together until dawn, and then spent more than an hour together in the morning. It was almost 10 o'clock in the morning before they washed up together and went downstairs to eat. Originally, Okai didn't even want to eat breakfast, because he and Shun Sisi had made an appointment to have lunch together. But Zhou Qin said that he had to eat breakfast, so she forced Okai to eat breakfast. But just when Okai was having breakfast, a phone call suddenly came in. Okai was not unfamiliar with this phone call, because the call was from the president of the local head office of China Merchants Bank. When Okai signed the contract with him, the two exchanged contact information. But I never thought why he would call me today. Although he was a little confused, he still picked up the phone. Hello, President Lee, hello? Hello, is this Mr. O? Hello. I'm so sorry to call you on this weekend. Hey, what are you talking about, President Lee? Just let me know if you have anything else to say. After all, he was an official, so Okai was still very polite. There was no need to conflict with such a person. What orders? I just want to invite Mr. O to have some tea. Is that convenient? When Okai heard President Lee say that he wanted to invite him for tea, his eyebrows raised. This couldn't be a Hongmin banquet, but after thinking about it, he realized that the money he had invested in Hong Kong stocks was still in the hands of China Merchants Bank. So even if this was a Hongmin banquet, he had to go. So after thinking about it, Okai agreed. President Lee wants to invite me. I'm sure I have time. Please tell me a place. Okay then, I'll send you the location. After Okai and President Lee exchanged a few more pleasantries, the two hung up the phone, and then President Lee sent Okai a coordinate. Looking at the coordinates, Okai also looked at Zhou Qin. I'll take you back in a while, and then I have some things to take care of. Let me go with you. Zhou Qin said as she took Okai's hand and spoke with a serious look. Well, it's okay. I'm going to eat with my female classmates. Why do you want to follow me? Seeing Zhou Qin's gaze, Okai also said jokingly at this time. But Zhou Qin smiled and spoke softly at this time. I'm definitely not interested in having dinner with my female classmates, but is your female classmate's nickname President Lee? Chapter 78, Industrial Protection. President Lee? Oh, Mr. O, this is my wife. No need to avoid her. Oh, hello, ma'am. Okai and Zhou Qin came to the tea house located by Li Xingchong. Okai also saw President Lee in a box here. But it was obvious that President Lee was a little surprised that Okai brought Zhou Qin with him. However, after Okai said that Zhou Qin was his wife, President Lee just smiled, nodded, and motioned for the two to sit down. However, only Okai sat at the guest seat, while Zhou Qin asked the tea artist invited by President Lee to leave, and sat at the tea artist's seat herself. President Lee naturally did not feel abrupt, because he could feel that Okai and Zhou Xian were very wary of him at this time, so it was normal for them to be cautious. However, what surprised Okai and President Lee was that Zhou Qin's level was quite good. After the two of them took a sip of tea, Okai spoke first. President Lee, I wonder what's the matter that you called me here today? I can't really come here to have tea. Okai is not a serious businessman or politician. He doesn't like people who use riddles, and he doesn't like people who are pretentious. President Lee knows too well what kind of people like Okai are like. To put it simply, it is reckless. If it were an ordinary young generation, being reckless would often be accompanied by danger. But Okai is different. Although this kid is reckless, he has the real ability to overturn the table. He is not a pawn. He can be at the table. Whether it is personal strength or the strength behind it, it is sufficient. So at this time, President Lee also started talking with a smile. Mr. O, I am being too arrogant to call you my brother. I wonder if you know about the volatility in the Hong Kong stock market yesterday? Putting down the teacup in his hand, President Lee asked with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Okai's pupils couldn't help but shrink. He admitted that his scheming ability was indeed not good enough, and he still needed to practice. His brain was working fast at this time. After thinking for a while, he still opened his mouth to speak. Okay, then I will call you Brother Lee. The shock you mentioned, do you mean the world of gold and silver? Looking at President Lee, Okai was also ready to speak directly. Hearing Okai's straightforward point, President Lee also smiled. Yes, that's right. Yesterday's shock was actually a big move by 16 companies working together. They were originally planning to reap some money from the stock market, but they ended up catching the oriole behind them while the mantis was stalking the cicada. The mantis and the cicada were everywhere, but they couldn't see the oriole clearly. Shaking his head, President Lee smiled and stated his purpose. After hearing his words, Okai couldn't help but frown. He understood that what President Lee meant was that he knew he was the jackal. So what is his current situation? Is he preparing to expose his information? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but say, "So Brother Lee came to me this time to want me to return the money? Or is he planning to sell my information to them?" "Hey brother, you misunderstood. We are in the banking business. If a bank does this, how can it survive? Look at Huifeng now. After that incident, its market value is halved, losing more than 700 billion yuan. Most domestic banks are about to close down. There is also Swiss Bank, whose credit collapsed and its stock price fell by 30%. When working in a bank, integrity is the most important thing. So your information is only known to me and our boss within our company, and no one else can get your information. Of course, if you were a traitor, that would be another matter." Seeing Okai's gaze, President Lee immediately spoke up, saying that he was not using his identity to threaten Okai. After hearing his words, Okai couldn't help but look at him with some confusion. "Brother Lee, as far as I know, there are state-owned enterprises among those 16 companies. So what if they are state-owned enterprises? The stock market is a free trading market. We can't just allow state-owned enterprises to make money but not to lose money. If that were the case, the two oil companies would have gone bankrupt long ago." After taking another sip of the tea in front of him with a smile, President Lee also began to speak with a smile. "Okay, Brother Lee, let's not beat around the bush. I wonder why you came to me this time." Looking at President Lee, Okai also spoke. "There are two things. The first is, if a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will destroy it. Although it is one country, two systems, Hong Kong stocks are our own after all. If you play too aggressively, the impact will be too great." Listening to Okai's words, President Lee also looked at him and spoke slowly. This sentence is pointing at Okai, and the meaning is very clear. Okai is indeed a little too magical. In 3 days, he earned 4.1 billion renminbi from 700 million renminbi, nearly 6 times the profit. Does that mean that next week, he can double his profit from 4.1 billion to more than 20 billion? By next week, will it have doubled from more than 200 times to more than 120 billion? The impact of this would be too great. The country cannot and dare not take the risk. Therefore, if Okai wants to continue to play in the Hong Kong stock market, it is fine, but such things should not happen again. He can make money, but the intensity of making money should be reduced. Although it is said that people are selfish, everyone wants all the wealth in the world to be theirs. But society doesn't think so. You can't just go up and eat the whole cake. You have to let others have some as well. Otherwise, once the other party overturns the table, no one will be better off. Of course, the country also meant that if Okai went to the US stock market to play like this, the country would not care and he could play as he pleased. But the US stock market is not as easy to deal with as the Hong Kong stock market. They are very aggressive. I see. What about the second one? After hearing what President Lee said, Okai nodded and then asked, "Secondly, this is actually a little suggestion from me. Do you know what the best amulet is?" Seeing that Okai understood, President Lee nodded with satisfaction and continued. "Being an official? Owing a loan from the bank?" Hearing what President Lee said, Okai frowned and asked tentatively. However, this statement almost made President Lee choke. "What you're talking about is from decades ago. The amulets nowadays are real industries." Looking at Okai, President Lee also spoke seriously. "Industry?" Hearing his words, Okai looked at him with some confusion. "The money you earn now cannot be taxed, and it cannot solve the employment problem of ordinary people. The policy of our country is to allow some people to get rich first, and then drive other people to get rich together. Instead of letting some people get rich first and become a privileged class, and then letting ordinary people try their best to get into this class, do you understand?" Seeing that Okai hadn't realized what the problem was, President Lee also spoke up. Chapter 79. Classmates Gathering. How much money did you make from them? Are they still looking for you all over the world? As Okai and Zhou Qin walked out of the tea house, Zhou Qin couldn't help but ask with some confusion. "About 3 billion. Hearing Zhou Qin's question, Okai did not hide it, but directly stated how much money he had earned. Zhou Qin was a little shocked when he heard Okai's words. "More than 3 billion? How much did it cost you to earn it? How long did it take?" Looking at Okai, Zhou Qin's pupils trembled violently, and then he lowered his voice and asked in a low voice. "It cost 700 million yuan, and it took 3 days in total." Looking up at the sky, Okai also made a brief calculation. 700 million, more than 3 billion earned in 3 days, more than 500% profit. This is too scary, right? If that's the case, then you should be in charge of the money from now on. After hearing what Okai said, Zhou Qin took out a bank card from her bag and put it into Okai's hand. Ah, this is. Looking at this bank card, Okai was also confused at this moment. This is my private savings, a total of 500 million. I'm giving it to you. Seeing Okai's puzzled look, Zhou Qin also started talking with a smile. Oh, didn't you just hear that my superiors don't allow me to make any big moves? I guess the limit they can accept in Hong Kong stocks is about 1 billion. I still have more than 4 billion and I don't know what to do with it. And you've given me another 500 million. Looking at the bank card in his hand, Okai also smiled bitterly. Hey, it's no use keeping it with me. I'm just making some money from the bank. It's more useful to keep it with you. You can do whatever you want with it. Just use it as you see fit. Okay, I'm going home. Send me back. Don't forget that you also made an appointment with 2 classmates. Hearing what Okai said, Zhou Qin also laughed and finalized the matter. After hearing what Zhou Qin said, Okai really didn't know what to say at this time. So he nodded in agreement. Then he drove Zhou Qin back home. At this time, he looked at the time and saw that it was already the time he had made an appointment with Shen Sisi, so he also drove to the place where she had reserved a seat, outside that private restaurant. When his car stopped here, he saw Shen Sisi standing outside the door with a girl, waiting for him. Needless to say, this girl knew that it was Helan. Today's meditation is wearing a flesh-colored hip-hugging skirt with bare legs. As a car model, her super long legs are indeed extremely attractive. In addition, she is wearing a pair of pointed flesh-colored high heels, which makes her look even more attractive. His legs are longer than many people's lives. Her long hair was permed into big waves, and she had exquisite makeup and jewelry. It was obvious that she attached great importance to today's meal. Helan, who was beside her, wanted to dress more normally. She only wore a white slim-fitting long skirt, with a delicate face and long straight black hair. She stood there quietly, just like walking in a painting. Come out like a fairy. One of the two is hot, the other is pure. They stop here and talk about each other. This level of attention is not ordinary. Basically, regardless of men and women, they will look back every time they walk past here. But in the eyes of men, it was stunning, but the woman's eyes were wary. Faced with such a beauty, those who have girlfriends have no choice but to be dragged away. But these young men who don't have girlfriends are beginning to feel a little bit tempted. Although they both looked cold, many people stopped here because of their beauty. Just when Okai parked the car, he saw a group of young people, probably college students, looking at the 2 people in the distance. So beautiful. He looks older than us. What's wrong with being a little bigger? She's so beautiful. I can accept her being a little bigger. As Okai got off the car, he also heard the voices of these students. Do you want to go get a letter? I don't dare. Go ahead. You are the most handsome here. Then, shall I try? Hey. Look, they smiled at me. Then I'm going. Just when Okai heard their voices, it was obvious that Shen Sisi and Helan also saw Okai, so they also looked at Okai with a smile, but their smiles made the few here the student misunderstood. Among these people, there was a boy who was indeed quite tall and handsome. He mustered up the courage to walk towards Shen Sisi and Helan, and at the same time took out his mobile phone. Hello, ladies, could you please add a certain letter? Oh no. Seeing the expectant look on the male college student's face, Shen Shensi smiled and said firmly, while Helan, who was next to him, smiled and shook his head, and then the 2 of them started talking. He jumped directly over him and walked to Okai's side. You're here. It went well when you came. There won't be a traffic jam today. Looking at Okai, he was thinking deeply at this time and took one of Okai's hands. Helan, who was next to him, naturally would not take action immediately. Instead, he stood beside Okai and looked at him with a smile. Looking at the looks of these 2 beauties, many people here could hear their own heartbroken voices, especially the boy who had just been encouraged to come over to ask for a letter. Now he was really ashamed. He immediately left in despair. Okai naturally didn't care about the actions of these people. He now also spoke to Shin Sisi and Helan. Helan, long time no see. It went quite smoothly, but you guys came so early. Am I late? Didn't I make the reservation at 11:30? Haven't seen you for a long time. Well, that's right. We made the reservation for 11 o'clock, but as a treater, I can't rush in on time. Let's go. We haven't ordered yet. After hearing Okai's words, Helan nodded and responded, and then Shan Shensi pulled Okai into the restaurant. After a few people ordered a few of the signature dishes here, they came to a seat by the window on the 2nd floor. After the 3 of them sat down in 3 directions, they started chatting. Old classmates, the content of the chat is nothing more than 2 items, either recalling the time when they were in school or talking about what they are doing now, or what their classmates are doing now. However, Shen Sisi came here this time. After all, she was not interested in drinking. So when the dishes were served, and after they ate for a while, she naturally brought the topic to her love life. Looking at Okai, Shen Shinsi also asked at this time, "Your girlfriend I saw that day must be older than us." Chapter 80. The Drunkard's Intention? Well, it is indeed a bit older. The person Shen Sisi had met was naturally Zhou Qin. Although Zhou Qin said that he took good care of himself, he still looked like he was 27 or 80 years old. After all, his actual age was already 31 years old. Of course, Okai didn't feel anything was wrong. "I heard before that you found a classmate from college. I heard others said that your relationship was very good. Why did you break up?" Hearing what Okai said, Helan couldn't help but asked with some doubts. "Hey, you think I'm poor, and her mother is a bit crazy, and some of her best friends are not normal either." Okai smiled and shook his head. She didn't have any problems herself, but the people around her had too many problems. "Think you're poor? Well, what's the reason for this? Who does she want to marry? The richest man in the world?" After hearing the reason Okai said, Shun Sisi here was confused. Now the whole class knows that Okai is a supercar club and runs a company. No one knows how much money he has, but it must be hundreds of millions at least. He has a net worth of hundreds of millions, is so handsome, has such a good personality, and then you think he is poor? Shin Shinsi and Helan couldn't understand, but were greatly shocked. "Hey, don't mention me, let's talk about you. Shin Sisi didn't keep in touch with that man that day? And Helan, I heard that you got married very early. How is your husband now?" Looking at the appearance of these two people, Okai waved his hand casually. He couldn't explain his matter clearly, because if he said it carefully, it would easily lead to system problems. So at this time, he naturally changed the topic. Hearing Okai's question, Helan showed an embarrassed look at this moment and gently touched the wedding ring on his left hand with his right hand, while Shan Shinsi waved his hand and said directly, "What are you contacting? I'm just going to have a meal. If you don't like it, I won't go there in the future." She held her chin and looked at Okai. "Ah." After hearing her words, Okai couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He actually felt vaguely that Shin Shinsi had impure thoughts towards him. However, he has always believed in four major illusions. Whether the window is open, whether the door is unlocked, whether someone is calling me, and whether she is interested in me. Whenever he feels like this, he will deny his feeling in his heart. Unless the other party directly takes the initiative like Shur or Su, he will determine the other party's mind and ponder at this time. When C said this, Okai was indeed a little confused. He was not sure at this time whether the other party was joking or serious. If you are serious, what should you do? You know, he actually has no interest in Shen Sisi. Although she smokes, drinks, goes to nightclubs, and goes out to eat with boys, it is possible that she is a good girl, but it is obvious that such a girl is not Okai's cup of tea. Even though Okai seemed to have only said one sentence now, there was a lot of information contained in this one sentence. Shin Shinsi naturally heard a lot of information from Okai's voice, which put a damper on her originally happy mood. Fortunately, there was Helan next to her. At this time, she couldn't help but patted Okai. "What are you doing? Our family Sisi is not worthy of you." "Well, I didn't mean that, but I already have a girlfriend." Listening to Helan's words, Okai also knew that his voice was a bit abrupt, so he explained immediately. "Haha, I'm joking, but who can say for sure what will happen in the future?" Seeing Okai's look, Shun Sisi also smiled, and then continued to speak. Then he greeted Okai and continued eating. Soon, after lunch, Shun Sisi and Helan also separated from Okai. Looking at Okai's back as he drove away, Helan also asked Shun Sisi, "How about it? Do you want to continue chasing?" I don't think Okai has any intention in this regard. Chasing, I finally met him again. How could I let him go at this time? He just has a girlfriend now, so I may not have a chance. Even if he gets married, a man with his wealth will probably have a lover. I can do whatever I want. After listening to Helan's words, Shun Shinsi took a deep breath and then spoke with burning eyes. Seeing Shun Sisi's serious look, Helan couldn't help but sigh. "I think you are crazy." "Hee, are you young? How can you prove that you are young if you don't go crazy?" "Xiaolan, have you ever been crazy?" Looking at Helan, Shun Shinsi smiled and then looked at her solemnly. Seeing Shun Shinsi's gaze, Helan couldn't help but feel her heart tighten, and then she couldn't help but put her hand on her wedding ring. It was obvious that she was struggling in her heart. As for Okai at this time, he didn't know what Shin said to Helan after he left. Now he drove straight to his supercar club. When he arrived here, Not only Li Weidong was here, but Luo Guogang and Qi Yi were also here. Supercar clubs are different from ordinary companies and units. This kind of place is actually mainly a place for fun, so Saturdays and Sundays are when they have the most people. Luo Guogang and Qi Yi, they haven't driven a sports car yet. They made an appointment early today to come over to play today. If Shin Si hadn't invited Okai to dinner, Okai might have come over early this morning. When he got here at that time, I found Luo Guogang running on the track, while Qi sat in each car for a while, taking photos and checking in. Only Li Weidong was squatting in front of the big car, looking at the headlights with a distressed expression. Looking at him, Okai also smiled and walked over and patted him. "What are you doing, Dongzi? I feel so bad." "Yeah, it's a pity. This headlight is imported from the factory. One headlight costs more than 180,000 yuan, and the wiring inside, and some other miscellaneous things, altogether it costs about 260,000 yuan. I asked, if we go to Qiqing, one headlight will cost 3,000 yuan, and the whole set will cost 3,750 yuan. Otherwise we... Looking at Okai behind him, Li Weidong also said in a low voice, "No, just follow the original factory specifications. It doesn't cost us any money anyway. If you go with a different formula, the price of this car won't be worth it in the future. Do you understand?" Okai bought this land not for fun, but to make money, so these cars are also his tools to make money. I don't understand. But it was obvious that Li Weidong didn't understand what Okai meant. He shook his head to indicate that he didn't understand. "If you don't understand, just do as I say. Come on, let's go upstairs and play some games. Lao Chi, let's go upstairs." Looking at Li Weidong's expression, Okai also laughed, then clapped his hands, and called Qi Yi, who was far away, to go to the second floor together. "Let's take a rest today and don't think about these things."